जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
A very good morning and welcome to the Scotch Public Policy Forum, wherein we are going to be discussing through the day public policy post-COVID. But yes, we have had our challenges in the recent past, wherein coronavirus crawled across the globe. Although the vaccine is out, but the policymakers have continued to face their biggest test in generations as lives and livelihoods hang in a terrible balance, facing health crisis, economic collapse, social and political disruption. We already know what the pandemic has done. We now need to discuss what next. We face a few crucial questions. Is our current societal model working? And if not, what kind of societal model do we need for tomorrow? Staying the course would be a recipe for disaster, so we need to change. The current levels of social and economic inequality, both globally and locally, have become untenable. And in the current pandemic situation, this only further reinforces these inequalities. The single best way to strengthen the national economy right now is to help reboot local economies, which are reeling from the economic fallout of the pandemic. COVID-19 is changing global trends in foreign policy too. One view is that globalization is unlikely to stop. There's a debate. Another says there may be a retreat from globalization, raise new barriers to international trade, investment, and travel, and give both democratic and non-democratic governments greater power to track and monitor their citizens' lives. COVID-19 provides an opportunity to seriously examine the roles of business and government in a society, to figure out what each is best at doing, to figure out what each is not well suited to deliver, and what they must do more of together. All our vulnerabilities lay bare. This has, in fact, accelerated the pace of digitalization, and both the policy making and delivery of good already has or undergoing a huge transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have full day in front of us wherein we will put all of these issues on the anvil. That will include the education policy, democracy and data privacy, emerging global trade imperatives, moving beyond ease of doing business rankings, inclusive growth and duties in participatory democracy, public policy for health and tribals. The role of research ought to play an important role in policy making. So we have we are joined by in this endeavor by leading think tanks, which is the RIS, Research and International System for Developing Countries, ICRIER, as well as CUTS International. And our academic partners are Bharati Institute of Public Policy, ISB, National Law School of India, NLU from Bangalore, as well as OP Jindal University. Our industry partners here are TCL, which is Tata Communications, ABM Knowledgeware, and supported by Scotch's think tank, industry think tank, which is the CEOs Association for Inclusive India. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to you all once again as we kick off the day with the announcement of Scotch Order of Merit. So you have the vote, the live vote coming onto your screen now. Kindly do participate. So the live vote is currently on your screens. And kindly switch on your videos so that whenever we make the announcement, our team will spotlight you and you will come on screen. So here we go with the first announcement of Scotch Order of Merit. I invite Ms. Deepthi Verma, Director, Acouster Technologies Private Limited, for Project Portable Mobile Lab, Acouster Technologies. I move on to invite Mr. Sanjay Bhattacharya, General Manager, Alembic CSR Foundation, for Project Sanitation. Emergency support to community during COVID goes to Alembic Pharmaceuticals once again, Mr. Sanjay Bhattacharya, General Manager. Dr. Sundar Balakrishna, Vice Chairman, Andhra Pradesh Space Application Center for Integrated Irrigation and Agriculture Transformation. Mr. Premanand S., Vice President, Program Development, Apollo Telehealth, Jharkhand Digital Dispensary. Please unmute yourself. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning to everybody, and thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. And very proud to be part of the Scotch Award. And most of our programs year on year, we have only applied for one particular recognition, which is Scotch. The Jharkhand Digital Dispensary program is 2 years plus. Of course, COVID definitely fluctuated. We never had it in our plan to fight a pandemic. 100 digital dispensaries were set up in remote parts of India. Jharkhand. And except for the first 2 months, then we were the only lifeline. Then we reactivated, symptomatic based support was provided. Apart from the primary access for clinicians consult support, 13 super specialty teleconsultation services were extended. Over 4 lakh people have got benefit during these times when we still continue to operate. And today this particular program has won the trust in the public health system in the state for primary preventive and access to super specialty teleconsults, which includes pediatric consultation, gynecology consultation, and so on and so forth. So we are very happy to present our case for validating the impact which the program has created in the community. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. I now invite Dr. Ramesh Bharmal, Director MEMH, BYL Nayar Hospital from Mumbai for Hospital Management Information System. Dr. Mini Bodhanwala, Chief Executive Officer, Bhai Jarbai Wadia Hospital for Children, response to COVID. Ms. Shikha, Managing Director, Bengaluru Metropolitan Transport Corporation, for response to COVID. Next one also goes to Ms. Shikha, Bengaluru Metropolitan Transport Corporation, for QR code-based ticketing. We can see you and we can hear you. We have a representative from BMTC. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, I am Ajit, Public Relation Officer from BMTC on behalf of our Managing Director. During this pandemic time, it was very, win-win situation for the BMTC, to provide the public service or to, to reduce the losses. So it was a, think we are in a, dilemma starting. And then later on, the BMTC, we are under the guidance of our Managing Director. We planned operations really well in order to provide the service to the public. It was really a hard times during the COVID times to provide it was very tough challenge for the BMTC. However, we managed to do well and providing the services to the people of Bangalore city. So this QR code ticketing, it's really helped the people, in reducing the, money transactions. So I'm really thankful for the SKOCH, recognizing the efforts put in by the BMTC and for the good and for the service of the public.
Well, congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Eco Bricks goes to Cantonment Board, Dehradun. Mr. Tanu Jain, Chief Executive Officer. Do we have Mr. Tanu Jain with us? No bus to Mobus, Capital Region Urban Transport, Odisha. Ms. Deepthi Mahapatro, General Manager Administration. Do we have Capital Region Urban Transport with us? We move on to the next. The next one also goes to Crude for response to COVID. I now invite Mr. Yashjeet Gupta, General Manager, Chandigarh Transport Undertaking, for response to COVID.
Yes.
Mr. Gupta.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Yes. Good morning. Chandigarh Transport Undertaking moved an extra mile in the time of pandemic period, that is lockdown, to cater to the needs of citizens of Chandigarh for providing essential commodities at their end by mobilizing the bus fleet. So this was totally, kind of stuck up condition as people can't move outside. So it was a great help to the citizens to get the essential commodities like vegetables, grains, etc. at their place. So about 400 people were involved in this particular drive, and this was done very much successfully. So that's all what I can say.
Excellent. Mr. Pradeep Yadav, Managing Director, Chennai Metro Rail Limited, for extension of metro from Washermanpet to Wimco Nagar. Mr. Yadav.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is Atna from Chennai Metro Rail. On behalf of our MD, I'm speaking. So, thank you. Thanks a lot for your support. Thanks a lot for your support from the public also. We have done excellent work at the COVID period, and we have followed all the rules and regulations given by the central government, and we achieved a lot. And we have did many this one. Yeah. 1 minute. Thank you all, sir. Thanks for your support, people. Please vote for us. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I now invite Mr. Charanjit Singh, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihood Mission, DAY NRLM. Mr. Muralidharan, Commissioner, Department of Agricultural Marketing and Agribusiness, Government of Tamil Nadu, for response to COVID. Mr. Anthony Maria Emmanuel, Additional Director of Agriculture, Department of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka, for crop survey.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Hello.
We can hear.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
hear
you.
Thanks, Scotch, thank you, Scotch, for giving us this opportunity to showcase our project on crop survey. As you know, during the pandemic, all the other sectors came to a standstill except for agriculture. And we are proud to say that even in Karnataka, we could move forward with this project of crop survey, wherein we had employed or we had given employment indirectly to around 24 to 25,000 youth, rural youth, and also the farmers also had participated and actively participated in this project. And we could capture around 210 lakh plots data of live crop status in the field. Thank you, Scotch, for this opportunity.
I invite Mr. Rahul Tiwari, Secretary to Government of Punjab, Government of Employment Generation.
Hi there. I hope I am audible.
Yes, you are.
I am Surinder Mohan, and I am here on behalf of my Secretary, Mr. Rahul Tiwari. And Employment Generation Department thanks a lot to Scotch for recognizing the efforts which are being made in Punjab by Employment Generation Department. During COVID, we have been able to work very vigorously and with the great focus and following all the COVID guidelines, in which we have actually came back to the original figures of unemployment that we have started with pre-COVID. And going ahead, we are now organizing a self-employment camps across Punjab, in which we are targeting 1 lakh self-employment loans to be distributed to the youth who are looking for self-employment opportunities. And by 25th of January this year, we'll be able to hit that 1 lakh target. And I again thank SKOCH for recognizing our efforts. And I also implore all the participants to please vote for us so that we are able to reach the place where we actually belong. Thank you very much.
I now invite Chief Secretary Ms. Vinny Mahajan, Department of Governance, Reforms and Public Grievances, Seva, Punjab.
Next Monday.
Mr. Gandham Chandrudu, Collector and District Magistrate from Anantapuramu District, Kisan Rail.
Sir, good morning, sir. This is Sudhir, on behalf of my district collector. I am attending, sir. Because of some reasons, collector went away. So, thank you for the opportunity in attending Sunrise project for the participants requested to kindly vote for my project. Sir, actually, the Kisan Rail is introduced during September 2020, sir, to transport the horticulture produce to other distance markets like Delhi, especially Delhi and Nagpur. We have sent, sir, around 871 metric tons of horticulture produce sent from Anantapur to these two markets, sir. Around 321 farmers have benefited, and 3 trains have been run, sir. The 4th train is also planned on 28th of this month, sir. So kindly vote for my project and giving me this opportunity in participating in SKOCH Award. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ramesh Kumar Sudhanshu, Secretary, Department of Information Science and Technology, Uttarakhand, Drone Application and Research Center. Mr. Hari Krishna Mamidi, Director, Department of Language and Culture from Telangana, for project Tea Culture. Dr. Savita Hyanki, Chief Medical Officer, Department of Medical Health and Family Welfare, District Almora, for
Hello. Good morning, sir. मैं डॉक्टर सविता यांकी, चीफ मेडिकल ऑफिसर अल्मोड़ा। मैं आप स्कॉच को थैंक यू करना चाहूँगी कि जो हमें और मेरी टीम को ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दी कि मैं इतने हिली रीजन में, जो इतना टफ एरिया है मेरा उत्तराखंड का, वहाँ पर मैंने कोविड के अगेंस्ट जो अपने टीम के साथ फाइट किया है और जो मैनेज किया है, उसको शोकेस करने का मौका मिला। मैं आप लोगों के इस सपोर्ट को मैं थैंक्स करना चाहूँगी। थैंक यू।
So,
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपका।
So it's me, Hari Krishna. I would like to speak, sir.
Just a moment. Let me go back to yes.
Yeah, it's me, Hari Krishna, sir. Just I would like to speak.
Please go ahead.
Sir, good morning, SKOCH, and it's very happy to say our project, and thank you for selecting up to semi-final. So Tea Culture app is the first of its kind app in the entire nation, so that it is meant for providing ID cards through online to all the artists of Telangana, sir. Telangana is a land of different sorts of art forms, starting from folk arts to the fusion style of arts. And Hyderabad and Telangana is the connecting link between North and South cultures and traditions. So that is the reason here different sorts of art forms have been developed since many centuries. So after the formation of Telangana state, what we have done is that to extend the ID card facility, the identity card facility through online by digital media platform through Me Seva centers, through the Me Seva centers. So we have developed this Tea Culture app for the benefit of all the artists, sir. So here, all sorts of artists from culture department, we are extending the identity cards and to make a database. The main aim of making this entire effort is to complete and conclude a wonderful database of all sorts of artists across Telangana. So by that, the government will extend different sorts of benefits and plans and projects for the upliftment, encouragement, and support of the artists in the days to come. So the other thing is that even the government of India is extending and trying very hard to find the complete the database. But the Telangana is the first state to take a step towards that goal, and we have so far. After this launching of this app, we have given around 8,000 plus artist identity cards through this culture app, sir. And we have a complete projection of extending this facility of ID cards through free culture app up to an extent of 1.5 lakh artists of all sorts, sir. So this is a first of its kind effort from our Department of Language and Culture, Government of Telangana. And I thank SKOCH committee for selecting us for the semi-final slot. And I request all the technocrats and all the important persons to vote for us and appreciate whatever the new novel, first of its kind effort that has been extended by the Department of Language and Culture, Government of Telangana. Thank you, SKOCH. Thank you very much.
Congratulations and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Ms. Roshni Sen, Principal Secretary, Department of Self-Help Group and Self-Employment, Government of West Bengal for Project Jago. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Please go ahead. We can hear you.
Yes. I'd like to thank SKOCH for the stellar role they're playing in encouraging state governments and other entities and appreciating the commendable work done by different organizations. We submitted 2 projects, one for the self-help group. Self-help groups in West Bengal, in fact, are making a silent revolution in the grassroots. They are actually engaging themselves in various economic activities. They're fighting against social evils. In fact, they're acting as a sort of bridge between the community and the government. And to appreciate their contribution, we introduced the scheme Jago, where we give them a one-time incentive so that they feel motivated, encouraged, and can move on further with their good work. Along with that, we submitted a project on convergence, various micro projects meant for the rural unemployed youth, the migrant laborers, and also the self-help groups. So basically, both these projects are meant for improving the economic situation at the grassroots, in the fields, in the rural areas, in the remote areas. And our interventions have really helped with the self-help groups coming forward. In the times of COVID, they have been frontline COVID warriors, spreading awareness, making all sorts of products related to COVID prevention, like masks, like sanitizers, and in fact, improving their own economic activities and helping the community to live a happy, healthy life. So that is what our project is, and I'm happy that SKOCH has recognized it and considered it fit for the order of merit. Thank you.
Congratulations to you and the entire team. The next one also goes to Ms. Roshni Sen, which she just talked about, micro projects in convergence with other departments.
Yes.
Ms. Sen, I must say we are very impressed with the work that West Bengal is doing in women and child development. I think lots to take note of and learn from you. Compliments.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
From the Department of Water Supply and Sanitation, Government of Punjab, I invite Mr. J.S. Chahal for transforming rural lives by providing safe drinking water. Ms. Rajdeep Kaur, Additional Deputy Commissioner, Department of Women and Child Development, District Administration, Firozpur, Community Engagement. Would you like to say a few words, Rajiv ji? You're on screen.
Sir, I would like to receive the award on behalf of ma'am. I am District Program Officer, Department of Women and Child Development, District Administration, Firozpur. So my special thanks to the SKOCH team for this appreciation and recognizing the work of the frontline workers that they have done during the COVID-19 period, taking care of small children, women and migrant population, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Ms. Shraddha Joshi, Managing Director, Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Maharashtra, for Project Mavim e-Business. Ms. I. Kundan, Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Maharashtra, for Project Know Your District. Ms. Ratandeep Kaur Sandhu, District Program Officer, Department of Women and Child Development, District Administration, Sri Muktsar Sahib, for Social Security and Women and Child Development. Please go ahead.
So my special thanks to the SKOCH team for the appreciation. So the frontline workers have worked very hard during the COVID-19 period, and this means a lot. Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again. Ms. Tej Pratap Singh Fulka, Deputy Commissioner, District Administration, Barnala, for implementation of e-Office. Mr. Vishal Chauhan, Commissioner, Devas Municipal Corporation, for dry waste management by SHGs.
Good morning, sir. This is Vishwajit from Devas Municipal Corporation. Commissioner sir is in the field to supervise the cleanliness activities. You know that Swachh Sarvekshan is going on in next month. So I give my thanks to SKOCH for providing and recognizing the efforts of Devas Municipal Corporation. We started this initiatives to encourage female SHG groups to create their livelihood opportunities in solid waste management, and also we achieved the target of reducing the dry waste load at sanitary landfill. So this is what we demonstrated through this model, and we are really thankful for the SKOCH that we are getting this merit award for a second time. So thank you very much from the Devas Municipal Corporation, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Abhinav Shrestha, Principal Investigator, Diti Life Science Private Limited, for development, validation, and commercialization of lateral flow test for the detection of anti-coronavirus. We have Devas with us. Diti Life. Dr. Arundhati Chandrasekhar, Mission Director, Directorate of Health and Family Welfare, Anandarao Circle, Karnataka, for response to COVID. Next one also goes to Anandarao Circle, Karnataka, Directorate of Health and Family Welfare, for laboratory services for SARS-CoV-2 COVID-19 testing. Get another one. Delhi ICU facilities for critical care management. Director, Directorate of Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Arundhati. A fourth one, crowdsourcing monitoring tool for proactive reporting of ILI and SARI cases. Mr. Bidyut Datta, Joint Director, Directorate of Information Technology, Government of Tripura, Panchayat Monitoring System.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, all of you. I thank from Directorate of Information Technology, Government of Tripura for recognizing our effort. And this Panchayat monitoring system has given us a very good opportunity in this COVID-19 situation to get the data from the field from each Panchayat. We got the data whether how the benefits reach to the Panchayats. Thank you very much for again for giving us this opportunity to showcase our project. Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations. The next one, task monitoring system, also for Director of Information Technology, Tripura.
Thank you, sir. This is also one of the unique initiative from our government, and this task monitoring system provided us a platform to get the data from all the departments in a single platform and a quick way, from starting from the ministers, chief secretaries, directors. So all are onboarded on this platform to monitor every activity, high-level activities of the government, and monitor in a timely manner. So governance has become a very, very good and very effective for this. And I thank SKOCH for recognizing our project. For showcasing.
Congratulations. Mr. Pradeep Kumar Nayak, Project Director, Directorate of Soil Conservation and Watershed Development, Nabrangpur, Orissa. Construction of water harvesting structure through check dam. Water impounding structures as farm ponds, duck wells, and check dams. Directorate of Soil Conservation and Watershed Development. Mr. Siva Prasad Padi.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to everyone.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yes,
Sir, good sir. I am Siva Prasad Padi. I am very much thankful to this cause for appreciation of this for selection of this project, our project. Our project is based on the soil and water conservation project, sir. And we have constructed a lot of large number of dog wells and farm ponds under this scheme MGNRGS for the for judicious use of water and better and doubling the income of the farmers, sir. So we hope we will construct more number of dog wells and farm ponds for in future for improving the agricultural productions and improving the livelihood of the farmers of the vicinity of their areas. This is our main motto, and recharging of groundwater is also the main part of our main goal of our project, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Suvendu Kumar Das, Project Director from Directorate of Soil Conservation and Watershed Development, Mayurbhanj, Odisha.
Good morning, sir.
Intercropping.
Good morning, sir. This is Suvendu Kumar Das, Project Director, Watershed, Mayurbhanj. This project we have done for the livelihood maintenance of our poor farmers. You know, Mayurbhanj is mostly dominated by the very SC and ST populations. Mostly 90% of the population are dominated by ST, and they are very small land holdings with a very meager livelihood status. This project has been taken from the NRGS scheme to develop the livelihood of the farmers. By doing this, we are taking up mango plantation, including intercultural operations, so that all the beneficiaries will select, all the beneficiaries selected will get their livelihood through for a long term. This is one of the unique program under MGNRGS to boost up the livelihood of the poor farmers. Thank you, sir. Thank you for selecting this as the semi-finalist. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Mr. Vichitra Narayan Mantri, Project Director from Directorate of Soil Conservation and Watershed Development, Balasore, Odisha, for farm pond and integrated farming system. Mr. Chandan Kumar Sahu, Project Director from Directorate of Soil Conservation and Watershed Development, Nayar, Odisha, for integrated watershed development program. Tamsa River Rejuvenation Project, Mr. Ghanshyam Meena, Chief Development Officer from District Administration, Ambedkar Nagar.
Good morning, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Basically, thank you. First of all, I would like to thanks whole SKOCH team for recognizing our efforts. The project is whole about the river rejuvenation of Tamsa River. Basically, this river flows from Ayodhya district of Uttar Pradesh and finally converges with Ganga near Balia. And the whole team of Ambedkar Nagar did a great job by did the river rejuvenation. Basically, river was almost dead, but now it's flowing with a continuous flow. And I'm so proud of being the part of the team. Thank you again. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
The next one also goes to Mr. Ghanshyam Meena, mask manufacturing by self-help groups.
This project is about the manufacturing of masks by the self-help group domain of Ambedkar Nagar. Basically, during the initial outrage of COVID, there was like a huge shortage of masks in all across the state. So what we did was we formulate the strategy and finally able to produce the lot of masks at district level only. We produce around 6.5 lakh masks that cater the need of the district, as well as we were also able to support other districts. So through it, we were able to tackle the pandemic at a great level. So it was whole about the project. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Ms. Kirti Jali, Deputy Commissioner, District Administration, Kochhar for Project Astha. Mr. Nitesh Patil, District Commissioner, District Administration, Dharwad, for response to COVID. Ms. Apneet Riaya, Deputy Commissioner, District Bureau of Employment Generation, Skill Development and Training, District Administration, Hoshiarpur, for Saksham Nari Viksit Samaj.
Good morning all. This side Aditya, I will be receiving this award on behalf of our Deputy Commissioner. So I would like to thank all the panelists and all the jury members who are sitting here and who have made this project into the list of semi-finalists. So briefly, I would like to share few things about this project. This is a very unique project, and this is one project which is giving us happiness every day, because this has provided means of livelihood to those women who were not able to earn even a single penny before giving them these e-rickshaws. So what we did is we provided these e-rickshaws to the weaker section of the society, especially those women who are widows, who are physically challenged, who are not able to earn even a single penny. Now they are running these e-rickshaws in our Hoshiarpur town, and they are earning very handsome income. So, and this project has got huge potential of replicability in all the parts of the India. So I would like this project to be implemented everywhere in India, so that we can provide means of livelihood to these ladies who are not able to earn their livelihood. Thanks, Koch, for recognizing our efforts in this project.
Wonderful. Great effort. The next one also goes to Hoshiarpur, Ghar Ghar Rozgar.
Good morning, sir. This side Mangesh Sood, Placement Officer from District Bureau of Employment Generation, Hoshiarpur. I'm going to receive this award on the behalf of Deputy Commissioner, ma'am. So first of all, I would like to thank SKOCH team for creating such a wonderful platform where the extraordinary work done by the different people and organization is recognized. And I would like to thank to our Deputy Commissioner ma'am, under whose able guidance and leadership we have been able to launch these 2 projects in the Corona. So during the Corona, what we have done when the unemployed youth or other youth were not able to move to the employment offices, we didn't close our office even for a single day. We continued the employment services through the digital platform. So we devised so many ways to give the employment with the help of technology, such as e-employment news, then e-self-employment link, then e-library, and the virtual placement camps. And with the help of technology in Hoshiarpur, we have been able to provide employment to 17,000 migrant labor during the during 4 months of the lockdown period, the 5,000 conventional placement to the educated youth. So once again, I thanks to SKOCH team for creating such a wonderful platform for the recognizing of the work. Thank you very much.
I move over to invite Ms. Deepthi Uppal, Deputy Commissioner from Kapurthala, BOT-based District COVID WhatsApp helpline. Mr. Amit Singh, District Magistrate from Kaushambi, Garib Kalyan Rozgar Abhiyan. Mr. Vijay Yedula, Collector and District Magistrate from Malkangiri, Malaria Free Malkangiri. Girish Dayalan, District Commissioner from Mohali, Walk of Pride. Ms. Selva Kumari, District Magistrate from Muzaffarnagar, for Project Ujjwala Gullak. Mr. Shri Ramveer, Deputy Commissioner from Sangrur, Project Rainwater Harvesting. Do we have Mr. Ramveer with us? Your video is switched off. We are not able to spotlight you. We move on to the next and invite Ms. Sheena Agarwal, District Collector from Shaheed Bhagat Singh Nagar, response to COVID. Dr. Vijay Karthikeyan, District Collector, District Mineral Foundation, District Administration Sundargarh, for best practices by District Mineral Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the morning round of the announcement of SKOCH Orders of Merit. May I now request Deepak to kindly share a PPT. Our distinguished jurors whom you have interacted over the last 6 months, they are also joined. They've also joined us this morning to facilitate, to also to clap for your successes along with everybody else. We got 592 delegates online right now who are here to celebrate all your successes. So Deepak, can we have the presentation, please? you've had an opportunity to interact with our distinguished jurors over last 6 months. They have not only evaluated your project, they've also made certain recommendations while during the time when you were making the presentation. Some expert views were shared with you. Your live voting is on your screens. Do participate. As I request Deepak to run the video once again, just to refresh everyone's memories as to what is the process that we follow on SKOCH Award. The voting is going on. The poll is live on your screen. You must participate. Many of you have earlier also at various stages supported all these projects which have actually come up for the exhibition, which is also live at this moment. If you would like to view the exhibition simultaneously, it is there at exhibition.scotch.in. These are our various beacons of hope. So the country has done well because of the consolidated efforts of a whole lot of such initiatives, such as yourselves, that have been taken, in addition to many more who haven't had an opportunity to showcase on the SKOCH platform. Deepak, can we have the video?
SKOCH Award, Benchmark of Excellence. SKOCH Award, instituted in 2003, salute people, projects and institutions that go the extra mile to make India a better nation. SKOCH Award, the highest independently instituted civilian honor, has been conferred. The mighty and the ordinary alike have received this award for their extraordinary achievements in contributing to the society. The roll of honor of the SKOCH Award over the years is a testimony to this. The SKOCH Award covers the best of efforts in the area of digital, financial, and social inclusion. It encompasses the best of governance, excellence in technology and applications, change management, corporate leadership, corporate governance, inclusive growth, citizen services delivery, capacity building, empowerment, and other such softer issues that get normally lost in the glamour and the glitz of industry-sponsored or advertising-focused jamborees. The SKOCH Award is distinctive for its approach of selection of awardees, which is based on nomination, jury evaluation, presentation of shortlisted nominees, focus group discussions, and interactions and peer evaluation, inputs and qualification of a project, person or institution to be considered for the award. The SKOCH Award not only acknowledges exceptional achievers, organizations and individuals, but also spurs inspirational guidance and motivational leadership.
So there has been, in fact, a very interesting journey to SKOCH Awards. Not only that, it emanates from doing desk research. A whole lot of primary research is done. The background search is done. I would share an interesting anecdote from one of our field assessments, which is what we did a few years ago. India has been known to be poor. Do not want to go into the debate why and how, but the kind of efforts that have come in from all and everybody together, whether it is the public sector, is the government or the private sector, India has changed a lot. Kalahandi, you must have heard, which once upon a time was known to be the most backward district in the world and characterized by starvation deaths. And during one of our trips to Kalahandi to see as to what kind of transformation that has been unleashed due to the intervention of financial inclusion, wherein encouraged by the state government, the SHGs were formed, because at the end of the day, it's all about livelihood linkages. If you don't have money in your pocket, you are poor. So at the right at the entry point of the district, stricken by poverty, it was a sight which is very difficult to forget. From a vessel with leftover food, a woman as well as a dog were sharing it. That was something which brought tears to my eyes, and the entire team felt that this is not really what we are cut for. During our next trip, we found that things have changed. With the intervention of banks, state government, district administration, SHGs which were formed over the last 3 years before we went the second time, lots of livelihood linkages were created. The local handicraft, women were trained. Men were chiseling, the pieces of wood and carving. And there were no site ever which was seen by us initially was to be found anywhere. So that's the kind of change early on that was brought about. And I'm sure we have gone miles and miles ever since to make India better. We continue to perform, we continue to do well, and we continue to encourage others. And at SKOCH, we make an effort to bring these beacons of hope on the national forefront. Celebrate it, talk about it, and these are the champions which are putting the process in shape, in place, so that the change becomes process-driven rather than champion-driven. SKOCH team, if we have the next panel participants with us, we can start the proceedings accordingly.
In between, good morning, everybody. Gulsharan, I'm very, touched by your remarks. I come from undivided Kalahandi district, so I know what poverty was and how the situation has changed now. I can endorse your view fully, 100%.
We have Mr. Bansal with us. Mr. Bansal, would you like to talk a bit about it?
Yeah, good morning to everybody. Thanks, Dr. Gulshan Dhanjal. It's really my privilege to be associated with SKOCH for a long time and to be a part of this today's discussion and today's summit. All the best wishes for this today's summit and awards, which is much awaited. And I know that throughout the day is a packed day with the powerful and impactful, formidable panels on various issues. And what you recently described is very much in lines of the thought of today. And I'm really pleased that I'm a part of this panel. And I wish all the success to all the participants, all the would-be awardees today, and all the panelists. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bansal. Do we have Mr. Bhushan Mohan with us?
Good morning, all of you. I'm really delighted to be here in this August gathering. I'm really impressed by the work which has been done at the various places, in the various districts, in the various organizations during the COVID time and otherwise also. The way SKOCH has been encouraging all these this good work, appreciating this good work, and really giving a forum where this is being discussed and it can be replicated and it can be learned. and used by others. I think that's the key thing. Good work is one thing, and then getting it replicated and getting it seen by others so that they can also get the best practices out of it. I think that's one of the best thing what is being achieved through these SKOCH Awards. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhushan, and thank you all members of the distinguished panel of experts. During the day, we will have more opportunities to interact with you, and I think this is time when we have the panel complete. I would like to invite Mr. Kochhar, Chairman and Founder of SKOCH, for his opening remarks. You are perhaps muted. We are not able to hear you, Mr. Kochhar.
Namaskar. Can public policy be done without the voice of the public, without taking public into account? So this post-1991 journey of Indian reform is also the journey of India maturing more as a participatory democracy. I still remember when we were young, there was this whole idea about the Mai Baap Sarkar. People were supposed to go and plead in front of the officers and in front of the government. And the Mai Baap idea basically meant that, you are the government, you know better than us. So let the government decide what is good for us. So that is why you had a control and command economy. You had these very unwieldy plans. You had so much of focus on public sector. And essentially, you ended up creating a very underproductive and crisis-ridden kind of economy, which led way to a completely unsustainable situation in 1991, and where we had to actually unleash a series of reforms and join the rest of the world in terms of being a more open and a more participatory democracy. So while the reforms have unfolded in the area of economy, also very remarkably in the area of digitalization, there is an area which has not been able to keep pace, and that is the area of governance itself. The governance process and procedure reforms have been somewhat slower in coming compared to the other set of reforms. And part of that is because, I've always joked that India is poor by policy design. The kind of money that we have spent over the years, the kind of effort and resources that have been allocated to development and betterment of the poor is absolutely fantastic. However, historically, we've had a fairly leaky delivery system, and we've also had this hobby horse culture where, whoever is on the chair decides what is the best for the people. So I think one remarkable journey that started a little later in the reform process was when the Ministry of Panchayati Raj was formed. More and more participatory planning was coming in, and grassroots level input was being given to policy. So one of the things that SKOCH has done since inception is traveled across the country, talked to a lot of people, and tried to bring in that policy need, the felt need of the people, to the policy table, such that this policy serves the poor of India who need these interventions the most, the best. Also, while India is one of the most representative democracies, in the sense that we have almost 6 lakh elected representatives in the country, if you also count the Gram Panchayats, it has not been very vocal representation, in the sense that even in the parliament, historically we find that the parliamentary system, the parliamentary democracy, was more driven by the ministries rather than the parliamentarians themselves. Their own involvement in decision making was rather low. There is a refreshing change that we find over the past 8 to 10 years, where the parliamentarians have become very active. So as I said, that we are a participatory democracy, but then how do you go about consulting 1.3 billion people? The best way is the democratic election that we have every 5 years. And so we select our representatives and we expect them to represent us. I think it's only recently that these representatives have started taking the job very seriously and become active. So we are no longer a pushover republic. We are also not a pushover parliament. If you look at the rapid changes that are around us have thrown a lot of newer challenges in terms of policy challenges. The biggest challenge that the world is facing today is that of social media, e-commerce impacting our democracy and our economy. If you look at whether it's the US, whether it's other countries, the kind of incredible impact that social media today is having, and the kind of thought control that they can exercise, and the kind of selective wins that they can do is absolutely incredible. So much so that they can even undermine democracies. Data is the new oil, so they say. Data economy, value-added services on top of data is going to determine the new winners and losers. When you talk about artificial intelligence, where is the most teaching for the AI systems coming? And therefore, what are these AI systems more attuned to do is going to a lot depend on how social media behaves and shapes up our culture and our system. So are we going to be yet another clone of the Western culture? Are we going to be hostage to some ideologies that are very rich, or they can be very well funded? I think the answer is no. And one person who's made that difference and made that difference enormously is Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi, our member of parliament. She was the first person after 2014 when she was the first chief guest in Scotch Summit. And that is the time we knew that, she is a lady that we need to watch. And she's done an incredible job. Most of these multinationals think they're bigger than the governments. Well, they just don't feel that they're bigger than the governments. They sometimes act so. And then, of course, there was the erstwhile Bombay Club, etc. So people with the capitalist power or the money had somehow presumed themselves to be bigger than the governments or the government's representatives. And I think that is one thing that she has definitively changed during her term in the parliament. She has been very vocal and vociferous about issues that are very important to us, specifically in her role as the head of the parliamentary committee on the data protection bill. She has been able to get the high and the mighty to testify, and in the presence of the majesty of people of India, which is the Indian Parliament, and it's an incredible job. It is indeed my pleasure to welcome on our stage Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi. For that reason and for many, many more, we have this Parliamentarian Year of the Year award. Last year it was Mr. BJ Panda, and I'm very happy to note that this year our collegium has selected Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi for the incredible work that she has done as the recipient of Scotch Challenger Award for Member of Parliament of the Year. May I request Gursharan to read a citation, and if you could also have Mrs. Lekhi on the screen, and maybe we could give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Before I go on to make the formal announcement and read the citation, my team is going to put everyone on mute as well as switch off their videos, so that the recipient of the award can be highlighted. So team, please go ahead and put everybody on video as well as the audio mute. And here we go. As I announced, the Parliamentarian of the Year 2021, the second term elected parliamentarian, distinguished Supreme Court lawyer, socio-political activist, and most recently chairperson, Joint Parliamentary Committee on Personal Data Protection Bill 2019, Meenakshi Lekhi is a woman on the move, being an active and committed participant in the parliamentary process. She's been entrusted with various responsibilities, including ideating on a legislation that has the potential to protect the privacy and personal dignity of India's citizens. There's another side of her. She has been actively involved in women empowerment and took up several cases, including of the permanent commissioning of women in the Indian Armed Forces with the Supreme Court. This paved the way for women officers to hold command posts. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we celebrate the parliamentarian of. So with this, I have the pleasure of inviting Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi for the Jai Hind keynote. Please unmute yourself. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Gulsharanji, Samir, Mr. Rohan, and everyone else who has joined in today to course online. I mean, we would have loved to meet each other, but this aberration is because when there are unnatural circumstances, the unnatural methodology needs to be adopted, and that is the normal. And happy that the new normal, where we all have adopted new ways of staying connected, being known to each other in a different way, and communicating whatever we think about various subjects. So let me first begin by saying that a lot of apprehensions being expressed by many corners, especially from outside the country. So far as our potential as a country is concerned, I think I could just think about what would have been the condition in 1947. I mean, I'm not comparing the freedom movement, but as a new nation, as a country which dedicated itself to democracy, principles of democracy and republic, and building a republic, so many naysayers, and it's a matter of history and record, expressed doubts, suspicion, whether this country is going to survive, not survive, survive on what terms, will not survive, and can we have an independent existence, especially from commentators from West, were very, very apprehensive that this country probably will not be able to see the next decade. And with all the might of our ancestors and people who love this country, who fought for the freedom, we proved all those naysayers wrong. And I am sure when I compare all this, I think we as a country are destined to do very, very big things. And we are the flag bearers of democracy. It's a different matter that Confucius centers run all across Europe and America. And those Confucius centers portray that the centrum of civilization has been China. Unfortunately, as with many scholarly studies, the kind of funding, finance, and I'm very sorry. We never had problem with electricity. All of us problem is started. So I was trying to communicate is that the concepts of democracy and republic are so enshrined in our existence, in our the manner of which actually surpasses the age which they give to democracy, which is about 480, Rome and Greece, Greco-Roman civilization. But Rigved talks about Mahajanpads and Janpads and Gram Sabhas and Gram Panchayats. Much the time of Mahatma Buddha, we had about 716 Mahajanpads with their respective council and three-tier governance system. And I was just browsing something on YouTube, and I was so surprised that people are trying to say that people who in nation were probably alien, and we have that as Indians claim our heritage. We so democracy, in terms of even a written record, did not come with Magna Carta alone, and it's not the 12th century which gives us those concepts. So I think recently Baseshwara's centenary and a public parliament system, which was called Anubhav Mantapa, was started, and in Bidar district. So PM Modi, in one of his talks, talked about it in the year 2015 while unveiling the statue of Baseshwara on the banks of Thames River. So basically, time has come that whether it's social reformers, philosophers, science and technology, India has to not just lay foundation for the future, but also speak to the world, communicate to the world that what we stand for. And before others start usurping our credit, and somehow we've lost the area of narration. And I think building that area of narration, each one who's part of this summit, each one of us who holds responsibility towards India and being Bharatiya, living by the ideals of what is enshrined in our culture and thought, we need to take it forward and connecting it to the Data Protection Act, that how data is important. I can say that for this, we need to understand what kills democracies and where do democracies and how do democracies fail. So I think the first thing where democracies fail is when the communication starts to get being manipulated. And when communication gets to be manipulated, democracy is no longer relevant. And that's what we are seeing all around. So one can be shadow banned without one knowing about it. Your thought and data can be shared with someone else without you knowing about it. There could be algorithms which are collecting the kind of data which probably you never consented for. So deception in communication, deception in data management, deception in manner of working is going to cause damage to democracy, and it will be basically challenging the supremacy of parliament, supremacy of power, free, fair elections, and thus we need to have some method of controlling this kind of anarchical situation. And again, so far as Indian thought process is concerned, I think democracy ticks us all above anything else. And not to forget that we started with universal franchise at a time when women till 1972 and all were not even allowed to vote in countries like Switzerland and many other Western countries. And they claim to be democratic setups. So I think we as custodians of the will of the people and a place where we all get together, it's like a Mahapanchayat, had the responsibility of coming up with a bill which represents our ethos, our values, and protects us as a country, because there are kind of stealth wars which are going on, and a whole lot of people are not even aware of what kind of warring systems exist. So there had to be a meticulous study and a resolve through discussion and consensus that everybody was given a free hand to speak, to address, to come up with their concerns, and everybody else who had a different point of view also could be considered. So if I go to the parliamentary procedure which was adopted, so what we did was that when this came to me in 2019, this bill was sent to me. But before that, 2017 onwards, process of consultation, process of speaking to various stakeholders, and plenty of discussion and drafts had already gone in. So I'm very, very grateful to all my predecessors who put in, not my predecessors as in joint parliamentary committee, because this is the joint parliamentary committee, but my predecessors as in people who thought and worked on the bill, and people who thought and worked on the bill, whether it was Justice Sri Krishna, whether it's people from NESCOM, whether it's people who work with the various ministries, etc. I'm grateful to all of them, because once you have a foundation, you can always build the edifice, and based on that, it gave an idea and a counter idea, and invokes different kind of thinking process, and then you're able to smoothen the edges far more, and it makes your job comparatively simpler as compared to the ones who have done the original thinking. And we of course have laws which are already existing in about 80 countries. GDPR to begin with was one of the initial ones, but we've seen PRISM Act, we've seen Cloud Act, we've seen Singapore model, we've seen so many other systems. So we had a fairly good idea of how the world is trying to deal with the new normal. And thus, with the coming of internet technology in 1990s to the present day, where you have swarm drones, it's a huge leap. And to deal with this huge leap, and to deal with this technology, or technological disruption is what people are calling it, the AI, IoT, cloud computing, dealing with data, actually, all these are methods of dealing with data. we've come a long way, and I would not call any law. I mean, being a lawyer myself, I would say there is no law which is perfect, and there is no law which is etched in rock. I always say law is etched in the sands of time. So with the wind, with the change in circumstances and situations, these contours of the sand will change. And there is nothing called perfect, and it's end of the day, it's law. It's not my baby who's going to be the most beautiful one for me all the time. It's so that kind of attachment to a law is an imperfect way of dealing with law. And as lawyers, I think we all understand that things have to change with time. The new technologies will come, new financial calculations will happen, new kind of tables will be put on the table, and thus the paradigm is going to change, and so the law will change also. And data is simply, the more you think, the data is not simply restricted to collection of statistics that we used to have at census time, a class register, absent, present, work management. No, it's not just restricted to that. Today, it has exponential rate of getting it collected, built, and consumed. And you need algorithmic setups to gain the minutest insight which one could never ever imagine before. It's like if I'm sitting on a chair, which particular limb I put more pressure on, how do I sit in a particular position, how is the body movement happening, can determine who I am. It's as minute as that. And it is in that context that we needed to deal with situations, and the data universe had to be brought together. And this was an urgent need and a legislative rigor which was sought to be created. And again, at a different level, the definition of data, definition of personal data, carving out of sensitive data, carving out of critical data, carving out of non-personal data, and all these to be determined by an agency where which has to deal with all the propositions at the same time, and a whole lot of pitfalls which were possibility. We've tried to plug in all that, also deal with data economy, e-commerce, education, entertainment. So I would say there are various steps, and the key stakeholders, that one is the data principle, which is primary. A person who's creating data is the data principle. Then comes data custodian, the method through which the data is getting entry into, custodian, trustee, and businesses also. Then the businesses have a certain responsibility and they become data fiduciaries. So data principle, data fiduciary, and the entire system which has to work around these two systems, connecting and interconnecting, that was the simple job assigned to us. And I am sure that this ensemble, when it comes out, you will be all very pleased to see that how we have tried to put everything together and harness social, public, and economic value through data management. And in present times, to stay anonymous, not to stay anonymous, how one has to go forward. So I go back to my original thought that legislation is dynamic and hence changes with time, changes with technology, and managing digital footprints is going to be a challenge. But these are all laws etched in the sand and not the rock. And we are left with a Hobson's choice to stay put in the continuous state space. Hence, updation, amendments, course corrections have to be a continuous process to meet the unforeseen challenges. With these words, I want to thank everyone, Jai Hind, because I can't speak more than this about the intricacies of the law as it is made, because the report is yet to be submitted to the Parliament, to keep it very general. And I hope everyone will appreciate. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Meenakshi ji. That was a pretty good and deep insight indeed, and we are all anxiously awaiting the PDP bill to become an act. Hopefully, it may be happening sooner than later. We look forward. I mean, we're hoping that it happens in this budget session itself. But that is going to, also throw a very big challenge on all of us, because privacy and data protection has been a fairly hazy notion in India. You travel in the train and you end up telling your co-passengers the story of your life. So coming from that kind of a cultural and anthropological backdrop, how is it that India will wake up to the digital age and the privacy age and implement all these things? It's going to be difficult enough for the government, it's going to be difficult enough for the corporations, and God help the smaller MSMEs or individuals who also have to comply to all this, but comply we must. So therefore, how do you, this big vision that Meenakshi ji has laid out in front of us of personal data protection, and why is it important to protect our democracy and our basic rights? We have formulated a committee in the CEOs Association for Inclusive India, which is, looking at implementation areas, and we would love to come and discuss some more with you at an appropriate time, Meenakshi ji, that how this can be implemented using technology, and very fast the Data Protection Act can become a reality. We have the person who's driving this in CEOs Association of Inclusive India is also a technologist, Mr. Rajarshi Prakastya, who's from Tata Communications Limited. Raj, could you throw some light on the vision that Meenakshi ji has given? How can industry translate that into a reality?
Thanks, Samir. Meenakshi ji, it was an honor and pleasure listening to you. It's always good to listen to you, but today, you threw some light to various contours of history to now, and how lawmakers look at things differently. Specifically, if you look at privacy, for an example, right? As Samir said, privacy is something that is everybody's right, but then managing privacy, specifically because we don't know what is private to us in most of the times, or we give away our privacy data because we are plain simple lazy, right? Many a times I don't read the huge long document which comes with Facebook or Google when I do a new app, and that's laziness from my side, right? And I'm sure that's true for a lot of people. So in that scenario, how do you look at privacy and protect somebody's privacy at the end of the day is what you're doing, right? And that's a stupendous job, because at the end of the day, as you said, there are forces at play which are strong, and you will have to look at all those things. But with this also comes a specific, different angle, right? Specifically for India, when we look at a framework which needs to look at 1.3 billion people, majority of which is not digitally literate, the problem is amplified exponentially, right? And when we look at what Samir was talking about in terms of how a large organization is going to meet a privacy setup, or a small organization, or even SKOCH, for example, going forward, how are you going to manage data, meeting the guidelines, meeting the guardrails that Madam Lekhi, you've put for everybody to follow the direction that you've put into your bill. That's not going to be easy for everyone, right? And here is where we believe that we need to build a blueprint. As an industry body coming together, we should build a blueprint looking at the PDP bill on how to meet the regulation with a technology framework, right? And this should actually start right from the data capture to classification, going to all the way to the retrieval process, right? Now, if you want to do this, while many large organizations may be able to do it themselves, but then, I was talking to Samir, and Samir was saying that, hey, for small organizations, will it be interesting to have, a framework which says privacy as a service? Can an MSME, for example, take privacy as a service? Because otherwise they'll struggle. They can't hire a lawyer. And lawyers are costly. I'm sure that you know. So what do you do in a situation like this? And the point is that it's not about one time. It's about managing the life cycle. And that life cycle, even if you're an MSME, may mean that you have thousands of data. So, for example, right now, if I see in this webinar itself, there are more than 600 people. So, which means Scotch has, from this webinar itself, more than 6,000 people's data. And this can be amplified because, Samir has been in this for a long time, which means that he has tens and thousands of data. Tomorrow, your bill will ask him that, Samir, what are you doing about them? So the point is, what's the technology stack, right? What's the rules of engagement? Since this is extremely critical, how do you ensure that this is disaster ready? How do you ensure that this is foolproof? All these things put together, we believe that, if you can think about Privacy Operations Center as a concept, right, which will review the entire bill and also connect it back to the enterprise architecture for that specific enterprise to ensure that the relationship between the venues of PII data generation and the different entities, including the subjects, because here, obviously it's very complex in terms of who is the subject, who are the organizations who are taking the data, and those organizations can be government, authorities, private organizations, hospitals, individuals, etc. How the whole relationship is working, and how the framework will bring in the controls in terms of people, process, technology, and the life cycle management, right? So at the end of the day, we really believe that, while you are trying to do something which is extremely important, and that's a right of the people of India. To meet that, basic right, obviously every company has to do its part. While doing that, they need some help. And that's where a Privacy Operations Center or Privacy as a Service will come in. And we as an industry body, I believe it's extremely important that, we kind of make a blueprint, make it easier for everybody to take it forward in a manner which is better for, as you said, right? It's something that will take India to the next level. And as a citizen, as an individual, it's my duty to look at things like that. So back to you, Samir. I hope that was useful.
Thank you so much. And if you set that up, you got your first customer in Scotch, because I'd be damned who consented for what, which conference, which newsletter, which email. And, if it's going to complicate my life this much, then, I really, really need help and support on that. And I cherish the democracy that we have, but I also like the money that I make off this data. So I have to do, fine balancing act within that. And, Meenakshi ji and me are, she may be a little younger than me, but I think about her children should be around the same age bracket. So, my children are now of age. Rohan is now almost 27, 28 years old. And he asks a lot of difficult questions and sometimes difficult to answer even for me. So we started this whole thing called Chat with Rohan, which is aspiration meets experience, where aspiring youth can ask from the experienced leaders. And we are delighted to bring you the second episode of it. The first episode was last year. which he did with Mr. Amitabh Kant. And I invite Rohan to chat up Meenakshi ji and ask some questions that normally only the youth would ask.
I believe we're just waiting for the pin. If the host could kindly pin us to the screen.
Done.
Thank you. Madam, a very warm welcome to episode 2 of Chat with Rohan, where experience meets aspiration. It's truly an honor and a privilege to have you with us here today. Madam, not many people may know this about you, and the only way that I found out was because I did some considerable digging myself. It would be a great misfortune to not share this with the nation's youth. You have not had the easiest childhood. Would you like to tell us a little about your formative years in school?
No, I don't discuss those things.
I understand, madam.
I enjoy myself and that's it. I'm very happy with my life. Challenges come and go, and that's what makes you who you are. And I don't think that's a selling point in my life.
Absolutely, madam. In fact, I believe your belief in scientific temper can perhaps be traced to your interest in medicine, biology, and Sanskrit. As a student at Hindu, you took an interest in debating at Delhi University. You went on to study and practice law. Would you like to tell us about your motivations behind becoming a truly public-spirited intellectual?
Motivation, I think, comes from your roots, and roots are what your parents and the principal's parents ingrain in you. So it's like your AI systems built when you are still a baby, and constant feeding of the data keeps getting into and making you still better and better. And that's how all the engineering happens. So the engineering requirement is, of course, there's a physical frame, but more than the physical frame, it's the software which gets put inside you. And the software comes in the form of, as we call it, your basic belief system, which at a very young age, your parents put inside you. So I feel that is what that's how machines operate. That's how humans operate. So my motivation comes from all that I saw during my growing up years. All that was fed into me by my parents, teachers, and anyone who I came in touch with. And all those experiences made me who I am and what belief I have.
Madam, you've always believed in realizing India's unutilized potential. Do you believe that India hasn't taken advantage of the huge data market that it is thus far?
No, I think we are not just a data market. We are a very, very developed civilization. So the principles by which we have lived, the kind of intellectual capacity this country has to offer, we have been colonized. And I firmly believe that with all our ability, with all our capacity, our true potential has not really come out. And Mr. Purkais, who's from the industry, so many other people who I can see on the panel. I would say that when you look around, to look at all these people, I mean, they are world leaders in their respective field. Look at you. You could beat anyone, anywhere, in any part of the world. Your dad, Samir, could compete with anyone in that field, with anyone, anywhere across the globe. So when it comes to intellectual capacity of Indians, it cannot be challenged. And the reason is that traditionally we've always respected knowledge, and we've traditionally respected, education has been, we may have been illiterate for a long period of time around our independence for various exploitative reasons. But we as people have respected knowledge, and we carry a chip on our shoulders when it comes to knowledge. And thus, when you look around, you see that we have huge potential amongst our youth, needs to be harnessed further. A lot of things have happened in past 5 years, 7 years, ever since 2014. A kind of a push is being given to digitization, to connecting, fair governance, etc. We've tried to work very hard, but I still feel a lot needs to be done, a lot can be done. And when you look around the systems, you see that we are dealing with an unfair system. Unfair not just in India, but globally. So there is a lot of IP theft which is going on right now, stealthily, which people don't even know, where people may have spent 50 years, 100 years perfecting a particular technology. There are countries and there are civilizations who just steal it away, thieve it away, and they are gone. And they may be the largest manufacturer in the world for all you know. A lot of counterfeiting goes on. Our engineers, I mean, say from Sundar Pichai to Nadella to everyone else, our centers in Bangalore and everywhere else, Hyderabad, you can say to some extent now Delhi also. These are the centers which have the best brains working on computer sciences. And we have, I think, top 40-50% of engineering students are taking up computer science. When you see this scenario, you feel that we have nothing to lose. We have a lot of science floating around. But the flip side, which I want to bring industry in, the flip side is we've become body shops, basically. We are doing the menial work and we have become the data colonies because our data is going to people which is not being harnessed by Indians. On the face of it, it looks Sundar Pichai. On the face of it, it may look Nadella. But on the back of it, if you see the backend meeting or integration, then you see a different kind of board is what controls these guys also. A different kind of business model which is controlling these people. And it's not beneficial to India and Indians. We need to get on the hardware side of the business. So software we've done very well, but I think in hardware, in technology, in manufacture, no data can be transferred unless there is a hardware which is transmitting it. And there we are missing out. Whether it's cameras, it's cell phones, it's computers, 70% of the world computers produced by one country and all kind of stealth technologies getting used. And that goes for everything else. I mean, but during Corona, we have also shown that while we are very good with our software manufacture and we are very, very good with putting the right codes, but we can also come up with hardware. I mean, we could be self-sufficient in PPE kits. We could produce so many other things. Pharma industry, we've shown that corona vaccine can be independently made in India. So on many things, we have huge potential. And I think that's where a lot of work needs to be done. And I was listening very carefully and consciously to what Mr. Purkast has to say. And I genuinely feel, and I want to assure everyone in the industry, statutorily, I shouldn't say we've put in some mechanism where industry consultation is mandatory. There will be industry consultation on the working of the bill. I want to bring industry on board if I could cajole them, if I could request them, that please start getting into hardware. Please start getting into microchips. Please start building phones. Please start building computers, because no matter how successful you get in your software, and the money may come from software, but it's the hardware which is controlling the software.
Madam, speaking about the bill, your committee is being seen as the last bastion protecting the data security and digital sovereignty of India and its citizens. You've proposed 89 amendments across 51 clauses over 66 sittings to the PDP Bill 2019. What many people may not know, that it is in fact a very citizen-friendly bill with a minimal role of state intervention. What has been your committee's principles and motivations behind these recommendations? The driving force behind these recommendations, madam?
So So principle has been, as I said, when the Constitution was written of the people, right? That was the motivation. So when we are writing, the motivation has to be balancing of various interests. And balancing of interests could mean privacy, and privacy is at times running counter parallel to public good, or is running counter parallel to other principles of governance, pandemic. So we have tried to carve out those things, and we have tried to accommodate various points of views, giving benefit to everyone. End of the day, it's my country and my country's governance, my people. We all owe it to ourselves, to our coming generations, to our ancestors, that we do a good job. And that's what has been the motivation.
Madam, you have walked the talk and ensured that several foreign and Indian companies deposed before your committee. The actions of some of these companies might reflect their belief that MNCs are bigger than sovereign countries and parliaments. Should e-commerce companies be allowed to freely leverage data to conduct extensive digital profiling for market dominance? What are the benefits that are likely to accrue to Indian businesses from the data localization requirements?
So an important observation. An important observation was that most of the Indian companies have localized their data, and they already are localizing the data. Most of the foreign companies who are having the business of dealing with our data have not localized, and they do not want to localize. They've been challenging that authority that we shall not, or do not do this or do not do that. Otherwise, we will leave trolls behind you. That's kind of not in so many ways, but in so many other ways. That's the kind of messaging. But then it is sovereign function of the parliament, and sovereign is who we as parliamentarians were representing. And sovereign of this country believes otherwise, and whatever we believe, nations of interstate principles which need to deal with it. And when I use the word interstate principles, I mean GDPR exists, and GDPR, these are the companies which are working close across jurisdictions. So when you're working across jurisdictions, you know how you're framing policy working around GDPR. Now you can't say and turn around and say what I do with GDPR, I refuse to do it in India. These are, these gimmicks, these are gimmicks basically, but there will be some kind of told to activate themselves in a certain way, but then it's the might of the people of this country which matters.
Madam, you spoke extensively today about what kills democracy. You spoke about the manipulation of communication, deception, and stealth wars. Given the potential of certain platforms to subvert democratic ideals through targeted digital advertising, do you think it's time to let social media companies stop hiding behind the veil of free harbor? Should social media perhaps be regulated along the lines of conventional media?
You have to wait. The report, the day report gets accepted, you will see what has
A fair answer, good madam. Well, let me ask you another question then. In light of the recent privacy policy push by WhatsApp, which has now been challenged in the Delhi High Court, do you think that some social media companies are disrespecting the privacy of Indian users? Are they of the view that they can use this time to make hay while the sun shines through an ex-ante white card before the bill is passed?
So I would put it differently. I would not go onto the names of the law as exists, deals with it, and we have definitely dealt with many of these concerns. And again, you have to wait to get the right answers.
Absolutely, madam.
answer,
In
I
fact,
would say.
on a parting note, I do have one final question, madam, and thank you so very much for your time. The current generation of Indians are digital natives, and there are many of us who would like to see you in the IT ministry one day. Do you have any advice for the responsible use of technology by young users? What is your advice to young India?
So I would say Mr. Purkais said that there is a consent fatigue when you read a 67-page of a contract, phone or setting it up, etc., etc. And then it says the jurisdiction will be based out of California. And every equipment that any of us buys in the market says designed in California, manufactured in China. I think the youth of this country, especially the ones who are into computer sciences and understand data management and statistical analysis, etc., better, need to educate everybody else. Youth needs to reach out to people and thinking power behind the campaigns which go on. Earlier with media, I used to say that. I say it's not what gets printed is relevant. I used to read 11 newspapers only to come to the conclusion what must be the truth. Because between the lines you read, end of the day, this is what is being shown, but what is behind this? We know, and at least all of us, I have personally experimented this. That I would say something which a person my age probably will never do or cannot do. I would say that I want to buy red shoes. You know it, I'll never wear red shoes. In my life, I won't wear red shoes or would never be seen wearing red shoes. But I'll purposely say those things and say, wearing a black dress with red shoes and a red clutch will look very nice, etc., etc. And suddenly within 2 hours, I'm flooded with red shoes ads here, there, wherever, and everywhere. So it's very clear that I am being eavesdropped and I'm being listened into. Now, I do not think either wearing red shoes or being heard speaking those lines is an act of criminality. But definitely without my permission, listening in is a definite criminality. It is definitely, I can say this, I can stand on the city square and announce I want to wear red shoes. As Samir was saying that we are in the habit of chatting and giving our life history on a train travel. We all love to, we are very open people, but is as long as I want to tell this. Now I wear red, white, black. It's nobody's business to know and listening to the conversation I'm having in the privacy of my office or in my room at home. And that is where one needs to understand technology. And that is where what happens with the technology is again something which all of you should carry that message, that how artificial intelligence gets built, the data is Indian, it's taken out of India. AIs are built, sold to us, built by Indians, and the IP is getting out of India. That's the funniest things. It's not as if this is getting developed by others. It's getting developed in India by Indians, but stored in a third country, IP going to a fourth country. So I think we all as country need to be a bit more centered around our interests as a country. And sometimes even if we have to give up a little bit of, say, extra money in purchasing an equipment, a little bit of extra money in or a little bit of extra freedom that we've learned to so much enjoy, or convenience, so be it. Every country had to pass through those phases to reach the developmental level all of them have reached. We should also do that. You have to go through the rough and tough of life. And I just pray that I have a lot of hopes and a lot of expectations from my younger generation, like our seniors had from us. We have the same aspirational India. We have the same aspirations and expectations from everyone around us, and we tend to, the elders and seniors tend to pass on their responsibility to the next generation, which I would gladly pass on to my next generation, because I am very, very sure this is the brightest of the world exists in Indians, and they are the most knowledgeable and most cultured, hardworking people, and let's carry that flag forward.
Thank you very much for that inspirational note on Young India, Madam. Namaskar and Jai Hind.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Rohan, for that very interesting chat, and thank you, Meenakshi ji. You so aptly described the process of colonization that's kind of going on currently, how our own stuff is being sold back to us. The Britishers did quite the same. Fortunately, they were, they all had white faces. So we know that, they were not Indians, they were foreigners. Unfortunately, most of our colonizers today come wearing Indian faces. So it's very difficult to differentiate. And while the poll is going on, I would like to pose one question that we've got from Professor NVC Menon. Professor Menon was a Minister of State rank member of NDMA during the previous government, which is the UPA government. I can actually have Professor Menon ask the question live. Would you like to ask the question live? You can unmute yourself and ask. You're allowed. Professor Menon? Okay, anyway, so his question was, good morning, how does the government of India respond to the concerns of social media platforms like WhatsApp, Facebook, and even Zoom, allegedly compromising the privacy of citizens who have been utilizing these services?
You want me to answer?
Yes, that's a question to you, madam.
Okay, so I think we need to, as of now, we have platforms, and under the IT Act, these things are being handled. And so far as data protection is concerned, data protection has not the entire platform system, because that would require a different kind of study and management. But in terms of privacy, the Act will deal with it.
All right, thank you very much. And given the enormous interest that people have in your work, we've partnered with ICRIER. Rajat Kathuria is here, who heads ICRIER, and they've helped us put together a panel on PDP bill and its implications, just to get a lot of intellectual input and domain expertise into the debate. So from here on, I'll ask Rajat to introduce the panel and the backdrop, and put forward the concerns and ideas that your panelists may have to Mrs. Lekhi. Rajat? Yeah. Can we pin Rajat?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Thank you, Samir, introduction and SKOCH for inviting ICRIER to participate, collaborate in a crucial discussion on data protection bill implications. Meenakshi ji was saying, I think going to be a policy as we've been doing work, and it's going to be is how does privacy and respect for individual integrity of the data, how does that trade off with the economics of growth digital economy? Now the question is there a trade-off? Is the implication on privacy and integrity going to have any implication for the economic might of the nation, or is it going to affect GDP? and even if you have to promise a little bit the economic value, it's important to put privacy at the forefront. And privacy, there may be a little trade-off. This is important. You cannot let the fund, you cannot even shift in one direction. And you've been part of many, and our team here has been a part of many discussions, which is very extreme position. And those extreme positions sometimes you will see
I think we've lost Rajat. He seemed to be having bandwidth problems and electricity problems as well. So is Rajat back? Otherwise, maybe move on to the panelists.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Rajat. Maybe you can switch off your video and just use the audio. That will solve the bandwidth problem somewhat. You're mute. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Is that? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, wonderful. So I was saying on the one hand is that there are people who argue that privacy is fundamental and cannot. On the other hand, of course, there are people who say that there should be complete free flow of data, and India should not compromise. India should not impose any restrictions on data and data localization, and the processing of that data could be done anywhere, regardless of where we are. So those are two extreme positions, and I think as we know that data gives value. Data is the new oil, to use a cliche. Of course, a lot of people say that data is a toxic, but I just want to pause a moment here and look at a very big picture, very broad picture, and look at the geopolitics of data and innovation, artificial intelligence that Meenakshi ji was talking about. And if you try and analyze what is happening between the United States and China today and the genesis of the trade war, I think at the center of that was the desire or the ambition to dominate the world in a technological manner and dominate artificial intelligence. And therefore, President Trump imposed, I think, all those trade restrictions in the beginning of the trade war in 2018, because the fear was that China, where data is accessible to companies because there is no sort of privacy and protection, or even if it is there, it is very loose, the Chinese companies could actually become dominant because, as you know, artificial intelligence, the feedstock of artificial intelligence is data, and data access in China was very easy. And therefore, they could steal a march in technology, they could steal a march in artificial intelligence. And you know that artificial intelligence and technology today can be used for so many things, not only for peaceful trade and economic dominance, but it can also be used for military dominance. And I think that hegemony of the United States was being challenged by China. And it was in that sense, I think, at least a part of the reason of the trade war or imposition of tariffs by the United States was this fear of technological and dominance of China and artificial intelligence. So this is an extremely important area because, as I said, data becomes extremely important. Data is the feedstock of artificial intelligence. Storage is becoming cheaper. Algorithms are becoming much faster and much more sort of forward-looking. And therefore, it's important to, not to enable any one country to dominate this in such a way that it could become a hegemon in the space of data and artificial intelligence. Therefore, I think collaboration is extremely important between countries. I know the MLAT hasn't worked very well, but collaboration has to be there between countries so that data can be used for peaceful purposes, data can be used for development purposes, and data can be used for inclusive purposes. These are extremely important. And I think all of these aspects are being looked at in the PDP bill. And one hopes that when the PDP bill comes out in India, when it becomes law, we are able to balance our economic aspirations, we are able to balance our privacy ambitions, and we are also able to create value, because India, as you know, has enormous value, as Meenakshi ji was also saying, that it is Indians that are developing a lot of the algorithms, a lot of the value of data, not in India, but in other countries. If we are able to lure them back into the country, provide a good ecosystem within the country, get Make in India started, then I think the value that is being created outside can be created in India. I don't want to go on and talk about all the weaknesses that we have as an economy in being able to attract the NRIs into the country, but the government is doing things, is trying to improve the regime so that what people do outside the country, they can also do within the country. It is the development model of China. China attracted a lot of non-resident Chinese to come into the country. It is the development model of Taiwan, a smaller country, but they attracted a lot of expatriates to come back. And I think India has been trying to do that. And if we are able to do that, especially in the IT space, we'll have several more Bangalores, we'll have several more Punes and Trivandrums and Gurgaons that can come in to India and leverage what I think we have as a comparative advantage, which is our people, our demographics. Meenakshi spoke about it. And we are producing so much data in the country. 12 GB of data per day is what we are using. And this is going to become much, much larger in the future. If we can utilize all of this, then I think India is well positioned to be a digital economy, which is not only $1 trillion, as the Prime Minister has said, but it could be much more than $1 trillion. But as we know in India, that it's important to get the policy right. We've had lots of policy failures, but I think in this space, the digital space, given COVID, given post-pandemic, where digitization and digitalization are both going to become extremely important and pervasive, it's important to get the policy right, it's important to get the institutions right, so that we can leverage very quickly and not keep changing our policy or vacillating as we have often done in the past, and therefore we've not been able to leverage the complete benefits of the digital economy. So it's important to get it right, and I'm happy that this bill is going through a lot of discussion, a lot of analysis, and when it comes out, I hope it's in a form where we can leverage the benefits. I'll make only one more remark, and before I invite the panelists, which is that once this bill comes and we recognize the trade-offs and we recognize the competition issues that big companies already have because of the network effects, the United States has already come hard on one of the bigger companies and wanting to break them up. This is a throwback to what happened to Microsoft in 1998. These big companies, structural remedies for big companies that have data and often don't respect the privacy, structural remedies of breaking them up is one part of the story. The other part of the story is quick and efficient enforcement. And I say that because structural remedies for in the digital space where network effects are important, it's just a matter of time when they become big again. So for all means, look at structural remedies, but also it is extremely important to have an enforcement mechanism that is swift, that is efficient, and that comes down very hard on companies. Often people say in India that I can get by the law. India is a soft state. Let that in the digital space. If there is an errant company, then come down on it hard. And therefore, when we create a data protection authority, and if we have a data protection authority that is all encompassing rather than sector based, we have to think about whether that data protection authority is going to be, how is it going to be staffed? How is it going to be manned? But the fundamental question there is, do we need a data protection authority, or can we let sector have a mechanism that achieve the same. I mean, these are questions. What the fault, whether or not, but this question that we must have seen, given the constitutional in the 1991. We've created so many regulatory institutions. Pre-91, we had the RBI, and they've done a fantastic. Post-91, we've created many regulatory institutions in the country. There have been issues raised around staffing, around capacity building, around credibility of these institutions. Naturally, there is evolution of institutions. Nobody, not even the United States, created good institutions. And today you would say, post-Trump, they are not the institutions that you want to emulate, because there's so much of leadership issues there. But the question is, if we have a DPA, how is it going to be staffed? How is it going to be managed? How is it going to be funded? And if we don't have it, how are you going to then staff the existing regulator? And how is a collaborative mechanism going to be created among the existing regulatory authorities? So I think with those initial remarks and thanking Samir and of course Meenakshi ji for those wonderful remarks that I heard when I came into this discussion, I'm delighted to say that we have an extremely erudite panel and thank you Samir and of course ICRIER, the team at ICRIER for putting this together. We have Dr. Gulshan Rai, not needing any introduction. We have Ms. Seema Purushottam, founder and chairman, the Science, Indigenous Technology and Advanced Research Accelerator. We have Parminder Jeet Singh, executive director, IT for Change. Of course, also not needing any introduction, Shivangi Nadkarni, co-founder and CEO of ARCA. And we have Astha Kapoor, co-founder of APDI Institute. All of these are eminent people, and you would see their CVs online, I'm sure. But let me start, Samir, if you permit me, let me start with Dr. Gulshan Rai, who's been an old friend and such an erudite person, always a pleasure to talk to him. Of course, as you know, he was India's chief security officer. Dr. Rai, I mean, you can talk about anything, but one of the questions that I wish to put to you is, how has the nature of threats to data protection changed over time? Because this is something that you've been involved in. And how do you see the impact of regulation developed or being developed in India? Over to you, Dr. Rai.
Thank you, Dr. Kathuria. I'm so grateful to you for introducing me, and I feel honored to share the panel with you. Honorable Member of Parliament, Ms. Meenakshi Lekhi, and the Chairperson of JPC, Dr. Rajat Kathuria, Ms. Seema Purushottam, Mr. Paramjeet, Ms. Shivangi Nadkarni, Ms. Astha Kapoor, and of course, above all, our own Samir Kochhar. Good morning to all of you. Friends, I have the pleasure to listen to the interview which Rohan had with the Honorable Member of Parliament, and what the great introduction made by Mr. Rajat Kathuria. Let me say that the scenario in the last more or less in decade has changed a lot, and that's why we have so much issues regarding the data. About 10 years ago, the maximum data used to be with the government and the minimum used to with the businesses and industry. That pyramid has changed. Now the state government has the more data than the federal government. So federal government has the least data, and the maximum data is with the industry and the businesses. That scenario has changed there. And that is one of the main reasons that Dr. Kathuria has mentioned, the geopolitics of the tech and data. That's one of the main reasons which has happened there. Now, when you look at the innovations which are happening, and particularly is what has been implemented, and in India we're going to have it very soon, the next generation communication, the 5G, a lot of bandwidth reaching at individual phones, a lot of data flowing on those big pipes there. And this data, all kind of a data is there. The devices will be more than 60 billion by 2025. You see, is almost the 9 times of the population of the planet there. More data, more the data for the surveillance, more issues for the governments, federal government, for the industry to look at it and create the intelligence there. It can be used for positive, it can be used for negative. Dr. Kathuria mentioned about the 12 gigabyte of a data generating there. My estimate is that the data by the next year will be somewhere or some 22 gigabyte of a data will be created before the 5G kind of a implementation in India. Now with this kind of a data going away, and we really don't know who is doing with what, and we have seen how the furrover happened with the WhatsApp changing the policy. There need to be a regulation, and therefore this PDP bill. I am the witness to that. In 2013, we went to negotiate with the European Union. I led the delegation, and that time our IT industry never used to get the data from the Europe. ITO business, which is more than 36% of the world business in India, we don't get the business from the European because the data was not transferred. The Article 29 of the European Union came in the way. They were not ready to negotiate with us. Variety of reasons that the data goes out to you. How will you handle the data? How does my people will suit you, your industry there? Ultimately, it's more than 7 years now, we didn't get it there. And we felt that time there's a need for a data protection. And today, it's a good thing that we are going to have very soon, and hopefully, if I'm not able to say anything, if I don't offend Miss Lekhi, we are going to have the bill into the act by March. This is my feeling there. I have no information, but this is my gut feeling that we are going to have it there. And the way the media is projecting the news is there, and that I get only from that we are going to have the act in March 2021. It's a great time, the great kind of things. It is, I feel it is going to open the gate for many of those issues, and the businesses will be able to interact or intersect or do anything with anywhere in the world. I have been a part of the B.N. Krishna committee who drafted the basic first draft. Of course, the draft which went to the JPC, which the government introduced in the parliament, was something slightly different. This bill is a very, very complex bill, and comprehensive also. Comprehensive and complex bill there. A lot of sections are there. Everything has been, is our intention as we Indians, we do in the Bollywood film. Everything you get in the bill, we have also tried to put everything in the bill, and which Dr. Kathuria was slightly cautioning us in its presentation there. There are so many good things about the bill, and I cannot say anything more about the which are not so favorable, because I don't know. The media says that there are about 89 amendments suggested by the JPC, and I feel many of those things would have been leveled out or corrected by the JPC because of the luminaries, lawyers, and the technology sitting in the committee there. But I feel that there are something which may create a concerns for the Indian industry, not only today, but in the longer run also there. One of the subjects which becomes very, very important is, and a lot of noise creates there. Yes, I heard Dr. Kathuria also talking about the geopolitics when the American, he talked about a large company there, and we all know which company is there. It's all because the data is being created there. But I think, in my view, what of the portions have been added by the ministry after the B.N. Krishna committee, that should have been added little more intelligently. And I'm sure the Parliament committee under the chairperson, of the Miss Meenakshi Lekhi would have corrected it. And one of the issue I mentioned now is the data localization. It's going to create a hot debate. It is going to be hotly debated. I several times wonder, and we opposed in the B.N. Krishna committee the way it has come up in the bill. Yeah. Anything information which is on the internet, and today we are in a connected world there. I can say so many things there, what I have seen in the last couple of years, and very, very interesting kind of a thing. We are going to be connected, entire planet is going to be connected. Anything which is hosted, lying on the connected world, on an internet, how can that be localized? How can it be localized there? I type .com, I get authenticated by somewhere outside India, US. Can the bill stop it? It cannot stop it. And connected cars there. What kind of things are going to come in the connected car, which we are going to come by 2034 or so? Somewhere else is maintaining your car. I'm going from Delhi to Dehradun, somewhere in between, let me say Muzaffarnagar, and it gets maintained somewhere in California or somewhere outside here. It's going to be a challenging job when we talk about data localization. And I feel the clauses which has been mentioned in the bill, that I'm sure the committee would have certainly looked at it very seriously, and I am aware of that the hard work, intelligent work, and the enlightening work which the committee has done that and is doing also that. I think that's the issue which we need to handle very, very carefully here, because I have dealt that negotiation, that we are going to negotiate, even after the PDB bill, we are going to negotiate with different countries. Today, we have 3 different frameworks in the world called the APEC framework, which is the CBC, CBPR, which is led by Japanese, Korean, and all kind of a thing. Then you have a GDPR, and then the Indian framework. Let us not forget that we are among all the 3 framework, among the G20 countries, we are the later now. It's become a fait accompli. And we need to see that our framework is more consistent, compatible, and interoperable, not only with outside world, but within the world here. There are issues. With respect to the monitoring. There are issues with respect to journalism in the bill. Those issues need to be handled. And I wish JPC should define what is the critical data more or less, because I must say that it takes a lot of time to plan for the infrastructure, for the capacities to be expended. We should, as far as possible, bring certain certainty in the various clauses in the bill that will help us. And this is what I get the feeling, if I'm correct, from Dr. Ajit Kuturia, which I entirely agree that as far as possible, we need to be a little more consistent, we need to be a little more transparent, so that there is no ambiguity in terms of interpretation and the businesses are able to proceed smoothly. I feel that is going to be a very important kind of a bill, landmark kind of a thing in the Indian scenario, in the Indian entire history. It's going to be a great kind of a thing which will open a lot of factors. But the real meat will come when we frame the rules. Out of so many sections, 80% sections has a rule-making power there. And we certainly have a lot of, gaps in terms of understanding those aspects. One of the main other factor which is going to be hotly contested and is the consent manager. Second factor is going to be the Section 91, if it remains if it is kept by the JPC, the non-personal data bill. These are all very complex legalistic issues there. And I think we should be very, very careful when we look at it. I would request the Honorable Chairperson that let this bill be not, there should be clauses which are not controversial, which doesn't generate a hot debate. Let us implement some basic structure, and we must evolve a mechanism to amend it as we learn more. And we are learning more. Look at, I think Paramjit will be talking about the NPD report. The NPD report are projected altogether different than what PDP bill has. They have gone more on technology and different kind of issues there. So let us make this bill as simple as possible so that it should be implementable. The ministries are able to provide the rules as quickly as possible and as clearly as possible. And by the time we gain experience, we must go for amendment, and those amendments should be quickly there. Let us see that. That's with these things. I thank once again Scotch and the ICRIA for inviting me. It's a very, very important things, and I think their task will be more important once it becomes an act there. Then the real fight will start in terms of rule-making power there, and it is going to be the great kind of I think that will greatly influence what Dr. Kathuria said. We let us have a good law, good framework, and it should not be like what we have done in the past. Thank you very much, Dr. Kathuria, for giving me opportunity. And I will be very happy to answer any question. I'm sure I'm not antagonized Miss Lekhi by saying anything. I'm only putting a word of cautioning here. The technology is changing very fast, and we need to be very, very cautious.
Thank you, Dr. Gulshan Rai. Always very candid remarks and very insightful and very intelligent. That was a stimulating talk, and I think there will be questions later on. I wanted to pick up on a couple of things you said and hand them over. One of the things that you said was that in the future, given that we are generating so much more data today because of technology and because of storage, etc., because we are generating so much data, and the balance of data lies more with the private sector than with the public sector, than with the government. I thought that was an extremely important point. And the other point was about implementation of data localization rules as they come up and how to get consistency with the rest of the world. I want to take this to
Dr. Kathuria, let me, Dr. Kathuria,
yes.
If you permit me one thing, I said one more thing which let me define very clearly in only 1 minute. The trend today,
yes,
whether we talk about India or talk about anywhere else, the processing of the data, distribution of data, access of the data is going to be completely dispersed and distributed. That also I said it.
Right. Absolutely. It will be. No single entity will be sort of having a stranglehold on that. So it will be distributed both within the country and outside the country. But I wanted to pose a specific question to Ms. Purushottam, in addition to whatever else she wishes to say, which is that in the bill, exemptions are being provided to the government on privacy of personal data. And as Dr. Gulshan said, although there is going to be a lot more data with the private sector, government will also own and collect this data. And there are certain actions that will be given to data. So how do you see that evolving? And I want to just contextualize this in the past by saying that, when we were growing up, and I'm talking about India of post-independence in the 50s and 60s, just my view, and no offense meant to either Meenakshi or to anybody, and trust was very footing. I didn't care about data, as Meenakshi was saying a little while ago. We are so fond of giving up our data, but that doesn't mean the other person can abuse that data. Now, is there a worry that the government has access to data and there are exemptions given to the government, there would be some threats or some possibilities of vulnerability of citizens of the use of that data? Could you address that issue and any other issue that you wish to? Thank you, Mr. Thank you so much.
Should I answer that? Thank you, first of all. Thank you, Nayar. Thank you, Shri Samir Kochhar, for inviting me to be part of a very important discussion which affects all citizens, businesses, and in fact, our geopolitical profile. And I will certainly address your question, Dr. Katuria, because my talk is in a way centered around that issue and the importance of upholding very strong democratic institutions. In this context, I wish to thank Mrs. Lekhi because she has made a very strong case for upholding democracy, which is in fact in our blood. It dates back thousands of years, and we have a commitment, and that's why democracy has prospered in our country. I especially like also answers to Sri Rohan Kochhar, extraordinary commitment to indigenization, because my little trust, Sitara, is focused on indigenization. It is also critical to preserving of India's freedoms, and it is related to this topic, so I will come back to it a little later. But first, I wish to also take a geopolitical perspective on this issue, like the distinguished speakers have done before, and that set a context for a strong personal data protection bill. All democratic countries have strong privacy laws, and typically democracies have strong institutions, including strong data privacy laws. And the other side of data privacy is really protection of human dignity and liberty. In such a system, rights cannot be usurped arbitrarily. There are limitations on the powers of a surveillance state, and businesses are enjoined to handle data responsibly. And I do understand the concerns of SMEs in this regard, and I'm sure that in the amendment, some provision must have been made for addressing concerns. So on the one hand, we have the democracies and the EU, which has the general data protection. The US also has very strong privacy laws strewn across its ecosystem. And on the other, we have China, which has developed the most technologically advanced surveillance state that this world has ever seen. And we have also seen that democracy is quite a in the attack on the Capitol, and what has allowed the Americans to fight this off is strong institutions, strong laws, and their implementation. At the same time, eminent speakers before me have referred to the struggle between China in technological and political spheres. I don't think anyone in India doubts where we are. We are firmly in the democratic camp. We are proud of our traditions. We are proud of our democracy. And therefore, the bill in question must adhere to the strongest and most, sorry, something else has come up on my screen. Let me just, it must adhere to the strongest international best practices and standards, and we must set, as Mrs. Lekhi has said, we must set an example to the world. Now, I'm quite confident that this bill is safe in her hands. The ideals she has professed, the commitment to indigenization, and her tremendous love for the country has shown through. So I feel safe that she will pilot this to the right conclusion. Now, the Supreme Court judgment, of course, in 2017 has set a very high bar, and we hope that that will be embodied in the text of the bill. The draft has many positive elements, but also some omissions, which have been referred to by previous speakers. For example, there is, at least I don't know whether this has been incorporated. I'm going by media reports and the text of the draft. There doesn't seem to be any reference to cybersecurity. Now, cyber attacks constitute not just a threat to data sovereignty and privacy, but also to national security. And here I would just like to state that Sitara has in fact tackled this issue, my little trust, and we have taken up the issue of what Ms. Lekhi mentioned, the need for indigenous production and indigenous R&D. In fact, we're going to take up R&D as the next area where we're going to take it up with the government, and we would request if Mrs. Lekhi has the time to help us on this, because she's so clearly committed and she has such a great idea and overview, and she would be minister for all these subjects. So we were afraid really that with Chinese information warfare and its preponderance in 5G and artificial intelligence, their ownership of our telecom networks is going to be extremely deleterious to our national security. We took it up with PMO, we took it up with all the higher ups, and we have had tremendous success in effecting procurement reforms in telecom. You would have seen the overturning of the BSNL 4G tender recently, and the enjoyment that it should be indigenized as soon as possible. And then, of course, we also requested government to look at a Telecom Security Act. And a Telecom Security Directive has indeed come out. Legislation is still required. And again, we would appeal to the progressive members in government to support all these issues. Now, coming to data privacy and data flows, there are some other threats that are looming in our ecosystem. One is by the Big Four. The Big Four have encroached tremendously, and I hope the Competition Commission of India is consulted by the Joint Parliamentary Committee so that their reach is somewhat at least constrained. And I must mention here, at the risk of being extremely unpopular, that there is a government department which has been giving contracts to the Big Four very freely to take control of not just citizens' data, but sensitive government data. They have been offered offices in the premises of this particular organization, and Oracle Cloud has been given a huge contract to run a parallel e-government service, and so on and so forth. There are many such examples, and this, I think, should be in the purview of the Joint Parliamentary Committee, because this kind of encroachment goes right to the heart of data privacy. If they have control and access to such sensitive data, then no amount of legislation is going to stop its leakage and national security threat on top of it. So the other is, of course, the technological threat that people have mentioned. And here, I think the legislation must keep in touch with the technological advances. For example, China has now come through with facial reading technology, and it can actually read your expressions. It reminds us of pages in 1984 in John Lewis' book, in which the actions could be monitored and compliance with directives also. So now they have mind reading technology, which is the ultimate in data privacy invasion. So technology and legislation must keep with technology. I hope that is being taken into account. In terms of progress, it's very good with Chinese apps and creating a space for Indian apps to prosper. Apparently, an Atmanirbhar Foundation has also been created to challenge our country, and those people should be consulted. Our recommendations are, of course, an endorsement of what speakers and Mrs. Lekhi have said. That is to have strong institutions, strong laws, privacy, solid protections in the law, reduce state overreach, and therefore, of course, place a limit on the exemptions that have been proposed, if in fact already not done so. I'm going by media reports on this. Give judiciary greater oversight and give the Data Protection Authority data independence, in fact, independence and autonomy, so that they are key to protect.
Thank you very much, Smita. Sorry for intervening. You know, we have a hard stop at 10:55 for Mrs.
I'm finished. Just, and also please references to cybersecurity and indigenization and technological advance.
Thank you so much.
Very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rajat, please continue.
So, thank you. Now, the relation.
Rajat, your sound has gone.
Sorry, zero. Can you hear me?
I think there was an audio problem with Rajat. So may I request Mr. Parminderjeet Singh to give his comments in the meanwhile?
Thank you, Sameer, and thank you, Rajat, for inviting me to speak here. As for the implications of our privacy bill, I think what it would do when it becomes an act is, of course, clear out a lot of largely unknown data-related bad activities which are taking place in India, though it will, of course, depend on its good implementation. And I think the implementation part takes over. So that's what is going to happen in the area of privacy. As for businesses, there should not be too much concern because GDPR has been around. Most of Indian digital businesses either have some kind of international connection or have a consciousness which is international. They've already understood the kind of compliance requirements they will have. So that would just, be done in due time. And I think the larger implication of this act, I'm not going into the specifics at this point, which the earlier speakers, Dr. Gulshan Rai especially spoke at length, but also Ms. Purushottam. The larger implication is that this is the first strong digital law for India. And I think it sets us up for affirmative action by the state in an area where we really need a lot of action, because initial period of experimentation with digital world is over. Now we are in mainstream digital world where the private sector has a huge role. Of course, the global corporations have a role, but the state has a huge role as well. And this is the first affirmative action. And I think it will spawn off other kinds of affirmative actions. This said, we should be very conscious that everything we do with the digital is more or less forever, because we are talking of techno structures and technology designs and architectures, which once they get set, they're very difficult to change. Everybody of you would have heard of the saying that code is law and architecture is policy. And already, as Dr. Gulshan Rai was saying, that there is the Japanese-Korean framework and there is GDPR, and we being late, we have to sync with them. So whatever we do, we should be proactive, but extremely cautious that whatever we do is forever. And that's where I would now bring in the primary question, which Dr. Kathuria has posted for this panel, is whether there is a trade-off between privacy and digital economic development. And I think we should not look at it like that. And when we are into a fast-moving times like present times, we can step out and maybe take example from a world we know better. The older world, where we know that state has its security obligations and duties, and it has industrial development or general development duties. And they are not at odds of each other at all. We never say that, are we trying to do too much of security which would imperil development? No, government has the role of security. It has to secure my physical movement on the roads. When I go out, I may not be violated. In the same way, government has to prevent violations of my privacy and violations in the digital space. And that has nothing to really do with the industrial development role of the state which comes. And we should not be looking at shortcuts in this period, as I was saying, that everything we do is forever. We are setting a design of a digital society which would be the dominant society for, say, at least 4 or 5 decades, if not more. So that is very important. The second question posed in the concept note is a very direct one, whether privacy becomes a competitive advantage. And I think we should not look at it even in that manner. It does not. Europe did the mistake where GDPR had a hidden, what I call as digital industrial objective. There was an objective that somehow by better privacy, European companies would be able to compete with the US companies. This has not happened. Actually, there are studies which show that in the EU, because of GDPR, Google and Facebooks of this world have entrenched themselves more at the expense of the smaller companies, which is not to say that we should not have privacy. As I've already said, the security role is paramount and we should have strong privacy. And I congratulate all those associated with the bill who have been taking it forward. I'm very sure we'll get a very good privacy act very soon, as Dr. Rai was saying, by March perhaps. What I'm saying is that if we have digital industrial policy objectives, we should be upfront with them. We shouldn't hide them behind a privacy law or such, which EU did. They realized their mistake, and now recently they have come up with a slew of projects and laws which are more clearly going towards the objective of digital industrialization. So we shouldn't be very bothered about whether privacy will badly affect our businesses. Digitalization is a very powerful force. Whatever security and whatever privacy we ensure, still everything will get digitalized. And when everything gets digitalized, there would be a huge number of businesses, almost as much and as many businesses as it would be with less privacy. The question is, who has these businesses, whether they are businesses or they are extractive industries from outside who are taking away all the profits. It's an issue of distribution rather than whether there would be industrial businesses or not. And that's where a digital industrial strategy comes to fore. And I would appeal to the policymakers that they should actually get very focused upfront for a digital industrial policy. They should name it a digital industrial policy. Somehow, industrial policies as a term has got out of fashion, following an ideology which those people have sold us, and we seem to have accepted whose companies we are trying to compete against. So once we get into this digital industrial policy mode,
would like to move on to the speakers, because we have barely 2 minutes.
Okay. What did you say, Samir? Sorry.
I think unfortunately we're timing out. Much that we would like to listen to you.
Yeah. So I'll just close it. So, so I think the effort towards a digital industrial policy should focus more on how we can build data infrastructures, for instance, and the non-personal data committee, of which I'm also a member, is working on developing those kind of data infrastructures which can support the local industry. We don't want to go the China way, which did things without in an ad hoc manner. We want to do it in a rule of law manner. Therefore, let's have a digital industrial strategy in a rule of law manner and be explicit about it. And strong privacy is going to be good for industrialization, digital industrialization, rather than be bad. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Parman. I think that's important to ensure that data infrastructures are such that privacy doesn't allow only some companies or only big companies to survive. And that brings me to a question that I want to ask Shivangi also, is there anything, I mean, as Parminder is saying, you ensure that you create structures that don't enable monopolization. To turn around the question, will the PDP bill have higher compliance costs for smaller companies, and therefore will SMEs be affected or MSMEs be more affected than others? Could you address this and any other points? But very quickly, Shivangi, I hope you can condense your remarks. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rajat. And first of all, thank you for inviting me, all of you. I think I'll speak from the point of view of corporates, because that's what I have a good insight into. I think you hit the nail on the head when you mentioned that this is something which is going to add to costs. And I think the costs are not just for small businesses, everywhere. The entire corporate world is going to find this to be a lot of cost. I'm going to actually take a step back and say that most people, while we have these discussions, while there is so much of user sort of feedback, incidents like the recent WhatsApp incident, etc., has created a lot of need within as individuals. But the same individuals, when they wear their enterprise or their company hats, suddenly seem to have like a disconnect, is what I sense. They don't seem, I don't think people are, companies are fully yet aware of the implications of this bill that is going to come on them. First of all, very few people really understand. It is still confused as a technology problem, as a security problem. I don't think too many people understand the implications of it as being a core business problem impacting them, first of all. Second, I think the amount of, I would say lack of awareness and comprehension is so large. We have a large gap to fill over there. And then therefore it comes to costs, so yes, there are costs with implementing, but it depends also on how the company treats it. It's still treated like a compliance problem, or is it something which is a core business problem? People look at it from that perspective. And I think the cost of implementation is definitely huge, and it's going to be further exacerbated by the problem of complete lack of available skills in the market. We talk about security and how we have lack of security skills. Privacy is just not there. And to imagine now, if you're stepping into a scenario where you have to implement a law for which there are no skill sets available in the market, so what are companies going to do? It is going to further lead to rise in cost. So in fact, I would like to use this forum to say, if the eminent people over here would look at maybe incentivizing companies in some way, maybe in terms of tax breaks, otherwise, to actually go out and take this seriously, implement it seriously, so that there is some sort of, the entire ecosystem sort of comes up. I don't know if that sort of answers your questions, and if there's time for covering a few more points, I would.
Thank you, Shivangi, for being brief, and yes, it does. And the last panelist, but not the least, let me bring in Asta Kapoor, and a direct question to you, Asta, the founder of the Institute, and direct question to you. According to recent reports, the PDP may also sort of expand its ambit to include sensitive, non-personal data.
Sorry, Rajat, I couldn't really hear you very well, but I from what I gathered is that the PDP will also be looking at healthcare and NPD.
Non-personal data.
Yeah.
Non-personal data. What are your views on that?
So I think that the new draft has actually of the NPD report, well, thank you so much for having me, but I'll jump right into it, has made the distinction between the fact that the NPD report is only going to be dealing with certain types of data clearer, and also is dealing with the sharing of B2G data, which is also a sense of clarity. But I want to talk about an idea that is mentioned both in the PDP and also now in the new National Digital Health Policy, is that of the consent manager, and how these consent managers, which also I suppose and DEPA mentions them too, which is the Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture, are these advisors to data principles that will help people navigate the data economy, and possibly also come up as a new business that will, that will help individuals manage consent, that will help, people navigate questions of how their data is being shared more effectively. But to me, I think that this is something that needs to be expanded much, much further, because as we think about all the different data, whether it's in health, whether it's in financial services, I think that individuals in this in this isolated, atomized manner may not be able to negotiate as effectively with all the demands that are being made of their data and of their everyday lives. Like we saw this in the context of, say, the migration crisis, where businesses, the state, all of them were extracting significant amounts of data. Even now with the vaccine run, we'll see that it's actually going to be enrolling for vaccines is a pretty data extractive exercise. So how do we create systems such that individuals are able to resist it? And I think, Parminder mentions this, and the NPD committee mentions this as the idea of the community data rights, and how we can create systems that help us negotiate on questions of consent and how our data is being managed, shared, etc., without burdening just the individual. And I think that that's something that we need to consider further. It's not entirely clear in the PDP bill, and even the NPD bill mentions these instruments which we call data stewards, but it's not really clear what the implementation will look like, what the business models will look like. Even, there's a mention that non-profits and community-based organizations will be able to play this role. But again, the question that Shivangi also mentioned is that there's a huge capacity gap, a huge, cost to building new channels. for navigating the data economy, which remain unanswered at the moment. So I'll pause there.
Thank you, Asta. Candid remarks and very insightful. I'm not going to try and summarize the discussion. We're running out of time, but it's been a very rich discussion. Thank you all the panelists, and thank you, SKOCH, for partnering with ICRIER for this fascinating discussion on data privacy and its implications for the PDP Bill 2019. Back to you, Samir, for your remarks.
Thank you so much, Rajat. I do realize that we have not done justice to this panel at all in terms of time. And if all of you agree, I think there's a lot more that needs to be discussed. And, some of these concerns have to be maybe articulated a little better or in more detail. So if everyone would agree, then Rajat, if you could set up a time on Monday or Tuesday for about 2 hours, we would like to do this whole thing again. And I assure you that you'll get the right people will get your messages. I'll make sure that Meenakshi ji takes note of that 2 hours. Although she may not sit through it for 2 hours, but I will make sure that she gets all the inputs. That, I am really, really worried about is the impact of all of this on MSMEs. Parminder is very bullish about, industry being in consonance with the GDPR and all of that. Well, I don't understand half of it. So if I do not understand half of it, I don't know about the others. And if I look at, vendors that work with us, the guy who does the stage for us, he's an MSME, he's got a data. The guy who does music for us, the guy who does the editing for us, how will all of those guys, you can't write all laws for Tatas and Birlas and Reliance to comply with, because they have the capacity. What about the Kirana wala who's got all our data on the WhatsApp and what we consume? So with that, before we end this panel, on behalf of all of us and on behalf of SKOCH Development Foundation, I invite Dr. Gulshan Rai to congratulate Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi for the commendable work in a very unenviable job. Actually, it's a very difficult job to do. And whatever you'd like to say, then I'll call on Mrs. Lekhi to say her final words. Dr. Gulshan Rai.
You, Dr. Rai. Dr. Rai, you're muted, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Samir, for giving me the honor for congratulating Miss Meenakshi Lekhi. Miss Lekhi, I congratulate you from the core of my heart, very sincerely. The award which Samir Kochhar and the SKOCH Foundation has given to you, you deserve it. And I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward that the bill should be known as Miss Lekhi's bill, and people should feel proud of it there. And I'm very sure it will be done. And we will be certainly will be very happy to honor once again when you submit the report to the Parliament, and we look forward for that. Thank you. But I have a complaint also. I have requested you. I requested every member. I wanted to make a presentation, detailed presentation on the relating technology and the geopolitics. Somehow, I think the committee was short of time and didn't get it. That's a kind of a thing with me. But I'm looking for to call a bill Miss Lekhi's bill.
Thank you very much. With that, Mrs. Lekhi would like to respond, and then we'll close this session.
You're on mute, madam.
So I must confess publicly that I have known Dr. Gulshan Rai for a fairly substantial period of time. I acknowledge all the good work that he has done before the bill was sent out to me. And his notes and his presentations, I have gone through every word of it. Let me assure a lot of people at times, due to constraint of time after working, I think this JPC has consumed the maximum number of hours as compared to previous JPCs. It's at times not possible, but I acknowledge all your contributions from the bottom of my heart. And everyone else is also who's, who were in consultation earlier, who were part of Sri Krishna committee, who were in the administrative positions before that with government, who brought out all the previous drafts and engaged with the public at large. So I acknowledge everyone. And as I said in the beginning, with all humility at my disposal, I want to thank everyone for their contributions, but I also believe that none of us can be so attached to laws and legalese. End of the day, it's a law and it will go through changes as and when more and more points are brought forward and more concerns which need to be addressed. And that's precisely what I have tried to do. I hope all of you will appreciate when it comes out the kind of detailing and depth, insight into various things that's gone into.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you.
We now move on to the next panel. Would you change the panelists, please? And invite Manisha ji to welcome everybody. You're on mute, so you'll have to unmute.
We believe that public policy cannot be complete till such time we have the voices from the ground heard. This then leads to inclusive growth. Scotch Foundation has had an opportunity to work at the grassroots and document such successes that have had a far-reaching impact on the policy apart from bringing economic empowerment and generation of livelihoods. We are privileged to have been joined by a few champions who have contributed a lot to the upliftment of rural areas as well as strengthened governance at the grassroots. I would like to welcome Mr. Amarjeet Sinha, Advisor to the Prime Minister. The Ministries of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj have benefited immensely from his decades of experience as Secretary. It was during his times as Secretary that schemes like PMGSY, NRLM and MGNREGA scaled newer heights. Mr. Sinha is an institution builder. Mr. Nagendranath Sinha, Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development. It is due to efforts of Mr. Sinha that the Ministry of Rural Development is further building on its strengths. He was earlier Additional Chief Secretary, Rural Development, Government of Jharkhand. I would like to welcome Mr. Sunil Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Prior to coming to Ministry of Panchayati Raj, he was Special Secretary in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Strengthening Panchayati Raj system, devolutions and transparency are some of his passion areas. Mr. Rajashri Purkayastha Raj, Head of Pre-Sales, Tata Communications and Member, Working Group on Future of Governance, CEOs Association for Inclusive India, CAII. Rajashri Purkayastha Raj is a technologist by profession, a trainer by passion, with many accolades under his belt and 3 pending patents. In his present role, he is responsible for gaining an in-depth understanding of customers and market forces to develop solutions that add value to customers' businesses. A very warm welcome to all the esteemed panelists.
One of the biggest challenges of being an assessment agency is to be able to figure out if the change that has been brought in is systemic or not. Given the history of Scotch Awards and the fact that we've been doing these assessments for over 20 years now, and we are possibly the largest knowledge repository on governance best practices in India, it is not very often that you come across an entire sector that has changed and changed for the good. Out of the very few examples that there are, the social sector, which is rural development and Panchayati Raj, stands out. It was none other than Mr. Amarjeet Sinha, who was then Secretary of Ministry of Rural Development, thereafter also Secretary of Panchayati Raj, and now in the Prime Minister's office, he's playing an advisory role towards the social sector facing the Ministries of Government of India. Sir, it is absolutely commendable the kind of systemic change, because we find this is the 3rd or the 4th year in the running that Ministry of Rural Development has come up as one of the best performing ministries amongst all government ministries that there are. And that itself shows the kind of impetus that you have given and the lasting systemic change. You know, it's gone beyond champions, which has been the bane of governance reform in India, we were historically very good with pilots and we were very good with champions. But anything that is population scale and systemic in nature is something which is, really has to be applauded and appreciated. So first of all, a big round of applause for you and your commendable work and the beautiful legacy that you've left behind. Obviously, following in your footsteps are very competent, very good officers who have not only picked up from where you left these institutions, but built them enormously. I do recall Mr. N.N. Sinha, who is now Secretary Rural Development. He did such an enormously good job when he was in the state of Jharkhand. I mean, I have known him since he was IT Secretary there. Very, very savvy, very competent person. And he did have, if I am not, if my memory doesn't fail me, he was also looking partially after Panchayati Raj at some time. Very commendable work that he had done there. And we are pleased that under his leadership, such a phenomenal work has been done. Every year we assess central government ministries. And this year we have ranked some of these social sector ministries. Again, they have come up on the tops. And the first one amongst them, of course, is the Ministry of Rural Development. The SKOCH Challenger Award this year is to be conferred for the best in governance on Ministry of Rural Development. We are pleased that Mr. N.N. Sinha is himself there. May I request Mr. Amarjeet Sinha to confer it. I mean, virtually, that's how you confer it. So you put your picture and Gurcharan will read a citation when Mr. N.N. Sinha, you are on the screen, and then after that you can share your thoughts. Welcome, sir. Gurcharan, will you read the citation? And
greetings and namaskar to everyone. And it's really heartwarming to have all the champions in the devolution as well as the rural development on one platform with us. Thank you very much for joining us. And here we go with the announcement of SKOCH Challenger Award for Ministry of Rural Development in Governance, received by Mr. N.N. Sinha, Secretary. Connecting rural India and rural roads, improving access, promoting institutions for the poor, forming SHGs, building capacities at the grassroots, skills for youth, engaging with communities, creating resource pool, and creating infrastructure, promoting livelihoods are some efforts that have reduced the haters between the rural and urban India. At Ministry of Rural Development, the change is process-driven and has been scaling year on year, whether it is PMGSY, DAY NRLM, or MGNREGM. There have been incremental improvements each year. Congratulations, Mr. Sinha.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Amarjeet Sinha, sir, now if you'll have to formally say, I confer the SKOCH Challenger Award for Best Governance on you, and then you can move on to your speech.
I confer the SKOCH Challenger Award for Good Governance to Ministry of Rural Development, and congratulations to NN and the entire team.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and I accept on behalf of the Rural Development Ministry, and I thank you, sir, because it is you who was in the hot seat for 3/4 of the year, and you laid the foundations and the tracks on which this ministry continues to move. And thank you, Samir, and thank you, Kochhar Development Foundation, for conferring this award. Thank you.
Pleasure, Mr. Sinha. In the same breath, I would also like to, talk about a ministry that I had personally given up on, which is Ministry of Panchayati Raj. The ministry was formed much late in the history of ministries in 2004. I think there was some activity in 2004 and 2006 when we were having these enormous roundtables of Panchayati Raj ministers. Central was consulting the state governments on how to do. And we had the pleasure of being co-organizers for the 7th roundtable of Panchayati Raj ministers, which focused on e-governance. And thereafter, a committee was formed called the Garola Committee, which was looking at introduction of e-governance in Panchayati Raj institutions. When I was a member of that committee, one of the role models that we had was the Gujarat model of E-Gram Vishwagram. They had done a formidable job, commendable job of computerization of Panchayati Raj institutions in Gujarat way back in 2003 itself, while the committee at the central level was formed only at around 2004, 2005. By the time it was 2008, it was practically a dead ministry. They had no schemes. They had only one scheme called BRGF, which was also discontinued thereafter. And the claim to fame was of BRGF was possibly the worst possible design scheme in the history of India. It was gap funding for 10% for projects for which, the states were short of funds, Panchayati Raj institutions short of funds, and for getting the 90% money, they had to do practically nothing. And the amount of paperwork that they had to do to get the 10% balance from BRGF was so enormous that no one really, they said, no, thank you, we don't really want your money. That has now, I think, re-emerged something like aspirational districts program, which was also Mr. Amarjit Sinha's baby. And I'm telling you that is yet another program to be watched, and they're doing exceedingly well. So by the time it was 2008, I had kind of completely given up on e-governance ever happening in Panchayati Raj institutions. I was extremely pleasantly surprised when I came across Ministry of Panchayati Raj in its current avatar. Well, Mr. Amarjit Sinha was there, and after that, I think Mr. Bhatnagar was there, and now, of course, Mr. Sudhir Kumar. The amount of IT enablement and transparency that they brought in Panchayati Raj and the kind of ground that they've covered in such a short time period is enormous. So, heartfelt thank you to you from SKOCH Foundation, and on behalf of the 250,000 Gram Panchayat that there are and 600,000 elected representatives. I think you've done a yeoman's service, sir. And with that, I invite Gulshan to read the citation for Panchayati Raj, and then I invite Mr. Amarjit Sinha to confer the award to Mr. Sunil Kumar, Secretary Panchayati Raj, who's with us. Gulshan.
Thank you, Samir. The Ministry of Panchayati Raj for SKOCH Challenger Award in Transparency in Governance, received by Mr. Sunil Kumar, Secretary. Finances as well as service deliveries through the Panchayati Raj system were historically considered opaque and leaky. While efforts on digitalization and bringing transparency have been going on for years, the real progress happened only over the last few years in terms of digitalization, connectivity, and more importantly, electronic tagging and tracking of funds being given to PRIs under various schemes. Today, all the 245,000 Gram Panchayats are automated, including planning, monitoring, budgeting, accounting, and audit. E-Gram Swaraj is aiming to bring in better transparency in decentralized planning and work-based accounting by integrating PriyaSoft and PFMS payment portals. Swamitwa scheme provides rural people with right to document their residential properties. Audit Online carries out online audit of panchayats for further strengthening the financial management and transparency of the panchayats, thereby enhance accountability. Congratulations, sir.
Mr. Sinha, would you kindly confer the award?
I confer the award on Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Sunil, congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you, sir. I accept this award on behalf of the ministry, both at the center and all the states and the Panchayati Raj institutions spread across the country. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. With that, I invite Mr. Sinha. We've had a very, very difficult year behind us, and rural India social sector has been is proven its mettle. It's been very resilient. So, what are the policy imperatives we'd love you to have you share the direction from you, sir?
Thank you very much. It's a very humbling experience when you learn from members of your team spread across the whole country. When a silent, quiet member of a women's self-help group under the Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana National Rural Livelihood Mission chooses to work as a member of a team to help the village fight COVID, when it chooses to make masks for those who cannot afford, when it chooses to ensure that all the social distance, the wearing of mask, the cleanliness is maintained, the entire diversification of livelihoods, our real heroes are our foot soldiers. In all humility, the performance in the rural development and Panchayati Raj is actually the success of these foot soldiers across the length and breadth of this country, in partnership with state governments, in partnerships with panchayats, in partnerships with women's self-help groups and other community organizations. It is these foot soldiers who make the difference. Clearly, Jan Bhagidari, as our Honorable Prime Minister has emphasized every time, if we are able to connect effectively, if we are able to reach the households of the deprived, clearly transformation happens. A lot of the transformation in the rural sector begins with the socio-economic census, which allowed us an opportunity to identify the deprived households, irrespective of their caste, creed, religion. Whoever was deprived had to be covered. And it was these deprived households who were the beneficiaries of programs like the Ujjwala program, the Saubhagya program for free electrical connection to households, the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin, the Ayushman Bharat. The asset base of the very poor households has changed over these years. If the total rural households was about 18 crores in 2011, if suppose it were about, say, 20 crores today, 200 million households in rural India, it's quite significant and a major development that a large number of them today live a life where basic housing, Pakka housing, or 20 million houses since 2014, more than 10 million toilets, individual household toilets constructed during this period. We have more than 5 to 6 crore Ujjwala beneficiaries in rural areas. Large number of electricity connections, almost every household with an electricity connection. The Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana connecting large villages, habitations of 500 population in plain area and 250 in hill areas as per 2001 census. 3 in 4 intra-village roads becoming Pakka because of the Finance Commission grants, Pakka roads and drains. So clearly on a large number of infrastructure parameters, as also a large number of the asset base of the poor seen in terms of housing, bank account, electricity connection, gas connection, toilets. Clearly, on the ease of living platform, there is a change and there are challenges. The community approach involving the Gram Panchayats in the preparation of the Gram Panchayat development plan, the ranking of villages to find out what their deficits are, trying to provide for support for diversification of livelihoods, taking up individual beneficiary schemes of marginal and small farmers belonging to deprived households as part of the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Program on a very large scale. A poultry shed somewhere, a dairy shed somewhere, a goat shed somewhere, a farm pond somewhere else, an irrigation well. Individual beneficiary schemes, 90 days of work along with the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin to work on your own house and get 90 days of work. Clearly, all these individual beneficiary schemes also provided support to those who needed it most. Even during the period of pandemic, whether it was the availability of food grains, whether it was the availability of free gas cylinders, whether it was the transfer of more than 31,000 crores to the 20 crore bank accounts, Jan Dhan accounts of women, clearly all these efforts were aimed to ensure that the poor, the deprived household get the benefits of public services. The use of IT, which has been emphasized, IT, DBT transfers, the geotagging of assets. Today across the country, every road in PMGSY is GIS enabled. Every asset of MGNREGS is geotagged and available in the public domain. Every house is available on the public domain under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Grami in different stages of construction. Panchayati Raj works under the 14th Finance Commission geotagged. The PFMSUs, clearly all these efforts, the social audit, technology is a means, but along with the means, the efforts made by Panchayati Raj and Rural Development Department, a true example of federalism, the center-state partnership, the center-state and local government partnerships, the community ownership, the various apps which allow citizens to connect with whatever programs are on. The apps like the e-Gram Swaraj app, which was mentioned, a range of them, which actually provides an opportunity for the social audit that was talked about, where again, I think on a large scale, the effort has been that if a women member of self-help groups actually becomes a trained social auditor, the benefit it will bring in terms of transparency of public services, in terms of quality of outcomes at the cutting edge level. Clearly, social capital, which has been built on a large scale, 6-7 years ago, we had about 2.7, 2.8 crore women as part of the livelihood mission. Today, there are 7.28 crore in about 66 lakh SHGs. Clearly, the 31 lakh elected representatives of Gram Panchayats, along with these more than 7 crore women of the SHGs, provide the resilience to the rural economy, provides the social connect, the social capital on which a lot of the diversification of livelihoods and higher order economic activity can be built. The lessons for public policy clearly are that wherever we follow a whole of government approach, the 11th schedule of the constitution, the 29 sectors where panchayats have a role, the 12th schedule for urban areas where in 18 sectors where urban local bodies have a role, clearly building capacity for local governance as a way forward. While we have engaged with local governments in service delivery, we also need to develop that capacity for local governance, and that's what the Panchayat Ministry has been trying to do, to identify the challenges, to be able to look at very carefully the roadmap in terms of all the 29 sectors. Over the last 3 years, the efforts of the Panchayat Ministry to actually have every year, 2nd October to the end of December, January, each year, a plan for organizing Gram Sabhas everywhere. Each and every Gram Sabha being monitored through a visual image on the common website, the GPDP. Each and every Gram Sabha meeting having a final report from a local facilitator. The line department functionaries also participating in that exercise. Clearly the effort at a whole of government approach at Jan Bhagidari, point which Honorable Prime Minister has repeatedly emphasized, clearly as a way forward to ensure that the benefits of development reach those who most need it, to reduce the asset deficits which many of these households have had, to improve their ability to connect with higher forms of economic activity, to build on their social capital, to provide for credit. For example, the self-help groups of the livelihood mission over the last 6-7 years have mobilized more than 3 lakh crores as loans through banks and putting it to very good use in various sectors. Clearly reaching credit to those who are willing to work in collectives, who are willing to show enterprise for higher order economic activity, for diversification of livelihoods. These are some of the pathways that we need to tread in the years to come. A lot of the institutional arrangements at the cutting edge level are institutions of the poor, are institutions of local governance, are institutions of collectives of women, and clearly these institutions, the more we strengthen them, the more our ability for shared growth, the more our ability for a more equitable growth and development, and the more our ability to be able to ensure that every citizen of the country is able to maximize their human potential through diversification of livelihoods, through higher forms of human development, and so on. Clearly, the challenges of public policy are always the challenges at the cutting edge level, making a difference to the lives of the poor, ensuring that the number of deprived households comes down over time, using the social capital, the community connect to actually take up challenges, including challenges like the public health challenge of COVID-19. Rural India did manage to come out of it much better than many other parts of the country, and how the rural resilience, even during tough COVID times, the growth in agriculture, more than 3% growth in the last 2 quarters, at a time when many other sectors have had challenges. The demand for goods and services in rural areas, how on account of the large number of interventions over these years and the ability to reach resources through technology to the right persons at the cutting edge level. The challenges will always be there, but none of them are insurmountable. What the last 6-7 years, especially of working very closely with local communities in panchayats, in self-help groups, in various institutional partnerships with local governments, center, state and local governments working together to arrive, to move towards certain well-defined outcomes and goals. The confidence it generates is that when we all work together, the center, state, local government, community organizations, the whole of government approach with Jan Bhagidari, with the institutional arrangements in place, with the use of technology on scale, at the end of the day, we do get better results from all perspectives, from diversification of livelihoods to better management of public health challenges. All of them are dependent on the community connect and the social capital that we develop over time. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share some of my points. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. What is really touching and very heartening, although I have known you for years and heard you, is this huge commitment to participatory democracy, the Jan Bhagidari and Panchayati Raj institutions. I think there is no better system for people to participate in policy making than other than these institutions that are enshrined in the Constitution. Thank you so much. And this message is coming right from the Prime Minister's office. It is incredibly more important in current times. We are a little behind schedule right now. So may I request Mr. N.N. Sinha and then thereafter Mr. Sunil Kumar, if very briefly you could share your vision. I know you have a lot to say. Maybe we will do justice to it at another time. But the economic revival of rural India is extremely important in the current scenario post-COVID. So Mr. N.N. Sinha, if you could share your vision on that, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kochhar, and Mr. Amarjit Sinha, the advisor to the Prime Minister, has spoken very eloquently on the factors which have led to the rural resilience and which kind of prime it for the higher level of growth and which is equitable, which is participatory. So I will briefly touch upon the various factors which have led to rural resilience and which kind of lay down the path for economic revival and the role that the rural sector will play. We know that the economy has been worst affected by the COVID pandemic and the measures taken to control it. However, that was unavoidable as it prevented much higher level of casualties if this had not been taken. Generally, there is a tendency to conflate rural with agriculture. However, there is a major difference between rural and the agriculture. Half of the GDP, 2/3 of the employment, one half of the manufacturing and construction activities, 1/4 of the service delivery comes from the rural areas, while 61% of the employment in the rural areas come from non-farm jobs. If we take the agriculture sector, only about 15 to 17% of the gross value added comes from the agriculture. Although there may be some further spread of COVID in the rural areas, and recently there have been some concerns regarding higher rates of growth of COVID incidence in the rural areas, we all appreciate the fact that the rural areas had not had as much impact of COVID as the urban and semi-urban areas, despite lower level of health infrastructure and services, as well as lower paying capacities. It is logical as the population densities in the rural areas are lower, people work outdoors, and therefore the conditions for spread of COVID are not as favorable as it was and is in the urban areas. It would then be logical to assume that the pattern of economic activity wouldn't have changed much in the rural areas, and certainly better than urban areas. This find reflection in the patterns of unemployment, sale of fertilizers, tractors, motorbikes, and fast-moving consumer goods. If we take the rural unemployment trends in this financial year, except for the month of December 2020, the rural unemployment rates have been consistently lower than the urban unemployment rates. If we take tractor sales, except for the month of April, year over year, month-wise sales have been consistently more, ranging from 4% to 75%. August and December have been standout months in which these figures were 75% and 42% more than those of corresponding months last year. If we take sale of fertilizers in the months of April to July, year over year, there was an increase of 57%. For the year as a whole, overall fertilizer sales have been approximately 20% more than that of last year. There are similar trends. I won't mention them for the sake of time. It may be inferred from those buoyant trends that this is so from the mere fact that the rural areas have not been impacted as much by the COVID. However, the factual matrix is otherwise. The government has taken a comprehensive set of measures for ensuring not only minimum impact of COVID, but also prime rural areas for a higher level of growth. The country also received good monsoon for the second running year. In the Kharif season, the area sowed was 7.2% more, while in the Rabi season, there has been about 4% more area sown. To recount some of the measures, the government exempted agriculture operations from the lockdown restrictions in the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Yojana. There were transfers of over 53,000 crore in this financial year itself. Wheat and paddy procurement infused approximately 1.75 lakh crore additional liquidity in the rural areas. First quarter of the financial year saw about 1.25 lakh crore released to the rural areas on account of public programs, procurement payments, and other transfers. For the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, the outlay was raised by 50% to 1.01 lakh crore, never previously achieved in this financial year, while it has promised to provide another rupees 10,000 crore more this year. The Finance Commission provided grants worth rupees 30,000 crore as the first installment, while another installment would go or may have gone. To women PM Jan Dhan Yojana beneficiaries and National Social Assistance Program beneficiaries who come largely from the rural areas, a sum of about over 33,000 crores were released under Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana. Similarly, the KCC has a target of 15 lakh crore. It sought to cover 2.4 crore more beneficiaries, infusing a liquidity of about 2 lakh crores more. One must not forget that a target program for migrants and similarly affected villages was launched in 116 districts, which received a large number of returning migrants in the rural areas, and a sum of over rupees 39,000 crores were spent, and over 50 crore percent of employment was generated. One can go on and on. However, I would like to comment on some reform measures which lay down a clear reform path for intense growth in the rural sectors. One District, One Product is an initiative of the government which focuses upon cluster-based development for the identified products and thus ensure competitive advantage not only in the domestic sale but also export of those products. The scheme of formation of 10,000 FPOs is about developing value chains through aggregation of marketing surpluses of the small and marginal farmers. The scheme of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Fund supports development of post-harvest infrastructure for complementing the value chains. Similar objectives have been laid for schemes known as Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Food processing enterprises, schemes for providing financial, technical, and business support for upgradation of existing enterprises and developing them. There's generally a consensus on the path of the development of the rural economy. These relate to linking production to processing through efficient value chains, raising productivity of farming through land pooling, contract farming, land consolidation, land leasing, etc., practicing integrated farming and adopting agroecological approaches, which include a number of agriculture measures such as diversification of crops, conservation tillage, etc. in the rural areas. Utilizing domestic and agriculture wastes as inputs for further economic activities such as cow dung for biofertilizers, organic pens, paddy straw for building construction materials, for use as energy pellets in the thermal power plants, etc. Developing economic clusters as has been done by the rural development ministries, urban programs, and so on. Production of more labor-intensive industries such as textiles, footwear, electronics, toys, etc. are also being pursued through some fundamental reforms, though some fundamental reforms may be required in this regard. However, developing industrial parks, permitting plug-and-play industrialization, streamlining the approval and enabling process is already being pursued. Rural tourism, broad-based real estate growth are some other sectors which can also push rural economy further if regulations are streamlined and higher credit is provided to the sector, and with some of which are already being done and would be done. Although the central government has taken many policy steps in this regard, much would depend on the speed and rigorousness with which these decisions are implemented and support that these measures receive from the state and local governments. It's, however, very important to realize that this is not the program of central government alone, but a mission for India and especially rural India, and therefore all well-wishers of the country and rural citizens, including farmers, should put their heads and hands together to realize the same. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity of sharing my thoughts on the rural areas and the economic revival.
Pleasure, Mr. Sinha, as always, listening to you. Now I invite Mr. Sunil Kumar. I mean, if the Ministry of Panchayati Raj was in another race for an award, it would win the award for the ministry with the smallest budget. So with that smaller budget, how have you been able to, achieve so much, and what's the path forward, Mr. Sunil Kumar, if you kindly share?
Thank you. I have been asked to speak on decentralization and transparency. Now, before this August audience, who are all research scholars, postgraduates, doctorates, and people who have tremendous experience in the field, I need not go in and explain in great detail that participation and transparency and accountability, these are two principal components of decentralization. As was mentioned initially right at the outset by Mr. Sameer Kochhar, panchayats have come a long way over the last 23 years, that is since 27 years since 1993. There have been ups and downs, but now we are at a stage where elections are being held regularly for over 2.55 lakh gram panchayats, 6,700 odd block panchayats, and 654 district panchayats. There are some challenges, but by and large, this system has stabilized, and today we have over 31 lakh elected representatives, of which 45% are women, which is the largest body of elected representatives in the world. And here I would like to mention that today 21 states have reserved 50% of seats in the panchayats for women representatives. This is a huge sort of development, and the spin-off benefits of these sort of decisions which have been taken, these are now slowly beginning to be seen in the rural areas. The gender, age, educational profile of elected PRI functionaries is also changing over time. Increasingly, young, educated, technically skilled persons are getting elected and they are joining the Panchayati Raj institutions. The fund allocation to the PRIs has increased from rupees 20,000 crore by 12th Finance Commission to over rupees 2 lakh crore by 14th Finance Commission. And even the 15th Finance Commission in its interim recommendation has allocated rupees 60,750 crore during the current financial year. And we believe that when the full report is out, it will be substantially higher than the recommendation of the 14th Finance Commission. As was mentioned by the advisor to the Prime Minister, Mr. Amarjit Sinha, the COVID pandemic, it tested the strength of various institutions at all levels, and the Panchayati Raj institutions were no exception. I'm happy to inform that Gram Panchayats played a stellar role in several states in enforcing lockdown, adoption of COVID appropriate behavior, running quarantine centers for the large number of migrants who were returning to the villages from the cities, and even in the national COVID vaccination drive, which has been launched by the Honorable Prime Minister today, they will be playing an important role of facilitator. Now, so it is widely recognized that elected panchayat functionaries, they are the ones who are there in the village at all times to respond to citizens in the quickly evolving situation and provide support to health, revenue, and other authorities. And this became clear during this COVID pandemic times. Honorable Prime Minister, for the first time, held direct interaction with elected panchayat representatives digitally on the National Panchayati Raj Day on 24th April 2020. And now, after that, now similar chief ministers and other leaders, they are directly interacting with the Panchayati Raj representatives. This is a huge development and it will have huge implications for the PRIs in the times to come. It has already been mentioned that the People's Plan campaign, which is being held between 2nd October to December every year, how it is bringing in Jan Bhagidari in the preparation of Gram Panchayat Development Plan. Mr. Sinha has already elaborated that all the details of this exercise which is carried out are in the public domain. Here I would just like to mention that the focus is on ensuring evidence-based assessment of progress made during previous years through reports of Mission Antyodaya survey, which is carried out by the Ministry of Rural Development every year, and consideration of proposals aimed to address identified critical infrastructure gaps, from ensuring full public disclosure on schemes, finances of all schemes in Gram Panchayat office and on Gram Samvad application. So the focus is on going in for evidence-based planning and having full transparency, informing the public, informing all the electors about what has taken place, where we stand, and what we do as we go forward. And recently, in 2019, the Gram, a geospatial planning application called Gram Manchitra, that has also been launched, which will provide decision support tool for GPDP exercise that is being undertaken. So it is evident that PRIs as institutions of local governance have now struck root, and their role is now well recognized by at all levels. However, ensuring transparency and accountability will be a major challenge, and I am happy to inform that over the last decade or so, the steps that have been taken by earlier, now the foundation has been laid where we can build on this. And I'd like to highlight some of the steps that have been taken in this regard, which largely involved use of digital technology. First was this e-Panchayat Mission Mode project, which was rolled out in the year 2009 and 10. And under this, several applications called Panchayat Enterprise Suites were developed, which addressed various aspects of Panchayat functioning. We had Plan Plus for planning, Action Soft for monitoring, Priya Soft for accounting, National Asset Directory for asset management, and Service Plus for service delivery. And all these various applications have now been subsumed under eGram Swaraj, a work-based accounting software, which was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister on 24th April 2020. A mobile app has also been launched wherein any citizen can view details of funds received and works undertaken by any Gram Panchayat in a particular year. Here, I would also like to point out that over 1.70 lakh Gram Panchayats are already registered on Public Finance Management System, and they are making all payments made by them are being made digitally and using the PFMS system. And it has been mandated that from 1st April 2021, all GPs will be making all payments related to Central Finance Commission through PFMS. In fact, in certain states like Uttar Pradesh, all payments, whether it is of funds received under Central Finance Commission, State Finance Commission, or even state schemes, they are being made digitally using this PFMS system. Further, we have also, in order to address the concerns expressed by various Central Finance Commission regarding non-availability of audited accounts of the panchayats, the ministry launched the Audit Online application on 15th April 2020. During these COVID times, we have completed training of all auditing bodies in states. And these are basically the local fund auditors under the finance department in various states. And currently, online audit of about 70,000 Gram Panchayats is underway. Of these, audit of over 9,900 Gram Panchayats of Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and Goa has already been completed. And we expect the remaining audit work to be completed by 31st March. And beginning next year, all 100% audit of all Gram Panchayats will be undertaken using this software. I'm also happy to inform that even the Office of CAG, they have evinced great interest in this software, and they are also planning to use it for undertaking audits for various departments which they are undertaking. We are also taking steps to ensure publication of audit report and action taken report of each GP in the public domain after it has been laid on the table of the House or presented before the Gram Sabha, as the case may be, because the legal provision varies from state to state. So these steps, coupled with social audit, will further strengthen the financial management system and increase transparency and accountability of the panchayats. So as it is very clear that the foundation for further strengthening the PRIs has been laid. This has been made possible because of the efforts of all my predecessors, of all officers who are working at the state government level, and the cooperation that we have received from the Panchayati Raj functionaries in the various Gram Panchayats, Block Panchayats, and District Panchayats. The capacity building of elected PRI functionaries is being undertaken on a massive scale under Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan. Digital technology is being extensively used. Role of NIC in development of various applications of Panchayat Enterprise Suite, which have now been subsumed under e-Gram Swaraj module. Audit Online, Service Plus has been outstanding. And we are working very closely with Ministry of Rural Development, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, National Remote Sensing Center of ISRO, Rural Technology Action Group, premier schools of planning and architecture, and other technical institutions to ensure better service delivery, improve ease of living, and make rural residents an equal partner in the development process. We are hopeful that with the cooperation of all stakeholders, we will be able to overcome the challenges which are there, but those, as was mentioned, those are not insurmountable. With the cooperation of all stakeholders, we will be able to overcome them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sunilji. Raj, you've been listening to this. So on behalf of CI, may I request you to congratulate all the award winners, thank Mr. Amarjit Sinha, and also say very briefly about what industry would like to do with them.
Sure. Thank you, Sameer. First, Mr. N.N. Sinha, congratulations, and Mr. Sunil Kumar, congratulations on your award. As Sameer was saying, I'd still like to hear with the limited budget that you had, how could you do what you've done? Mr. Sinha, Amarjit Sinha, it was an honor and pleasure listening to you. Brilliant, things that you shared in terms of what has come in, how you're looking at inclusive growth and touching almost all the strata of the country of India, which is so large and so complex. Interestingly, when I was a child, when I was in school, I used to hear roti, kapra, and makan, right? I think that roti, kapra, and makan has 2-3 new things which has been added. One is road, which you've already done, and the other one is internet/digital. And we have seen that specifically from an internet perspective, that any developing nation, if the internet penetration goes up by 5 or 6%, there is a impact to GDP of 1% or higher. The recent big billions day sale, which happened from one e-commerce company, had orders coming in from 99% of pin codes of India, which shows that digital has reached almost everywhere, and so has the internet, which also tells us that what you have been telling and the efforts that all of you have been putting, it's not only limited to the urban India, but has actually gone to the rural India also. The examples that was given in terms of rural India doesn't only mean agriculture, but only 13 or 14% is from a monetary terms is agriculture, and rest everything is something else in terms of manufacturing and services and so on and so forth. As we look at digital, as we look at internet, I'm sure that ratio is going to change, and that will be good for India. So overall, I seriously believe from the bottom of my heart that as a country, we have a very strong foundation, whether it's in terms of policies, in terms of digital. We have the right talent, we have the right partners, we have the right mentors like Mr. Amarjit Sinha, and coupled with a very clear vision coming from our respected Prime Minister. If we continue on this path with the help of the citizens of India and responsible citizens of India, I'm sure that we have a very truly exciting and very exhilarating journey ahead. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Sameer.
Pleasure. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. Just a brief comment that, as an industry body and as a foundation, we've set up a working group on future of governance, what is it that we will be celebrating 5 years from now? Is there a roadmap possible? And given the enormous amount of data and input that comes to us from the field in terms of felt needs and assessment of projects, we would like to work very closely with the Ministry of Rural Development and Ministry of Panchayati Raj, and of course draw upon some of your wisdom to be able to do a good job with that, I'd like to thank everybody. Thank you so much for coming with us. It's time now for our next panel, which is on duties in participatory democracy. Would you move on to the next?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us on this panel, and congratulations once again for winning the Scotch Challenger Award. Thank you, gentlemen. Duties in participatory democracy is what we are discussing next. And on this panel, we are joined by, of course, Mr. Sameer Kochhar, Chairman and founder of Scotch. Three industry stalwarts are on the panel today discussing the Art of Being Good by Mr. Bhaskar Pramanik, who's a corporate leader and distinguished fellow, Scotch Development Foundation, accomplished management leader and professional from the technology industry, held national and global leadership positions across various top multinational technology companies, currently an independent board member and advisor to various companies. Also a mentor with number of startups, until recently on the board of State Bank of India. Welcome to you. Times of crisis unleashing potential is being brought on the table by Mr. Sudhir Nayar, MD Commercial Sales, Cisco India and SAG, with 27 years of extensive experience in business management, sales, partner management, and leadership in technology industry. Responsible for transforming India's largest partner ecosystem to enable the digital transformation of Indian businesses. He will be in an interlude chat with Rohan on the topic, same as the discussion, duties in participatory democracy, which is going to be the next episode today. Bringing felt needs to public policy is what Karuna Gopal, President Foundation for Futuristic Cities, is going to be talking about. She is a member BJP National Manifesto Subcommittee and has been a thought leader and a futurist who has influenced urban transformation in India for more than 1.5 decades. So with this, I invite Sameer to kindly take over from here. And
CEO with a heart, maybe an oxymoronic kind of a statement, but there are indeed CEOs amongst us who do go beyond the balance sheet and are driven by heart and are moved by the plight of fellow citizens and do have a sense of patriotism in them. One such CEO, though working for an American multinational called Cisco, is Sudhir Nayar, who in this time of crisis was probably the only CEO on LinkedIn who said, if you need help, reach me. If you work with me, reach me. If I can help you, reach me. If I can help upgrade your skills, reach me. And for all of this, we are happy to invite Mr. Bhaskar Pramanik, who's been a mentor and a friend and a boss with Sudhir Nayar in several roles on Art of Being Good, talk about his experiences with Sudhir Nayar and also conferred this year's Scotch Challenger Award for CEO of the Year on Sudhir Nayar. Big round of applause on that. Bhaskar, tell us about Art of Being Good and Sudhir Nayar.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I've known Sudhir and his family for, I think, upwards of nearly 2 decades, I think slightly short of 2 decades. And he's worked with me in a number of different organizations. And the best part is that whenever I started a new assignment, he was one of the first persons I got to meet. When we talk about the art of doing good, art is really an idea. It's a thought. And then it's when you make it into a science that you can actually perpetuate it for posterity. And therefore, it's the same thing with when you talk about the art of being good. Lots of companies, lots of organizations, lots of people and leaders have lots of ideas of what they mean by good. And somehow or another, it gets translated into committees, it gets translated to checks being signed, money being given to NGOs with the hope that something will happen. And then at the end of it, it's been published in the balance sheet that, look, we've done so much of good. But, it has to go beyond that. And I think it's really critical and important to understand that especially during the last 12 months, a large number of organizations and CEOs have realized that they have to relook at the purpose of their organization. Organizations which are primarily focused on financials, which are primarily focused on a return of shareholder value, are not going to be able to stand the test of time. And they will have to look at whether they are contributing either to their local community, to the nation, or to the globe at large. And therefore, doing good is not just a set of random acts of kindness, as you would put it, but it is basically ensuring that as an organization, you are focused on perhaps some of the biggest challenges which are facing the globe today. And I'm not talking specifically about India. And to that in that context, the United Nations actually created the Sustainable Development Goals as a blueprint to mobilize efforts across all member states and stakeholders. The SDG set 17 global goals to be achieved by 2030, ensuring that we take the bold steps necessary to tackle these challenges. And some of these challenges include poverty, inequality, climate change, and universal healthcare. And these call for bold solutions. So what is the role of corporations and what is the role of leaders? It's very, very, very clear that it's driven by the leadership in organizations. And therefore, more and more, what has happened is that we found that over the last year, our chief executives of the largest organization are using this unparalleled moment in history to lead with increased purpose and impact, both societal and economic. They are leading with empathy and humanity as they prioritize talent and corporate responsibility, finding opportunity amid a fall in global economic confidence and rewiring their businesses for tomorrow's new reality. And that's really the importance of good leadership, of great leadership, to ensure that their corporations are actually achieving good. And the key words here which I've used is empathy and humanity. One of the other big realizations of this pandemic has been that CEOs with very high IQs, with a considerable amount of experience, have really not performed as well for their companies as CEOs with what I would call high EQ, emotional quotient. And in that context, I wanted to highlight Sudhir because he provides, I think, leadership in two very specific areas. One is in terms of motivation, his own motivation. Number two is in terms of empathy. And number three is in terms of self-awareness. These, I think, are very critical and important behaviors of or attributes of good leaders. And that's where he has excelled right through his career. In a very short form, I can say that, basically Sudhir was what I would call a people person. Whenever we had to take a strategic decision, his first response is, what does it mean to my customers? What does it mean to my people? What does it mean to my partners? That's his focus. It's not really about the outcome, but what is the impact, not just the outcome for the company, but what is the potential impact it has. And that's why, I wasn't surprised when he wrote to me during the pandemic and says, hey, I want to give back to society. And I want you to, just to share another story with you. When he was in Microsoft, he had a road accident, a terrible road accident, which sort of put him, so he was bedridden for nearly, it was practically a near-death situation. And he was very fortunate because the rest of his family was with him in that car when that accident happened, but he was the only one who was badly impacted. And he was laid up for nearly 6 to 7 months at home, perhaps even longer. And he had to go through a slow process of rehabilitation. Even during that period, he stayed in touch with his friends, his colleagues. His family was there to support him. His friends were there to support him. But he never, ever once said that, I'm not going to be able to work. In fact, that gave him that additional challenge to go out and do something. And that just gives you an idea of the kind of courage and he has as an individual. More important, during this pandemic, he wrote to me and he says that, look, I want to give back to the society. I want to help the IT industry. There's so many people who have joined the industry, and I want to share with them my experiences to help them to provide these kinds of skills. And that's why he set up this portal to be able to do that. And he actually recruited a large number of his friends, mentors, CEOs who would participate in that. So to me, this is what leadership is about. It is about empathy. It is about social self-awareness. It is about motivation. And I think Sudhir characterizes all of these. The other thing which I once mentioned to you, Samir, is that Sudhir is another guy who makes things happen. He's not the kind of guy who sits there and lets things overtake him. He goes out and makes things happen. And that's why he was one of my most successful performers and leaders in the organization. So once he sets his mind to it, he goes out and makes it happen. So thank you, Sudhir. You deserve this award. And thank you, Scotch, for recognizing and presenting it to him.
Thank you so much. Sudhir, just a few quick words from you, then we move on to chat with Rohan. We're running a bit behind.
Samir, hope you can hear me. Just a quick audio check. Okay, wonderful. So thank you very much, Bhaskar and Samir, for this recognition. And I honestly believe that this is a new era which will start today, because I feel more responsible now, because celebration is equal to responsibility for me. And this will give me the courage. And I am also fortunate to see 733 people on this call. Hopefully, by end of my next 15 minutes chat with Rohan, I can convince each one of them to give 1 hour of their time. And we can make a difference to 10 lakh people. And that's really what I'll be looking forward to. And there is no better place to get a recognition like this from your guru, which is Bhaskar. He's been mentoring me, coaching me for 20 plus years, and a lifelong mentor. And Samir, I know you for the last 15 years, I guess. So thank you for doing the wonderful job that you're doing for the industry. That's pretty much from my side. Back to you, Samir.
Yeah. Well, before we move on, Bhaskar, we also need to celebrate another very brave lady who's with us, who's had almost like a cardiac arrest, and she's had a fairly challenging time, much like Sudhir. And I think people who go through a trying time in personal lives like to give back to the society. So we have Mrs. Karuna Gopal with us. She's president of Futuristic Cities, and she's done a phenomenal job in urban policy making. So the next award this afternoon is going to Karuna ji. Karuna ji, in case we run out of time, I will schedule you closer to Suresh Prabhu to talk. So I think you would be in a better position. But congratulations to you. So Bhaskar, you have to say both to Sudhir and to Karuna ji that you confer this award. So you say, I confer this award to you, Sudhir Nayar, and I confer this to Karuna.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's a surprise, Samir.
Yeah, and it's good to meet you, perhaps virtually, Karuna ji, but I wish you all the best and congratulations for the award.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Right. So Rohan, now for chat with Rohan, and your time is also cut short because 12:23 is a hard stop when minister comes in.
Are we pinned?
Yeah.
Well, a very warm welcome to you on episode 3 of Chat with Rohan, Mr. Nayar. Mr. Nayar, are you there, sir?
Karuna,
Yes,
you have to switch off your video. Nayar has to put it on.
Ron, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can, but I don't think I can see you, sir.
Sorry, just say it again.
I can't see you. I can hear you, but I can't see your video.
Maybe it will just come up. I just changed my connection. There was.
Yeah, I can see you. If you could kindly unmute yourself, sir.
Yes, Ron. Hope you can hear me now. Sorry for that. Yeah.
Excellent. So as I was saying, a very warm welcome to episode 3 of Chat with Rohan, where experience meets aspiration, Mr. Nayar. It was heartwarming to hear the kind words that Mr. Bhaskar Pramanik had to say about you today. They say the seeds of success and ambition are often planted early on in one's life. Your father worked in a fertilizer company in Punjab. Your mother was a Hindi teacher in the same school in Nangal where you studied. Would you like to tell us a little bit about the formative years and your early motivations in life?
Yeah, thanks, Rohan. I think it was like a typical middle class family, and the only, I think, dream my parents had is that for me and my sister to get some good education, and they spend a fortune of the earnings that they had to make sure that we got to good colleges. And the second thing that my father always said is that, look, there's no point in actually running around things if you just can't have a simple meal and end of the day with your family and friends. So keeping the whole community together, I learned from him and also from my mother. And probably the third thing that I learned from my mother was people call it giving back. I call it giving forward. How do we give it to others so that we can take everybody forward along with us? So those were the three fundamental lessons my parents taught me. And I'm really grateful to them for that.
Mr. Nayar, I believe your first job after NIT Warangal started from a one-room home office in Jaipur. In fact, I believe you'd missed the start date, which is why the company had to relocate you. You'd contracted typhoid. You then went on to single-handedly build this office out. Have you always been someone who's responded well in crisis and high-stress situations?
Look, honestly, this is the learnings that I got from my father. And he used to say that in any crisis, if you sit down and plan with a peaceful mind and go and ask the right help, everything is possible. So the whole concept of planning, I learned from him. And his favorite example used to be that if you're planning for a marriage, have you planned for that matchstick? Because in the end, when you want to lit the fire there, you won't find the matchstick. So if you're not planned for the matchstick, then you will be missing something somewhere. And I use that in my business as well. And I didn't start from a single room office. I started on the road. There was no office. It took me 6 months to convince my leadership that, look, we need to find at least one room. So my one room apartment that I rented was in a new city, Jaipur, where I never been, was where I started my work. And after that, things were nice to me and we kept on growing from one place to the other.
Mr. Nayak, 4.5 million people work in the Indian IT sector, yet very few scale the heights that you have been able to achieve. You have always believed in giving back to those in need. Throughout the COVID pandemic, you were on the phone helping people you did not even know with advice and guidance. Has there ever been a time in your life where a stranger reached out to you when you needed help?
Yes, and as Bhaskar spoke about this, look, 5 years back, when you have a road accident and in India, 911 and ambulance takes its own sweet time when you are on a highway, right? So some stranger whom we still don't know, my family still doesn't know, stopped this car and took a wounded person like me who had lost so much of blood and just made sure that he dropped me to the nearest hospital, which was probably 15 kilometers from that place. And that 15 minutes saved my life. And, so great was the gentleman that he didn't even stop to give his name or number to my wife, and everybody was in a state of panic. But somebody stopped unknowingly, did something good and saved my life. And that sort of got me to think that, what am I doing about it? For all the learnings that and earnings that I had in my career, I'm going to give part of that back or forward to the society. So that was a changing moment for me.
Mr. Nair, when the world was going through a crisis, professionals were losing their jobs, people were in financial distress, you were thinking of ways of helping out. Play to Potential provides 20,000 years of combined IT industry knowledge and expertise to those who are budding and future IT leaders. You've been trying to help out with a helping hand. What is the potential that you see in the Indian IT sector and the potential workforce over the next 10 years, sir?
Look, it's already a very leading driver to our contributor to our GDP, and you all know the numbers, so I'll not get there. But I think the transformation in the industry will be probably 3x or 5x in the next 5 years for sure. I don't know about 10 years. That is too long a time to predict. And I think what 2-3 trends very clearly I see that anything which you can put as a routine job can be taken over by machines and AI and algorithms. So we all need to bring in new skills in terms of whether it is emotionally connecting with our customers or understanding their needs better and breaking from our relationship with our customers and partner from being reactive to proactive. And that's something that robots can't do for us. So basically what I'm saying is there is a huge reskilling which is required. Take a simple program part. When I was thinking about this whole idea of a portal, my 17-year-old son came and told me that, Dad, you can do that in 3 hours. You don't have to build it yourself. All these tools, technologies are there. You just have to put your thoughts together and the system builds it for you. So I think the skills of tomorrow will be how do you use various pieces of technology and analysis with us and put it into a meaningful form to absorb that and take. We're going to move from digital experience to digital decision making. And that will need a whole new skill set that we'll have to change.
Well, thank you so much, Rohan. We'll have to possibly record another episode with you. I see Mr. Suresh Prabhu joined us. Thank you so much, Sudhir. I think we'll do another recording for maybe a longer episode with Rohan. With you, I'm sure he still has a lot of questions that are unanswered. Thank you so much and congratulations for joining us. With that, we move on to the next panel. I take pleasure in welcoming Shri Suresh Prabhu, who was also our Scotch Challenger awardee last year for the great work that he had done in reforms in serving country in the power sector and so many other areas. This is the next session which we have co-organized with help from another good friend of mine, Pradeep Mehta from Kochhar International. This session is on Beyond Ease of Doing Business rankings. And Mr. Prabhu, who's known him for many, many years, has kindly consented not only to address this, but also give away the Scotch Challenger Award to Pradeep Mehta for his numerous contributions to competition policy in India. Sir, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce to you Mrs. Karuna Gopal. She is running a NGO called Futuristic Cities, and she's done enormous contributions in urban policy. So, Gursharan, may I ask you to kindly request you to read the citation from Pradeep, and then we'll go on to Mr. Prabhu conferring the award and speaking.
This year's Scotch Challenger Award for contributions to public policy on competition goes to Mr. Pradeep S. Mehta, a distinguished leader in Indian public policy. Pradeep S. Mehta was responsible for the institution of Kochhar International in 1983. Ever since, he has worked single-handedly picking up issues of great policy significance, ranging from trade, regulation, e-commerce, and competition, and successfully providing guidance and direction to policy making. He is an ardent votary of promoting competition, which is vital to the economy. He believes that fair competition is one of the pillars to achieve India's economic targets, more so during this new normal. Congratulations.
Mr. Prabhu, I invite you to formally say that you confer the award on him, and then maybe your address, please.
Okay. So let me have a great honor and pleasure both to confer this award on such a distinguished personality and also such a celebrated award, because this has been conferred on someone who deserves it, but an institution which is actually selected him for award is also a very well-known, celebrated organization. So I think it's a double honor for me to do this. I really congratulate Pradeep Bhai for winning this award and look forward to his renewed contribution for making vibrance, bringing vibrancy to public policy space, even more than what he has been doing. So I think he's always such a rich experience, such a rich knowledge, and now again proven by the fact that he has such a grown white beard, so that shows that how much experience and knowledge he has got. So that is very clearly amplified by that. So all the best and congratulations to the winner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So would you like to address us on ease of
Sure.
Business rankings? Do you think
Definitely.
ease of living is more important?
Definitely. So let me once again congratulate the Scotch organization for doing something as good as this for so many years, selecting people and also working very closely with all the stakeholders. So I think I must congratulate Mr. Samir Kochhar for doing this. And again, I already congratulate Pradeep Bhai, but my fellow panelists, including Ms. Rima Nanauti, Srinivas Rao, Manish Sabarwal, and many others will be speaking after me. So let me therefore speak before them, because they would have, otherwise, if I speak after them, there's nothing left for me to speak because they're so knowledgeable people. So let me congratulate once again Pradeep Bhai and all others. So actually, it's very interesting topic. So topic is beyond ease of doing business rankings. First of all, I dealt with this subject as the Minister of Commerce and Industry. And the World Bank, which stipulates certain parameters on which they do ranking of various countries. And they have very clearly identifiable goalposts for achieving that. For example, construction permit, as they call it. In India, we don't call them construction permit, but this is what they call it globally. They'll call it honoring contracts, settlement of disputes, and many others. And based on that, they give this ranking globally. We started also doing that for the states in India, because at the end of the day, what happens with the states is ultimately going to be reflected in the country as a whole. So we are doing all this. But now today's topic is very interesting, and which says beyond all this, right? That's what you mean. So actually, in one of investment summit which states organized, in which Honorable Prime Minister also on the dais, I was just speaking and I said, now we should go to not ease of doing business, but please of doing business. So this is exactly what you mean, beyond. So what is please of doing business? If you enjoy doing your business, that makes sense. You're doing business because, particularly now, when finding job is becoming more difficult, so you get self-employed. Then that self-employment turns into enterprise. Enterprise turns into some sort of a scaling up over a period of time, and that's how the business grows and starts. But that probably the first time you started doing it because you had no choice. You're forced to do it because there's no job, so you became self-employed. But suppose we make this entire economic activity into a pleasurable activity. People enjoy doing business. There are some people who become artists because they enjoy being artists. Of course, subsequently, you become so famous that you sell your art and you make so much money. So you get into business of art and culture. But you didn't start it like that. You started because you were enjoying it. Suppose we convert a possibility of business, running a business becomes a pleasurable activity. So people enjoy doing business, and therefore the business will obviously be his hobby, his livelihood, his purpose of life. Can we do that? And that is what probably, Mr. Kochhar, you mean when you say beyond ease of doing business ranking. So please of doing business, that was my, not ease, but please of doing business. And that is what I would told my officers in the ministry. So how do you do that? Firstly, if you want to bring pleasure into doing business, you have to reduce hassles in doing business. Because sometimes it's a hurdles race for an entrepreneur. He has to keep fighting the system all the time. He has to keep warding off various intervention in his business. The intrusion. into his normal activity by so-called inspectors. And the inspection is for a price. So it becomes sometimes a harrowing experience for an entrepreneur to do business. So I told my officers, can you reduce all this unwarranted, unnecessary, intrusive restrictions on entrepreneurs? If you do that, if you remove the negativity, it may not still be a piece of doing business, but at least the people will no longer have a harrowing experience of doing that. And therefore, we must work on reducing unnecessary regulations from business. Entrepreneur take risk anyway. That's why you call him entrepreneur. Entrepreneur has to deal with so many uncertainties of life. Externalities, as you call them, are always there on which he has no control. And now the externalities have magnified. The pandemic was one proof of that. But the global challenges, global innovation, which happens in some faraway country can affect you in your domestic market. And all of this, therefore, adding to more uncertainty for an entrepreneur to deal with business. He has to keep tracking about technological innovation, which will make your business redundant. So he has to deal with all that any case. So why do you subject him to more rigors of doing business by bringing in regulation? So I set up a committee under then Secretary DIPP to remove all regulation. In fact, I used to always tell him we reduced quite a bit, but still I was not happy. I wanted to make sure that enterprise and entrepreneur will be able to do what he's best doing at, that is running his business. And we should allow him to do that with very broad parameters of the red lines that we'll draw, in which we'll say don't cross these red lines. For example, on environment, it's very important that we have a regulation on environment. Because when you are using natural capital, which does not belong to you alone, but society at large. So if you are drawing on that, you are depleting the natural resource, natural capital of the world, of the country, of the society. Therefore, that regulation is essential. There are certain social issues. You should not be harming the society at large. So their regulations are necessary. There are certain sensitivities, cultural sensitivities of a society. You should put regulation on that. So people know broadly what are the red lines in which I have to operate. And within those, he must have the full freedom of operation because he's putting his own money, borrowing, or investing his own capital as equity, leveraging it with more loans. So he's taking huge risk to run his business with the attendant externalities which I mentioned. So why do you subject him to the unnecessary regulation? The question therefore is, that regulation, can it come from market alone? Can market regulate his business? In a way, yes, market regulates. But markets are not always perfect. Now, the argument that Pradeep Bhai will make is, make the market perfect. Yes, absolutely right. But as we always see, that even to make market perfect, you need regulation. But that's a different kind of regulation, not micro regulation, but macro regulation. That's fine. But I feel the pleas of doing business, one is to reduce this negativity. Other is honoring success stories, giving respect in society for those who run economic activities. See, the social values are very important. When you enjoy doing it is when people realize it. The best singer sings the best when there is an applause for his performance from those who are listening to him. The better, more enlightened are the ones who are going to listen to a singer, he will sing even better. So can we bring the new ethos into society in which we'll recognize, reward, honor an economic entrepreneur? What does economic entrepreneur does actually? For his own good, he develops his own business, expands his business, and in the process he has to hire more people, either on his own payroll, or he creates a system whereby the more and more people get added to his longer and bigger economic system, ecosystem. Doing that, he's actually creating public good. The job of the state, the government, is to create jobs. He's creating that anyway. He's adding value by creating economic enterprise, which in turn pays taxes to the state. The tax in turn can even use that money, if done properly, for creating even higher public good. So why not we create a society in which entrepreneurs will get recognition, respect, honor, that will make them happy. So they'll enjoy doing business because they recognize. The other time, when India was the largest economy, a trader, a businessman, will have the audience of the court. He'll be honored by the emperor, by the king. That was not the days of democracy, so therefore I'm talking about the rulers. There are some rulers in the world who facilitated creating trade routes. And to guard those trade routes, they would keep the royal guards to ensure that the trader will be able to pass peacefully. They used to keep certain posts in different locations on the trade routes where the trader can rest. That was all done at state intervention. So the trader will then be free to do what he is best at, trading. He will be protected from all those forces which will actually hamper his trade. We really need to create that kind of environment in which people will start enjoying doing business, will be rewarded, recognized, and therefore will be feeling a different kind of reward that they get, not just by profits alone, not just return on the investment, not just by increasing the shareholders' value, but by doing something more, coming it to him from the society. I think this is what I was thinking when I mentioned it. Just at that particular moment when I think it was an event in Assam when Prime Minister Modi and all top industrialists were on the dais, I had said, from ease of doing business, let's move to please of doing business. I think if you can bring that kind of a change, you can imagine the economic activity that will flourish in India. You can imagine the role of state, which first of all has to be completely redrawn, completely revisited, so that the enterprise becomes successful. But can you imagine how much rewards the state will get as a result of this? The best reward a state always expects from time immemorial is that the society at large is happy. There's a stories when the king would move out incognito into the people at night, changing his attire and looks so that he can get a feel about what people feel. Because his only desire was that people should be happy. But if you do it like this, it will be a completely changed scenario in which more and more people, as they're going to enter into new avenues of business, because the entire profile of employment globally is changing. There was no longer fixed term employment of a kind that was prevalent earlier. Therefore, people will have to be doing their business anyway. And if you make pleasure as driving force and people enjoy pleasure doing business, can you imagine the changes that will happen in society at large and people, the kind of people that will be creating? And that is what should be the vision. And that's all doable. I started doing it actually, but long way to go. And we have to have different layers of government in the country. We have state, we have district, we have central. So I started working on a different idea. Can we not make district as hub of economic activity? And make ease of doing business at district first. Because ultimately the business happens in the district anyway. So if you make each district as best excellence of ease of doing business, people there, the district administration, state governments and central government all are aligned to this overall objective and support that enterprise and entrepreneur. Can you imagine the change that will happen in the country? And I'd said that we can grow GDP by 3-4% more if every district GDP grows by 3-4% more. So I'd appointed National Council for Applied Economic Research and Indian Institute of Management to do this work. They had already prepared report. This work is already going on in the DPIIT. I just checked it the other way because we had selected 6 districts in all parts of India, east, west, north, south, and hilly district, for simple reason that this can happen a reality. I had also prepared a macro level plan at national level, $5 trillion, in which there was a sub-component, an important component was the district. So all that can happen. And each district has agriculture, services, and industry. So if you make for agriculture, ease of doing business, for services, for industry, it can really change the entire dynamics of India. I wish this happens soon. I offer my best wishes to Scotch again. I know when you talk about Scotch in the morning, it's different Scotch. We talk in the evening, it's a different Scotch. So I am sure we'll have the ease of doing business in the morning and please of doing business in the evening with a different kind of Scotch available to you. So thank you very much. All the best to you.
Thank you so much, Suresh. As always, such a witty and such an insightful speech that you made. Pradeep ji, would you kindly accept the award? Say a few words.
Well, thank you very much, and particularly to Suresh Bhai, my mentor, and somebody who I have admired since very long. One of our best possible ministers that we have had, and I hope that in the new cabinet, which might be reshuffled soon, you are taken back into the cabinet for doing what you are doing best, is to take your the country forward, which is what we hope to achieve. So this particular session is to continue with the narrative of making ease of business, as you said, to please of business. Thank you very much, Suresh Bhai and Sameer, for this recognition, which I gladly accept. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pradeep ji.
Actually, just one line, Sameer Bhai, just to add to this, is his contribution, Pradeep Bhai's contribution, as well as your own contribution to make please of doing business can never be underestimated. So you have done a great job, both of you. So I really feel that 2 pillars are here. So therefore, the please of doing business could become reality soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suresh ji. We also have the pleasure of having with us under the radar lady, Karuna Gopalji, who's done a yeoman service. She's, I think, a part of BJP as well, but however, we don't celebrate political parties. We celebrate the work that she's been doing for public policy in urban affairs Karunaji, would you accept the award and will you just kindly say a few words? You are on mute. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samir and Scotch Group for recognizing my work. I have been working last 30 years, and when I created my Foundation for Futuristic Cities, a think tank almost 20 years ago, when the world was not even looking at urbanization, worked quite extensively all around the world. But this award really makes a lot of difference because it's given in India, and the brand that your award carries, recognition of true work and credibility attached to it. So I'm deeply honored and extremely grateful for this award. Thank you very much. I accept it.
Congratulations again, Karunaji. Pradeep, over to you. Now it's your panel and your panelists. Look forward to a very invigorating discussion. We though still a little short on time, but we are extending it by 5 minutes. So 13:40, if you could kindly conclude it, it would be very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Samir. And thank you, Suresh Bhai, once again. The enabling ease of doing business with particular focus on small, medium, and women-led enterprises is essential to usher in inclusive economic development of India, and particularly now that the economy is gasping and needs an economic vaccine, kind of vaccine which can help growth, go forward. And we think that this is the right time, and this is what we have appealed to the Prime Minister and all the chief ministers. An important point, Suresh Bhai, is that this is something which has to be done as a concerted and a united effort across the country, and it cannot be done only from Delhi. So this is the appeal that we've made to all the chief ministers and as well as the Prime Minister is, how do we look at the opportunity which is available? I mean, you always look at changes to be done when you come across a crisis, and a crisis like this is an ideal opportunity to make ease of business as something which will help to create jobs, which is what we are doing. Now, we are aware, as you've said, that we have been working with the World Bank on the rankings of ease of doing business. As a result, we moved to 63rd position from 142nd position in the last 6 years. And this exercise has been further filtered down to our states through the Business Reform Action Plan, under which different states are ranked in business reforms they claim to have implemented. The exercise, though commendable in spirit, falls short in inclusivity and representativeness. This is what our finding is. The end result is that climbing charts has become an end in itself, and the stated objective of making life easier for entrepreneurs appears to have taken a backseat. We still require a lot of effort to be done. Now, transformational steps are required if we have to reap the full benefits of ease of doing business reforms. First, there is a need to be cognizant of the limitations of doing business rankings. It appears that a top-down approach has hitherto been adopted to design the indicators and review progress. The indicators have traditionally measured ease of starting a business, while most challenges faced by businesses are in their day-to-day functioning, what we define as ease of running a business, which is becoming more and more difficult than starting a business. Now, consultation with the industry during the design of indicators is rare and insufficient. As a result, the focus is on whether the so-called reforms are felt and not on the challenges faced by businesses and measures required to address them. We have also realized that the informal entrepreneurs, the thelawalas, etc., and the micro, small and medium enterprises and women entrepreneurs bear a disproportionate burden of regulatory compliance, which includes police hafta, for example. They are required to run from pillar to post to even obtain simple clearances and approvals. And that is where Samir pointed out in terms of ease of living. So when you look in terms of small and micro entrepreneurs, for them, their businesses are livelihoods. And therefore, ease of living is equally important as ease of doing business. Even after digitization, owing to their limited capacity, small industries and women-led enterprises often fall prey to intermediaries and are required to pay or incur significant cost in form of commission, quote unquote, to ensure compliance. Thus, dedicated efforts are required to make life easier for them. In addition, enterprises are often expected to do business in face of unpredictable, inconsistent, overlapping regulatory requirements, which my fellow panelist Manish Sabharwal has defined so well as regulatory cholesterol. You can well imagine what it means. It has been observed that information regarding EODB reforms is not effectively disseminated to the industries. The problem again then persists more at the lower level of MSMEs and women-led enterprises who lack information regarding relevant policies and regulations that are in place and thus resort to middlemen to fulfill even very simple procedures. I'll give you an example. The other day I went to get my driving license renewed, and you won't believe me that there was no way that I could go to the counter and get it done. I had to go through a middleman. It's become institutionalized, the whole system. And thus there is a need to recognize that the precious state capacity and resources needed to be spent judiciously to actually facilitate running of business and not merely on papers. Now, as Suresh Bhai pointed out, and as Sameer also said, we've been doing a lot of work on this in this particular area, and also in association with SKOCH Foundation and Manish Sabharwal's outfit. Now, what we have proposed is to have a regulatory guillotine framework in place, which provides an opportunity to get rid of useless regulations. Now, there again, we have suggested a three-way test for useless regulations. One is, does it come from a primary law regulation? Does it achieve the intended objective? And lastly, does the cost it imposes on stakeholders outweigh the benefits realized? Or let me put it the other way, does the benefit to the state exchequer justify the cost which is incurred by the business? I mean, there's no point taxing them and then losing the benefit. Now, this three-way test would, of course, require a systematic, transparent, and inclusive consultation process with stakeholders. Only those approvals that pass all three tests need to be retained, and the rest will need to be abolished or amended. Several countries have been, and this is something what we are suggesting is not something out of our head, but this has been happening in many countries. For instance, in Kenya, 315 licenses have been eliminated and 379 licenses have been simplified using this framework in a recent effort. Countries like Moldova, which is the poorest European country, Ukraine, Serbia, Mexico, and Russia have also benefited from the regulatory guillotine framework. Annual savings of 188.7 million euros were estimated to the Serbian economy, a very small country. However, the regulatory guillotine framework will address the issue of existing regulatory stock by reducing the suboptimal regulations, approvals, and clearances. There is also a need to address the issue of regulatory flow, that is ensuring that suboptimal regulations, approvals, and clearances are not introduced in future. To this end, India needs to adopt a one-in, two-out policy. Tell the policymaker you want to bring in a regulation, fine. We bring in one regulation, get two out. Cut out two, if at all you want this to be done. Now, this would require institutionalizing what we call regulatory impact assessment. This is another area that we've been working upon for a long time, and we hope that Niti Aayog will take this forward soon. Several countries have adopted and benefited from the RIA. The one-in, two-out policy of UK, for example, which mandates removal of £2 of costs for imposition of £1 of cost via state-led intervention, has resulted in a net reduction of £836 million in cost to business between 2010 and 2014, within 5 years. A similar initiative was adopted in the US, which reportedly resulted in regulatory cost saving of $8.1 billion in 2017. It is my firm belief that adoption of regulatory guillotine and regulatory impact assessment framework can go a long way in taking the ease of business doing initiatives in India to the next level. It is in this context that we wish to discuss the potential ways to achieve the ease of doing business reforms, going beyond the ranking system, to get beyond the rankings. In today's discussion, we have with us three eminent personalities who are best suited to deliberate upon the next phase of reforms beyond ease of doing business ranking, and how could practices like RIA, regulatory impact assessment, be adopted in India. I will be posing a question to each of the panelists, and I request the panelists to address that question in the span of about 5 to 7 minutes, considering that we have limited time, and we would like some public discussion as well, Q&As to come. So let me start with Mr. Manish Sabharwal, the founder of TeamLease. We have witnessed some efforts by the Indian government to actualize EODB reforms. However, despite such efforts, situation on the ground remains grim, and entrepreneurs face immense hurdles in establishing as well as running the business. What specific measures should be taken to ensure that the reforms translate into action for the entrepreneurs? Additionally, what type of incentive or disincentive incentive structure can be designed for bureaucrats to ensure routine update of the laws and monitoring of its impact? Over to you, Manish.
Thank you, Pradeep. It's a pleasure to be here. So I think that the challenge we have is that most of us acknowledge that a modern state is a welfare state. But people sort of confuse a welfare state with a place which is difficult to do business. So Sweden, Norway, Finland actually have a tax to GDP ratio which is twice of India. So they have a very large state, but they are also 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, and 9 in the ease of doing business rankings. So their freedom for entrepreneurs funds a very interesting welfare state. And I think that is where the legitimacy of ease of doing business has not taken off. I mean, we're finally fighting a battle for ideas. That the accounting of accountability, did you follow rules and process, is different from the account of accountability is did you do the right thing. So I would say that India is a difficult, or ease of doing business in India is difficult for 3 reasons. One is the thought world of civil servants. One is the prohibited till permitted. Drunk driving is an argument against cars. And then you obviously design the law for the chore or the thief. So these are fundamental thought worlds which are instinctive sometimes with civil servants. The other reason is the 3 defects among the players. So the government has an execution deficit, the private sector has a trust deficit, and non-profits have a scale deficit. So if you look at the reaction either in the agricultural bill to create more space for the private sector or RBI's proposal in banks, then you think that every Indian entrepreneur deserves their own episode in Bad Boys Billionaire or something like that, which is not true. I mean, I don't think every Indian entrepreneur deserves. Some of them do, and they should go to jail. But the trust deficit with the private sector drives the regulatory cholesterol. And the third one, which is really attention to detail, the decline of human capital in the civil services, the short tenures that people face. So basically the incentive system that they face. Really, you campaign in poetry, but you govern in prose, as Mario Cuomo used to say. But, ease of doing business is not poetry, it's prose. So the 67,000 compliances, 6,700 filings, which changed 8 times last year, are all in the nature of prose. So somebody has to sit down and detail out, do you need this compliance? Do you need this filing? And I don't think that exercise is fully completed yet. It has begun to gather momentum in the last 1 year as this idea that, yes, ease of doing business rankings have improved, but the daily life of entrepreneurs. I have 140 guys in regulatory affairs whose only job is handling the regulatory cholesterol. I mean, as a large company, I can probably afford it, but small companies can't. And everybody loves to idealize MSMEs, but they make life miserable for MSMEs. I mean, if every law needs to be interpreted. But more importantly, if there are transmission laws between how the law is written, interpreted, practiced, and enforced, which is really what India has. How the law is written, nobody gives a damn about. How it is interpreted, practiced, and enforced, then you are giving an unfair advantage to big companies like me, because we will know how to interpret and practice and enforce laws differently than how they are written, while MSMEs will not know that. So if you idealize MSMEs, ease of doing business is not a project for the Birlas, Tatas, or HDFC or Team Leads. They are a project for India's 63 million enterprises, or whatever way you want to measure enterprises in India. So I think there's one long-term solution. The actual only long-term solution is civil service reform. We don't, that is fundamentally, you will never get India to be a great place to do business unless you do civil service reform. So we don't need 52 ministries in Delhi. I mean, Japan only has 8, the US has 14, UK only has 22. So 52 ministries by definition reduces ease of doing business. And being so top heavy, we have 250 people in Delhi with the rank of Secretary to Government of India. We don't need 250 secretaries to Government of India in one city. India can't be run from Delhi. Indira Gandhi was wrong when she said that strong states lead to a weak nation. China's genius was, and well, N.T. Ramarao was wrong also when he said that the central government is a conceptual myth and, states, chief ministers run India. So we need life somewhere in between. But I think civil service reform is the only long-term solution. So whether we introduce the colonel threshold of the army, whether we introduce, 98% of people in our civil services are ranked outstanding officially. That's mathematically impossible. So we can't have all our civil service outstanding and have the outcomes we do. So fundamentally, the short-term solution that I propose means nothing if the long-term solution of civil service reform is not done. But the short-term solution is just a compliance commission with the single 90-day, 180-day mandate to take an axe, rationalize, decriminalize, and digitize India's compliance infrastructure. So you need to take an axe, 50%, 70% of the compliances and filings need to go. You need to decriminalize them. The 18,000 ways that out of the 67,000 compliances, more than 18,000 of them prescribe jail. One of my favorite lines in the Vishnu Sahasranam says, ask, why did God create fear? So that he could take it away, right? The only reason to decriminalize something is to be able to take it away, because if you don't take it away, then you can be corrupt. So I would say rationalization, decriminalization, and digitization are the 3 short-term solutions, but the only long-term solution is civil service reform. But I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. Manish, this is something which is a root problem, which is what I have been also saying, that whatever you want to do, unless you have administrative reform, nothing is going to move forward. And it is only problem is that it is only getting worse now, administrative structure. I just to give you an example, a friend of mine in the IAS told me that now 90% of the IAS officers are corrupt. What used to be 10%, and the whole thing is shifted. Secondly, the important point which you raise and which requires a little more discussion is that how do you bring in trust? The problem is that there's a lack of trust, which is what we are witnessing even in the farm sector agitation, which is going on at a particular moment, because farmers just don't have any trust in the government, and it goes on and on. That we've been advocating the same reforms for a long time on the basis of research we've done. But let me move on now to Mr. Srinivas Rao, the Chief Executive Officer of the Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship. And Mr. Srinivas Rao, the question that I would like to ask you is, it's common knowledge that MSMEs are most vulnerable entities in an industrial ecosystem. How are the challenges of MSMEs different from the large-scale enterprises? Manish spoke about large-scale enterprises, and he did highlight the fact that it is easier for large-scale enterprises to often deal with these issues because they have the necessary staff and the deep pockets. Now, what specific measures would you suggest to make life easy for small and medium and micro entrepreneurs, particularly, as I had said in my opening remarks? Over to you, Mr. Rao.
Thank you, Mr. Pradeep. And Manish is always a hard act to follow, so I'll try and do my best. Okay, so I think so. Let's just step back and look at the MSME landscape, right? So when you think about it, according to, again, the Ministry of MSME, we have 63 million MSMEs in India, employing about 110 million people, right? So that's one data point I want you to think about. The second data point I'm going to talk about is, let's look at the number of entities which are registered for GST, right? So according to, this is data from July, so may have changed a little bit. We have approximately about 10 million enterprises now registered for GST, right? And which means typically, 40 lakh plus revenue, except in the Northeast states where it's 10 lakhs. And the third data point I'm going to talk about is the number of entities registered for PF, right? So if you use PF and GST as two measures of formality, right? So the number of enterprises registered for PF again is approximately about 654,000, right? Give or take a few here and there, right? So what does that tell you? It tells you the vast majority of MSMEs, I said 63 million, right? 6.3 crores. So you're talking of less than 15% paying GST, one, and you're talking of about 10% or thereabouts having PF. So which means many of these firms are stuck in low growth, low productivity, don't generate enough jobs, don't really add value to the economy, right? I think part of the problem, when you think about it, can be traced back to this issue of becoming formal, right? So let's think about it from the point of view of so I come from the city of Bangalore, okay? So where, as you know, is the IT capital. And so I've been an entrepreneur twice over, so I can just share some data points from that. So if you want to start from a tax compliance standpoint, you have approximately, just from a tax compliance standpoint, approximately 155 compliances to deal with on an annual basis. So which is almost, every 2 days, there's some, in a manner of speaking, many of them obviously are monthly and quarterly, and some of them are half yearly, and some of them are annual. So essentially, we have a very complex environment for MSMEs, right? So what does this mean? So what happens is essentially, what does it mean for an MSME? So firms decide to stay informal, right? And this then becomes a vicious cycle. Because you're informal, you can't access capital. Because you can't access capital, you can't increase productivity. Because you can't increase productivity, you remain basically, stunted and don't grow at all, right? And let's also look at the direct and indirect costs. So we have been working very closely with Manish and his team, and they've done we're working very closely with them on a long engagement in the state of Punjab. And we've done a study. The first part of the study, we've tried to capture what is the direct and indirect cost of compliance for an MSME, right? And we've come up with a number of 12 lakhs, right? When you think about it, where does that go? So you have to have a CA, you need somebody to handle your PF, somebody to help you with your GST, etc. So think of a small firm employing, let's say, anywhere between 5 to 50 people. If you have your annual cost of compliance is 12 lakhs, that's a huge disincentive for you to be formal, right? So I just wanted to make that point. So I think there are ways there are obviously significant impacts which would happen if we have a less complex compliance landscape. I think first of all, I think you'll have more businesses which become formal, more businesses which will scale and which will grow. And I think from a measurement standpoint, and I just, because this is something you talked about, RIA and so on, Mr. Mehta, but I think clearly one of the things I think, and a lot of these ease of doing business rankings, when you think about it from the entrepreneur standpoint, right? So first of all, how many compliances am I dealing with today? And is that number of compliances reducing year on year, right? I'm as an MSME, I'm time challenged, right? Because I'm obviously trying to just stay alive, and particularly in post-COVID times. So how much time do I spend on this compliance part, right? And also ease of doing business should also focus on other things, like for example, how long does it take for me to get my TDS refund? How long does it take to get my power permissions in place, etc. So I think if we look at it slightly differently, not just look at it from the point of view of perspective of large businesses. And for example, I think the BRAP is a good positive step in the right direction, but there's a lot of work to be done on the ground. And the last but not the least is focus on reducing the cost of compliance. So if you can do these four things, which is what is the overall compliance burden, What is the time taken today? How much is the time reducing year on year? Can we measure and reduce the time it takes for giving for an MSME to get the tangible inputs to be able to scale his business? And last is cost of compliance. So I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rao. And I, in the 1970s, I was also a small-scale entrepreneur, and believe you me, it was a superman's job. I was the chairman of the company and the labor welfare officer, obviously. I had to handle 2 long strikes. So there were, one day I and my partner sat down and counted 52 inspectors. This includes where we were covered under a particular law, or even if we were not covered. So we used to get inspectors from departments with whom we were not concerned coming for Diwali bakshish and so on. Anyway, let me leave it at that. But I can well understand, you've been an entrepreneur, so have I been. So one can understand as to where the problems are. Let me now move on to Reema ji, Chief Executive Officer of SEWA, the Self-Employed Women's Entrepreneurs Organization. And we all have witnessed one of the worst COVID-19 crisis-affected groups is women. And women entrepreneurs have traditionally faced immense challenges in running a business. Can you highlight some challenges and possible solutions which can be institutionalized to address the challenges? Over to you.
Sure. Thank you so much. And congratulations, Pratibha, to you for the SKOCH Award as well. And it was very fascinating to hear pleas of doing business to administrative or civil service reforms to Mr. Srinivas Rao talking about the compliances, the cost of compliances. And then I was just telling myself that if, large companies and strong entrepreneurs like Manish Bhai and Srinivas Bhai are having such a harrowing time, what would be the situation of women workers, women entrepreneurs, enterprises in the informal sector who are cooperatives or federations or social enterprises who are then trying to formalize themselves or going to scale? And I think COVID has really impacted them very badly. It is these enterprises or these women entrepreneurs are still struggling to have their feet grounded. Their businesses are still, not picking up the way one would. And I think one of the reasons and one of the major reasons is that the kind of relief packages that the government has announced, which are mainly, loans. And loans normally work when the economy of a nation is functioning and is strong. But we all know that, our country's economy is currently fractured. And in a fractured economy, women entrepreneurs are thrown to the margins or completely thrown out. And that's one of the major reasons why the women entrepreneurs or enterprises which are owned and managed by the women are really struggling hard to really come back to and get into the business. One of the major things that we find is also the banking system, having access to finance. If you really want your enterprise as a women entrepreneur, as a social enterprise owned by women, it is very quick and easy access to finance. If I want to take a debt from the bank, I have to fill up a form which is 30 long pages. It asks for so many different documents. And if you are talking about rural enterprises, I think it's just next to impossible. Similarly, even if you want to have a relief package and access to a relief package, you have to present so many different documents. It's an entitlement. You have announced a relief package, it's an entitlement. And why do you need so many different documents? And that's where, again, not just the trust deficit of the large private sector, but it's also the trust deficit between the government and the people who are entitled to those relief packages. The third and the most important, I think, is, what is needed is a kind of a recovery fund. And that is not a new kind of financing instrument. The governments really need to think out of the box. The financial institutions need to think out of the box. And our experience has shown that when it comes to women entrepreneurs, women enterprises, the recovery, the repayment rates are phenomenal, almost 99 to 100%. And therefore, there is a need for a new kind of financing instrument, and that ensures a minimum income to the household. And then only we would be able to have a thriving economy. And the most important is that how do you build local decentralized supply chains? Our experience during COVID has shown that it was these local decentralized supply chains that functioned and that continued giving employment through the social enterprises. So therefore, I think it's now time that countries like ours have to think of a new economic pathway, a pathway that builds an economy of nurturance. When Mr. Suresh Prabhu was talking about please of doing business, I think we have to think of an economy of nurturance. You don't build your businesses at the cost of somebody else's businesses. Also, where do you invest? What kind of businesses one needs to invest? And I think we need to invest in businesses that bring better environment, that brings better health, that brings better nutrition, that helps on building up the local skills and traditions. And that's a kind of an economy. Unless and until we build that kind of an economy, which is nurturing, I don't think that the country will be able to reach a 3 trillion or a 5 trillion economy. It's these entrepreneurs in the rural areas, in the informal sector, which also should be able to build and have a thriving, a vegetable vendor or a fruit vendor, or any, for that matter, any vendor. Do they have a ease or a please of doing business? They are still seen as encroachers. They are still seen as obstructing traffic. Where are the natural markets for them? Where are the town planning? Where is a space for them in the town planning or the city planning when it happens? So unless and until we develop a new economic pathway of building an economy of nurturance, taking the need of each and every entrepreneur of the country, that they also are included and have the opportunity to build their own entrepreneurship and their enterprise, I don't think we will be able to solve the problem of unemployment in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reema-ji. I mean, when you talk in terms of economy and nurturing, it's a splendid idea. I can see a parallel of that which is already happening in the country today, is how in the accounts of the poor people, money is being transferred from the center to help them to overcome the crisis that we have seen now. So it is not as if there is no such precedent in the country, and what you said is right. Secondly, I think importantly, you raised a point, and that is my own personal experience. We run 1,500 self-help groups in the district of Chittorgarh in Bhilwara in southern Rajasthan. And we've seen the credit worthiness of the women is fantastic. Fantastic. I mean, except for one or two fraudulent groups, all of them their repayment is 100%. They're sort of very conscious of the fact is that they have to do this, and including they're growing. Many of them are growing fantastically. They never got the opportunity in the past, which to see now it is happening. With that, may I, Samir, are you there? Gursharan.
Yes, I'm there.
Can we open the floor? Because the question answer I see is generally talking about some voting. rather than on the topic that we're discussing.
Well, you can open up the floor, of course.
Yeah, the floor is open for anybody to raise a question through the Q&A box.
Pradeep, looks like no questions for you.
Okay, is there a poll, is it?
Yeah, this is a poll on the panel.
Oh, on the panel, right.
What do people think?
Good. So may I request the audience to please fill in the poll which is there in front of you. Should ease of living ranking be given higher priority than ease of business ranking? The first question. The second is, does India need to learn from other countries and reform required ease of doing business? We've got one question from Prashant Tak. He says that while the idea of civil service reforms has been spoken about for a long time, Manish, can you suggest a bonus-malus system?
I'm actually a little hesitant, even in the question about bonuses for civil servants. That would be a little, you don't need to be paid to do your job. Bonuses, even in the private sector, we are all realizing that you corrupt your compensation systems when you pay people bonuses to do their job. Bonuses are above and beyond the call of duty. And civil servants, and I hope people don't interpret my civil servants to be the 4,762 IAS officers. There are actually 20 million civil servants. And that's really whom I'm talking about. The IAS officers are obviously important because they set the tone from the top. And I would probably not agree with your IAS officer assessment that 90% of them are corrupt, but obviously, yes, many more of them
recent
are.
Batches.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, my view is that that's probably not that true, but there still is a lot of idealism among the people who join the IAS. They do join for the civil services. I think we have to think about the culture of the civil servants. We have to think about the control. We have to think about performance management. So I don't think a bonus is a good idea for ease of doing business. I think creating a fear of falling and hope of rising. Every organization has a currency that we trade in. We obviously know that people like to be Home Secretary, Finance Secretary, and Defense Secretary rather than, say, Textile Secretary or something like that. So I think that postings, promotions, trainings are very huge currency available for civil service performance management, and they are currently not used. So training, postings and promotions should be done, and that could be a place to start. Because if you get into a debate of financial incentives for most civil service jobs can't be done in 1 or 2 years. They're they don't have only 1 or 2 variables. So in the private sector, our goals are finite and our timeframes are finite. In the public sector, timeframes are infinite and goals are multiple. So I'd be careful with drafting incentive systems that start paying people for short term. There's the Godard's law, where if the metric becomes a goal, the metric is no longer useful. And you've seen that happen in many government programs.
Pradeep, just to share an interesting insight with you, we just conducted a poll on this.
Yeah.
Does bureaucracy need incentives to pursue reforms?
Right.
Our audience size is 937. 398, which is 60%, says yes, they should be incentivized. 16% say no, 108. And 24% say can't say, which is 158. So Manish, people are listening and they are giving their feedback.
Manish, I think the thinking is different than yours.
Fair enough. I have seen the unintended consequences of financializing civil services. We have seen the unintended consequences of financializing the economy. Public service is, I think we should pay our civil servants well. but I'm not sure we are yet ready as a society. See, we don't live in an economy, we live in a society. I think we have 10 other tools to get performance out of civil servants, but obviously on average, we should pay them enough so that they don't need to be corrupt to live. I have no problems with that.
Yeah, in all fairness, Manish, the audience is largely civil servants.
That's okay. I think most of them.
So they think they should be incentivized.
No, I think there is no right answer to this.
Basically,
debate. I agree.
All for another pay commission.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a complex debate even in the private sector on
I
how
ask a
good
question
variable pay works.
to Mr. Srinivas Rao. Mr. Prabhu, Mr. Srinivas Rao, Mr. Prabhu spoke about EODB at the district level. How can we start thinking about it? And how do we build state capacity to do that?
So I think two things. So I think, and again, I'm going to reference the engagement we are doing in Punjab. So basically, we are working closely with the Punjab government in two districts, Ludhiana and Chandigarh, right? And we're working closely with the DICs, the district industry commissioners, right? So two things, right? One of the things is many of these the entrepreneurs. What we've tried to do is to create an MSME advisory council, because one of the things we recognize is both from the government side as well as from the entrepreneur perspective, they're all they're poles apart in terms of how they think about the regulations, compliances, and filings. And unfortunately, at the risk of making something slightly controversial, unfortunately, the government, while intentions are laudable, sometimes execution capacity is a challenge. And also, I think it's fair to say sometimes they don't understand the implications of some of these regulatory changes on the entrepreneurs on the ground, right? Particularly, when you think about COVID, right? If you just think about what an MSME would have gone through in the last 10, 11 months, right? Lockdown, first of all, not able to get goods to market, reverse migration of labor, etc., etc. Their ability to overcome this is a challenge. So I think while it's fair to say that the district should be the central point, I think one of the things we are suggesting, and I think it's fair to say that the idea is starting to gain currency in government, is to figure out almost the equivalent of a time and motion study, which is to say, why is something being done? Why, for example, if you take Punjab, you have this thing called the Right to Business Act, right? Despite that, the offtake of the Right to Business Act has been low. The number of registrations under that has been very low because the government has not done enough, for example, to visibly publicize and let people know that something like this, where you can get registrations for a bunch of things pretty much across the counter, no inspections for 3 years. They haven't really been able to go out and get visibility for that. So I think, yes, the district is you might say the smallest unit. Actually, you have to go down even below the district. You have to go down to a taluk, etc. But district is a good start point.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Reema ji, the last word to you. Reema ji, are you there?
I think since I'm getting the last word, let us hope that whether we go down up to the district level or to the block level, but I think what is needed is a whole new thinking that how do we prepare ourselves to make the future of work and future of for workers much more easier and much more conducive. So I hope that we are able to see an economy of nurturance in our country come live sooner and not later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we come to an end of this session. And
thank you so much, Pradeep. Thank you to all the panelists. Reema ji, so nice to see you virtually again.
I know, after a long time. Thank you.
I hope we correct that. Manish ji, I am very long-standing admirer of your work, and I'm thankful to Pradeep that he managed to get you on the panel. I hope to interact with you more. And
Manish is an inspiration to me.
He's an inspiration to a lot of people. So, maybe you could help me with and I'll pick his brains. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this session. Gursharan, maybe we could carry on with the order of merit.
Yes. So,
thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone, for being with us and participating in the discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the announcement of our next round of Scotch Order of Merits. And I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Shivani Nagpal, District Child Protection Officer, Child Protection Unit from Sri Muktsar Sahib, Project Street to School.
Thanks, sir.
Well, thank you very much, and doing such good work, and our best wishes are with you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Mr. Chandra Shekhar Shakhamuri, a district collector from Tamil Nadu Corporation for Development of Women, Kudalur District, for Tamil Nadu State Rural Livelihood Mission. The gentleman is there with the video off. Cannot spotlight you till such time you switch your video off. Mr. Manoj Kumar Patnaik, Special Secretary, Electronics and Information Technology Department, Government of Odisha, for COVID Odisha project. We have the Department of Electronics with us, but the video and the audio is switched off. I now invite Mr. J.S. Chahal, Superintending Engineer, Department of Water Supply and Sanitation, Government of Punjab, for transforming rural lives by providing safe drinking water. Mr. Chahal. Mr. Chahal, you can see that you are present, but your video is off. Mr. S.J. Haider, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Gujarat State Road Transport Corporation, for development of bus port under public-private partnership. Mr. Haider, your video is switched off. The next one also goes to GSRTC, response to COVID. Mr. S.J. Haider. Mr. Pankaj Kumar Pandey, Commissioner, Health and Family Welfare Services, Government of Karnataka, for general health services during COVID under Ayushman Bharat, Arogya Karnataka. Next one also goes to Mr. Pankaj Kumar Pandey, Arogya Karnataka card distribution. Ms. Radha Rangarajan, Chief Scientific Officer, Health Cube India Private Limited, for response to COVID. Ms. Kumud Singh, Managing Director, Himachal Pradesh Tourism Development Corporation, for response to COVID. Ms. Rupali Thakur, Chief Executive Officer, Himachal Pradesh Energy Development Agency, for mitigation of electricity problems in Pangi Valley.
Good afternoon to you all. Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you for this opportunity to support. We are grateful for this opportunity. Pangi is one of the remotest areas of Himachal Pradesh, and we have been successful in getting a bit of light into their lives. We have got... We have got solar energy powered houses in below poverty line families, and we appreciate your acknowledging this effort. Thanks again.
Congratulations to you, ma'am. Mr. Krishna Bajpai, Managing Director, Hubali Dharwad Bus Rapid Transit System Company Limited, for Hubali Dharwad Bus Rapid Transit System.
Thank you, sir. I am present here. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Please
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the SKOCH team for recognizing our project and giving us the place in the semi-final round. Thanks, sir.
Congratulations. I have the pleasure of inviting Professor and Head of Department Dr. Anmol Gupta from Indira Gandhi Medical College, Shimla.
Thank you, sir. I am present here.
Development goals. Yes.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Thank you, sir. I am present here. And we did thank you for the whole team of SKOCH for selecting our project. It's our gratitude. And the project was done on achieving the sustainable development goal in Indira Gandhi Medical College, Shimla. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Dr. Chitra S., Executive Director, Information Kerala Mission, Integrated Local Governance Management System. Ms. Ranjita Gautam, Additional Director, Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Rajasthan, for Early Childhood Education, ICDS. Yes, ma'am, we can see you. Ms. Kavita Ramu, Director cum Mission Director, Integrated Child Development Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, for virtual learning interventions pertaining to early childhood care.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm representing our director, respected director, ma'am, and thank you so much for the SKOCH message and for encouraging us in the area of early childhood and education.
I want to speak from Rajasthan.
Congratulations, Tamil Nadu. So let me go back to Rajasthan and invite Ms.
Yes, please. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm grateful towards SKOCH Group, its partners, for acknowledging our innovations in early childhood education. Congratulations to all the participating organizations for their initiatives. We all are aware that the education was badly hit pandemic. ICDS Rajasthan, with its commitment towards children and other beneficiaries, developed a strategy to continue education and learning at home during pandemic. Digital EC materials, month, weekly calendar, audios and videos was developed based on the curriculum. These materials were then shared with the parents through mobile phones. Anganwadi workers continue to motivate to do these activities at home. So online trainings were also given to all the lady supervisors, that is around 100, and nursing teachers around 1100. The complete program was well monitored through Google formats. Approximately 12 lakh children enrolled for ECE have been benefiting from the program. I also would like to share that the revised ECE material, like appropriate workbooks, textbooks, are distributed to the children at home. With an aim to improve access for all to good EC materials, ICDS Rajasthan has developed a YouTube channel that is named Anganwadi EC ICDS Rajasthan. So ICDS Rajasthan is committed to holistic development and positive health for children. Out of 60,000 something Anganwadi centers in Rajasthan, approximately 40,000 Anganwadi centers are integrated in the school. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. The next one goes to Mr. Ashok Sharma, Director ICDS, Women and Child Development Department, Government of Gujarat, for State Management Center, SMC.
Namaskar.
बहुत बहुत आभार. Thank you so much, this coach team and my colleagues all around India. This State Management Center was basically to monitor the ICDS activities as our counterpart from Rajasthan was discussing. We have a system in place for end-to-end solution for supply of supplementary nutrition. We call take home ration, THR. We produce it through our three dairy plants, Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, Amul, and then we distribute among our beneficiaries. Now the beauty of the project is the entire supply chain management is on digital platform, where the demand is also uploaded from the bottom up in a bottom up approach, and it is approved by the system based on the number of actual beneficiaries, and then this actually digitally goes to the dairy plants where it is produced, packaged, and then transported through a system, so that actually it is real-time tracking that we can do. Now these products are designed to suit the requirements of three sets of beneficiaries of our ICDS: children, 3 to 6 years children, 0 to 3 years children, then adolescent girls, and our pregnant and lactating mothers. We call them Bal Shakti, Matru Shakti, and Purna Shakti. So chain of this logistic management.
So much for joining.
SMC is helpful. Actually, SMC is
না না ঠিক আছে ডিএলআর সাথে কথা হলো, যদি উনি না বলেন তাই বলবো, আমি জানি।
Please mute the other participants.
Now the SMC is basically to carry out the monitoring. We have a system of say 16 call executives who continuously monitor the entire chain of logistic management, and then because machine can only give us the idea about how it is flowing, but our people actually go on speaking with the beneficiaries as well as our own people, whether the product has reached, how it is acceptable or not, and so human interface, so digital plus human interface, and we are making into a holistic management system. Thank you very much, Dr. Gursaran and the team of SKOCH for giving this opportunity to share our ideas, and thanks very much on behalf of the WCD Gujarat for this SKOCH award. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations once again, Mr. Chair. And here we are with Mr. Senthil Kumar Murugesan, CEO and co-founder of GeoVio Healthcare for Project Save Mom.
Thank you so much, Merit team. This is our Rudraksh kind of a wearable device. Using this device, we are monitoring a lot of pregnant mother, especially living in a tribal remote village who don't have any form of health access. We have monitored almost 22,000 plus checkup with our innovative device. So this device has a sensor inside this beads, and it continuously monitors mother's health parameter, and it directly sends this data to the health provider, Anganwadi worker or health provider, and we could able to monitor high-risk mother at very early stage. And thank you so much for the team, such a recognition. And as a private startup company getting such a recognition, we are very proud for this. Thanks, team.
Congratulations. Mr. Venancio Furtado, Managing Director, Kadamba Transport Corporation Limited, for response to COVID. You are on mute.
Hello.
We can hear you now.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear, but your video is frozen at this moment.
Hello.
Looks like Mr. Venancio is having
Hello.
connectivity issue.
Hello.
We'll move on to the next. We'll come back to you, Mr. Furtado. Mr. Sanjeev Bijul, Additional Principal Chief Conservator from Karnataka Forest Department, Project E-Parihara.
Everyone.
Technology is stumbling.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please go ahead. We can hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
We move on to the next, and we will have an occasion to speak with you once again. Mr. Sanjay Bijul for e-evaluation of KFD works.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
At the outset, At the outset, let me thank, on behalf of the Karnataka Forest Department, to the jury and the Scotch group for giving us an opportunity to showcase our initiatives. And in fact, we had showcased two of our initiatives. One is e-Parihara and another one was e-evaluation. Both were towards ease of business, governance itself. So just I would like to bring to the kind notice of all the participants that Karnataka Forest Department has initiated several process reforms using the IT platforms.
Well, thank you so much, and our congratulations to you. Mr. Shiva Yogi C. Kalasar, Managing Director, Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation for Swachhata Hi Seva. Next one also goes to KSRTC for Sarige Sanjeevani. Response to COVID is the third one that goes to KSRTC. Mr. Manoj Pant, Principal Secretary, Land and Land Reforms and Refugee Relief and Rehabilitation Department, Government of West Bengal, for Electronic Delivery Service System and Automated Mutation.
Sir, on behalf of Principal Secretary, I'm there, and I'm audible, sir.
Yes.
On behalf of Principal Secretary, I'm there, and Director sir is also there. I think he is facing some problem to connect this platform. So still, thank you, sir. Thank all of you for selecting us in this platform and selecting our project and to be the best, one of our best thing. The best area, whatever we have been shown to you, and the best thing is this contactless mutation. Mutation is happening almost all the states of India, but our specialty is contactless mutation, where there is no need to go to the office and thing. Automatically, by governing the rules and all, mutation will be happening. And real-time record delivery as well as display of records. This is the specialty of our application, sir. And that the citizens are getting in pandemic situations also. Citizens are getting the services from our portal services and all. And whatever sir Suresh Prabhu sir has told regarding, he mentioned EODB. We have a huge role in EODB, sir. Actually, in behalf of ease of doing business, we are also giving a lot of services to the EODB from land and land folks. And regarding this, regarding the services to the citizen, we can say around 53 crore services has been registered. It also it is possible. It is a huge service land and land reforms are presenting to the citizens. So this is basically a citizen-centric application, citizens services to the citizen. That is the beautification of our application, sir. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to the entire team. And we move on to invite Mr. Sanjay Kumar Sain, Superintendent of Police, District Police, Lower Dibang Valley, for response to COVID. The next one also goes to Lower Dibang for Anti-Drug Squad, Rowing Police. Ms. Manisha Verma, Managing Director, Maharashtra Film, Stage and Cultural Development Corporation Limited for Maharashtra Film Cell.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. This is Ritesh on behalf of Maharashtra Film, Stage and Cultural Development Corporation Limited. We thank you, the Scotch team, for choosing our project to show our capabilities which we have delivered. To give a little background to the people available here, as people were saying in the last session that there's high corruption in IAS and all those things. So the system which we have developed, which is for the majorly for the reforms of single window system in Bollywood. All of us know Mumbai is the hub of Bollywood, and through this system we have tried ease of doing business in the film and media entertainment sector. It's become a single platform where people can come and book shooting locations without any hassle. They would need to go to 10 departments for getting permissions and all those things. They just need to come to us, and it's a single window and they get the permissions. So I once again thanks the team for choosing our project and hope to win the same. Thank you.
Congratulations. Let me now invite Mr. Dr. Yashpal Singh, Chief Medical Officer, District Administration, Badayun, for modification of 75 health sub-centers. This one goes to Mr. Siddhant Khurana, co-founder and head of operations, Mind Piper, response to COVID. I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Khushwant Sethi, Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, for audit online. So Sethi, are you there?
Sir.
Scotch team.
সেটাই স্যার বললাম যে টেকনিক্যাল আমি এদের সঙ্গে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে ছিলাম, আমরা নামও পাঠিয়েছিলাম, এরা বলছে ইয়েস ইট ইজ অ্যাভেলেবল, ওই জন্য আমি ওয়েট করছিলাম শুরুতে। তারপর যদি স্যার আমি বললাম যে আমাদের ডাইরেক্টর স্যার is facing some technical.
Brings us to the end of this round of the announcement of Scotch Order of Merit. Kindly stay back since we have already overshot the previous session. We are constrained not to go into break. So the people who have already received, if they wish to break for lunch, they may go ahead. But we already have the next round of Scotch Order of Merit recipients present with us. So without any further delay, we will go into the announcement of the next round. Kindly allow me a moment. So here we are with the third round of the announcement of Scotch Order of Merit. The first one goes to Mr. Atul Tiwari, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, for Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. I now invite Ms. Dr. Navaljeet Kapoor, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, for water management in tribal villages using ice stupa. Dr. Kapoor.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanjal. First of all, I convey my sincere thanks and regards on behalf of the MOTA to the entire jury team, Scotch team, for giving us this opportunity. So Ministry of Tribal Affairs has partnered with very number of reputed organizations to develop innovative models with various private organizations and NGOs. The objective of these initiatives is to dismantle inefficient and burdensome practices and encourage some best practices. So as you know, water is a very critical life source, and due to environmental changes, the glaciers are shrinking and the water has become a scarce resource in Leh and Ladakh. So with the help of SECMOL Foundation in the Leh region, so this year we created ice stupas in 26 villages, and we were able to save 70 million liters of water with the help of people. This is a totally participation program with NGOs and people and the ministry. So once again, I convey my sincere thanks to SKOCH team. The team SECMOL, by chance, the CEO is in USA. She is not able to join. Once again, I convey my sincere thanks to SKOCH team. Thank you.
Congratulations. The next one also goes to Dr. Kapoor, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, for Tribal Health and Nutrition Portal, Swasthya.
Thank you once again. As everybody knows that the tribal health issues are totally different from general population, and there was lack of authenticated and scientific data on tribal health and nutrition. So ministry has partnered with Piramal Foundation, who has developed this Swasthya Health and Nutrition Portal, which is a single point source for presenting the health and nutrition related data. And it captures health and nutrition data for 177 tribal dominated districts. So with me is Piramal Foundation, Dinesh Jagtap also. I will request him to say a few words because they have partnered with us in this initiative. Dinesh, are you there?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, giving me this opportunity, and we are really thankful to jury and dignitaries over here for recognizing us and encouraging with the award. And this Swasthya portal will help us to make policy towards tribal issues and tribal health particularly, and nutrition aspects also. So this is a very unique platform where we have developed the dashboard for the tribal communities and how their performance over a period of time with the link, with having link with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and Ministry of WCD. Thank you very much to her.
And congratulations. Yeah, guys. Third one, hat-trick, also goes to Dr. Navaljeet Kapoor for the performance dashboard.
Thank you once again. Ministry of Tribal Affairs has developed a data-driven governance model in which all schemes and initiatives of the ministries are end-to-end digitalized. So we have developed 20 dedicated portals, website and mobile apps which are linked to the mother website on one hand and on the other hand with the performance dashboard. So through this, it is being ensured that the every penny which is being spent on the welfare of the tribal is monitored and can be viewed by the public. So this initiative we have taken with the help of Center of Excellence for Data Analysis, monitored and can be viewed by the public. So this initiative we have taken with the help of Center of Excellence for Data Analytics, NICSI. So once again, I thank SKOCH team and our partners who have developed these initiatives with us for this award. Thank you.
Congratulations. Additional Secretary, Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship for Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana.
Good afternoon. On behalf of MSD, myself Devorshi Chakravarti, Manager PMKBI PMU is here. Along with me, Ms. Shruti Pandey is also here. I'll request to allow Shruti to share his views and inputs for this award.
Yeah. I think they are coming in sequence, sir. Okay. Right now, 6 of 7 is on the 36, sir. Okay. I'll inform you, sir, when we are approaching. Yeah, I'm watching it.
Please allow Ms. Shruti to share her view.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, am I audible and visible?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Shruti Pandey, Deputy Director, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Namaskar, आप सभी को. Regarding Prime Minister कौशल विकास योजना, प्रधानमंत्री कौशल विकास योजना 2016-2020, this is the flagship scheme, outcome-based skill training scheme of the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Understanding the need to take up skill training to increase productivity and align training and certification with industry requirements, PM, through its various verticals, aimed at skilling 10 million youths. Since its inception, PMKVY has been able to enroll 97 lakh plus candidates and has been able to spread across 36 states and UTs. 700 plus districts, 117 aspirational districts, and has built up 800 plus PMKKs, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendra, with over 55 lakh 49,000 square feet cumulative build-up area. Apart from the PMKKs, over 37 SSCs, used 8,000 training centers registered on the smart portal to conduct trainings and assessments of the candidates. I would invite Devoshri to speak regarding Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana and add into it.
So thank you, Shruti. So the thing is that we have created a huge impact covering more than 1 crore youth in last 4 years, and we have gave training in more than 300 job roles across India. And with our able leadership of Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari and PMKVY division, we could able to reach this milestone. I'm thanking to Scotch team to nominate us as a semi-finalist for this award. Thank you very much to all.
Congratulations to the entire team. Mr. Bikramjeet Singh Shergill, Commissioner from Municipal Corporation Bathinda, rejuvenation of water bodies. Next one also goes to him, setting up of 2209 kilowatt solar power plant.
I want to thank the entire SKOCH team to nominate our project for the SKOCH Award. Thanks again.
Congratulations. Mr. Rahul Kumar, Mission Director, National Health Mission Punjab, for Trans Fat Free Diwali campaign. Next one also goes to him. Screening, detection and management of diabetic retinopathy. Dr. Archana Verma, General Manager Quality Assurance from National Health Mission, UP, Capacity Building Initiatives. EMARC, Electronic Maintenance of Rural Roads under PMGSY, National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency. Director and Joint Secretary, Mr. Ashish Goyal.
Good afternoon to everyone. Dr. Ashish Goyal could not join, so I am on his behalf speaking in this forum. I am Pradeep Agrawal, Director Projects, National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency. First of all, let me congratulate the SKOCH Foundation for organizing such a big summit, which showcases the government and all projects, as well as discusses on various policy issues. Very knowledgeable, and all the participants, I am sure, must have got a lot of knowledge into it. So thanks the SKOCH Foundation for giving us this opportunity to showcase this project, which we call EMARC, Electronic Maintenance of Rural Roads for the PMGSY roads in the entire country. And through this system, actually, what we developed the solution for many things, for the project management, for the maintenance management, and for the maintenance of the rural roads through the digital means. And this platform gives the opportunity for managing the roads and seeing their photographs, actual photographs of the road condition during its entire defect liability period of 5 years. So, and this is going to open to the citizens also. So probably we'll get the feedback from citizens. And then this helps in the administering, maintaining, payment of bills, all these are transparent and the evidence based. What was happening earlier in the system, the evidence was lacking actually. And in this system, we have got geotagged, geo-stamped photographs for all the roads and when they were maintained in what condition. And accordingly, the payment is released on performance-based maintenance contracts. So this can be replicated in other government departments and other private sector also for maintenance in performance related with the objective marking system. Once again, thanks a lot for the SKOCH Foundation. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Congratulations, Pradeep ji. The next one also goes to the National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency, Ministry of Rural Development, transformation of PMGSY 3. Mr. Pradeep.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Again, this is our another flagship project actually for the PMGSY 3 scheme. The PMGSY 3 scheme, as all of you know, has been announced by our Honorable Prime Minister in 2019 for upgrading rural road network of 1,25,000 kilometer, and this is targeted to be completed by 2025. So the main issue was that selection of road and the objective selection of the road through the again evidence based and the digitalization of the things. So what happens that in a block or in a district, the several roads are selected and these roads are given the marking based upon their importance in terms of the habitations it connects, importance in terms of the facilities like hospitals, mandis, schools, and all these facilities. So what happens that we have developed a system, digital system, wherein all we have mapped around more than 10 lakhs of the facilities around the country for all the national rural habitations. So all these habitations, once it calculates the importance of the road and then it awards the marking to the roads. So this becomes a very transparent and objective system of selecting the roads which will be used by the public, and this avoids any kind of subjectivity to the selection of the roads. So this is a very good solution which can be replicated again by any of the government agencies involving into these kind of selections. So thanks so much for giving this opportunity of showcasing the projects which will help the society at large. Thank you so much, SKOCH Foundation.
Excellent work. Congratulations once again. Ms. Vandana Bhatnagar, Chief Program Officer, National Skill Development Corporation for eSkill India.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanjal. It's a privilege to be part of this entire panel of awardees. We'd like to thank the SKOCH jury for selecting the initiative of the National Skill Development Corporation. Through the last 10 years, NSDC has been very actively engaged in the skilling initiatives for the country. We've been building up capacity for delivering skill programs across the country. Over 5 million trainees go through our ecosystem every year. Over the last 1 year, our eSkill India initiative has been rolled out, which is a digital push for skilling, and it has achieved immense scale. Over 4 lakh enrollments have happened, and 800 courses are available across blue collar, gray collar, as well as white collar roles, future skill roles. And we are providing access to learning opportunities to women, to underprivileged sections, as well as the white collar aspirants. So this has been an immense initiative by our team. I'd like to acknowledge the effort made by them through this very difficult period. With great agility and strategic focus, they have achieved scale in a short time with our knowledge partners, 38 knowledge partners. So thank you once again for having our initiative showcased through the SKOCH Foundation Awards.
Congratulations. Mr. Kurma Rao, Managing Director, Northeastern Karnataka Road Transport Corporation for response to COVID. Mr. Manoj Kumar Patnaik, Special Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Odisha, for Mo Sarkar. Ms. Deepthi Mahapatro, OSD, Odisha State Road Transport Corporation, for Depot Management System. Mr. Bhagwati Prasad Gopalika, Additional Chief Secretary, Personnel and Administrative Reforms Department, Government of West Bengal, for Annadatri Mobile App.
Good afternoon all. Myself Shonit Sinha, representing Mr. B.P. Gopalika, Additional Chief Secretary for the Governance Department, Government of West Bengal. I thank SKOCH Group to provide opportunity in the semifinal As e-governance wing of the government of West Bengal, we did implementation of information technology to fight against COVID-19. We have developed inventory management software system with stock maintenance for tracking of goods like masks, PPE, sanitizer used by health professional and patients, delivered to the various hospitals by transport for health and family welfare department. It ensured it ensured no leakage in the transportation. Thank you once again.
Congratulations. The next one also goes to the Government of West Bengal, Department of Personnel and Administrative Reforms. Response to COVID.
Hi, myself again, Shunit Sinha. We have developed another mobile app for agri-marketing board, Government of West Bengal, to facilitate the farmers to sell their paddy directly to the Government of West Bengal, and also it facilitated the vegetable transporter to get permit instantly to initiate transport without delay during COVID-19 period. It reduced the number of intermediaries between the farmers and buyers, direct payment of farmers through the bank checks. Thank you once again.
Congratulations. Mr. Bhavani Sankar Kalo, Project Director, Directorate of Soil Conservation and Watershed Development, Koraput, Odisha, for zero energy consumed gravity field spring-based irrigation system.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. My project is innovative best practice zero energy consumed gravity field spring-based irrigation system. My project area is located.
You have to unmute yourself.
The area Pursil is totally tribal dominated LWE affected area. By the intervention of spring-based irrigation system, 47 acres cultivated wasteland brought under irrigation. Now they are taking intercrop, high-value cash crop, vegetables, and 47 acres land has been converted, and they are taking different vegetables and fruits, and the sustainable development is now noticed in that area.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Rajendra Jagtap, Chairman and Managing Director, Pune Mahanagar Parivahan Mahamandal Limited, or from city waste to city bus.
Yes, Dr. Dhananjal. It's Dr. Chetana Kerure, Joint MD, MPL Limited. And thanks for the notifying our work in transport area. The post-COVID and city waste to city bus management system we have developed in PMPL, and that is first in India. So thanks for recognizing our efforts, and thank you everyone, and congratulations to all the semi-finalists in the program. Thank you.
Congratulations to you. The next one also goes to Pune Mahanagar Parivahan Mahamandal Limited for electric bus project.
Yes, thanks again, Dr. Dhananjal. I am representing our CMD, Honorable Dr. Jagtap. Yes, electric bus project in Pune and PCMC city is a unique one, and we are running around 550 buses, e-buses in the PMPL area. So thanks for, again, this is e-Vasundhara project our government, state Maharashtra government has initiated. And we are again participating in that Majhi Vasundhara project, contributing in projecting or protecting our environment, the Mother Earth. So thank you again for recognizing this project also. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. And the third one as well, project called Charisma.
Yes, this is again our innovative project and our CMD's vision actually. So Charisma is a care system and color projecting system to what I can say, attract the citizens. As we all know, the COVID impacted all the public transport agencies, and we are trying to again attract our citizens who are diverted due to the COVID impact or other bus transport systems. So this is an innovative thing. Here we have initiated the color code theme to all our buses system. And yes, it's we are regaining our trust in the public due to this project also. Thank you again.
Congratulations. And aligning transit on all lines, Atal, also goes
Yeah.
to the same.
Thank you, Doctor. It's again an innovative initiative started by our Honorable CMD, sir. This is again to overcome the COVID impact on our financial thing. So this is Atal system is 5 minutes, 5 rupees and 5 kilometer transport we are providing to our citizens, which attracted the citizens who were trying to shift to the two-wheeler or three-wheeler transport mode. So again, due to this initiative, we are able to manage our financial losses due to COVID. So thank you for the citizens and thank you for the SKOCH finalists and juries to recognize this effort also. So thank you very much.
Congratulations. And one more for response to COVID.
Yes, so in the month of February, when we all know that COVID has started to entering in our India, so the first COVID patient was identified in Pune itself. So due to that impact, we took very much efforts at that time also. We have done social distancing at that time when nobody was aware of the things, so how to do the things. And then the Mahakasam, the maintenance mask, then hands distance and washing of hands regularly. Those all initiatives we have initiated on our bus stops and in our buses. We have started this sanitizer installation in all our buses. Our driver and our staff was masked and using our mask, and what we can say is the ticket-free system we were trying to impact on that time. So it is again a response to COVID and it is resulted in a good way. So thank you for recognizing this effort also. Thanks.
Thank you very much for joining us. I now invite Dr. Chavi Gupta, Public Grievance Officer, Media Spokesperson, Rajiv Gandhi Super Speciality Hospital for Public Grievance Management. Mr. Lalit Jain, Director RD and PR, Government of Himachal Pradesh for Gram Kaushal Yojana. Mr. Tejendra Thakur. Do we have Himachal with us? Yes.
हेलो
Yes, we can hear you.
नमस्कार सर, मैं ब्लॉक डेवलपमेंट ऑफिसर हूँ, तेजेंद्र ठाकुर जी के बिहाफ पर बात कर रहा हूँ मनरेगा पार्क के लिए। आवाज आ रही है सर?
जी
सर नमस्कार। सबसे पहले स्कॉच ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जिन्होंने हमें ये मौका दिया कि हम लोगों के सामने ये इनिशिएटिव लेकर आ पाए। ये सर एक प्रयास था जो कि ग्रामीण लोगों ने, आम लोगों ने ग्राम सभा में जिसकी प्लानिंग की थी और ग्रामीण महिलाओं ने जिस पार्क को निर्मित किया और रूरल टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए, कम्युनिटी प्रोग्राम्स को सुविधा देने के लिए, बच्चों को और स्टूडेंट्स को एक्सपोजर विजिट साइट बनाने के लिए, फन एंड रन साइट बनाने के लिए, बायोडाइवर्सिटी हॉटस्पॉट बनाने के लिए और एम्प्लॉयमेंट देने के लिए और महिला स्वयं सहायता समूह की एम्पावरमेंट के लिए एक बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट मनरेगा पार्क के रूप में, जिसमें कि 99% राशि मनरेगा से खर्च की गई, ग्रामीण स्तर पर बनाया गया, जिसका कि प्रभाव यहाँ पर मिला है कि ग्रामीण पर्यटन को काफी बढ़ावा मिला ही है। साथ में जो हिमाचल प्रदेश के पर्यटन स्थलों पर काफी बोझ था उसको कम करने में और इकोनॉमिक डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन में, क्योंकि पर्यटकों का बोझ जो है वो मुख्य पर्यटक स्थलों पर कम हुआ है, उसको फायदा हुआ है और लगभग 100 से 200 लोगों को डायरेक्ट रोजगार इसमें मिला है। और सबसे बड़ी जो अचीवमेंट इसकी रही है, इस पार्क के निर्माण के बाद हिमाचल प्रदेश में पंचवटी नाम से एक योजना सरकार ने लॉन्च कर दी और पूरे हिमाचल प्रदेश में 400-500 ऐसे पार्क बनाए जा रहे हैं, जिससे लगभग 30-40 हज़ार लोगों को रोजगार मिलेगा। मैं एक बार फिर से स्कॉच संस्था का सभी अपनी पूरी टीम की तरफ से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ। थैंक यू सर।
I now invite Mr. Tejendra Thakur, Sarpanch, Gram Panchayat, Rural Development and Panchayati Raj from Himachal.
सर मैंने तेजेंद्र ठाकुर जी के बिहाफ पे बोला है, आज वो थोड़े से जी
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया, आप अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, इसको आगे बढ़ाएं।
थैंक यू सर।
Dr. Arun Gaur, Professor and Head of Department of Medicine, RVRS Medical College, and Mahatma Gandhi Hospital for response to COVID. Mr. Rohit Nathan, Superintendent of Police from Sivaganga. Soul Scope E-Beach platform. Pavan Verma, General Manager HR from SJV Limited for response to Mr. Rabindra Kumar Sahu, Project Director, Directorate of Soil Conservation and Watershed Development, Gajapati, Odisha, for Farm Pond. Mr. Kiran Kumar Godala, Managing Director, South Bengal State Transport Corporation for Integrated Traffic Management System.
Good afternoon. Myself, I am Kiran Kumar. I am Managing Director of South Bengal State Transport Corporation. Our corporation, we have a fleet strength of 927 buses, and we operate buses in all the South Bengal districts, and we connect South Bengal to Kolkata and also to North Bengal. In the last few years, a tremendous improvement has taken place as far as the services of our corporation is concerned because of the various steps taken by Government of West Bengal, like giving new buses and also starting of new depots and terminals. And for this SKOCH award, we have submitted 2 nominations. One is Integrated Traffic Management System of our corporation, and another is Response to COVID. Our Integrated Traffic Management System is a software which we have developed for integrating all the functions of our corporation so that we can improve the efficiency of the organization, and also we can manage our inventories better, and we can manage all our functions in a better and in an efficient manner. And it has yielded positive results to us. And our inventory management, our booking, and our grievance redressal now has improved a lot because of this ITMS. And also, we have submitted one more nomination for our COVID response. Once this lockdown has been imposed, we all know that a lot of hardship has been imposed upon the general public, and especially the migrant laborers who are stuck in other parts of the country. They were finding it very difficult to come to their destinations, and the Government of West Bengal, especially Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal, she has instructed that the fleet of our corporation should be utilized for transporting these migrant laborers to their destinations. And accordingly, we have transported around 4.5 lakhs of migrant laborers from different parts of the state to their destinations. And our crew and our officers, they have voluntarily participated in this task. And we thank SKOCH for recognizing our work and also for giving us this SKOCH Order of Merit. And this will definitely help us in improving our commitment to the people, and also it will definitely improve our efficiency. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So the next one also goes to South Bengal State Transport Corporation for response to COVID.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. I now invite Mr. Vinayan J, Chief Commercial Manager from Southern Railway for Rail Dandora Android application.
Good afternoon, friends. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much on behalf of Southern Railway for giving us this opportunity to showcase our talents. And coming from a logistics service provider, we really appreciate the sheer logistics nightmare that this kind of setting up a meeting online even would have been. Everyone says when railways does well, railway is the prime mover of the nation, and when railways does well, the country does well. For railways to do well, our staff should know what to do and how to do it. How do the staff know? So for 160 years, we have been bringing out circulars in print, millions and millions of reams of paper every year to these 13.5 lakh, 1.35 million workers, staff and officers all over the country. This is another logistics nightmare. So what we have done is, over the years, we have changed it from a hard paper to a website access for all our staff to know the rules and regulations and the procedures and specifications. But even that proved to be a bit cumbersome because everything needs to be still printed out to have personal access. So we developed our Rail Dhandora, which brings every circular, customize it to your mobile phone, your smartphone. That is what this app provides. It is developed in-house by us without involving any vendor or supplier. And now it has been downloaded already. Over about 50,000 downloads are there. And all the railways, though I am from Southern Railway, we developed it locally. All the railways staff across the country are downloading it, and it is proving very, very useful for our purpose. This is in line with the digital initiative of the Government of India, and also part of the ongoing continuous process of rejuvenation and reinvention that goes on in my organization, Southern Railway. Once again, thanks to everyone for giving us this opportunity, and I request all the participants here, you vote for yourself in your group and then vote for Southern Railway in the other groups. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to you. Response to COVID, another one goes to Southern Railway. This time round, Mr. John Thomas, General Manager.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of John Thomas, sir, our boss. This was a whole team effort from all the 10 departments of our railway. As you know, southern region after Mumbai area, southern region is where there's a maximum of guest workers who have come in from the mostly the eastern sector. So COVID, while everybody was staying indoors, the first few months of COVID, our boys and girls were working every day of the COVID period right from day one, because first we had this 3 months of contact tracing. So all these millions of passengers came from various parts of the country into Southern Railway, because our workers are all over the place in the white collar jobs. And then we had to do contact tracing for millions of them, and then coordinate with the 4 southern states round the clock for tracing the contacts and preventing the spread. And then started the Shramik specials, in which we transported over 1 million plus migrant workers, guest workers, to again Bengal and Jharkhand, Orissa, or that area, Assam, all those eastern sector areas, with free tickets arranged by the state, free food from outside, ensuring social distancing, another logistics nightmare. So this has been done with the complete support of all our 10 departments and all the officers and staff together. On behalf of our General Manager, Sri John Thomas, I thank SKOCH team once again and the jurors for shortlisting this mammoth effort and giving us an opportunity to showcase this. Thank you so much.
Well, congratulations once again to you. Dr. Rosie Vaid, Professor and Head cum State Training Coordinator from State Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Punjab. Response to COVID.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Rosie ma'am. She is also here with us online, but due to technical reason, her video is not visible. Thanks to the SKOCH group for presenting us this award. Thanks and we have showcased our initiatives that we had taken during COVID-19. Thank you, SKOCH group.
Well, congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Anurag Verma, Principal Secretary, Technical Education and Industrial Training Department, Punjab, for DST, Developing Core Competencies in Synergy with Industry. Curbing the COVID-19 pandemic, the mask way. Another one goes to the Technical Education and Industrial Training Department, Punjab. The third one, Admission 2020, a visionary approach to outsmart the pandemic, to the Department of Industrial Training and Technical Education. COVID-19 embarking upon a new era of digital literacy, yet another one for Punjab Industrial Training Department and Technical Education. Response to COVID for the Transport Department, Bihar, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Agarwal.
Yeah, Secretary sir couldn't be here due to some prior engagements. I am joined by Mr. OSD sir, Ajib Batraj. I thank the entire SKOCH team on behalf of Transport Department for recognizing our efforts undertaken during the COVID-19 lockdown for evacuation of more than 25 lakh migrant workers. Thank you. Thanks again.
Hello. Mr. Vinod Kumar Suman, Director, Urban Development Directorate from Uttarakhand for e-commerce.
Thank you very much. I'm Kamlesh Mehta, Joint Director. I'm speaking on behalf of our Director, sir. Thank you very much, Scotch Group. And we are thankful to you for providing this platform to showcase our efforts. This initiative is for the urban poor, where under livelihoods, we provided them marketing platform like Amazon and Flipkart, where they can market their product. I hope this project certainly helped them in enhancing their incomes. Thank you, Scotch Group.
Well, congratulations to you. Another one goes to the Urban Development Directorate Uttarakhand, integrated decentralized SWM model in Dehradun. So congratulations once again.
Yeah, thank you. This is our solid waste management project. As you know, solid waste is one of the biggest challenge in our cities. And we developed a standalone model in one of our ward, where we ensured source segregation of the waste generated from various households and other industrial
well, we have
establishments.
To move on, at this moment. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations to the department and the entire team. Great work done. The third one as well, which is implementation of e-office module in Urban Directorate.
Thank you very much. E-office.
Thank you so much. Response to COVID for Uttar Pradesh State Road Transport Corporation, Mr. Dheeraj Sahu, Managing Director. And Mr. Kunal Silku, Mission Director, Uttar Pradesh Skill Development Mission.
नमस्कार, मैं राजीव यादव कुणाल सिल्कू एमडी साहब से बिहाफ पर आप सबके साथ मुखातिब हूँ। मैं सबसे पहले थैंक्स कहना चाहूँगा स्कॉच फाउंडेशन की टीम को। इन्होंने स्किल के क्षेत्र में उत्तर प्रदेश स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिशन द्वारा किए गए कार्यों को देश के साथ शेयर करने का मौका दिया, जिससे कि देश जान सके कि किस तरह के नए इनिशिएटिव उत्तर प्रदेश स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिशन ले रहा है। मैं सबसे पहले ये बताना चाहूँगा कि उत्तर प्रदेश स्किल मिशन इस समय तकरीबन 1200 ट्रेनिंग पार्टनर के साथ काम कर रहा है, जिसमें तकरीबन जिन्होंने तकरीबन 14 लाख लोगों को, 14 लाख ट्रेनर्स को या स्टूडेंट्स को कह ले, उनको ट्रेन किया है। और तकरीबन 80% जो है कि हमारे ट्रेंड वर्क फोर्स का कहते हैं कि ये प्लेस्ड हुए हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिशन में
कि आप इतना अच्छा कर रहे हैं, हम तो ये चाहते हैं कि आप इसको और बुलंदियों पर ले जाएं और ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाएं।
जी शुक्रिया साहब। मैं
करने के लिए आपको
एक चीज शेयर करने का मौका जरूर चाहूंगा कि स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिशन हिंदुस्तान में सबसे पहले फ्लैक्सी पार्टनर की मॉडल लाया है, जिसमें उन्होंने इंडस्ट्री, सर्विस इंडस्ट्री और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री को जोड़ा अपनी ट्रेनिंग के। जिसमें इंडिया की बेस्ट जो बड़ी कंपनीज हैं वो हमारे साथ एज ए ट्रेनिंग पार्टनर जुड़ी हुई है और वो स्किल का काम बहुत बेहतरीन तरीके से और प्लेसमेंट का काम कर रही है।
बहुत बढ़िया, आपको
बहुत शुक्रिया।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir.
Yes, we come to the end of this round of announcement of Scotch Order of Merit. The next panel with us, we have been joined by Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO, Niti Aayog, and I invite Mr. Kochhar to kindly take over from here.
I cannot see Amitabh. Is video on? Mr. Kant is there?
Let me check. He is there. He's logged in, but his video is switched off. His video is on.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear. We can hear.
Yeah. So CEO sir is busy on the phone call, so he will join in 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Fair enough. So, Gursharan, do we have any more orders of merit left?
No, that round got over. Then we have the next one scheduled at later in the evening at 18:20.
So maybe welcome Deepshika ji. You're on mute.
Yeah, I will just unmute. How are you, sir?
Very well. So do you think we could start and then maybe we could just pause as and when Amitabh gets the time to come in, he can give his keynote there. There's no point in just...
They said he's joining in 5 minutes, so we won't, I mean, whatever suits.
Okay, fair enough. So...
Is everyone here from the panel?
Gurshan,
I don't see Dr.
Rajat is there?
I don't see Dr. Kathuria. Dr. Palit is here. Hi, sir.
Let me find out. Let me call up Rajat.
So anyway, in the meanwhile, let me take the opportunity to tell you, this is the second public policy forum that we're doing. It's the 70th summit, essentially. It was exactly a year and a week back that we had the first public policy summit, and boy, has the world changed. While the world has changed because of COVID and a lot of other things, the sum and substance of what was being discussed as public policy forum 1 year back, specifically in terms of global trade, has not substantially changed. In the sense that, from our platform, we were already, the consensus last time was that we have to relook at things like WTO. We have to look at, stop looking at multilateral trade agreements and, revisit some of these regional agreements that we have. And, this economic nationalism seems to have gained currency very, very substantially during COVID. And the situation there is getting more polarized. Similarly, the debate on personal data protection is shriller than ever. The threat to democracy and with the PDP bill coming in. So what we have done is we partnered with some of the best think tanks, and it has become like an annual jamboree of all the think tanks in public policy and all the educational institutions that are leading in public policy to come together and chart the path forward. And we are really glad that RIS has organized this particular panel with us. There Rajat is. Rajat had organized a personal data protection panel for us. In the morning, we had a panel organized with cuts. We had the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Amajit Sinha, advisor to PM, talking about inclusive growth and the agenda moving forward and how rural India has fared during COVID. Immediately after this, we also have a panel on health, which is the biggest issue, whether we should go private sector, whether we should go public sector. So there's a pretty rich smorgasbord of let's say options that we have in terms of public policy, and it's been very exciting. Rajat, I was giving the background on the public policy forum itself while we wait for Mr. Amitabh Kant. So would you like to share your experience? This is the second year you partnered with us, and how's it been? And I was mentioning that I was joking that the issues we were discussing on global trade are exactly the same. All other policy issues may have changed, but global trade is still the same, what it was 1 year back.
Yes, thanks, Samir. Indeed. I think, first of all, it's been a privilege to interact with you. I think the convening power, I used to think that the convening power of ICRIER is very good and very strong, but I think the convening power of SKOCH is equally, if not more profound. And I found the engagements at the SKOCH Forum extremely good, stimulating, and rich. And you managed to get all the stalwarts in one place. And I remember last year at the Constitution Club when I spoke, also there were a number of stalwarts and key policy makers on those platforms, and the discussions have always been well attended. So it's been really nice to collaborate and partner with SKOCH. So thank you, Samir, for that. And one note about public policy in India, and I think Amitabh Kant will talk about this much more. And I see Amitendu, my old friend who used to be at ICRIER, he's also there. And of course, Sachin. A thing about public policy in India and my experience with public policy in ICRIER especially has been that the issues don't change. You know, if you take trade, if you take telecom, if you take data, well, is relatively new. But if you take, for example, telecom, and you look at the issues 5 years ago, you will say the issues are the same. You need to get spectrum rationalization done. You need to get the auctions right. You need to be able to spread broadband in rural areas. We started this in 2011. In 2020, we are saying exactly the same thing. We need to get fiber rollout to the Gram Panchayats. So issues don't change. In trade, we are talking about the same things. Again, we need to engage more in FTAs, but we need to do it better. We need to revive WTO, but we need to revive it in an inclusive manner. And we have been talking about these issues for a long, long time. I'd just like to make 2 points here, Samir, 2 points of interest for India. One is that public policy in India cannot be that I've done this and I move on, which is that I've written this paper up, I've done this dissemination, and I'm not going to do it again. Policy in India needs to be hammered over and over and over again so that the message goes through. And I know Mr. Amitabh Kant has come. And the second point is, how do you get policy change in India? Do you do it internally first and then engage internationally? Or would you want to, liberalize internationally and then say, okay, now I have to do domestic reform to take the full benefit of it? I mean, these are two things that we could discuss later. I know Amitabh Kant is here. Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Kant. Back to you, Samir.
Yeah. Welcome, Mr. Amitabh Kant. As I was mentioning, it's exactly a year and a week since we last had you on our platform, which was last year's Public Policy Forum. It's a completely different world. Issues are about the same when it comes to public policy. And one thing that you had commented last time was that no one comes for a conference at 9 o'clock in the morning, and you were surprised to see a full house in the auditorium in India Habitat Center. I'm pleased to tell you that this is a 12-hour seminar which is online, unheard of practically. And since morning, we have almost 800 people who've been logged in, and hopefully we'll see the 12 hours. So welcome once again, sir. Last year, you would recall that during this time, the RCEP topic was very hot, and whether we should do bilaterals, whether we should do free trade agreements, whether we should revisit WTO. I think with the advent of COVID, the whole thing has become far more pronounced, and economic nationalism is far more pronounced across the country. And we would love to hear from you as to where do you think India's trade imperatives lie in the new global order. You're on mute, so you'll have to unmute yourself. Sir, you're still on mute.
Mr. Kant, you're on mute, sir. Thank you, Samir. It's a pleasure being with you. So the global economy still faces the looming uncertainty. Global growth is estimated to be around minus 4.4 in 2020 and expected to bounce back to 5.5% in 2021. While the world is still grappling with the unique coronavirus, we've managed to remove restrictions on the economic activity, thereby giving a head start to global growth early on. And now with vaccination drive on and India having launched its vaccination today, in due course, we should see a full impetus to economic activity. In India, the economic activity has actually bounced back tremendously well after the sharp contraction in GDP of 23.9% year on year in the June 20 quarter. Standing in the last quarter of financial year 21, the previous few months have seen a sharp recovery in various segments of the economy. The GDP numbers for the last quarter beat all market estimates, and positive year-on-year growth in manufacturing particularly boded well for the quicker recovery. PMI for both manufacturing and services have been inching up continuously for the past few months and were at 56.4 and 52.3 for December 20. The advanced estimates for real GDP growth for financial year 21 came at minus 7.7, which is a vast improvement from the estimates in the market back in June 20 or even in September 20. The government and the RBI have been proactively monitoring the economic activity. During and after the lockdown, the government has come out with various measures to not just stimulate near-term economic activity, but also to provide long-term strength to the economic fundamentals. The liquidity support from the RBI has also been instrumental in lending the financial system the required strength it needed to sail through the tough times. The festive season retail sales have also been impressive. According to the market estimates, India's real GDP growth could very well be at 10 to 12% in financial year 22, but that will be primarily because of the low base. That, however, will also provide the government an opportunity to push for growth, enhancing spending on infrastructure and other related sectors, as the incremental impact on debt to GDP ratio is lower when growth is high. For a long period of sustained growth, we need to use this time to bring about structural reforms in the economy. The government has brought many such reforms, such as those related to labor regulations, agriculture, opening up coal mining, commercial mining, definition of MSMEs, etc. This could provide strength to our fundamentals and bring India back to the pre-COVID growth trajectory much faster. Our objective to achieve a $5 trillion in the next 5 or a $10 trillion in the next 10 years would be well served with these structural changes, and they should really provide the impetus to growth. But given the global uncertainty, we will need strategies for the future. We will need to assess the prospects for the global economy and make policy choices accordingly. Trade will be an important aspect of this policy paradigm. Post the global financial crisis, global trade to GDP ratio has flattened out. In the recent years, it has got affected further with the tension between the two largest economies in the world. The global trade scenario depends much on the geopolitical conditions and China's policies going forward. Here in India, we have resolved to make Indian industries globally competitive and build India as an economic powerhouse. For this, trade holds particular importance. While with the PLI scheme, we aim to make further inroads into global value chains for manufacturing and industry, India also has a competitive strength and advantage when it comes to services. India has proved its strength in providing world-class services when it comes to IT-related services and digital financial services, among others. Therefore, it is imperative that we put greater thrust on services as well to increase our share in global trade. It is also important for India to forge stronger, newer strategic alliances in global economic order, which can take different directions from here. The global economic order has been undergoing a major transformation since many years now, and its consequences have only become apparent very recently. In such a scenario, India will play a crucial role as it is one of the fastest growing large economies and will be instrumental in determining the arrows of global trade going forward. To do that, we need better alliances with strategic partners so that both can mutually benefit from the trade and investments that will ensue. We need to increase our trade for faster economic growth and also to make our industries more competitive. Global supply chains will relocate. Many American and European companies are looking for alternative destinations, or at least reducing their risks they have in China. And therefore, it is imperative that India makes not only for India, but for the world. And we will need to improve the quality of our products further to penetrate global markets. So our priority should be to pick strategic sectors, strategic partners, and build India's participation in global value chains for faster economic revival and greater economic prosperity going forward. I'm a great believer in trade, and my belief is that it is not possible for India to grow at high rates of 8 to 9% per annum year after year for the next 3 decades or more without increasing its share in global trade. India's share is at a very low percentage of 2%. And therefore, this is a huge opportunity for India really to capture and penetrate global markets and enhance its share in global trade. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amitabh-ji. Any questions anyone has for Mr. Kant? That includes the panel. So well, I suppose we move on with the panel. Thank you so much, Amitabh-ji. We have Deepshika.
I think Subhamoy was asking a question.
Yeah, Shubhamoy, you're asking a question?
Not question. I just was very impressed with Mr. Pant's that point about larger integration in the global economy, and I think that's a very wise point that you've raised. So I was just looking at like what is the, as you say, that there's a global economy is at an inflection point, and there's a reason to rework our alliances and look at what are the issues that we need to look at. So if you could just elaborate a bit on that.
So if you go back in history and look from World War II onwards, no country in the world, whether it was Japan, Korea, Taiwan, China, no country in the world has grown only on the strength of its domestic market. Every single country has penetrated global markets. And this has required the ability to be globally competitive. Otherwise, you will never be a part of the global supply chain. And this would require us to do a lot of structural reforms have recently been carried out, and this will make us competitive in several areas. But then there are 2 critical areas. One is the cost of power to the industries, which still remains at a higher rate in India, because India is probably the only country in the world where domestic consumers, households get power at lower rate than industries. Whereas world over, bulk consumers get power at a much lower rate. And this needs to be altered. And this will only happen when DISCOMs are restructured by the state governments. So a lot of reforms and structural reforms have been carried out by the central government. There's a need for structural reforms to be carried out by the state governments. And you need at least about 7-8 states to grow at high rates for a long period of time. Secondly, in India, logistic costs are very high because over the years, the railway passenger fares have remained static and the freight fares have increased. And this has led actually to a lot of goods which should normally move through railways having shifted to roads. And India is probably the only country in the world where 75% of the goods are carried by roads and not by railways. And railway share in logistics has been shrinking. We need to set this right simply because the cost of pollution would be very high and the cost of logistics cost is very high. So we need to fix both the power costs and the logistic costs right. These are very critical. And this will enable you to penetrate global supply chains much quicker, much faster. But the PLI scheme has tried to compensate you on this differential. And I think at least in these 10 sectors, strategic sectors that we have identified, we must aim to become global supply champions. So my view is that when post-World War II, Japan identified only 5 sectors. We've identified 10. But at least in these 10 sectors, we should look at size and scale of manufacturing. And unless you don't become a large manufacturer and have few global champions, it will be very difficult to penetrate global markets. And therefore, now with labor reforms and now with contract, Apprenticeship Act and many other things that have happened, we should be able to enhance the size and scale of our manufacturing. And secondly, we should clearly have strategic alliances. If we feel that RCEP is complex because of China being there, we should look at Europe, and which is our largest trading partner and our largest investment partner. And let me also say that no country in the world has grown without penetrating American markets. And therefore, it's very necessary for India to work with America and see that we become a major exporting nation to as far as US is concerned. Thank you.
So would you say, going a bilateral free trade agreement route may be a better option for countries like UK and India?
I think we need to explore all options. We need to do a little more homework on this and explore all options. But trade has to be a very important component of our growth strategy.
Rajat, anything from you?
No, I couldn't agree with Mr. Amitabh Khan more. Absolutely. Trade has to be an integral part of our growth strategy. And he said it, that no country has become globally competitive relying only on the domestic market alone. And I think this rhetoric we hear so much in India, that we have such a large domestic market and therefore we can grow on the back of a domestic market, it's just not going to be possible. Not only are we not going to be competitive, we just go back to 1970s and 80s. Companies sold low quality products at high prices to captive consumers. I mean, that's all you need to see. Of course, it doesn't mean you open up indiscriminately, but you can't have a protected domestic market and say, I'm going to become globally competitive. That's just not going to be possible. And of course, there is also the tyranny of the macroeconomic identity, which is at play here, which is that in case you want to grow and you invest more and your savings rates are high, who's going to buy the products that you're going to produce? You will have to rely on export markets. So both in order to be competitive and in order to escape from the tyranny of the macroeconomic identity, you have to be able to use the global market and become competitive. And of course, finally, I mean, what are the instruments to do that? What are the instruments to be able to become globally competitive? I mean, we know Japan used industrial policy. We know China used exchange rate policy really well to become globally competitive. We have to probably use a combination of all of these. But, power, the PLI scheme, look at exchange rates. Also, although exchange rates have a trade-off in terms of import prices, etc., but we have to look at all these strategies to be able to become globally competitive. But this is our time. This is India's time to engage globally. There is no other country that is ready to use globalization more than India is. Cambodia, Vietnam, etc., are small. Africa could be the next region, but this is India's opportunity, and we must use this opportunity to become globalized.
Thank you so much, Rajat. Deepshika ji, would you like to share your perspective and then lead us into a structured discussion on this, as was the plan? You have to unmute.
So we can start with the discussion. Mr. Kant has sort of really laid the backdrop for this discussion. It is very clear that without trade, we cannot grow. But this whole apprehension which has been there within India and to engage with the world in terms of trade, we've seen that. But this year which has gone by, it's really changed dynamics for everybody globally, even trade. Three key events that happened this year. We know RCEP concluded, we stayed out, UK exited the European Union, and now the latest development that European Union has signed an investment agreement with China. Now, within this backdrop, what should be the key strategy for India going forward? I mean, if you look at the past, we have forged agreements not with countries which were our export markets, but our peers within the region. Whether the Look East policy, should we continue with that, or should our engagement widen more? So with your permission, Mr. Kochhar, should we start with the discussion or?
No, absolutely start with the discussion. Now you are in charge. I'm only listening.
Okay. So thank you so much for having me today, and a very warm welcome to everybody who's attending this forum organized by SKOCH and RIS. So the theme today is, is it time for India to examine and create prospects for free trade areas instead of regional trading agreements? Now, as I said, we've had a very big regional trading agreement in form of RCEP, which was concluded last year. We decided we had reservations, we had apprehensions about joining, we have stayed out. There was a lot of commentary on whether this was good and where we will get isolated and so on. And the debate is back on the table with China now forging an agreement with the European Union. And as we know, we have been in talks with the European Union since many years. And after 2013, we've never really engaged so very actively with the European Union to have an agreement. So what should India's strategy be going forward? So we have a very enlightened panel today with us here. Let me just introduce them one by one. We have with us Dr. Rajat Kathuria. He's the Director and Chief Executive at ICRIER, and he has over 20 years of experience in teaching and 15 years of experience in economic policy. He's worked with the World Bank, and he's worked on assignments for a number of international organizations, including ADB, UNCTAD, ILO. We also have with us Dr. Amitendu Palit. He is a Senior Research Fellow and Research Lead at Institute of South Asian Studies at National University of Singapore. He is an economist who specializes in international trade and investment, FTAs, supply chains, and cross-border flows. He sits on the World Economic Forum's Global Future Council on Trade and Investment, and he is also a Senior Research Fellow at the Wong Center for Study of MNCs. We have Shubhamoy Bhattacharya ji. Shubhamoy began his career as a civil servant and then jumped onto media. He has over 22 years of experience in journalism across publications, including the one I represent here. He is currently a consulting editor for Business Standard, and his areas of interest include public policy, especially regulatory issues, finance, and urban development. He's also a consultant with research and information system for developing countries. He's authored books as also studies on SEZ and Land Acquisition Act. So over to you, panelists, and we will go one by one. Let me start with you, Dr. Kathuria. You can give an overview of the theme which we are talking about. All the panelists can speak for 5 minutes on the topic, and then we can start the discussion.
Thanks, Deepika. Very warm welcome to my good friend Amitendu and Shubhamoy. Thank you, Shubhamoy, for inviting me to this panel. And of course, thank you, Samir, as always. The topic is really wide. So let me make some general introductory remarks and happy to come back to specific questions. As I was saying, and as Mr. Kant was saying, India must engage globally, must engage in trade. And the reason I think has also been pointed out, and let me just let me just spend a little bit of time talking of why we should engage globally. Is that if you recall the era of the 70s and 80s, in India, nobody wanted to buy Indian products because they were of real poor quality, and domestic consumers also suffered because there was very poor quality that was being produced. And part of the reason was that we had very, very high tariffs at the borders, and we, of course, had no sort of regulatory reform within the country. 91 changed a lot of that. But one of the things that happened post 91, which is quite visible for everybody to see, whether it is in the automobile sector, whether it is in the telecommunications sector, pharmaceutical sector, and chemical sector, a lot of sectors that you see is there was a lot of competition that was introduced. We became a part of some of the global supply chains, not all, or at least some of the regional supply chains. And one of the great things that happened, which often goes unnoticed, was that our exports grew exponentially for some time. Indeed, between 2004 and 2008 and 9, I think our exports were growing at 20% dollar terms, which is very, very high. And the reason the exports were growing at that pace was because we were able to import very efficiently, add value. We were getting good quality products, importing, adding value, and exporting. It wasn't that we were doing everything ourselves. We were becoming part of production networks. Of course, there's a long way to go. But the short point that I wish to make is, in order to export, you needed to liberalize the import regime. In order to export competitively, you needed to liberalize the import regime, which we actually did. You know, there's a learner symmetry theorem that trade theorists are familiar with. So if you have import tariffs, then you're also going to have an export tax. And I think that's the framework, that's the logic of having sort of greater global engagement. It's not that we don't have comparative advantage. I mean, every country has comparative advantage in something or the other. And you know, Paul Samuelson used to say jokingly sometimes that the only non-trivial yet true thing about international economics and about economics in general is the law of comparative advantage. Even if you are a country which is seemingly, you know, dominated by another country in everything, that is, we have absolute advantage in nothing, we will have comparative advantage in something. And, you know, by using that comparative advantage, we can begin to export more. And I think we have to do that. We have to get our sort of idea about our vision of how we engage in international trade absolutely right if we want to go forward in the next 10 years. And the reason I'm saying that statement is often the policy discourse gets confounded as follows. We say that I'm running a current account deficit with Japan, I'm running a current account deficit with Korea, and I'm running a current account deficit, and the countries that you mentioned, Deepshika, we have trade agreements with our competitors, and therefore I must have done something wrong or not got enough market access. Maybe that's right, but to sort of condemn the agreements because we are running a current account deficit with one country, I think it needs a little more of analysis. We are not going to run current account surplus with the whole world or with every country. We are going to run current account surpluses with some, and we are going to run current account deficits with some other countries. But for the trajectory of growth that India is on today, running a current account deficit is not a sign of weakness. You know, countries run current account deficits because they're importing to develop, they're importing to invest, they're importing technology, and they're importing to grow in the future. There is nothing wrong in running current account deficit except that it shouldn't get out of control. So to say that I haven't been able to negotiate well because I'm running a current account deficit and haven't got enough market access needs to be reevaluated. Maybe you need to redo the negotiations and get more market access and services, which have been traditionally much more difficult. But it's not that India enjoys a comparative advantage in all services. Heaven's sake, no, India enjoys a comparative advantage in some services, and not all services. And those are services that, people have been reluctant, especially mode 4, people have been reluctant to open up. But the point being that, we are running current account deficits, and there's no reason to say that, this is a bad trade agreement. We can negotiate it better, but don't run away from there because we are running current account deficits. The second point I want to make is that we will be able to engage much better internationally if we reform domestically. And I'm glad Mr. Khan talked about labor reform, electricity reform, and logistics reforms, etc. And I think we will be much more confident about being able to engage in international trade, provided we have domestic reform. But there's not just one route to success. It's not either or. You can't say, India is a multilateralist at heart, but given that where multilateralism is growing, we need to be a part of as many regional agreements. We are not part of any meaningful regional agreement. We need to be we need to do bilateral agreements. And it is a point that Deepshika, you've raised, and I think Samir was raising as well, is that we haven't done trade agreements with countries that we enjoy comparative advantage with in the traditional sense. Like as Paul Krugman will say, the old idea of comparative advantage, countries like United States and India would export, let's say, to use a crude analogy, labor-intensive products, and US would export technology-intensive products or capital-intensive products, and both countries would gain. And now we can sort of negotiate how much gain we would be able to get. That's, the traditional theory of comparative advantage that countries would gain from trading with one another. And those are the sort of trade agreements, we haven't had with East Asia, but those are the sort of trade agreements that we could have with the United States, and we could have with the European Union, and we could have with the UK, etc. And we are negotiating 18 trade agreements with so many countries, with Peru, with Israel, with Sri Lanka, etc. And I think we should not shy away from trade agreements, whether they are bilateral or regional. And of course, we should try and push multilateral. The focus has to be on trying to engage more, trying to become more international. Of course, these are difficult times, and we should do it sort of across the board. And two last points, Deepshika, if you would permit me, broad points, and happy to come back. One is that we have to increase capacity, institutional capacity in India to be able to do many bilateral agreements, many regional agreements simultaneously at the same time. There are trade-offs. If you're doing one, then you don't do another. So institutional capacity. And two, become more confident in the negotiations, in what we do. And one way to become more confident, I think, is to engage in domestic reform. I had said this before, but if we are able to do domestic reform, we'll be much more confident about the gains that we will get from trade. But I don't think there is any shying away from international engagement. In the 21st century, you will have some blips, but the secular path will be towards more openness, more liberalization, and we have to be more confident in engaging even at the WTO. Don't shy away from getting into plurilateral agreements, at least negotiating. In e-commerce, we've come away from the e-commerce agreement. At least go in there, be in the tent. Even if you don't want to sign it, be in the tent and voice your objections rather than say, I don't want to be a part of it. So I would say engage more at all levels, local, bilateral, regional, multilateral. That's the way forward for India.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Kathuria. Can I now come to you, Dr. Palak? Is it time for a reset for India, between free trade areas and RTAs? What should it look at?
Thank you so much. And let me first begin by thanking the SKOCH group for enabling me to participate in this fascinating conversation, something which I've really been learning from the time it began. Wonderful to see you, Rajat. Wonderful to see you, Shubamoy, and Happy New Year to all of you and to you as well, Ms. Sikalwan. I think we have covered a substantial amount of ground so far in the discussion between what we heard from Mr. Kant and what Rajat has eloquently illustrated. Now, on the back of what we have already heard, let me try to bring in three aspects to this conversation, which I think squarely addresses the core question: what kind of agreements? I think one of the things that we realize from the agreements that are being worked out across the world in terms of trade is that trade agreements are really not just trade agreements anymore. I think that's a very important point that we should note, because we have talked about preferential trade agreements, we have talked about free trade agreements, but today's free trade agreements, and when the term is used generically, actually cover a whole range of issues which go much, much beyond the pure question of goods crossing border or services crossing border, and they move into areas of very comprehensive domestic regulation. Like, say, for example, they deal with competition policy. They deal with how state-owned enterprises should procure. They deal with how the amount of data should be controlled, regulated across spaces. And in a large number of cases, they deal with labor and environment standards. To me, India's choice is not with respect to bilaterals or regionals. India's choice is with respect to what it should negotiate and with whom. Let me give an example. When it comes to a free trade agreement that's signed between Japan and the United Kingdom, that agreement is a comprehensive partnership agreement covering practically everything that can figure within the space of economic exchange between two countries. When we look at something like the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which has now become the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, let's note that it is not called an FTA. It's called a partnership. Even if we look at the RCEP, RCEP is popularly referred to as an FTA, but the RCEP has 36 chapters, out of which more than 70% of the chapters are dealing with issues which, to a traditional trade economist and the trade theories that we have learned as trade students, would look alien. For example, a subject like e-commerce, investment, non-tariff barriers, they all feature prominently in trade agreements. I think the choice for India has to be very specific with respect to the kind of issues that it wants to take up when it negotiates with other countries, and how much is it prepared to go in that regard. Let's say, for example, when one negotiates with the United States, or say, for example, with the European Union, the United States and EU have set templates for negotiation. They're not going to deviate from those structures under any circumstances. The choice is for India to note how much of that template are they prepared or it is comfortable negotiating with. Let's say, for example, when it comes to negotiations with the European Union, we would probably be under the assumption that bulk of it will be only with tariffs. Well, tariffs is the pattern of negotiations that India has been traditionally familiar and involved with. But when it comes to negotiating, let's say, for example, the environmental standards, when it comes to negotiating data security, India is on a different ground altogether. Now, is it prepared to take on this much? If it is not, then there is no point in wasting negotiating time and space in a negotiation which is not going to move anywhere. And it is always possible to work out trade deals on the basis of very limited scope. Let's say, for example, there are countries across the world, Singapore being one of them, which has got into a digital economic partnership agreement with a few other countries, which just involves the cross-border flow of data. Now, data is central and integral to practically all transactions that are happening across the border these days. And it's probably important to see whether India might want to visualize this kind of a template. Now, the difficulty that India faces in this regard is that it is possible for countries with broadly similar identical regulatory structures and institutional capacities to take on larger deals with larger scope. For India, it is not that easy. It is not that the emerging markets are not trying that. Let's say, for example, the European Union Free Trade Agreement with Vietnam. represents a very comprehensive set of issues. But let's say, for example, when one looks at Japan's agreement with India, the one that exists on the paper today, or the agreement that India has with Korea, much, much limited in scope. Even when one looks at the intellectual property chapters, mostly on the surface, not going very deep into the issue simply because India is not comfortable with it. Now, in that case, let me move on to my second point. How does one decide what to negotiate with whom? And this is obviously the question of identifying the market. Deepshika, you alluded to markets. Now, over here, I want to share an observation. What are markets? In India's case, what we see there is that market has been very important in trade negotiations, but it is the interest of the domestic market. It is not the foreign market whose access has mattered. On a relative weighted scale, if it had happened, India would not have abandoned RCEP. The simple logic from an exporter of being a part of an RCEP would have been that this gives me the opportunity to become part of rules of origin which enable us to mobilize raw materials and intermediates from across a huge geography and sell it back and forth across the geography at preferential rates. It is the other market which has become important, which is the domestic market. As a result of which, defending the domestic market gets greater weightage, as opposed to getting access to foreign markets, which is the exporter's interest. So when exporters' interests are secondary to the importer's interest or the domestic market interest, the entire perspective negotiation becomes different. Let me pick up an example in terms of identification. We know that gems and jewelry are a very important foreign exchange earning sector for India. And we also know that when it comes to traditional gems and jewelry, the gems and jewelry that Indian producers sell in the Western market are not sold in the Asia Pacific. What about fashion jewelry? What about recycled jewelry? Has the Indian industry ever championed this cause of getting access on the basis of a section of the jewelry industry, which can make revolutionary gains for the industry? And when we actually get to see who are the major markets for Indian gems and jewelry in the Western markets, we are surprised to see it's the Indian diaspora. And the Indian diaspora's character is changing. So my argument is that even the notion of markets is not static. It's changing, it's dynamic. And that is what exporters, countries, and national interests need to look at carefully. And this is where I'll come to my concluding point. The question about competitiveness. And I think Rajat alluded to this in the beginning as the core question. Do we liberalize before becoming competitive, or do we first become competitive and liberalize? I think the answer to this is that let me put it this way. As of now, it seems that India has decided to look at agreements very carefully, with the assumption that Indian industry, domestic industry, must first become competitive. And then only it can engage aggressively in getting into trade agreements. I think there's one point which is being missed here. The search and pursuit of competitiveness is not limited to India alone. The entire world is trying to become competitive. So if today, in certain segments, India is less competitive than Vietnam, staying away of a free trade agreement with Vietnam is not the solution, because Vietnam is also increasing its competitiveness. And this is a dynamic exercise. This is not a static exercise. I cannot expect that in 5 years' time, my industry will become that much competitive as Vietnam was when I began the exercise for competitiveness. By that time, the competitiveness ladder would have been scaled further. Production modules would change. Just-in-time supply chains would come in. New characteristics would emerge in production, and borders would evaporate faster. So I think today, one of the very important lessons that COVID-19 leaves with all of us is that countries did resort to export restrictions and trade restrictions because they were all very careful about the fact that domestic populations and resident populations must be addressed to when it comes to COVID-related supplies. But ultimately, today it has again become clear at the end of it that no country is self-sufficient in everything. Countries require access to a large number of products, and that's where it is important to engage. Whether one engages it through a bilateral agreement, whether it is happening through a group of countries, is immaterial. The important question is that one needs to engage. And that engagement can be simultaneous and multifarious across a spectrum of objectives. Thank you so much.
Shubmoy?
We have maybe 5 minutes to conclude, Deepshika ji.
Right. Oh. And I think it's much more fascinating to listen to Dr. Rajat Kathuria and Dr. Amitendu Palit. We talk among ourselves quite a lot. So why don't we use the time to listen to them a bit more, rather than me giving my comments, which in any case wouldn't be add anything much more.
Sure.
I've just asked. Yeah, please.
No, were you saying something?
I was just asking them that could they look at the political reason why no political party in India ever supports a trade agreement?
I always follow Rajat's example. So Rajat, you go first, I will come in later.
No, I think, Shubhamay, that question, there is often, we say in India that you reform either by stealth or you reform on the back of a crisis. And I remember I wasn't in ICRI at that time, but there was a meeting of the WTO in one of the 5-star hotels in Delhi. And we were discussing, I think the former DG of WTO was there. And there were these people with hooded masks that came and they were in the room and they were representing a consumer group. And they were representing, I think, not just a very fringe group, but a very, very large group. So the point of this story, or the moral of this story, is that I think what has happened in countries like India, with large populations and with a fair amount of inequality, is that the benefits, it's not that, and I think I said it and Amitendu has also said this, that trade benefits, there's no question about that. I mean, why would you trade if there is no benefit? Voluntary trade is beneficial. I think what's happened with trade is that the benefits of that trade have been largely unequally divided in the population. And of course, there's been a political economy of the Mansur-Olson kind, where big groups are able to mobilize and diverse groups find it difficult to mobilize and therefore get their interests covered. But let me try and address your point in some sort of a quasi-academic way, which is the distribution of those gains. So what Deepshika and Sameer talked about in the beginning about Brexit and about the United States not wanting to get into TPP and the current conundrum with protectionism, I think its roots are, apart from the Chinese growth in AI and data, I think the roots lie in the fact that the benefits of trade have largely been unequally distributed and inequality has been growing. Some of that inequality could be blamed on trade and on globalization, but I don't think you can blame all inequality. For example, in the United States, if the pay of the CEO is 300 times the pay of a median worker in an ordinary corporation, that is in financial services, etc. So 300:1 is the pay differential between the CEO and the median worker. And then it's quite facile to say, Shubhamoy, that is because of globalization or that is because of trade. Maybe partly, but partly it could be just your internal dynamics and internal legislations on the financial sector. So the point I'm making is that some of the inequality of trade, some of the inequality within countries has been blamed on trade and globalization because it is so visible and out there and in your face, because the multinationals are very prominent and the multinational pay gets sort of popular in the media. But a lot of the inequality is also structural in nature. The kind of labor markets that we have, the contractual versus informal, the formal versus the informal and no social security, etc. But the dominant view seems to be, and of course, skills and education contribute to inequality. But one of the views tends to be that inequality is driven by globalization and trade, and therefore political parties don't find it expedient to be able to then support trade, because then you're supporting the elite or you're supporting the rich, help the rich getting richer. The other structural problems of inequality, the labor markets and the skilling, etc., that I spoke about, often tend to get ignored in this debate. And of course, the tax regime also is a contributor to the inequality.
Dr. Kathuria, we have to wind up. Dr. Dhanjal, yeah, so if you could just...
But I would want to hear Amitendu also on this question as well. Thank you, Deepthi.
Shumo, just I'll be brief, stick to the politics part of it. Across the world, there are sufficient examples of industries being backed by political lobbies, lobbying with their respective governments to engage with other governments or getting them preferential access into those markets. The dairy industry globally is one of the largest examples. The US dairy industry, the Canadian dairy industry, the Asia-Pacific dairy industry, and a large number of cases. Now, in India's case, I think we have not seen that combination of domestic political lobby coming into conjunction with industry and businesses to forge a common interest that would see them pushing the government hard into getting them access into other markets. It's happened the other way around. Domestic industry has found a niche to work with domestic political lobby to preserve protection. And this is bound to happen as long as exports remain relatively insignificant in a scheme of things and priority of things, as opposed to the interest of domestic industry. I'll just share a very simple statistic on this regard. India's manufacturing is 15% of its GDP. Why does India's trade negotiation comprise 80% of discussion only on tariffs? Why doesn't the discussion focus on services, which is 55 to 60% of India's GDP? Admittedly, a large part of it is domestic market, but there is a significant part of it which is globally integrated. Why doesn't its interests ever pitch up in a manner which forces the government to negotiate hard, and not in terms of sending people abroad? Sending people abroad is something which nobody is going to agree to. India is not going to agree to have people come from outside and work in its markets, and vice versa. Why not work on investments? Why not pick up those champions which already exist instead of trying to create new champions? We have the TCS, we have the Tatas, we have the Mahindras, we have the Wipros, we have gone outside. Bring them up front into a space of negotiation, and they can actually contribute a positive offensive export agenda, which would subscribe to the greater economic needs of a large part of the Indian economy.
Thank you, Dr. Palit. Just to sum up, from what we have, what the key takeaway from this discussion, we need to engage. We need to look at agreements. We need to advance our trade engagement with the world, not just trade, but a complete package. It could be any kind of agreement with us. And we do not wait for the domestic reforms to sort of engage on trade agreement front. Shumoy, would you like to sort of conclude by saying, so thank you so much, Dr. Kathuria and Dr. Palit, for joining us this afternoon. It was great having you. Dr. Dhanjal, yeah, over to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, for very efficiently steering the discussion and arriving at certain conclusions. There are quite a number of good takeaways from here. Thank you very much, Dr. Palit, Dr. Kathuria, as well as Shubhamar, for joining us. Deepthi, thank you so much. And with this, we move on to our next discussion, contextualizing new education policy. And on this panel, we are joined by Dr. C. Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor, Jindal Global University, who is a Rhodes Scholar and is the founding Vice Chancellor of O.P. Jindal Global University in India, appointed VC at the age of 34 in 2009 when the university was established. It's one of the only 20 universities in India and the only non-STEM, STEM university, which has been declared as an institution of eminence by the Government of India. We are joined by Professor N.V. Verghese, Vice Chancellor of National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration. He's also the founding director of the Center for Policy Research in Higher Education at NIPA. Professor Vimala Ramachandran, founder of ERU Consultants and former National Fellow with NIPA, is among the founders who was the first national project, which was the first national project director of Mahila Samakhya, a Government of India program on women's education based in the Department of Education, Ministry of HRD. She's currently on the Research Council of Azim Premji University, Bangalore. Our industry voice, Mr. Sudhir Agarwal, Director of Business Development, Government and Education from Microsoft Corporation, India. He's an experienced CXO with over 35 years of demonstrated history of working in the information technology and services industry. Skilled in business process, project governance, sales, requirements analysis, and business nurturing. Professor Manisha Priyam, Associate Professor from NIPA, has over 2 decades of experience working with donors, policymakers, administrators, and stakeholders in policy formulation, implementation, and evaluation to do with the field of education. Research, specialization, and interests are higher education policy reforms. So we'll have the benefit of listening to her today. Primary education policy reforms, decentralization, and urban social policy reforms. Takes me back to the day, 29th of July, 2020. Prime Minister Modi tweeted, "I wholeheartedly welcome the approval of the new education policy 2020. He wrote, "This was long overdue and much awaited reform in the education sector that will transform millions of lives in the times to come. Indeed, this has been a path-breaking effort with the sole objective to enhance the quality of education equally for all and moving in the direction of strengthening India as a global superpower." Well said. Astounding 34 years since India revisited its education policy and is touted to be forward-looking, cogent reform. Sort of amalgamation of need-based policy, cutting-edge research and best practices. It is also a departure from archaic practices and pedagogy, dismantling barriers in education, integrating over 2 crore out-of-school children, revamped curriculum from primary to higher education, and more importantly, teacher education, training, reskilling, thus laying the foundation of a new India. So far, it sounds very good. School education, supposed to be based on experiential learning, and higher education on consolidation and innovation. Going back to the document, a careful read of 66 pages of the new education policy leaves a number of questions which this panel would like to discuss. It is forward-looking and detailed. An important area it needs to adequately address is the issue of private sector participation. At a broad level, it talks about the public good and suggests philanthropy as a means of private sector involvement, a big question mark. With the growing demand for education over the next few decades, government is expected to have difficulties in funding additional growth requirements. NEP is definitely disruptive and will have far-reaching impact on the way key players in the Indian education sector are aligned. The flip side is it covers early childhood, school education, university, higher education, vocational, so on and so forth. Very true. India's internet user base has grown exponentially. We are the world's second largest due to availability of affordable mobile phones. expansion of 3G, 4G, and now oncoming 5G coverage. India's reliance on digital transactions is growing day by day. There is a need to develop a contextualized framework. Are we putting the horse before the cart, or it's ahead of its times, or it's something which is going to give us desired results? Probably not at this point in time. So what is important? Benchmarks, digital equipment and infrastructure, not just digital content and curricula. Need to have access to digital content. How is that going to happen? Tech savvy teachers. So we need to prepare the existing workforce into professional development and training. What's important is how do we move forward without adequate funding? So what is envisaged, therefore, for public-private partnership? It indeed is a learner-centric policy that focuses on experiential learning and vocational and transformation of higher education in India. Also puts us to achieve goal 4, which is SDG 4 of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Highlights inclusive, equitable, quality education that would promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. With the right implementation, this policy could actually mold a new India. It throws a whole lot of challenges in front of us. And with this, I would like to invite Professor C. Rajkumar to take the discussion forward.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dhananjal, and thank you, SKOCH Summit, and of course, this particular panel, Contextualizing New Education Policy. I'm always worried about coming after discussions on trade, and education tends to be competing with trade, and we have already lost 10 minutes, but we will try to do our best with this wonderful panel we have. The organizers have formulated the agenda very clearly. Each of us will speak first for 5 minutes, and then we will have 30 minutes for a free-flowing discussion. Some of the questions I might raise, and then we might take some questions from the chat box and other things. So it's wonderful to see all of you, Dr. Varghese, Dr. Ramachandran, Dr. Priyam, and of course, Mr. Sudhir Agarwal. We could easily call this as a NUPA panel as well, overwhelming presence of NIPA faculty. Now, let me quickly sort of a little bit outline the framework of the discussion that we hope to have. No doubt that the national education policy has created a new opportunity for reimagining and hopefully transforming the landscape of education sector. Speaking about higher education in particular, there is enormous opportunities for us to think about how we can charter the future course of education itself. If I were to quickly identify 5 major issues that we hope to address through the national education policy, all of which are issues that we will face significant dilemmas and even dichotomies. The first is the age-old discussion that we continue to have, the quality versus quantity debate. How do we address, the issue of accessibility? How do we ensure that a large number of our people get educated? And of course, how do we ensure quality as well? The second big discussion, which NEP addresses a bit, but we have to figure out how it can be implemented, is the issue of public versus private. We know that over 70% of Indian higher education institutions are today in the private sector. We also know that over 70% of Indian students are studying in private higher education institutions. In many ways, the tectonic shift that has happened in the last few decades with regard to the, both the presence and the expansion of student numbers as well as institutions in the private sector has created new challenges, and we need to address that as well. The third big dilemma is about teaching versus research. To what extent our institutions should aspire to contribute to research, to how do we build world-class universities and see the presence of leading Indian institutions in international rankings, to what extent internationalization can help us in achieving the goals of benchmarking ourselves internationally, and how do we ensure that this goal of creating a modern research oriented Humboldtian model of research university does not come in loggerheads with our commitment to ensuring teaching in many of our institutions. The fourth big aspect, which I think continues to haunt, is with regard to regulation and governance. To what extent more regulation can help us in creating greater governance, or for that matter, how do we ensure that the regulatory environment will create a better governance when it comes to education institutions? And the fifth big aspect, which I think the new education policy does address a bit, is how do we balance the values of accountability on one hand and autonomy on the other? To what extent institutions may be accountable for their own functions, and yet how do we ensure that there is autonomy and freedom within academic institutions? These 5 issues, I believe, are the central issues that the national education policy attempts to address, and we need to also discuss and debate about its future as well. I also want to say that one of the remarkable things about the national education policy, at least from the standpoint of its current discourse, is that there is a lot of impetus that has been generated within academic institutions to understand the policy, but also to take efforts to implement the policy as well. Of course, government itself is pushing the agenda for implementation of the national education policy, but it's important for us to understand that what are the kind of issues that we want to identify that deserves a higher degree of priority than some others, which requires a greater degree of consensus as well. With those words, I'm going to now invite Professor Varghese, Vice Chancellor of National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, to speak for 5 minutes and give his comments. Dr. Varghese.
Thank you, Professor Rajkumar. Thank you, Professor Gursharan Singh, and also Sudarshan for inviting me to this. I am in good company, as Professor Rajkumar pointed out, with my NIPA colleagues, Professor Vimala Ramachandran and Dr. Manisha Priyam. Thank you very much. Professor Rajkumar, you have very clearly indicated 3, 4, or 5 dilemmas. Let me start with responding to 2 of the dilemmas in 1 sentence each, because I don't have time to explain this, which I can do perhaps when the question answer session comes. You mentioned about the quantity versus quality. My response to this question is that in the till the year 2000, or till the turn of this century, quantity influences quality. Quantity decided quality. That was the argument. Today, it is quality decides quantity. Because if you see the decline in enrollment in the government schools, and if you see the closure of many of the private colleges in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and other places, especially in the professional technical areas, it's a clear indication that it is a quality that decides, that it determines the quantity. So this has changed substantially in this century. In the last 70 years, 50 years, we saw one phenomenon, and then the remaining 20 years, we are seeing another phenomenon. The second dimension that you highlighted is the public versus private. I think India follows a pattern which is very interesting. We all want private sector institutions at the school level, and we want elite public institutions in the higher education level. So this is a very interesting phenomenon. Again, what it notifies or what it certifies is a trend towards quality. That's the point. Or in other words, what I mean to say is that the central focus of household choice today is quality. And this is also focus of the education policy. I'll come to it within a moment. Let me say that the context of education policy in 2020 is substantially different from the circumstances in which, or the context of education policy in 1968 or 1986, from these following points of view. One, we were experiencing an expanding system of education in 1968 and 86, both at the school level and at the higher education level. Today, we are experiencing a contracting system at the school level and an expanding system at the higher education level. And that is something which is very important. And secondly, the policy implicitly assumes a matured higher education system. And it assumes that India to play a global role in the world of education, in the educational landscape, we need to universalize higher education. And we have to be comparable with the developed world. I think that is one of the implicit understanding of putting a target of 50% of the gross enrollment, that is universalization of higher education by the year 2035. It is important to note that this is a target which can be easily achieved in some states and perhaps never achieved in other states. Say, for example, if you take a case of a state like Tamil Nadu, it is already 49% GER. They have already achieved before the policy is launched. And if you take a state like Kerala, it is 37%. It is only 1% addition every year, GER, to attain that. So it is very easily attainable. But if you go to states like Bihar, large states like Bihar, or small states like Goa and DU and Daman, etc., you find that it is 13%, 15%, 16%, and this target becomes very difficult to achieve. Also because of the reason that the transition rate is already very high. From higher secondary education to school education, even when higher education is relatively underdeveloped and GR is very low. So the transition rate is very high, more than 80%, 60, 75%, etc. So where will you get in these states the children to be enrolled in higher education unless the secondary school system, unless the upper primary school system is universalized and expanded, So this is a major challenge for many major parts of the states that you are talking about. The policy also talks about, perhaps it's in a dilemma that, India wants to play a global role. So we want to produce global citizens and we want to produce global labor force with global skills rooted in Indian traditions and culture, So although both are important dimensions, these, unless we plan it very well, it is very difficult to achieve or balance between these two dimensions, So we have to be more open, because when we talk about internationalization policies that you're talking about in higher education, especially in the policy, when you're for the first time, when you are opening the economy or the education sector for the foreign institutions to come and open their branch campuses, it has a lot of implication for curriculum. Not only curriculum of those institutions which are coming, but also the curriculum changes that we envisage or pressurized, that will be putting pressure on the curriculum of the Indian institutions. So therefore, it becomes very difficult. And the third dimension that I would like to highlight within the next 2 minutes that I may have, I'm sure you can show me your hand, Professor Raj, when I had to stop. I'll strictly adhere to your ruling. You are a legal expert also, that's why I use the word ruling. And you'll find that the implications in terms of, the consolidation of higher education. It expects that each higher education institution should be at least having an enrollment of 3,000. It's, in my view, it's a next to impossible task. Today, there are 2,600, more than 2,600 institutions which have enrollment less than 500. And we have only 7 to 8% of the institutions which have an enrollment of 3,000, which means that what will happen to 92% or 90% of the institutions, And moreover, the public policy of establishing in higher education institutions in the rural areas was an equity-oriented dimension. It was not viability. It was neither economic viability or educational viability, but it's a concern for social equity and inclusion. Therefore, it is very important. So I feel that the consolidation, the flexible pathways to learn, and also the issues related to financing and the role of the state will be important. Sorry, I could not explain many things. I hope I'll get chance
Thank
to.
you very much, Professor. That was fantastic, and you really set the stage for some of the things that we will come back to. May I invite Professor Vimala Ramachandran, founder, ERU Consultants, and former National Fellow and Professor of the National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, to share her comments.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. I have 5 minutes, so I will basically try and lay out some of the main arguments which I would like to take up. One, taking on from what the Vice Chancellor Rajkumarji said, unlike higher education, in school education, over 75% of Indian children attend the government school sector. It's only a small percentage, 25-30%, who are going to the private sector. And in the wake of this pandemic, of the COVID pandemic, There is a lot of evidence, which in research, which I've also been part of, to show that many, many small private schools have actually shut down. So the pressure on the government system has actually increased and will increase as the time goes by. The second point I'd like to make is that one, which is the guiding principle of the new education policy, especially when it comes to school education, is that government has to take the primary responsibility for providing good quality school education. I mean, this is made quite unequivocal in the national policy, and it doesn't talk about privatization of school education in any section of the policy. It is different when it comes to higher education, but when it comes to school education, it is not the case. One very important example, which was given in the policy and also in the documents that led up to the policy, was that after 2003, when teacher education was privatized, the number of teacher education institutions went up by some 700%, with most of them being very, very poor quality teaching shops, which Professor Krishna Kumar's committee rightly pointed out that many of them need to be actually shut down. So privatization without proper regulation of quality actually has no meaning at all. Privatization needs to go hand in hand with regulation. And regulation has to be about the quality, about teaching, about how teaching learning processes are taken forward. I would like to make one more point before I move on to what I feel are the 5 key highlights of the policy, is that affordability of school education, especially secondary education, as Professor Varghese said, is a very critical issue for the poor and especially for girls. Gujarat is such a highly developed state, but secondary education participation in Gujarat is among the lowest in the country, because in Gujarat, only 11% of secondary and high secondary schools are in the government sector, and the rest is in the private sector. So parents are not willing to spend money on the secondary education of girls. And therefore, unless you have an expansion of the government secondary education and high secondary education in a state like Gujarat, you will not have you will not be able to reach your equity goals. The second point is that when we talk about accountability, there are 2 aspects of accountability. One is punitive and one is supportive. Suppose you want to regulate the quality of the private sector, it has to be a supportive regulation which tries to help the private sector actually meet the quality standards, and just having a punitive legislation leads to a lot of corruption in the sector. So having said that, I'll just highlight what I feel are the most important for me of the national education policy. For me, the most important and the most valuable is the idea of foundational skills of literacy and numeracy, and that all children have to reach, at least achieve the foundational literacy. If children are not learning in school, then it is going to not only reflect in secondary education, it's going to reflect in higher education. Secondly, if basic foundation skills are not addressed in school education, we are not going to get teachers or people of good quality who can go through higher education and come back as teachers. The second very important thing I feel about the new education policy is that it acknowledges this as the key crisis that India is facing today. A crisis of quality, a crisis of learning. And I think the rest of the policy with respect to school education is actually geared to addressing that. And that includes 2 very, very important suggestions made by the policy. One is to restructure the school system into 3 phases, 5 + 3 + 3 + 4, 5 years of foundational skills, that is 2 years of pre-primary, and then followed by primary, then upper primary, then secondary, the upper primary, and then secondary and high secondary. So I think it's very important that we look at this restructuring as a very good opportunity to improve the quality in primary education and secondary education. Second, I think most important contribution of this policy has been integrating early childhood education into the whole primary and foundational cycle. Because there is so much international research that tells us that unless children are ready to learn, ready to go to school, have the conceptual ability to be able to start schooling, the schooling itself does not have much of a positive effect on them. Therefore, I think when it comes to school education, the whole privatization debate is very different from when it comes to higher education. And I do sincerely believe that when it comes to school education, the government has to be the lead and government will be the lead. I have a couple of main concerns with the education policy. In fact, one of my major concerns is that the policy is very silent on what will be the status of teachers. Because both in the higher education sector as well as in the school education sector, there is a trend towards contractual appointments, which means you have teachers who are appointed on contract for 11 months and asked to come back. And these teachers do not have any support for in-service teacher training. They do not have any support for professional development. And this is also unfortunately the case in universities, where you have universities of Delhi, for example, which is now managing with thousands and thousands of ad hoc teachers. I think we have to move out of this, and the government needs to recognize that any education system is only as good as the teachers that it has. The second and the last comment I'd like to make is that the area that I'm really very concerned about is that the government is completely silent on what policy it is going to follow with respect to privatization, in terms of, yes, there are many regulatory institutions, but the policy is very silent on how the privatization, if it is happening in higher education, is going to be regulated or supported. Thank you very much. With this, I will end.
Thank you very much, Professor Ramachandran. Some of the issues that you raised, we'll come back to it. Mr. Agarwal, I seek your indulgence, and I'm going to request Professor Manisha Priyam to speak now, and then when she finishes, you can come back and your comments will resonate with all the three other academics who spoke in the panel. So can I invite Professor Manisha Priyam, a very distinguished professor at the National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, NIPA?
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor Rajkumar. I am in August company, but I am in August company on very familiar grounds, because both Professor Varghese and Nimra Ramachandran are not only colleagues at the NUPA, but I think we've also been partners, and we've worked together for a long time, changing what this education policy describes as landscapes. And I would say that certain tectonic shifts happened in the policy scape, and that's a term I'm borrowing from the new education policy itself. Around 1986, when the new education policy came up, the program that Vimla described as the Mahila Samakhya, I would say that's the time, and then the DPP, that's the time that we've all been associated working in some capacity or the other, mainly in the area of education reforms. Now, on this new education policy, I consider three important shifts in what is the policy landscape. The first and most important, obviously, the context that becomes very, very important. Nowhere in the new education policy of 1986 would you hear of the differences or the tectonic shifts in context. Now, you do see that as the fundamental premise on which this new education policy, this time around, the 2020 discussions that we see are premised on. Now, that context is definitely one of globalization, and this policy opens up with an open acknowledgement of the fact that the global knowledge landscape has undergone a dramatic shift. And if India needs to make a difference, it needs to catch up, so to say, not just on the Rostow's scales of economic growth and development. If it needs to catch up, it needs to be somewhere on the global landscape of knowledge. Now, the second important shift that I see is that of national policy intent. The national policy intent is very clear in that it looks at education as a strategic national asset in a globally economic competitive world. And how does that happen? It happens when you see that India's made a transition already from when in the early 1980s, we were still caught in the low income group conundrum. We were still a part of the ASAFLA. We were still a part of the low income developing countries. We are now punching our weight and saying that treat us along with the BRICS. Those are our collaborators. We are entering what is called a middle income syndrome. In the early 90s, we were eligible for soft aid from the World Bank. As we transition towards the new economic policy of 2020, we are no longer eligible for that category. However, the debates and discussions around the 1990s, the Jomtian policy, where the world sat and saw what India was doing to its children, that dramatic terrain has shifted now, and the world is watching now as to what India is going to do with its youth. Remember, we are going to be that country is going to be punching above its weight with the world's largest population of youth. And therefore, I think nations around the world, global economic competitors in the education sphere, I would say education hemisphere, so to say, are looking to the fact that whether that competition that is never mentioned in our national policy document this time around, that competition, that silent China-India competition, will India punch above its weight and maintaining a democratic and a liberal regime politically, will it be able to outmaneuver whatever deficits exist and catch up with the China phenomena, which is punching above its weight? Now, let me catch up. Let me say this in another term and say that as far as China is concerned, India and China both began borrowing from the World Bank in the 1990s. For the first time, these lendings were made, and these lendings to India and China increase the bank's own profile of lending in education as amongst the most significant lending. Until then, these were in infrastructure sectors. Now, education increased the lending portfolio. China used the loans that it took for higher education in the 1990s. India used it for school education. Now, having used those loans, India dramatically shifted its participation rates in school education. Now, those are things that Professor Varghese has made very, in a very competent sort of way. He's given you the figures of the dramatic shifts that have happened. But those shifts were also one where we made a transition at the base from an elite to a mass-oriented system. Now, of those transitions, we see the knockings at the door of a whole generation of youth who are going to be first generation university or higher education or skill seekers, and they will make a knock at the door of what this new education policy talks about. Another landscape, it talks about the employment landscape. So in a sense, you've got the knockings of the global economic competition. In a sense, you've got the knockings of a whole generation of new learners who've been through the school system, good, bad, whatever it gave, coming up now to the university sector or higher education sector or the skills sector. The shift from an elite to a mass system. Now, what we find in the new education policy is that there is a commitment now to say that they will or we will together define this whole sphere of education as one that is committed to quality learning outcomes in school education and quality variously defined in higher education. Now, I would say that this is the time, therefore, to reintroduce the great debates of Indian education. Now, where I part ways with my previous co-panelists and also from some of the framing questions that Professor Rajkumar put forward was that this great debate of Indian education and Indian higher education is not really the debate between public provision and private provision, because historically, some of the finest provisions that have been made in Indian education per se have been made by what, if we look from narrow confines, could be called private. For example, would you classify Rabindranath Tagore's intervention in the great educational debates as public or private? And I will give you three observations here that Tagore, when the great debates begin around the time of the partition of Bengal, questions the marketization and utilitarian impact of the British imperial project of control. And great debates happened between Tagore and the eminent historian Jadunath Sarkar at that point of time. And Jadunath Sarkar, the eminent historian, who is still arguing for the purposes of the university in utilitarian terms. Whereas Tagore said that what India needs is a much broader canvas. It needs a multilingual university. It needs a university that is embedded in its local conditions and in a rural landscape. And therefore, Shanti Niketan was set up in rural landscapes. Now, at that point of time, that's my second and second last observation. His own nephew put out a big cartoon, and that cartoon was labeled in Bengali And let me use the opportunity that the new education policy seeks of us to be multilingual, to use a bit of Bengali and say that that cartoon was labeled, this was Abanindranath Tagore's famous cartoon, it labeled the university as Vidyar Karkhana. And you had dhoti-clad men with their fishing rods and their sticks in their hand. They are going through a giant machine and coming out as men who are suited, booted men, but they are atomistic and individualistic. So I think that cartoon summed up that great moment. The final point that I will make is also about eminent historian Jadunath Sarkar from Kolkata, around the same time that the British imperial project of partition of Bengal was happening. And a great debate happens between historians of the Maratha School of History and Jadunath Sarkar, who was compiling a similar history from Kolkata. So at that point of time, there is an internal debate on the content and purposes of history in India. It is also the time that there is a great debate on the origins of various modern disciplines of the social sciences in India. It is the same time that you've got A.R. Vadia, you've got Radhakrishnan talking about the purposes of social philosophy, and his class lectures are published by a London publisher as the handbook on Indian philosophy. So I'll conclude by saying that when this new education policy talks about things like Jnana, Satya, and Pragya, the three tenets on which it wants to tether the wisdom of the new education policy, I will close by one invocation that yes, this is a new education policy. Where is that great Indian debate about what we want to do with the purposes of our education, whether we look at it sectorally or whether we look at it in terms of provision as public and private? The great missing is the great debate on the Indian education.
Thank you very much, Professor Priyam, for that fascinating tour de force on some of the big debates relating to education. Now, let me invite Mr. Sudhir Agarwal, Director, Business Development, Government and Education, Microsoft Corporation. Now, of course, Mr. Agarwal, you would have known why I wanted you to come at the end of all three of us, or four of us speaking, to help us really navigate about what all of this means to the future of organizations, future of work, future of jobs, future of innovation, and many things that you and your own organization, but even beyond, how it connects with the educational aspirations of India. Please, Mr. Agarwal.
Thank you, Professor Rajkumar. First thing, my sincere thanks to SKOCH for me to be on such a great panel. Me being an industry person. Second, some of my observations which I will be making, they will be mostly in my personal capacity. May not be not represent the Microsoft point of view. So my first point is, I think this education policy has come in a very, very different circumstances, very different scenario, when the technology has emerged as one of the key things in our life. And that too, lately, if we see, we have some of the emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, they have. So we have to see the new education policy when we look at it. How do we leverage? Because this has been the basic difference between the environment in which it has come vis-a-vis the earlier education policies. So that's the one thing. Second, I think one thing what we have been saying over years, something called education for all. Can we really take this as an opportunity to achieve that? And to me, I think my previous speakers have said, it's the two key mantras we require there. One is reach the unreached, and second is affordability. And I would think as an industry person that technology possibly has a huge role playing to help us achieve that. Because recently I am experiencing that CSC, that the Government of India program, CSC, they are running some of the programs, even for the nursery, using the technology. So I'm saying technology, we need to see technology interventions, how they can be used. Third part, I think I want to make very strongly, and pardon me for saying that, I think this policy now we have to see outside inside. Because ultimately education system produces, the product goes to the industry. I really don't know, and I'm trying to understand that where is the industry in evolving the new education system? And in the same voice, I'm saying industry also has to play its active and responsible role play in evolution of education policy for us. And another point, this is more like a layman person I'm saying, can we make education, more, can we teach complex subjects more simply? Or is there a continue to be a charm in teaching complex subjects in the most complex manner? And I believe we are experiencing with the evolution of technology, there is an opportunity to demystify the complex subjects in the little simpler manner and teach them accordingly. So that is where the teaching becomes more easy, more interesting, and more learning friendly. Rather than strongly teaching friendly, it become more learning friendly. Yet another observation I would like to make, and this is Dr. Gulshan for you. You may want to pursue this, and I really don't know how academia would like to respond to this. Under this new education policy evolution, can we look at that in next 3 to 5 years, we have something like 100,000 minimum industry people becoming part of education system? Now, this could be, in terms of teaching, in terms of coaching, in terms of course content, in terms of, bringing different aspect of education, but making at least something like 100,000, industry people who have their real experience to the education system as very integral to that. And they should, such people could be formally identified by the academia system. And my last point, because I don't want to stretch it too far, my last point is, sir, with you, all of you have to really pardon me for making this statement, because I'm kind of making a small statement very humbly. I think the new education policy, how do we see it does not remain, if I'm using a strong word, in the clutches of only academia. Because why I'm saying, there is a reason for that. Because we need disruptive change in the education system, 360 degree. Now, we may like it or not, with due respect to the academia, all respect to the academia, they have to come out of yesteryears into tomorrow, the future. Now, this is a huge transition. So if the new education policy is typically, do not bring in the other stakeholders in the midst of it, and my strong intervention there is industry. I don't know if we really be able to take this advantage of new education policy, converting into a transformational. And my very, very last point, I think also there has to be a focus on continuous, maybe every 5 years, reorientation of faculty. Of why I'm saying, because even today, I believe the research is conducted by, academia, various programs are done, but more aligned to the changing world. The faculty reorientation, to me, I think is one of the strong points which should go in the midst of the new education policy evolution. I think that's where I would like to stop, because they were more like, some of you might have found them statements, but I'm sharing the industry aspirations, industry perspective. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Agarwal, for that very thoughtful set of reflections, many of which are a challenge to academia, but we will come back to some of which. Now, since SKOCH Summit's theme is part of the Public Policy Forum, what I thought we'll do in the next, say, 10, 12 minutes is that I would like, all of you to reflect on the fact that there are many aspects of the national education policy which many of us will like to be implemented. And there are parts in which we may disagree as well. My question is that, besides keeping that debate, one of the major challenges that we know in our country is that the significant gap between the well-intended policies that end up getting formulated on the one hand and the institutional mechanisms, including the will and the determination on the part of the stakeholders in actually implementing the policy itself. While we can have a longer discussions on many aspects of the policy itself, I know that all of us at different points of time in our life and career have lamented about the fact that the policies have not been effectively implemented. So I'm going to quickly ask all of you a general question as to what do you think that we should do? And when I say we, it's a broader we. It could include government, regulatory bodies, it could include institutions that will actually enable the implementation of the national education policy, and that it does not remain as an aspiration that is waiting for it to be implemented even after several years. So let me begin with Professor Varghese. Can you please unmute yourself, Professor Varghese?
Side. Now it is unmuted from my side. Okay. Thank you very much. I think one of the important dimensions that needs to be taken into account is that in all policies, when you talk about policy and its implementation, some aspects of the policies are always taken up for implementation. And a major share of the policy, what policy contains, that major share is not implemented many a time. This has happened with the 1968 policy, this has happened with 86 policy, and I do not think that the situation will be different in the context of 2020 policy. Now, my point is something different. With or without the policy, there are a lot of things that can be done at the institutional level. That is not happening. We need not have to wait for a policy after 3 decades or 4 decades to bring out institutional changes. Let me say a little bit more clear on this issue. Say that Indian students are respected highly abroad and they do very well. Indian professors are also respected highly well and they do very well, both abroad and in India. But Indian institutions are not respected. And Indian institutions are not respected because the institutional response to increase or enhance quality is rather poor. Even when we have NAC started in 1994, if it is only less than 33% of the universities and less than 20% of the colleges are accredited even till today, it is not because of the policy, it is not because of anything. So my feeling is that there are many lines in the policy which can be utilized, but even without the policy, if we have institutional engagement, that will make a dramatic difference in higher education.
Thank you, Professor Varghese. Professor Ramachandran?
Yeah, I would want to just take off from where Varghese left off, is that, yes, there is a gap between policy and implementation, but I think that is happening because it is a political decision. It is a political decision as to which part of the policy and what aspects of the policy is the government going to implement. So when the 68 policy talked about common school system, we ignored it. When the 86 policy talked about importance of social equity and bridging equity gaps, we ignored many aspects of it. So this selective implementation is actually a very important political decision. On the other hand, there are many practices that we have in our education system which has no sanction in policy at all. There is no policy sanction for contractual appointment of teachers and professors. There is no policy sanction for certain kinds of privatization initiatives that happened, which actually fell through the roof, which I talked about teacher education institutions. So both happens. It is ultimately a political decision. What aspect of NEP will actually get implemented will depend a great deal on what our political leaders in Delhi and our political leaders in each of the states consider important for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramachandran. Professor Priyam?
I'll join the debate straight and I'll address a few points that Shri Sudhir Agarwalji made. Since it was in the nature of looking at disruptive thinking, which is precisely what I was arguing for when I was talking about the great debates, because these great debates were not happening within the government. Remember, the imperial government was coming up with its charters of education. The imperial government wanted to divide Bengal because it was a center of great academia in the sciences, in the social sciences, in the literary sphere, in the aesthetic sphere. It was emerging as a knowledge hub. Mysore was emerging as a knowledge hub. Baroda, more than anything else, was emerging as a knowledge hub. and the imperial project was to challenge it. So then the great thinking happened right outside the sphere of the government. The great thinking happened by private provision. If I take, no two moments in history can ever be the same. But if I look at the whole thing as a natural experiment and look at what disruption can mean right now, and look at the issue of digital, let me give you a very small example. Let us not harp too much on saying we are very high on implementation right now. This policy is talking about doable things. One small iota of change that was anticipated before this policy came in was something called the Atal Tinkering Labs. And everybody thought the site of the school as a landscape is going to change. Children can come and play with science and it's going to be seamless. Does anyone on this panel even know or understand how the Atal Tinkering Labs have worked in schools in and around you? In the work that I've done in the urban margins of Delhi while at the NUPA, Professor Varghese is one of those who supported my work on the urban. You will find that not even the greatest of the IITs or the triple ITs in the city of Delhi have bothered about what an Atal Tinkering Lab looks at the margins. Not even the great landscapes that have changed around Gurgaon because of the support of disruptive technology have bothered about what the learning landscape looks like. So to talk of learning landscapes in policy, to talk of our children as the global warriors who will compete on global testing scales, and to not look about how we provide for it at our unit, which is the margins. Professor Varghese has summed it up very well when he's talking about the transitions from the elite to the mass. Remember, these transitions are not of large percentages, changing from one station to another, saying all change now. These are of unit level institutional changes of which we have little imagination. I will conclude by saying that higher education is pilloried in India by saying, oh, here academics do not publish enough. But when I sit on my global roundtables with my fellow academics from institutions that I've studied abroad, they tell me, why in India are you worried about publishing only in peer-reviewed journals that take up to a year to review and publish, when the immediate and emergent needs of society and the learning landscape is to provide something immediately. So you hang somewhere here and there. So in a sense, I feel the Indian learning landscape would do very well to embed itself in the problems that exist on the ground and come up with very innovative solutions of what needs to be done if we are to get on to become a learning society. If the gap exists in how we create, how we write, how we sing, how we incubate, how we research, and how we think. And that's something that a policy cannot tell us, that indeed a round table does. And I'm thankful to Professor Rajkumar and the SKOCH for providing us such a round table. Let this be the time that we begin with some of these great debates and think of the unit level as a model for change.
Thank you very much, Professor Priyam. Mr. Agarwal, I'm going to invite you, of course, to answer the question I asked you, but I also want to say that, in the year 1991, I entered undergrad education in an institution called Loyola College Madras, and that was 30 years ago. And we had the same issue that academia is not connected to industry. And it's quite extraordinary that 30 years later, we are raising that issue as well. So my question to you is that there are very strong and even, I would say, justified concerns that academia has when it comes to the role and responsibility of industry and business, when it comes to doing things that transcend profits. In fact, a political and moral philosopher named Michael Sandel wrote a fascinating book entitled What Money Can't Buy, The Moral Limits of Markets, in which Michael argued about the importance of a society in which there ought to be some things that money can't buy. And if we end up creating a society where everything money can buy, the consequence of that society is deeply institutionalized forms of inequalities and institutionalized forms of corruption. My question to you is that, Mr. Agarwal, how do we address this role and responsibility of industry when it comes to building a trusted and even a more, let's say, legitimate and credible partnership in which academic institutions are not seen as an opportunity for them to provide knowledge and expertise and technology transfers from the research that gets generated, but also industry is seen as contributing to the development of knowledge as well as innovation within academic institutions.
Great. I must thank you for asking me this, sir, because I think I have a little insight to this. One, again, I will repeat, sir, I think industry has to play its role. I think industry today, I will say, as much as academia has to walk, 2 miles, as much as maybe industry need to walk 4 miles today to, come closer. Because today, if you see a student who's passed out, it takes minimum 6 months plus minus to become productive. Now, I think if this is the 6 month industry can invest, this can change the whole proposition. So I'm very clear that industry has to play more inclusive and active role into this. And second, as I said, now this is an opportunity to create the new education policy. How and where we are bringing industry in the midst of it, in evolution of new education policy, saying, what do you guys need? What do you want? Like, marketing today, I'll just take maybe 30 to 45 seconds. The same marketing class is taught to everyone. While today the marketing careers are very different. So can we look into micro education by bringing industry in the midst of it and say, like, towards the end, the students will be taught, differently, so that by the time they are available to the industry, they are more productive. So I think both ways, this during policy evolution stage and otherwise. So policy evolution stage, I think industry and academia and ecosystem need to bring industry seriously in the midst of it. And industry needs to play a much larger responsible role into this.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Agarwal. I noticed that Mr. Samir Kochhar is already here, and we probably have to wind up this session. So thank you to our very distinguished panelists who have been very forthcoming in this panel. I also want to appreciate Dr. Dangal and indeed the SKOCH Summit for giving us this opportunity. I thank my colleague, Professor Darshan, and the Dean of the General School of Government and Public Policy for co-hosting this panel along with SKOCH. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raj. I'll just butt in for a minute. I think I agree with Professor Vimla Ramachandran that a lot more needs to be discussed on the subject. So may I request you, if possible, if you could kindly again convene a 2-hour-long thing, whenever calendars match next week or whenever, because we have this ability to make the message reach the right people. And there is so much to be said on the subject. So if you could do that, we will make sure that we host it again and it reaches the right quarters.
Wonderful.
My apologies, Dr. Vimla Ramachandran, for rushing the discussion so much. But right now, this is a 1,000 people long conference, and it's almost running like television. So, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to have you, and I want to thank Professor Varghese, Professor Ramachandran, Mr. Agarwal, and Professor Priyam for their participation.
Well, thank you so much, all the professors put together. This has been some agenda driven, but yes, as submitted by Professor Ramachandran, that we need to have a longish discussion on this. We'll take this further. So time now for the next panel on private versus public policy direction for public health.
Hello.
By Rohan Kochhar, Director of Public Policy. SKOCH, Dr. Ajay Shah, who is an independent scholar. He has held positions at the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, Indira Gandhi Institute for Development Research, Department of Economic Affairs, as well as NIPFP. Does academic and policy-oriented research on India at the intersection of economics, law, and public administration. His second book, co-authored with Vijay Kelkar, In Service of the Republic, The Art and Science of Economic Policy, is published in 2019. His area of focus are macroeconomics, finance, health, and technology policy. Author, columnist Dr. Ashwani Mahajan is the national co-convener of Swadeshi Jagran Manch, teaches at Delhi University. He's been instrumental in advocating for the evolution of economic policies. His interventions include withdrawal of controversial ordinance on land acquisition, getting field trials of GM crops policy revisited, FDI policy of the government, especially retail, trade, and e-commerce. Ms. Nita Tyagi, core volunteer healthcare at iSpurt Foundation, is passionate about addressing the hard-to-crack societal challenges that the population feel through the use of digital platforms and collaborations across Samaj, Sarkar, Bazaar. 27 years of varied experience as an entrepreneur, executive roles in global organizations and in the social sector, working with the government on population scale transformation programs. She's currently working in the field of digital health. So with this, I hand over to Rohan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dhanjal, for taking up the brief introductions in the interest of time. Before we jump into the panel, one of our guests today, Dr. Ajay Shah, describes the 7 stages of the policy pipeline as follows in his book. He says, stage 1 is the establishment of a statistical system. Stage 2 is descriptive and causal research. Stage 3 is inventing and proposing new policy solutions. Stage 4 is public-spirited debate. Stage 5 is internal government decision-making. Stage 6 is the translation of policy documents into legal instruments. And stage 7 is the construction of state capacity and administrative structures to enforce the law. Health policy, in particular, is a tough call. Not only is India constrained by a low spending on healthcare as a percentage of GDP, there is also thought that needs to be given towards market failure and state capacity from first principles, which are required in public health as well as healthcare. There are market failures in public goods and externalities that essentially constitute public health. Equally, there are market failures in terms of asymmetric information and market power that shape healthcare. More recently, the debate has become about whether we need more state or less state intervention in public health and healthcare. There is a lot of interest in technological fixes, all the way from the National Digital Health Blueprint to artificial intelligence, which can potentially supplement the work of doctors. This panel tries to put the role of the state, the private sector, and digital technologies in context such that India may finally get a winning policy prescription for health that is widely acceptable. With that, I'd like to invite Dr. Ajay Shah for his talk on private and public sector in public health and healthcare.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, great. So I'd like to talk for a few minutes, and it is not my intent to do complicated bhashan. I'd much rather be in conversation and hear from the others and do more of a discussion. Okay, so I want to make 5 points today. Okay, the first point is that there is an absolutely fundamental principle in the field of health, which is that prevention is better than cure. Okay, so no matter what all of us may try to do to help a person who has dengue fever, the best situation in the world possible is the person never got dengue fever in the first place. So no matter what we may do to deal with a person who's had a bad automobile accident, has broken bones, I have had a near-death automobile accident. No matter how much you do in terms of the healthcare, it is 1,000 times better if the event had never happened in the first place. So this is just a basic common sense, and what I may say is almost a moral position, that prevention is better than cure. The best of all worlds is that people should not get sick. Okay, after people get sick, we have to deal with it, but prevention is better than cure. My second claim is a fundamental principle of public policy. Government should do things that people cannot do by themselves. Okay, government should not do things where government is doing it a little bit better than what people do. Government should do the things that people cannot do by themselves. That's where there's a complete gap in society if the government is not there and is not doing the things. I am, of course, this is a quotation that I have stolen. It is a line originally from John Maynard Keynes, but it is a simple blinding idea that if the government does not build the military forces, no private people can ever do it by themselves. So you need a government. Only the government will run Ministry of Defense. Only the government will stand in Ladakh and be there to try to push back any Chinese soldiers who come into India. This is something that private people can never do. So this is a simple organizing principle that do the things that the private sector, that private people simply cannot solve by themselves. And that brings me to point number 3. This is the definition of public health. What is public health? Public health is the class of actions by government that operate upon the population at large and not operate upon an individual. Okay, so think of a policy action, think of an action by the government that targets a population and not an individual. That is public health. So let me run through some examples. Only the government can get mosquitoes under control. Okay, we as individuals, we can put a net on our doors, we can put good night in our houses, we can put DEET on our skin, but basically we cannot transform the amount of mosquitoes that are present in the country. Okay, whereas public health can go after mosquitoes systematically. So as an example, in the American South, by the late 19th century, within 30 years after the Civil War, mosquitoes had basically been eradicated. So even though the weather is quite similar to that of North India in many ways, there were no mosquitoes and malaria was conquered because the mosquitoes were controlled. This is something only public health authorities can do. No individual can eradicate mosquitoes. My second example is road safety. We in India are building a lot of roads, but frankly, our road engineering is not good and there are many other problems and our roads are phenomenally unsafe. So roughly speaking, the probability of having an accident per kilometer of driving in India is about 20 times higher or 40 times higher than what is found in the UK. This is again something that no individual can solve. Only the government can solve. It's only the government that can change road engineering, can make sure you enforce against drunk driving, can make sure that people who drive have a driver's license, can generate exam before licensing of good quality and so on. This is something only a government can do. And mosquitoes, road safety, these are actions by a government that operate upon an entire population. They are not a treatment for one person. They are a treatment for the population. These are public health actions. Okay, let me show you a third example. This is contact tracing. Okay, so what is contact tracing? I test positive in COVID-19. Now we need a skilled health worker to sit with me and discuss my last 1 week, 10 days. Where was I? What were all the places I spent a lot of time? Who were the people I spoke with? Okay, make a list of the 10, 20 people that I was in contact with, and then go reach out to each of those people, get them tested, get them quarantined. Okay, if some of them test positive, then apply the same contact tracing to each of them. Contact tracing is a complex procedure. Roughly speaking, to do COVID-19 contact tracing in a country the size of India would require about 5 lakh field employees to do these sophisticated conversations. This is something only a government can do. No private person will ever do contact tracing. And my fourth example is air quality. North India has shaped up as one of the world's worst air quality crises. With the Vindhyas on one side and the Himalayas on the other side, North India is like a bowl. So every emission of solid particulate matter that is put up into the air tends to linger in the air. And through the long winter, there's not much of a wind. So we've got pretty much the world's worst public health crisis in terms of the air quality. And note that people do a lot of shouting in Delhi, but actually this problem is all over North India. It's not urban, it's rural, it is everybody. Everybody in the Hindi heartland is suffering from the air quality problem. And again, this is an example which can only be attacked by the government. No private person can solve air quality. So public health is defined as actions that operate upon the population. They're not about treating one person. It comes back to prevention is better than cure. By controlling mosquitoes, we will fight malaria and dengue at a population level. It's not a treatment we're giving one person. By improving road safety, we will cut down on the lakhs and lakhs of horrible road accidents that are happening all over the country. By creating contact tracing infrastructure, institutional capacity, we would have changed the trajectory of an epidemic like COVID-19. By doing something about air quality, we will make a difference to one of the biggest health crises of the whole world, which is the problem of air quality in the Hindi heartland in the entire North India. And my big idea is that we in India are simply doing too little on public health. Public health is supremely important. It can only be done by the government, and we are just not doing it. When you think of healthcare, it is much more private goods. I go to a dentist, I sit on the chair, I solve my toothache, I feel better. In the jargon, it is rival and excludable. It is rival because while I am sitting on the chair, you cannot sit on the chair. It is excludable because you can put a lock on the door of the dentist clinic and people cannot enter that clinic. Okay, so this is not a public good, it is a private good. Healthcare is much more private goods. And also the problem of prevention and cure, that you should be doing more prevention so that you don't have to fight so much in cure. And also government should do things that people cannot do by themselves. All these reasons suggest that we should de-emphasize healthcare. We should be doing public health. Public health is fundamentally different from healthcare. I have a simple intuition. Healthcare tends to be dominated by doctors. Public health needs to be dominated by many different kinds of people. So for example, you want to do mosquito control. It's entomologists that know how to control mosquitoes. You want to do road safety. It is civil engineers and public administration people who know how to control road safety. You want to do contact tracing. It is really a management problem. It's not a doctor's problem. You want to do air quality. It is environmental science. It is agriculture. It is everything other than doctors. So again, one more useful thumb rule. We should do prevention, not cure. Government should do the things that people cannot do. Public health is actions that operate upon the population. And most of public health actions involve people who are not doctors. They involve people who will solve public health problems at the foundation. That brings me to point number 4. Very often there is discussion about money. Interestingly enough, public health is not a money problem. It's a management problem. So you can achieve very high quality of public health in country after country all across the world. And the amount of money is really small. It is healthcare that is killing in terms of the expenditure. Public health is really not very expensive. To solve mosquitoes, road safety, contact tracing, air quality, these kinds of things, you don't need a lot of money. By the time you start doing healthcare, it is horrendously expensive. So in public health, it's a management problem. We need to do policy. We need to do public administration. Health is too important to be left to the doctors. We have to go solve health problems at the core so that people will get sick to a lesser extent. This is my main story that I wanted to tell. The organizers said, should I say something about computer technology? I have to scratch my head, and I am not very interested or excited in what you can do with computer technology. The first is our usual catechism in the field of public administration, or more generally management. Okay, think of a company. If there's a company which is going to do an organizational transformation using technology, you're going to do a large business process re-engineering. Above all, this needs thinking, modification of the business model, decision-making, leadership, planning, execution by the leadership of the company. Okay. And then, by the way, yeah, we'll get lots of computers, we'll get CPUs, we'll get applications. All that is trivial. This is India. We have tons of computer engineers. We will be able to solve that. The bottleneck is the accountability of the leadership. It is the management. It is fundamental redesign of the business process. It is leadership from the top. It is not about the engineering. In the last 20 years, we have put millions of CPUs into Indian public administration. Generally, it's not worked too well. Problem number 2 with computer technology is the privacy problem. There is now a significant backlash all over India about concerns about data, about individuals that is being taken into government systems by the government with really, frankly, no checks and balances. More and more, many people are now thinking and doing that I'm better off using cash rather than using an electronic transaction, because there is too much tracing by the government. There is unchecked violations of the privacy of individuals when we are working in the computerized world. And this is a fundamental threat. It may take us 5, 10, 20 years to build our liberal democracy so that we get protections against the use of data by the government. And then we can think more about these things. And as an example, consider Arogya Setu. What we needed was contact tracing. We tried to build an app. Okay, we saw it doesn't work. What you need is the management push of doing contact tracing. It is complicated. It requires management to organize 5 lakh people and do contact tracing. In that, can an app help? Maybe. It's a minor thing. Neither here nor there. There are countries that do great contact tracing without any app, and it works fine. There are countries where you put all the technology in the world, like India and Arogya Setu, and you don't get contact tracing. So, I always like to remind everybody, the British conquered India without email. Okay, the British conquered cholera in London without a single transistor in the picture. So There are means and ends. Fundamentally, India has a public policy and a public administration problem. We should focus ourselves on that. Yeah, a couple of CPUs, a couple of programs will help in that. Luckily, we are India. There's tons of capability in building stuff, but it's not the bottleneck. The bottleneck is management. It is public policy. It is accountability. It is how we build the Indian state. That's where we are stuck. Thank you.
Right.
This is all I have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shah, for those pertinent observations from public administration and policy science disciplines. Our next speaker, Dr. Ashwini Mahajan, as national co-convener of the Swadeshi Jagran Manch, has been instrumental in advocating for the effective evolution of several economic policies. His policy interventions include the withdrawal of the controversial ordinance on land acquisition, getting field trials of GM crops policy revisited, the FDI policy of the government, especially on retail trade and e-commerce. May I please invite Dr. Ashwini Mahajan for his talk on public health and public sector.
Thank you, Rohan. It is really my privilege to be here with Dr. Ajay Shah and Ms. Tyagi. I must say, in fact, I would have been very happy had the things been so simple as Dr. Ajay Shah has described them. In economics also, we keep teaching about the public goods, excludability and other things. But to my mind, things are not so simple when we come to the public health. If we have a look at, had we been living in a developed country like US, definitely we could have seen the public health with a different perspective. But when we are in India, if you see the under 5 mortality is still 74 at all India level, and SC, ST is much higher. ST is 96, non-SC, ST, OBC, they are 59. If we have a look at the immunization, as Dr. Shah was telling us, ST has got 31.3%, whereas the all India figure is 43.5. UP has got 23. If we have a look at the hospitalization rate, again it has been increasing from 15% to 46%, and the hospitalization charges are increasing like anything. If you see between 2004 and 2014, in rural areas, hospitalization expenses have increased from 6,225 rupees to about 16,956. In urban areas, it's even more. Looking at all these things, and you would appreciate that the public sector is hardly providing outpatient services to about 25%, inpatient services to about 40%, 12% of the in the rural areas are really getting some public funded insurance. Looking at all these things and looking at the fact that the kind of purchasing power with our majority of our population, if we look at the census data, social and economic census, which came after 2011 census, we find that nearly 95% of the rural households have got less than 10,000 rupees income by the highest income earner, and 75% had less than 5,000. So looking at the cost of provision of health services, I fail to understand how our majority population will be able to get the treatment done, whether it is outpatient or it is inpatient or whatever. You see, and there is enough of private sector. There's enough of private sector in public health. In health services, if you have a look at the production, almost the whole medicine production comes from the drugs comes from the private sector. And if we have a look at the corporate hospitals, we have a whole range of corporate hospitals, and a lot of private participation is there in public health. But nevertheless, when it comes to provision of health services to our masses, the same economic principles of excludability and other things do not really apply to them. And what we have to do is you have to look at and to remind the viewers and those who are participating in this seminar, I would like to remind them a famous statement from our former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh. He said that every year 10% of our people go below poverty line just for the reason that they borrow money to treat their nears and dears. So the kind of expense, and we know out of the total expenditure, 2/3 of the expenditure comes from the out-of-pocket expenses. So therefore, all these figures given, there is an underlying need for the government to participate more and more in the public health. And there were many people, those who were talking about even this vaccination program, which has started today, should be handed over to the private sector. But there are many issues involved, and we see how efficiently the public sector, the overall, with the little bit help of the private sector, we are now going to have the largest vaccination program of the world, with the help of the government, with the very little facilities we have. I understand, and I appreciate that, yes, there are certain things which must be done by the government, but at the same time, government can't wash its hands away from provision of public health to the poorest of the poor. And the figures are not mine; these are the figures which are actual. Had we been living in US or Europe or other countries where the per capita income is around $40,000, we could have been better off by handing it over to the private sector. We understand private sector does the things more efficiently. Yes, the cost is less, but the public sector is very much required. Now coming to the Indian scenario, so far as the government, the central government, which is in the last 3 years, they have come out with a wonderful initiative of Ayushman Bharat. Yes, we need more and more facilities to be developed. As I have already said, that yes, private sector can do it more efficiently. It's in education as well, not just public health, it's in education also. We need more and more services being provided by the private sector. However, the regulation of the private sector is must. Today only I was reading an article by one of my friends who happens to be the IMA, the past president of IMA. He had advocated for the private sector participation. Yes, private sector can do things. We should encourage more and more private players to be there in the public health. However, the regulation of those, because ultimately when it is the general poor population, the ultimate the burden would be on the government. I would say ultimate expenditure has to be borne by the government, as it is doing in case of Ayushman Bharat, and government has said that it is going to now make it universal. So therefore, without regulation of the private sector, we can't really achieve that. In the initial stages when Ayushman Bharat scheme came, my only hitch was that this would lead to more and more participation and more fleecing by insurance companies. But the government has done good thing. In most of the cases, they have come out with a trust model, and that is really helping the government to reduce their cost on the Ayushman Bharat scheme. All said and done, I would say that yes, I'm not against private sector. In fact, the organization from which I come, we are all for the private sector participation in all fields. However, whenever there is interest of the general masses, to poor masses, we can't allow them to fleece the masses. And in fact, we have seen in the past how insurance companies have started disrespecting the private hospitals' bills, and we have seen the people at large suffering. Therefore, when Honorable Supreme Court has also suggested the government to regulate the charges being made by the private hospitals, we have seen in the past also our drug regulator had regulated the prices of the essential drugs. In Ayushman Bharat scheme, many of the charges have also been regulated. There is more and more need to regulate the private sector and at the same time encourage them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mahajan, for those observations on a responsible collaboration between the public sector as well as the private sector as far as public health and healthcare are concerned. Our next speaker, Ms. Neeta Tyagi, has approximately 3 decades worth of experience as an entrepreneur in executive roles in global organizations, as well as the social sector, working with governments on population scale transformational programs. She's currently engaged with 2 national level digital programs with eGov Foundation on Urban Governance as the engagement lead for the state of Uttarakhand, as well as with iSpirits Foundation on their healthcare digital platform. I'd like to invite you, Ms. Tyagi, and as a prelim to your talk, I would also like to ask you, do you share Dr. Shah's lack of enthusiasm for data and digital technologies in health?
I would start by saying, I think, first that it's an honor for me to share this stage with Dr. Shah and Dr. Mahajan. And I hope I can earnestly hope that I can make a befitting contribution. But though I agree with a lot of points that both Dr. Mahajan and Dr. Shah have said, but I think definitely in my talk, I'll be bringing out my enthusiasm, for the digital technologies. I think that's what, I'll be doing today. And, I'll be talking more from my experience over the last 3 years. In this area, I don't have a very deep academic knowledge, I must sort of admit.
Absolutely. The floor is yours, madam.
So I must say that I got involved on healthcare track in 2017. And, the first document I read was a national health policy document, which articulated, this connection between the economic growth of the nation and health of the citizens. A colleague helped me understand this better, saying, imagine, the country is like a family. And, what if the earning member of the family falls gravely sick? And this immediately actually took me back to the 90s, when I can luckily call it a near real experience and not the real experience. My father was a dental surgeon, sole earning member of the family for a joint family. He lost his eyesight, due to TB of retina. And a private practitioner is no less than a daily wage earner, but in this case, probably, health shocks with deeper, shock absorbers. But the incident did help internalize that, what such shocks can do to poor socioeconomic corridors, how they can play havoc with just basic aspirations of survival. And it helped me internalize, these statistics of 60 million people going below poverty line, every year due to health shocks. And with COVID in 2020, I think it has brought closer the horror of the potential of, drowning a nation's aspirations, wanting to be a $5 trillion economy without health and key economic risks covered by nearly 70 to 80% population. So healthcare problem, public health, they've always been huge and complex, and now it is looming large in our face. To ascertain the role of key players of the ecosystem, now whether it is the state or the private sector in this context, and when I say private sector, I mean all medical, the insurers, the enterprises, and the entrepreneurs. The next logical point of discussion in my mind is who is losing their sleep over this dream going awry? Who is accountable enough to realize that if you do it yourself and you can't do it well, it's okay to get it done and achieve the desired outcomes? Then who has the capability to deliver, but why would they do it? So and also I think now coming back to, what you just said, to Dr. Shah's point, post-COVID and even before, do we have the luxury to just make incremental changes, or does it call for a leapfrogging to catalyze, problem solving at exponential rate by engaging various stakeholders? So I feel it is a very humbling experience to accept that one person, one entity, one of anything cannot solve these hard societal problems we have at hand. And I think both Dr. Shah and Dr. Mahajan have kind of, alluded to that. So I'm just putting forth my statement that neither 100% state nor 100% private or being in the fringes is a healthy option for India. India has traversed that trajectory, from 90 to 95% state, whether for public health or healthcare, at the time of independence, to 75 to 80% healthcare in private over the 70 odd years. And I must say that the intent of the state to provide equitable healthcare is unquestionable, right? I mean, I have had the opportunity over the last 3 years to work with the ministry, with the states, with the on-ground, workers, and I've seen the reach of the PHCs. I've seen the intent of the top bureaucracy. It's absolutely unquestionable. But then capacity issues, and the underspend led to the breakdown. Now, this space over the years was taken up by the private sector, who came to the rescue to provide access. But then came the accusations of commercialization, as rightfully reflected in the high cost, increasing cost of care, and it being restricted only to those who can pay, creating, inequities. And again, see, I have spent my time growing years in a clinic, and, I've seen the treatment being driven. Medicine is the noblest profession, whether public, whether private, and I've seen treatments given free to those who could not afford, but that's not something, enough for the country. So nevertheless, I think outcome is in front of us. We have doctor ratio 1 to 1600, 60% of which is concentrated in urban. Less than half the country, some say only 20 to 30%, has health insurance. And even if they do, it is inadequate because we have the out-of-pocket expenses running more than 70%. So whatever role one has played so far, there are market failures and externalities, and they further strengthen the information asymmetry prevalent in the healthcare. So at this point, I certainly do, and I also do not wish to undermine. I'm making this point because, there are a lot of non-government bodies, right? There are a lot of corporations, that a lot of philanthropy organizations who have tried to, make a difference. I had the opportunity to again work with the ministry for a project supported by a corporate, and a trust. But to give you an example, and this is no exaggeration, the amount of effort that was put in just to get a list of health workers at the front, it frittered away the entire, efforts, and that's what makes it really unsustainable, this duplicated efforts, and it ends up creating more silos. So without being overly prescriptive, I think what I would say is the need of the hour is then to play to each strengths. And I think Dr. Shah and Dr. Mahajan very much alluded to that. But I would say design a mindful collaboration, right? Mm-hmm. Mindful collaboration is really, you have to see who is good at what, etc. And I think my starting point would be with the state, because state holds the intent intact, right? Imagine the state miraculously finds a new age capability to get, I'm rather tempted to say mastermind, the private players to inbuild social equity as an outcome in everything that they do, without the need to lecture them on equity principles, and without, and while the state's concern for unbridled, commercialization is very valid, but I think being squeamish about profit making is not. So imagine a world where the state can achieve its goal of social equity through participation of private, public, non-government sector by miraculously making all 1.3 billion Indians as power players, all equally lucrative and served quality services. Now, I'll come to the digital part of it, because we can see some parallels in the world of finance. Reduction in the cost of eKYC actually took banking to the doorsteps of poorest of the households under Jan Dhan scheme. Interoperability in finance is aligning all stakeholders, and it is enhancing the user experience. We can all see through UPI. I do acknowledge health is more complex than a simple transaction, but therefore it needs a little more mindful, collaboration than finance. So this brings into the conversation the role of technology. And I don't want to talk much on it, though I think I would say that in the last 2 years, we have seen how the conversations have steadily built up. There's this journey from National Health Stack 2018 to National Digital Health Blueprint in 2019 and the National Digital Health Mission in 2020, which aims to build foundational blocks that provide level playing field to all participants and allow them to focus on problem solving without duplicating effort. A great example of this is, and everyone would have noticed this, how it has changed over the years, how we travel, how we stay. I'm talking of Airbnb, Ubers, etc., where each of them have actually solved a very particular niche problem without duplicating the efforts of, creating payment options, gateways, and GPS, etc., etc. And talking of interoperability, I just want to say a point that it's not just textbook. I think, and I had the opportunity to lead this project since 2018 with National Cancer Grid and ThoughtWorks as partner, where we have successfully put forth open source code solution around interoperability picked up by National Digital Health Mission. So I sincerely hope that this attempt, unites the efforts of these stakeholders directionally. And then you see, technology alone can't solve the problem without a competent regulator. Again, I agree with Dr. Mahajan when he spoke about the regulation, but I feel technology can give regulator also a complete makeover. What we're talking of is a modern, athletic regulator, which can now focus on, let's say, standards and incentives for them to be adopted, legal frameworks, ensuring that consequence management, is done. So you put energies into strengthening of institutional systems. So it is less seen, but it is more effective. So I just will wind up my argument, conclude it. And I feel the prescription is, and I'll start with the state, is to continue with unadulterated intent, right, which is there. Participate in this mindful collaboration to facilitate build of a digital infrastructure which incentivize all participants to achieve the desired outcomes, right? And for the state to focus its energy to build robust institutions that use technology to facilitate new age regulation, new age monitoring, and just does consequence management. And I think that will really take us, to a place where we haven't been so far in public health and healthcare services. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that excellent address on unadulterated intent and mindful collaboration, Ms. Tyagi. I would like to open up the conversation for discussion, and since we're also a bilingual platform, Dr. Mahajan, जैसा कि Dr. Shah ने कहा कि I hope you'll excuse my oversimplification with the examples of AQI and road safety, जिसका काम उसी को साजे. What do you have to say about this, sir? Do you think the state should only address challenges that it is best placed to address, and citizens should be left to their own devices? आपकी क्या राय है इस पे, सर?
मेरा कहना है कि इसके बारे में तो कोई दो राय हो ही नहीं सकती है कि भाई रोड सेफ्टी तो सरकार को ही करनी है, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ट्रेसिंग भी सरकार को ही करनी है. इनका जो अजय जी के बारे में जो कहा उस पर मेरी एक ही आपत्ति है कि हमको सब कुछ प्राइवेट हाथों में नहीं सौंप सकते हैं, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से हमारे यहाँ असमानताएं हैं, गरीबी है, मात्र 1-1.5% ही लोग हैं जो वास्तव में इन सर्विसेज के लिए पे कर सकते हैं. बाकी 99% लोगों के लिए हमारे पास क्या प्रावधान है? क्या हम मार्केट के ऊपर, बाजार पर क्या इन सब लोगों को छोड़ सकते हैं क्या? अभी जो फार्मर्स एजुटेशन भी चल रही है, उसमें भी यही बात आ रही है ना कि मार्केट के भरोसे पर किसानों को नहीं छोड़ा जा सकता. कहीं ना कहीं लोगों को प्रोटेक्शन देना पड़ेगा. उसी प्रकार से यहाँ पर भी मैंने जितने भी आंकड़े आपको बताए, ये सब सरकारी आंकड़े हैं और नेशनल हेल्थ फैमिली हेल्थ सर्वे से लिए गए हैं. तो इसलिए जो सामने तस्वीर दिखाई दे रही है उसका समाधान करने के लिए ये बात सही है कि टेक्नोलॉजी का भी खासा उपयोग करना पड़ेगा. और हम भारत जो है वो टेक्नोलॉजी में सबसे आगे है. लेकिन मैं नीता जी की उस बात से बिल्कुल सहमत नहीं हूँ कि जो फिलैंथ्रोपिस्ट हैं उनके बारे में जो तस्वीर पेश की जाती है वो अलग है और जो उनकी वास्तविकता है वो अलग है. फिलैंथ्रोपिस्ट के बारे में हमने बहुत सारे, मैं यहाँ पर आप सब लोगों का बहुत समय नहीं लूंगा, फिलैंथ्रोपिस्ट के बारे में हमने बहुत बातें बताई हैं. और जो प्रिवेंशन की बात है जिसमें वो लोग काम कर रहे हैं, मैंने देखा कि अधिकांश उनका जो खर्च है वो किसी और बात पर होता है और एक वर्ष के लिए वो टीकाकरण को वो उसका करते हैं और उसके बाकी आने वाले सालों के लिए उन सब कंपनियों को जिनमें उनके इंटरेस्ट हैं, उन कंपनियों की सेल बढ़ाने के लिए किया जाता है. तो इसलिए हमें इन सब चीजों से अलग हो करके वास्तव में हम अपने ऊपर निर्भर रह करके, आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात चल रही है, तो हम हेल्थ केयर में भी और डिजिटाइजेशन में भी हम आत्मनिर्भर बनेंगे और हमारे पास पर्याप्त सुविधाएं हैं और अगर कम है तो उनका और विकास किया जा सकता है. फॉर गॉड सेक हमें ये फॉरेन फिलैंथ्रोपिस्ट जो फिलैंथ्रोपी के नाम पर जो बिजनेस कर रहे हैं, हमें उनसे बचना पड़ेगा. Thank you.
Dr. Shah, would you like to comment, sir? You're muted, Dr. Shah.
I do not disagree that there are difficulties in private healthcare and that these need regulation. My research team has done many years of work on figuring out how to do regulation of healthcare. But I think that prevention is more important than cure. So all of us are finite. All of us have resource constraints. All of us have time constraints. If you think of public policy, it is above all about prioritizing, about triaging, about choosing a few battles to pick. In my opinion, the most important battles in India today are in public health. And public health is prevention, not cure. So that's what makes me very excited in terms of my priorities for work, that what can we do so that people get sick less? Because things are very bad once people do get sick.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, there is also a question that we're getting from one of our panelists, Mr. Prem Anand from Apollo Remote Healthcare. The question is, there are good models of PPPs in public health system delivery in the primary, secondary, and tertiary care sectors, including blending with technology to find solutions for inherent challenges, which are efficient, effective, and accountable, and even in terms of service delivery. Can the panelists please share their thoughts? Would you like to take this up, Dr. Shah?
I wrote something in the chat session. The bottleneck for PPP is state capacity in contracting. So if you think of a private healthcare provider and you think of a government, like consider Ayushman Bharat, the problems are in procurement, in contract disputes, in contract renegotiation, in getting payments out in time. These things are very difficult. And this is not just about health. This is true of everything. Government of India finds it difficult to buy submarines. Government of India finds it difficult to buy vaccines or testing or whatever. So there's a deeper administrative problem of state capacity in the field of contracting. We need to do lots of research and development on contracting to figure out how to do better on contracting, and health is a great field where there can be the role for contracting, where government is able to intelligently contract with private people and create checks and balances for good behavior by private people, what is called strategic purchasing in the field of healthcare.
In fact, Dr. Ashwini Mahajan also spoke about insurance. Dr. Shah, you have also written about market failures in private healthcare insurance in the past. My question to the panel is, how do we address market failures in private healthcare in insurance? Dr. Shah, would you like to share your thoughts?
Sure. There are a couple of pieces that come to mind. The first is that there needs to be a little bit of development of tort law. Tort law is the concept that if I impose damage on you, then I am able to, I'm vulnerable to litigation by you. So with all its difficulties, recourse to courts is important. One element, I'm not saying it's the only element, I'm not saying it's the dominant element. One element of creating better behavior by doctors is to increase the rights of patients, so that when medical malpractice happens, there is greater recourse to court. The second is to solve the mess that is the Indian Medical Council, and what is now sought to be done using the NMC bill, and it's a big project. We need to see it through. The third is that I feel we need to do more in terms of the strategic purchasing, that we need more market power in the hands of buyers, whether they are a government like Ayushman Bharat or like many of the state level health insurance programs, or they are private health insurance companies. And finally, there are many, many weaknesses in how IRDA regulates private health insurance, and we need to go after those. So in my mind, these are all very important, practical, short-term paths through which we can make improvements in healthcare.
Right. Ms. Tyagi, if I may ask you, what is the role that better technology, process automation, and better data handling can play in deploying population scale initiatives that address such externalities in the healthcare sector?
See, in my opinion, I think it's not that these initiatives haven't been made in the past, right? And we need to see what will make a difference. And the key thing that you find is that whatever you start, when you start doing things, and I alluded to that earlier, everyone is duplicating those efforts. And I've really seen it, I mean, I have seen it on ground, you know, to even get a list, you know, so if you have a solution, for example, you are implementing, right, with the front-end workers, you cannot get, you know, in Ministry of Health, there are 21 verticals and not all of them share one single list of healthcare workers. So in my opinion, I think digital has to simply just has to make a level playing field for everyone. And I'm agnostic to public, private, you know, in this case. I think I agree with Dr. Shah, Dr. Mahajan, jiska kaam hai wo kare. But the point is, wo karne ka fayda kya hai if, you know, it doesn't yield results. The impact of it is not compounded and is not being seen in the positive direction. So I think the role of technology, I would say in this case, is we have to ensure that the flow of information, the flow of cash, I think you talked about the insurance companies, and the main thing is that why do they behave that conservatively is because their costs are high, right? They bleed when they sort of, you know, pay out because they don't have the trust, you know, in the ecosystem. When a claim comes, they don't know whether it is a ghost doctor, ghost, you know, so all that means spending a lot of money in those validations. So the role of digital is to reduce those costs. Like I said, the eKYC. What if a claim now comes down to 10 rupees instead of the current 800? I mean, in health, we talk of insuring people, it is only IPD. What about the OPD where maximum money is getting spent? And how can an insurance company even take up OPD kind of a package if 100 rupees ka dawai wala thing costs him 800 to look at? So I think that's where digital technology, we're talking it as a leveler, which kind of creates a field where everyone doesn't have to duplicate the efforts and they can make the most of whatever efforts they put in. I think that would be my response.
One last question for the panel. Dr. Mahajan, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
यहाँ पर मैं बात ये कहना चाहूंगा कि जो मार्केट फेलियर है उसके कई कारण होते हैं। एक तो लैक ऑफ ट्रांसपेरेंसी, लैक ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन, ये सारी कारण रहते हैं किसी भी स्थान पर मार्केट फेलियर के, जो हम पढ़ते पढ़ाते हैं। तो यदि हम इसके बारे में बात करें तो टेक्नोलॉजी कैन बी ए बिग हेल्प, देयर इज नो डाउट अबाउट इट। लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी किसकी? क्या टेक्नोलॉजी उन लोगों की जो कुछ कंपनियों को फायदा पहुंचाना चाहते हैं, या टेक्नोलॉजी उन लोगों की उस ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म से जहां किसी का इस प्रकार का एक कमर्शियल इंटरेस्ट इन्वॉल्व नहीं है? तो यहाँ पर एक और दूसरा इंश्योरेंस की बात, इंश्योरेंस के माध्यम से भी बहुत चीजें अच्छी हो सकती हैं, लेकिन इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज के द्वारा किस प्रकार से किया जाता है, और इंश्योरेंस कंपनियों की हमने एक उदाहरण हमने ये भी देखा कि उत्तराखंड में एक इंश्योरेंस कंपनी भाग ली क्योंकि वो लोग पेमेंट नहीं करना चाहते थे। ये भी उदाहरण हमारे सामने प्राइवेट इंश्योरर्स के लिए। इसके अलावा हमने गवर्नमेंट लेवल पर भी काफी चीजें देखी हैं। अभी राजस्थान में आयुष्मान भारत के लिए टेंडर निकाला गया, 1500 करोड़ रुपए का टेंडर था, और उन्होंने कहा कि ये कोविड टाइम है तो इसको 3000 करोड़ रुपए का कर दिया, तो उसको 3000 करोड़ कर दिया। तो हमने उसमें इंटरवीन किया तो वो टेंडर कैंसिल हुआ। कहने का अभिप्राय ये है कि क्या पब्लिक मनी को इस प्रकार से स्पेंड किया जा सकता है? तो इसलिए हर जगह पर ठीक प्रकार से ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम हो बने, टेक्नोलॉजी का सही उपयोग हो, टेक्नोलॉजी कहाँ से लेना है उसके बारे में भी तय हो। और मुझे लगता है कि अभी हाल फिलहाल में जिस प्रकार से एट प्रेजेंट जो वैक्सीनेशन का प्रोग्राम चल रहा है उसमें भी हमने टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग किया है ना, और पूरी दुनिया को दिखाया है कि हाँ हम कर सकते हैं। और जो एक कहीं ना कहीं आता है कि भी हम कर ही नहीं सकते हैं, हमने वैक्सीनेशन के केस में करके दिखाया। भारत सुपर पावर है। आज अब पहली बार लोगों को पता चला कि भारत वैक्सीन में सुपर पावर है। हमारे यहाँ 7 बड़ी कंपनियां काम करती है, दुनिया भर के लिए वैक्सीन बनाती हैं, लेकिन लोगों को पता नहीं था। हमारे यहाँ वेंटिलेटर्स बनते हैं और हम यूरोप को सप्लाई करते हैं, लोगों को पता नहीं था। आज आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात आ रही है, हम टेक्नोलॉजी में भी आत्मनिर्भर बने, हेल्थ केयर में भी बने। जहां हमें मदद लेने की जरूरत है लें, लेकिन अननेसेसरी बिना वजह से हम ये सो कॉल्ड फिलैंथ्रोपिस्ट के चक्कर में न पड़े। हमने देखा है उन फिलैंथ्रोपिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का हाल और वो किस प्रकार से काम करती हैं। हमने उनको प्रांतों में भी काम करते हुए देखा है, हमने उनको केंद्र में भी काम करते हुए देखा है, कई जगह पर उनको हटाया भी गया है। तो मेरा ये कहना है कि हम टेक्नोलॉजी का भी उपयोग करें, ट्रांसपेरेंसी भी बढ़ाएं, मार्केट फेलियर्स को हम कर्व करने की कोशिश करें। जहां जहां संभव है प्राइवेट सेक्टर को, एफिशिएंट प्राइवेट सेक्टर को लाएं, लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम रेगुलेशन भी करके दें।
जी, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm afraid that's all the time that we have today for this panel discussion. Thank you very much for participating in the SKOCH Public Policy Forum, the panel discussion on private versus public policy direction for public health. I thank each and every one of the distinguished panelists for their valuable time and extremely valuable inputs and insight. Namaskar or Jai Hind. Dhanyawad.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rohan. That poll that we had with the audience was a very close call. I mean, practically all of them got same votes. So I think the jury is still out, and a lot more debate and discussion is called for. I shared the poll results. I'd be happy to circulate them. But let me tell you that almost 400 people voted. And these are people from all across the field, from Anganwadi workers to officers to civil servants to doctors. That is the kind of audience we had. Everybody has a stake in what this panel has discussed. With that, I thank the panel and I move on to the next very important special session that we have, which is public policy for tribal and marginalized. I do not think that there are very many सम्मेलन्स और समिट्स तो पढ़े लिखों के अंग्रेजी में सम्मेलन होते हैं तो वो ट्राइबल्स के तो शायद बहुत ही कम होते हैं या होते ही नहीं है। जब समावेश की बात होती है, इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ की बात होती है और जब मंत्रालय बनते हैं तो सबको जो है फाइनेंस चाहिए या डिफेंस चाहिए या होम अफेयर्स चाहिए, ट्राइबल अफेयर्स और ग्राम्य विकास आदि जो है थोड़ा सा पीछे रह जाते हैं। एक बारी मैं हालांकि जानता नहीं, उनको लालू जी ने बोला था भी हमने कौन सा मलाईदार विभाग बना लिया, तो वो जो मलाईदार विभाग है उसके चक्कर के अंदर समावेश वाले विभाग जो हैं वो रह जाते हैं। इसलिए हमने सोचा कि ऐसा एक विभाग जो मलाईदार ना हो और जहां पे जन सेवा का अवसर सबसे ज्यादा हो उसको कुछ देखा जाए। इसके साथ मैं वेलकम करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं श्री अर्जुन मुंडा जी का, जो केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं ट्राइबल अफेयर्स के, श्रीमती रेणुका सिंह सरुता जी का जो मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट हैं केंद्र सरकार में ट्राइबल अफेयर्स की, और दीपक खांडेकर जी का जो सेक्रेटरी हैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ ट्राइबल अफेयर्स के। अर्जुन जी, मुंडा जी, मैं आपको ये बताना चाहूंगा कि आपसे मुलाकात तो शायद मेरी आज पहली दफे हो रही है फेस टू फेस, कभी तारुफ नहीं हुआ आपके साथ, पर जान पहचान आपसे बहुत पुरानी है हमारी। मैं थोड़ा अपवादवादी हूं तो मैं जो चिराग तले अंधेरा होता है वो अंधेरे में मैं ढूंढता रहता हूं कोई रोशनी की किरण। तो जब गुड गवर्नेंस की हम स्टडी करते हैं, हम 20 साल 25 साल से काम कर रहे हैं इस फील्ड में और बगैर रिसर्च के हम कुछ करते नहीं है। ये स्कॉच अवार्ड आज भी दिए जा रहे हैं, ये कम से कम नहीं तो 6 महीने की रिसर्च बहुत डिटेल में हम लोगों ने करी, उसके बाद डिसाइड किया जाता है कि कौन इसके काबिल है कौन इसके काबिल नहीं है। तो जब इनिशियल डेज थे हम गुड गवर्नेंस की स्टडी कर रहे थे, तो जैसे मैंने बोला कि अगर कोई ई गवर्नेंस ढूंढने जाएगा तो शायद ट्राइबल अफेयर्स में नहीं जाएगा, उसी तरीके से कोई गुड गवर्नेंस ढूंढने जाएगा तो शायद झारखंड में नहीं जाएगा। तो मेरे को दिमाग में फितूर है तो हम तो कालाहांडी चले जाते हैं गुड गवर्नेंस ढूंढने, तो हम झारखंड में चले गए 2013 में। तब नए नए प्रेसिडेंट रूल खत्म हुआ था, हेमंत सोरेन जी चीफ मिनिस्टर बने थे। तो ऑब्वियसली कि जो भी हमने देखा वो शायद उनके कार्यकाल से पहले का था, जो कि शायद आपका कार्यकाल था। उस वक्त आपके वहाँ एक बहुत ब्रिलियंट आईटी सचिव होते थे श्री NN सिन्हा, जो शायद मेरे ख्याल केंद्रीय ग्राम्य विकास सचिव हैं, यहाँ पे भी बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं आज। तो उन्होंने हमें बताया कि आप आइए और जरा आप देखिए झारखंड के अंदर कि हमने ई गवर्नेंस में और गवर्नेंस में क्या किया है। तो हमें लोग बोलते भाई पागल हो तुम, झारखंड में क्या ई गवर्नेंस स्टडी करने जा रहे हो, पर मैं वहां जाके भौचक्का रह गया। जो आपने वहां पे रिफॉर्म किए, जो कि विकिपीडिया वगैरह से पढ़ के लोग बोल देंगे तो ई टेंडरी बोल देंगे, ग्रीवेंस सिस्टम बोल देंगे। एक टेलीविजन में सीरियल आता है होमलैंड, जिसमें वो अमेरिका का दिखाते हैं कि वो आतंकवादियों को कैसे ट्रैक करते हैं, वो पूरी दीवार पे वीडियो होता है और सब कुछ होता है। मैं हैरान रह गया कि नक्सलवादियों को ट्रैक करने के लिए झारखंड की पुलिस के पास ऐसा ही सिस्टम था, इतना एडवांस था कि देश की किसी पुलिस के पास शायद ना हो। उसके बाद हमने छोटे छोटे काफी इनिशिएटिव्स देखे, तो मुझे लगा कि ये जो फेल्ट नीड्स हैं, जो एक ट्राइबल हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं जो जमीन से उठ के आए हैं, अगर वो ये चीज समझ रहे हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी कितनी ज्यादा अहम है विकास के लिए क्षेत्र के, तो ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है। तो वो पहला साल था और शायद आखिरी साल था जब इमर्जिंग स्टेट इन आईटी का अवार्ड झारखंड को मिला था हमारी तरफ से। शायद आपको ना मालूम हो क्योंकि आपका कार्यकाल खत्म हो चुका था, पर आपके कार्य की वजह से मिला था, तो अभिनंदन दोबारा है आपका। दूसरी बात जो है, मैंने जैसे कि बोला कि ये सम्मेलनों में आपको लोग मिलेंगे जो ट्राइबल अफेयर्स की बात नहीं करते, वो लोग तो झारखंड बिल्कुल ही नहीं जाते। और हमें जो है अपवादवादी हैं तो कोई बोल दे कि जी खूंटी जो है नक्सलवादी एरिया है या लल्ली जो है गांव नक्सलवादी गांव है, तो हम तो जरूर जाएंगे। हमने कहा भाई आप यहाँ आए हैं इतनी दूर, तो ई गवर्नेंस देख के तो नहीं जाएंगे, हम सिर्फ ट्राइबल एरियाज में भी जाएंगे, हम जाना चाहते हैं। तो ऐसा कुछ बना के उस वक्त केंद्रीय ग्राम्य विकास मंत्री शायद श्री जयराम रमेश से, जो पजामे कुर्ते के भीतर शायद सूट पहनते हैं, मैं तो बहुत ओपनली बोलता हूँ, तो वो बेचारे लाली गांव में चले गए, वहां बैठे हेमंत सोरेन जी का इंतजार कर रहे थे, 1 घंटा कोई उद्घाटन करना था, ई गवर्नेंस का उनका कोई इनिशिएटिव था, आधार इनेबल्ड पोस्ट ऑफिस कुछ खोल रहे थे वहाँ पेमेंट सिस्टम का। तो उस वक्त वहां के मुख्य सचिव श्री रामसेवक शर्मा जी थे, उन्होंने कहा भाई आधार का अच्छा काम हो रहा है, आप आके देखिए लाली में। तो हम गए, तो हमें तो मतलब देखा कि ये बेचारे बोर हो गए हैं और झल्ला रहे हैं, फिर बैठ गए जयराम रमेश जी फ्रंट रो में और अपने मोबाइल में कुछ करने लगे। तो हमने कहा इनको कोई अंग्रेजी बोलने वाला शायद मिल नहीं रहा है यहाँ ट्राइबल्स के बीच में, तो मैंने कहा चलिए मैं ही इनका कोई सहूलियत कर दूं, मैं साथ बैठ गया जाके। तो पहली तो 2-3 बड़ी अच्छी बातें हुई, क्योंकि उनको मालूम था कि हमारा क्या था। तो जैसे ही उनसे मैंने एक कठिन सवाल पूछ लिया, क्योंकि मैं ग्रामीण प्रोजेक्ट्स को काफी सालों से स्टडी कर रहा हूँ, और मैंने कहा ये मनरेगा जो बहुत अच्छा प्रोजेक्ट था, इसके अंदर आपने जब ग्राम्य विकास का कार्यभार उठाया है, इसमें ये सारा कैश डिस्बर्समेंट क्यों होने लगा? इससे पहले तो पोस्ट ऑफिस और बैंक से जाता था। तो जब मैं वो बात कर रहा था, मेरे हाथ में माइक था, मैंने कहा जरा रिकॉर्ड कर लूं क्या बोलते हैं। तो उन्होंने मुझे ऐसे धकेला। तो मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मुझे एक केंद्रीय मंत्री ने पब्लिकली धक्का मारा हुआ है, तो बड़े बेआबरू है कि आपकी सीट से निकले। दूसरी बारी जो है, हम उसके बाद गए नहीं वहां, और ना ही झारखंड का नाम कभी सुर्खियों में आया है। और उम्मीद है कि वो जो आपने वहां पे प्लेटफॉर्म बिल्ड किया है, जो ई गवर्नेंस बिल्ड किया है, जो गुड गवर्नेंस, शायद वो लोग इसमें भी compete करेंगे, या शर्माते हैं शायद compete करने में ज्यादा। वहां से हमारे पास इवैल्यूएशन के लिए ऑफर्स आते नहीं है कि आप आइए और उसको स्टडी कीजिए। इसी तरीके से ई गवर्नेंस कोई ढूंढने भी जाएगा तो ट्राइबल अफेयर्स में नहीं जाएगा। हम गए और हम भौचक्के रह गए कि आपकी जो ई गवर्नेंस है वो बहुत बहुत जो मतलब हाय फन्ने खान विभाग समझे जाते हैं सरकार के, उनसे भी ज्यादा है। और रीजन उसको हम बड़ा इसलिए मानते हैं कि जहां पे इम्पैक्ट सबसे ज्यादा हो लोगों का। जब हम कॉर्पोरेट अवार्ड देते हैं तो सबसे अच्छा कॉर्पोरेट कौन है, तो बड़ा सिंपल काम है जी, बैलेंस शीट मंगा लीजिए, सबसे ज्यादा मुनाफा कौन कमाता है। वो हम नहीं करते, हम जाके ये देखते हैं कि सबसे ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट किसका हुआ, जो गरीब दर गरीब, सबसे पिछड़ा हुआ, जिस छोटे से छोटे, जहां पे मतलब जब मैं लाली में गया था, आज भी याद था, एक आदिवासी महिला थी, उपवस्त्र तक नहीं थे उनको, जिसको नजरअंदाज करके केंद्रीय मंत्री के आगे जा रहे थे, उसकी विनती नहीं सुन रहे थे। अगर उनके भले के लिए कोई काम करता है और उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी मदद करती है, तो मैं तो यही कहता हूं कि पूरे देश की शुभकामनाएं आपके साथ हैं। हमने सारे मंत्रालय स्टडी किए, ये बिल्कुल हक हलाल का है, बहुत आपकी इवैल्यूएशन हुई, उसके बाद ये पाया गया कि ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में इस वर्ष सबसे सराहनीय काम, नंबर 1 काम जो है ट्राइबल अफेयर्स मंत्रालय का है। तो बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको मेरी तरफ से। आपको मैं ये स्कॉच चैलेंजर अवार्ड कॉन्फर करता हूं, और इससे पहले कि आप इसको एक्सेप्ट करें और 2 शब्द आप बोलें, आपकी एक बहुत अच्छी पुस्तक मुझे आज मिली है, उसका मैं विमोचन करने का आपसे आग्रह करूंगा, जिसमें आपके जो है मेजर इनिशिएटिव्स डिजिटल वाले भी हैं, आईस्तूपा वाले भी हैं। अगर आप इसका विमोचन करें तो बड़ा अच्छा लगेगा।
जी बहुत।
मेरे ख्याल आपके पास शायद होगी पुस्तक, दी है उन्होंने।
सारे लोगों के पास में है।
बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन आपका, बहुत अच्छा काम किए हैं आप। बट हमारी तो दिली तमन्ना ये है कि आप झारखंड वापस जाएं। मैं आपको आमंत्रित करता हूं, आप एक समावेश की लोक नीति जिसके आप प्रैक्टिशनर हैं उसके बारे में संबोधित करें।
प्लीज ना बोले ना। आज बेहद प्रसन्नता का विषय है कि आप सब इस कार्यक्रम में अतिथि के रूप में उपस्थित हैं, और इस कार्यक्रम के निमित्त खास तौर से हमारे स्कॉच ग्रुप के अध्यक्ष समीर कोचर जी और स्कॉच चैलेंजर अवार्ड से जुड़े हुए मान्यवर एवं सभी उपस्थित प्रबुद्धजन, हमारे मंत्रालय के सचिव सहित सभी पदाधिकारीगण और मित्रों, वास्तव में आज बहुत ही प्रसन्नता का विषय है। बहुत ही गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहे हैं कि आपने पिछले कई महीनों से आकलन करने के बाद इस मंत्रालय को यह अवार्ड प्राप्त हो, इसके लिए चुना है। मेरे मंत्रालय के एक विशुद्ध प्रयास की, मेहनत की, जिसके फलस्वरूप स्कॉच अवार्ड कमेटी का यह निर्णय हमारे मंत्रालय के पक्ष में हुआ है। मैं सबसे पहले धन्यवाद दूंगा आप सबको जिसने इसमें काफी परिश्रम किया है कि हमारे मंत्रालय के कामकाज को आकलन करने के लिए। मैं इस अवसर पर उन सारे साथियों को बधाई दूंगा जिनके प्रयास से हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और जो टीम हमारे साथ मिलकर के काम कर रही है। हमारा मंत्रालय, जैसे आपने कहा, जनजातीय मंत्रालय एक छोटा सा मंत्रालय के रूप में, या जनजातीय मंत्रालय यानी ट्राइबल एरिया में काम करने वाले, ट्राइबल लोगों के बीच में काम करने वाले, कुछ योजनाओं का काम करने वाले, इस तरह की बात है। देखिए, मैं इस समय में यह कहूँगा कि यदि हम पिछले, क्योंकि हम कई चीज़ें सीखते हैं पिछले अनुभवों से, और उन अनुभवों को यदि हम देखें तो हमें बड़ा ऐसा दृश्य सामने दिखता है कि कहाँ से हम शुरू करें, कहाँ से प्रारंभ करें, कैसे करें। ये एक चिंता का विषय तो है ही है, बल्कि चुनौतीपूर्ण भी है। अभी हाल फिलहाल में 2009 में मुंगेकर कमेटी बनी थी, और मुंगेकर कमेटी ने जो उल्लेख किया है देश के राजनीतिक मानचित्र पर, उन क्षेत्रों में जहां सबसे अधिक जनजातीय समुदाय के लोग रहते हैं और जहां पर संसाधनों के दृष्टि से सबसे अधिक संपन्नता है, संसाधनों के दृष्टि से, यानी वहां प्राकृतिक संसाधन जमीन के नीचे भी और जमीन के ऊपर भी, पर जो जनजाति है वहां के ना संसाधन है और ना ही उन्हें संसाधन के लायक समझा जाने लगा, और ना ही उसे आज तक इस रूप में, जिसे संवैधानिक व्यवस्था के तहत कहा गया कि इनको ये सारी विशेष तरीके से आगे बढ़ाने के लिए विकल्प है, उसके साथ जोड़ा गया। तो अब ये एक बड़ा विषय हमारे सामने है जो ऐतिहासिक पृष्ठभूमि के रूप में पिछले 70 सालों के कालखंड के बाद हमें इस समय दिखाई दे रहा है। और इसी कड़ी में समय समय पर कई अध्ययन हुए। वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली से लेकर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली के सब कमिटी से लेकर, डेबर कमीशन से लेकर, कई ऐसे बुद्धिजीवी आए जिन्होंने अपने अपने रिपोर्ट के माध्यम से इन सारी बातों को परिलक्षित किया कि क्या परिस्थिति है जनजाति और जनजाति क्षेत्र में। लेकिन जैसे आपने कहा कि जनजाति क्षेत्र में समझने वालों की जो कमी रही है, ये एक बड़ा कारण है कि दोहन के बारे में हम बहुत अच्छे ढंग से सोचते रहे हैं, प्लानिंग करते रहे हैं, पर उस संसाधनों के साथ उन समुदायों को जोड़ करके कार्यक्रम को कैसे विस्तृत रूप से किया जा सके, इसकी कार्य योजना में हम कुछ उन बातों को ध्यान रख सके जो उन दिनों में लाभकारी हो सकता था। और लाभकारी किसका हो सकता था? मिनरल्स के नाते, प्राकृतिक संसाधन के नाते जो इससे लाभ ले सकता है, पर वहां के रहने वाले लोगों को एक संसाधन के रूप में कैसे उपयोगी बनाए, इसके बारे में चिंता लोगों ने की होगी। मैं ये नहीं कहूंगा कि चिंता लोगों ने नहीं की, लेकिन चिंता कार्यनीति में कैसे बदले, उसका एग्जीक्यूशन किस रूप में हो रहा है, उसका आउटकम किस रूप में आ रहा है, इसके बारे में मैं समझता हूं कहीं ना कहीं गलती हुई, त्रुटि हुई। और जिसके कारण यदि हम 2011 के जनगणना के माध्यम से एकत्रित आंकड़ों को ही एनालिसिस करें तो हमारे सामने पिछले कई वर्षों का एक बड़ा कालखंड जो बीता है वो दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण दिखता है। ऐसे समय में निश्चित रूप से समावेशी लोक नीति जैसे विषय बहुत ही प्रासंगिक है, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, और इस दृष्टि से सोचना अब इस सदी में बहुत आवश्यक हो गई है। यानी जो नदी के इस किनारे और उस किनारे की हालत है, और बीच में बहती हुई नदी को देखकर दोनों तरफ की जो खाई है वो भारत के या भविष्य के विकास के लिए एक प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करेगा। और इस अवसर पर मैं निश्चित रूप से कहूंगा कि यह जो समावेशी कार्यक्रम है यही हमारा एक निष्पक्ष व्यवस्था को मूर्त रूप दे सकता है कि हम आज इस बारे में सोचें। इसी दृष्टि से इस मंत्रालय ने कार्य प्रारंभ किया है। आपने चर्चा किया झारखंड का। झारखंड में जिस समय आपका यहाँ दौरा हुआ और जो अनुभव आपके हुए कि एक कार्यक्रम में जिसकी आपने चर्चा की, मैं उस बात को नहीं दोहराऊंगा, लेकिन इस तरह की कई चीजें हमारे बाद लोगों के ध्यान में आया कि जो इस समय ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के लिए सबसे आवश्यक शर्तें हैं, उन शर्तों के पालन के बगैर हम कई चीजों को चाहते हुए भी नहीं कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि सिस्टम अगर सिस्टमाइज ना हो तो उसका परिणाम अच्छे ढंग से नहीं निकलेगा। क्योंकि आज के दिन में लोगों के पास में इतना समय नहीं है कि आपकी बातों को आजादी के कालखंड से जो सुनते हैं आज भी सुने, उनके पास में इतना पेशेंस नहीं है। इस समय में इमीडिएट तरीके से शॉर्ट टर्म क्या हो सकता है और लॉन्ग टर्म क्या हो सकता है, वो एक व्यवस्थित ढंग से लोगों तक पहुंचना चाहिए। और लोगों को ये होना चाहिए अपने आप में कॉन्फिडेंस कि हाँ, यानी हमारी विश्वसनीयता बरकरार रहना चाहिए। और इसलिए मैंने 2003 के बाद में झारखंड में टोटल डिजिटाइजेशन कैसे हो इस बारे में बहुत अधिक प्रयत्न किया और कार्यों को आगे बढ़ाया। और दोनों तरफ एक जनरल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के नाते जो एक आम आदमी की आवश्यकता है उसको, ट्राइबल स्टेट होने के नाते एक ट्राइबल्स के जो प्रोग्राम है उसको, और तीसरा जो पुलिस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है जिसके माध्यम से हम ये सुनिश्चित करें कि राज्य की विधि व्यवस्था अच्छी ढंग से कैसे चले, उसके बारे में हमने प्रयास किया। तो एक और प्रयास हुए जो बाद में यूआईडी का एक व्यवस्थित ढांचा खड़ा हुआ, क्योंकि शुरुआती दौर में आपको भी स्मरण होगा यूआईडी को लेकर के बहुत सारी समस्याएं और प्लानिंग कमीशन की कई बैठकों को एज ए चीफ मिनिस्टर हमने अटेंड किया, और मैंने देखा है कि वहाँ किस तरीके से विवाद उभर करके सामने आ रहे थे। और हमारे आईटी सेक्रेटरी उस समय राम सेवक शर्मा थे। हमने अपने स्टेट में इस कार्य योजना को प्रारंभ करने का मन बनाया और उसके तहत हम कैसे काम करें इसको आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयत्न किया। और आपको खुशी होगी यह जान करके कि ये इस तरह के चीजों के बारे में जब रामसेवक शर्मा जी ने एक प्रेजेंटेशन दिया कि हमारा ऐसे प्रोग्राम चल रहा है, उसके बाद यूआईडी में उन्हें विशेष तौर से ये जिम्मेदारी दी गई कि सेक्रेटरी जनरल आप इस यूआईडी प्रोग्राम के होंगे। बाद में उसका नाम हिंदी में आधार दिया गया, लेकिन इसका जो यूनिक आइडेंटिफिकेशन का जो इनिशियल प्रोग्राम था उसमें आप देखेंगे कहीं ना कहीं झारखंड की एक छोटी सी भूमिका रही कि हम अपने राज्य में उसे एक डेटाबेस बना करके हमने ये सोच करके प्रारंभ किया था कि इसके माध्यम से इस छोटे राज्य में हम लोगों को सही ढंग से ट्रैक करके उनके लिए जो बनाई गई योजना है उसका पूरा लाभ दे सकेंगे। तो बाद के दिनों में राम सेवक शर्मा जी वहां चले गए और उस कार्य को आगे बढ़ाया। आज देखिए यूआईडी का एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रोल पूरे देश के सामने है और बहुत सारी चीजों में हम इसको उपयोगी मान रहे हैं। तो इसी तरीके से मैंने एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के दृष्टि से कई चीजों को प्राथमिकता दे करके आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयत्न किया। तो इसी सोच के साथ कार्य आगे बढ़ रहे थे, लेकिन यहाँ की जो वास्तविकता थी उससे आप सभी परिचित निश्चित रूप से हैं और जिसका आपने जिक्र भी किया। बाद के दिनों में जितना इनिशिएटिव लेना था उसमें थोड़ी कमियां आई, नहीं तो वन ऑफ द बेस्ट स्टेट ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन में, डिजिटाइजेशन में यह स्टेट हो सकता था, जिसको आज भी किया जा सकता है। लोगों की रुचि और कोशिश रहेगी कि तो आज भी इसको और आगे बढ़ाया जा सकता है। तो इसी कड़ी में मैं जब भारत सरकार में आया, भारत सरकार में आते के साथ मैंने देखा कि हमारे पदाधिकारी बहुत ही ऊर्जान्वित है इन सारे चीजों को काम करने के लिए और चीजों को आगे कैसे बढ़ाया जाए। मैंने उसको थोड़ा सा इन्हांस किया, थोड़ा सा उत्साहित किया और टीम के लोग काफी कम संसाधनों में, यानी मैन पावर काफी कम मैन पावर में कुछ यूनिक प्रोजेक्ट्स का भी एनालिसिस किया और उसको कैसे प्रारंभ किया जाए ये भी सुनिश्चित किया। और दूसरे तरफ हम जिसे सुविधा या लाभ या जिसको हम चाहते हैं कि हम उसको मेन स्ट्रीम में लाने के लिए भूमिका निभा सकते हैं, उसको हम बेहतर तरीके से, प्रभावी तरीके से कैसे लेकर के आए, ये सुनिश्चित करने का कार्य प्रारंभ हुआ। और मुझे बेहद प्रसन्नता है कि आज जैसे एक कार्यक्रम है एजुकेशन में, क्योंकि देखिए हर चीज के पीछे एक बहुत बड़ा प्रमुख भूमिका जो होता है वो एक एजुकेशन का, और एजुकेशन के साथ साथ अवेयरनेस का। अवेयरनेस ज्यादा से ज्यादा हो, लाभ लेने के लिए भी अपनी पात्रता कैसे सुनिश्चित कर सके और लाभ देने वालों की निष्ठा में प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा ना हो, ये दोनों चीजें समावेशी लोक नीति का एक महत्वपूर्ण पक्ष है। और इसी दृष्टि से मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि ऐसे 5 छात्रवृत्ति योजनाओं को एकत्रित करके डीबीटी पोर्टल के माध्यम से सभी राज्यों में, जो हमारे ऐसे राज्य हैं जहां जनजातीय समुदाय के लोग रहते हैं, उन सारे राज्यों में, यानी आप ये कहें कि 19 राज्य में और संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में सभी जगहों में हमारा कार्यक्रम डीबीटी का बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है और इसका लाभ अब सीधे लोगों को मिल रहा है, छात्र छात्राओं को मिल रहा है। हमारे 13 योजनाएं मंत्रालय के डैशबोर्ड पर है और 6 योजनाएं प्रयास पीएमओ के डैशबोर्ड पर है। छात्रवृत्ति जारी करने की पूरी प्रक्रिया को ऑनलाइन करते हुए इस समय 64 लाख लाभार्थियों को डीबीटी के माध्यम से सीधे उनके खातों में छात्रवृत्ति प्राप्त करने के लिए सक्षम बनाया गया है और इसका पूरा लाभ लोगों को समय पर मिल रहा है। जनजातीय मामलों के मंत्रालय द्वारा स्थापित जो COE है, यानी सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस है, उसके माध्यम से स्वास्थ्य मिशन का एक बड़ा कार्यक्रम हम स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय के साथ भी कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहे हैं और अपने तरफ से भी प्रयत्न कर रहे हैं कि भारत की जो जनजातीय आबादी है वह स्वास्थ्य और पोषण की स्थिति को हम ऐसे प्रस्तुत करें जिससे कि हम वास्तविक रूप से उन क्षेत्रों का स्वास्थ्य के दृष्टि से समाधान निकाल सके। वहाँ के जो मूलभूत समस्याएं, जैसे अभी हम लोगों ने एक मिशन मोड में लिया है सिकिल्स एरिया को, सिकिल्स केसेस को, उसके बारे में लॉन्ग टर्म प्लान में कैसे हो सकता है, शॉर्ट टर्म प्लान में कैसे हो सकता है, उसका डेटाबेस हम कैसे बना सकते हैं, क्योंकि हर चीज में हम इस डिजिटल इम्प्रूवमेंट के साथ करना चाहते हैं कि बड़ी संख्या में हम इन सारे चीजों को यह सुनिश्चित करें कि हम उसका रिसर्च बेस्ड प्रोग्राम बनाने में सफल हो रहे हैं। हमारा डेटा इस तरह का हो जिससे कि हम हर चीज का एक कार्यक्रम इस ढंग से बनाने में सफल हो जाए, जिससे कि यह सुनिश्चित हो कि बेसिक चीजें के साथ साथ हम दूरगामी परिणाम के लिए, क्योंकि यह बात सही है कि बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग होते हैं, यदि आप पोस्टिंग कर दें वहां तो उनको लगेगा कि मुझे पनिशमेंट दिया जा रहा है, तो उनको लगेगा कि यहाँ से ट्रांसफर कैसे होगा, और ट्रांसफर करने के लिए जितने भी उपाय हो सकते हैं निचले से ऊपरी स्तर तक वो प्रयत्न करते हैं। वैसे क्षेत्रों में परफॉर्मेंस देने के लिए ये जो हमारा डिजिटल मूवमेंट है ये प्रमुख भूमिका निभाएगा, और साथ ही साथ यह सुनिश्चित करेगा कि जो चीजें हमारी पहुंच से दूर थी हम इसके माध्यम से पहुंच पथ यानी एक नेटवर्क के माध्यम से उसे पहुंचा सकते हैं। तो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सपना देखा है और उसे पूरा करने के लिए हमारा मंत्रालय सदैव कार्यरत है। समावेश की लोक नीति हमारा एक मोटो है। हमारा मंत्रालय सबका साथ सबका विकास के कार्यक्रम के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है और काम आगे करेगा। आप जैसे शुभचिंतक और आप सब लोगों के गाइडेंस से मंत्रालय और भी बेहतर ढंग से कैसे काम करे, इसके लिए हम लगातार प्रयत्नशील हैं। बस हमें इस बात के लिए थोड़ा सा हमेशा दर्द महसूस होता है कि जनजातीय और जनजातीय क्षेत्रों को समझने वालों लोगों की कमी आज भी इस देश में बहुत है। जनजाति क्षेत्र के रहने वाले लोग अपने आप में आत्मनिर्भरशील है, पर आज के भौतिक युग में वो व्यवस्थित ढंग से आत्मनिर्भरशीलता का जो मानक है उसमें वो फिट बैठते हैं। तो उस चीज को समझते हुए उसके लिए कार्य योजना कैसे बने, उसके लिए प्रबंधन कैसे हो। जैसे कभी कुछ दिनों में हमारा जो एक जिसके बारे में आपने आज हमारे पदाधिकारियों को अवार्ड दिया कि हम लोगों ने वहां पर आइस स्तूप बनाया, एक अच्छा आइडिया एनजीओ के साथ मिलकर के बनाया। तो वो सुदूरवर्ती क्षेत्र में कुछ योजना इस तरह का सिर्फ इसलिए ना हो कि हम योजनाओं को कर रहे हैं, बल्कि शुरुआती दौर में जब हम कुछ रिपोर्ट पढ़ते हैं, जैसे एक रिसर्च पेपर हमने वेरियर एल्विन का पढ़ा था, उसमें इस बात का उल्लेख है कि आप इस बात को लेकर के संतुष्ट मत होइए कि आपने बहुत पैसा इन लोगों के लिए खर्च किया। आप इस बात के लिए अपने अंदर सवाल खड़ा करिए कि आपने जो काम किया उसका लाभ लेने के लिए वो कितने सफल हुए और आप उन तक पहुंचाने के लिए कितने सफल हुए, और आपका मैकेनिज्म कैसे उन क्षेत्रों के लिए खड़ा हो रहा है। यानी आपका वहां पर इंस्टीट्यूशनल तरीके से कैसे काम हो रहा है, जिससे आपको भी ये संतुष्टि मिले कि हम जिनके लिए काम कर रहे हैं वो सही ढंग से काम हो रहा है, और वो भी महसूस करे कि हम इसे ले पा रहे हैं। दवा आप चाहे जितना भी उपलब्ध कराएं, लेकिन अगर डायग्नोस्टिक सिस्टम अगर ठीक ना हो तो उस दवा का उपयोग करने का जो उद्देश्य है वो सिर्फ उपयोग के लिए होगा, बीमारी ठीक करने के लिए नहीं होगा। जनजातीय क्षेत्र में जो हमारा यह प्रयास है, हम उस मौलिक बातों को ध्यान में रख करके कैसे हमारा टीम काम करे। और मुझे इस बात की प्रसन्नता है कि इस समय में कुछ कुछ जो लोगों ने रिसर्च करके पहले, या कुछ कुछ लोगों ने इन बात को समझते हुए कुछ ऐसे चीज़ों पर विशेष बल दिया जिसको हम और अधिक इन्हांस कर रहे हैं, आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं और कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि पिन पॉइंट टारगेट करके हम उन कार्यों को कैसे पूरा करें। तो इस सपने के साथ हम लोगों ने रोजगार के श्रेणी में, कामकाज के श्रेणी में, उपार्जन के श्रेणी में, उत्पादन के श्रेणी में, और साथ ही साथ वहाँ अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम के दृष्टि से और शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य के दृष्टि से आत्मनिर्भरता कैसे बढ़े। और तीसरा हमारा ये जोर है कि देखिए, पर्यावरण के लिए हम सब चिंतित रहते हैं, लेकिन पर्यावरण को प्रदूषित करने के लिए जिम्मेदार कौन है, इसका यदि आप लेखा जोखा रखें तो आपको यह पता चल जाएगा कि चिंता कितना बाहरी सतह पर है। तो जो पर्यावरण के लिए सबसे अधिक चिंतित रहने वाले लोग हैं वो पेड़ पौधे की रक्षा करते हैं, वो पेड़ के नीचे पूजा करते हैं, पेड़ के नीचे आराधना करते हैं और पेड़ को अपना सबसे बड़ा शक्ति का केंद्र मानते हैं, जल का प्रबंधन को सबसे बड़ा केंद्र मानते हैं। हमारे पूर्वजों ने तो बहुत सारी चीजें शिक्षा में दी है कि यदि आपको अध्यात्म का ज्ञान प्राप्त करना है तो जंगल की ओर जाइए, पहाड़ों में जाइए, पर्वतों में जाइए। लेकिन आजकल ऐसे अध्यात्म का ज्ञान हो रहा है कि शहरी क्षेत्र में इस तरीके से लोग व्यस्त हो गए हैं कि वहीं उलझे हुए अध्यात्म की चिंतन कर रहे हैं और पर्यावरण को नुकसान पहुंचा रहे हैं। तो अभी हमने FRA को उसके लिए आगे बढ़ाया है और कहा है कि जंगल उसका जीवन का मूल केंद्र है। वैसे तो सबके लिए है, पर्यावरण के बिना अभी एक वायरस ने तबाही मचा दिया और हम पोस्ट कोविड आज चर्चा कर रहे हैं कि समावेशी तरीके से कैसे चीजों को देखें, समावेशी कार्यक्रम कैसे बने, समावेशी विकास कैसे हो, समावेशी पॉलिसी कैसे बने और समावेशी चिंतन के साथ समग्र विकास, सबका साथ सबका विकास और सबका साथ कैसे मिले। तो समय की बाध्यता है इसलिए मैं बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं कहूँगा। मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि आपने और आपके पूरे टीम ने रिसर्च करते हुए हमारे मंत्रालय को ये अवार्ड प्रस्तुत किया। मैं उसे स्वीकार करते हुए हम अपने पदाधिकारियों के तरफ से आपको भी बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। आप यदि कोई विषय हो तो आप पूछ सकते हैं, बता सकते हैं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। बातें तो आपके बारे में बोलने के लिए और भी बहुत थी, पर समय की कमी है। पंचायती राज में जो आपने काम किया वो तो मैं बोल ही नहीं पाया। कितना जल्दी अहेड ऑफ टाइम आपने सारे इलेक्शन करा दिए, वहां तो बहुत जमीन से जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं एक रिफॉर्म हिस्टोरियन हूँ, 18 पुस्तकें मेरी प्रकाशित हो चुकी हैं। मुनाफा किसी में नहीं हुआ, कोई खरीदता नहीं है पुस्तकें इंडिया में। एक पुस्तक बहुत अच्छी बिकी थी, उसका नाम था मोदीनॉमिक्स, जो कि 2014 के इलेक्शन से पहले निकली थी। तो किसी बहुत बड़े नेता ने बोल दिया उस वक्त के जी मोदी जी की जो इकोनॉमिक्स की ज्ञान है वो किसी फोटो पोस्टेज स्टैम्प के पीछे आ जाएगा। तो उसके बाद मोदी जी से मुलाकात हुई तो मतलब कोचर साहब आप तो मतलब जगह जगह घूमते हो, 20 साल हो गए आपको गुजरात घूमते, आपको क्या लगता है कि मुझे इकोनॉमिक्स नहीं आती है? तो मैंने कहा नहीं, इस विषय में मोदी जी मैं इसका जवाब पुस्तक लिख के दूंगा। और मैंने मोदीनॉमिक्स लिखी, इसमें मैंने बोला कि दोनों का जो है नॉलेज इकोनॉमिक्स का सेम है, सिर्फ अप्रोच फर्क है। मोदी जी की अप्रोच जो है थोड़ी समावेशी, इंक्लूसिव इकोनॉमिक्स, इंक्लूसिव गवर्नेंस। वो गवर्नेंस और इकोनॉमिक्स की तरफ बराबर ध्यान देते हैं, केवल इकोनॉमिक्स की तरफ नहीं देते हैं। एज हिस्ट्री वुड हैव इट, वो आज बातें सारी सच्ची हो रही है। उम्मीद करूंगा किसी दिन एक स्केच ऑफ अ ट्राइबल के नाम से आप पे भी पुस्तक लिखूं, सौभाग्य प्राप्त हो कि जो अच्छा काम आप कर रहे हैं उसका भी मैं डॉक्यूमेंटेशन कर पाऊं। पुरानी यादें हैं झारखंड की, वो तो जोड़ लूंगा। जो काम आप करंटली कर रहे हैं ट्राइबल अफेयर्स में, उसमें हम क्या सहयोग कर पाएंगे, ये मेरी मैं आके मिल पाऊंगा आपसे और मैं देखूंगा कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं। इसके साथ मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ श्री दीपक खांडेकर जी को, जो कि बिल्कुल भी मिलाईधार विभाग के सेक्रेटरी नहीं है, पर कितना अच्छा काम किया। खांडेकर जी आप तो अब ये हो कि मतलब आपके इसके बाद आपको मिलाईधार विभाग ना भेजें।
थैंक यू माननीय मंत्री जी, आदरणीय कोचर जी, आज यहाँ सभी उपस्थित साथी। सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि माननीय मंत्री जी ने विभाग के बारे में और जनजातियों के बारे में सभी कुछ कह दिया है, तो दरअसल विषय पे कहने के लिए अब कुछ बहुत ज्यादा मेरे लिए बचा नहीं है। आदरणीय कोचर जी ने जो बात कही थी एटीट्यूड की, कि हम ट्राइबल एरियाज और ट्राइबल्स को लेके जो एटीट्यूड रखते हैं, उस पे मैं अपने कुछ अनुभव सुनाना चाहूंगा
जी।
सबसे पहला तो अनुभव मेरा करीब 6-7 साल पुराना है। मैं मध्य प्रदेश का हूँ। मध्य प्रदेश में मैं जब जबलपुर में डिविजनल कमिश्नर था तो मेरे पास काफी बड़ा ट्राइबल एरिया मेरे जुरिस्डिक्शन में था। तो जब ये रूरल डेवलपमेंट का मनरेगा का डीबीटी से पेमेंट करने का सिस्टम बना रहा था, मतलब जब पूरे कंट्री में बन रहा था, तो हम भी अपने डिवीजन में वही काम कर रहे थे। तो मुझे एक चीज बड़ी सरप्राइजिंग लगी कि हमारे ट्राइबल एरिया की इंफॉर्मेशन हमको सबसे पहले मिलती थी। तो मुझे भी बड़ा अटपटा लगा कि जो रिमोट एरियाज है वहां से इंफॉर्मेशन पहले आ रही है और जो नॉट सो रिमोट एरियाज है वहां से इंफॉर्मेशन लेट आ रही है। तो जब ये मैंने एनालाइज करने की कोशिश की तो ये पाया कि जो रिमोट एरिया वर्ड हम कह रहे हैं, अब उसकी डेफिनेशन बड़ी तेजी से बदलती जा रही है। पहले हम सड़क से रिमोट एरिया मानते थे कि सड़क से जितना दूर है, या एयरपोर्ट से जितना दूर है या हवाई जहाज से जाने में जितने घंटे लगते हैं, वहां से रिमोट जो है हम उसको डिफाइन करते हैं। लेकिन अब आईटी के जमाने में जब से डिजिटल हम हो गए हैं, पूरा बिजनेस डिजिटल हो चुका है, पूरी गवर्नेंस भी करीब करीब डिजिटल हो गई है, और जो बचा है वो बहुत जल्दी हो जाएगा। तो उसमें रिमोट एरिया या रिमोट लोकेशन की डेफिनेशन ही बदल गई है। तो सबसे पहली इंफॉर्मेशन, सबसे ऑथेंटिक इंफॉर्मेशन, सबसे करेक्ट इंफॉर्मेशन हमको हमारे सो कॉल्ड रिमोट एरिया से आ रही है। और आज की तारीख में मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि दिल्ली से सबसे पास का जो राज्य है वो मिजोरम है। हमको सबसे सही इंफॉर्मेशन और सबसे जल्दी इंफॉर्मेशन वहां से मिलती है। तो ये डेफिनेशन ही बदल गई हैं और बदलती जा रही हैं। तो ये एक चीज मैं आप लोगों के सामने रखना चाहूंगा कि थैंक्स टू आईटी एज ए टेक्नोलॉजी, thanks to entire work done in digitalization of both government and outside the government. पहले सड़क जो थी वो टेक्नोलॉजी थी, उससे रिमोट की डेफिनेशन होती थी, अब डेफिनेशन बदल गई है। तो ये एटीट्यूड की बात आपने कोचर साहब जो कही है, वो दरअसल हम शहर में रहने वाले लोगों के लिए और खास तौर पे मेट्रो में रहने वाले लोगों के लिए, और वो लोग जिन्होंने मेट्रो की बाहर की लाइफ देखी ही नहीं है, मतलब स्कूल, कॉलेज, बिजनेस पूरा मेट्रो में ही गुजारा है, उनके लिए ये एक जानने की बात है। और एक बात मैं ट्राइबल नॉलेज के बारे में भी कहूंगा, आज की तारीख में बड़ा रेलेवेंट है वो नॉलेज। जब कोविड हो गया पूरे दुनिया में, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में, तो आज लोग ढूंढ ढूंढ के गिलोई खा रहे हैं। ये आई कहां से? कोविड तो कभी जंगल में था नहीं, आदिवासियों ने कभी देखा नहीं, लेकिन सालों साल पहले से ये दवाई उन्होंने ढूंढ ली थी कि बुखार आता नहीं है इससे, बदन में कमजोरी आती नहीं है इससे, अगर आप इसका रेगुलर सेवन करते रहें, रेगुलर खाते रहें, तो ये चीजों से बच सकते हैं। तो ये जो ट्राइबल नॉलेज है, इसको एक्सप्लोर करने की बहुत बहुत बड़ी जरूरत है। और ये उनके लिए नहीं, हमारे लिए भी। उनको तो उसका फायदा होगा डेफिनेटली, उससे ट्राइबल वेलफेयर होगा, उनकी इकोनॉमी बनेगी, उनको एक उसका फायदा होगा। लेकिन हम शहर में रहने वालों के लिए भी ये बहुत फायदेमंद है। हम ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग की बात कर रहे हैं। ऑर्गेनिक का मतलब यह है कि बिल्कुल नेचुरल ढंग से, बिना किसी केमिकल्स को डाले जो खेती हो और जो प्रोडक्ट्स बने, ये नेचुरली हमारे ट्राइबल्स करते आए हैं, आज भी कर रहे हैं। बाय डिफॉल्ट दे आर ऑर्गेनिक। तो ये सारी चीजें जो उनका नॉलेज है, जो हम इग्नोर करते आए हैं अब तक, क्योंकि शायद पॉलिटिकली हमारे लिए बड़ा कन्वीनियंट था उनको इग्नोर करते रहना। तो ये मैं चीज जरूर यहाँ आज इस फोरम के सामने कहना चाहूंगा कि जब आप लोगों ने बहुत खास ख्याल रखा है कि जो अर्बनाइज्ड डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं या उनकी जो एक्टिविटीज हैं या जो गवर्नमेंट का वो पार्ट है, उसकी तरफ ना जाके आपने उसके अलावा कुछ देखने की कोशिश की, तो मैं आपका पहले तो इस चीज के लिए मैं थैंक्स कहना चाहूंगा कि आपने जो ये कोशिश की है, इसी कोशिश के चलते ही हम ट्राइबल नॉलेज को रिकॉग्नाइज करा पाएंगे। तो मुझे आपकी इस सोच रखने वाले सभी लोगों की मदद की जरूरत है।
हमेशा हम लोग तैयार हैं। मैं तो जितना ज्यादा आपके साथ काम कर पाऊं,
हमारे सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस का हमने एक स्कीम है जिसमें हम जितने भी एकेडमिक्स, कॉरपोरेट्स, एनजीओज जो ट्राइबल वेलफेयर का काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये भी चीज मैंने एक यहाँ देखी है कि बहुत लोग ट्राइबल वेलफेयर की एक्टिविटीज खुद कर रहे हैं। मतलब ऐसा भी नहीं है कि किसी गवर्नमेंट के किसी ऑफिसर ने या पॉलिटिशियन ने उनसे जाके कहा या उनसे कोई बात हुई। मतलब सरकार अपना काम कर रही है और वो भी इंडिपेंडेंटली वो एक अपना काम बड़े कमिटमेंट से कर रहे हैं। तो मेरी यहाँ
ऐसी चीजों को तो ढूंढ ढूंढ के डॉक्यूमेंट करना चाहिए, और लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, उससे क्या बदला, क्या आउटकम है।
तो मेरी ये कोशिश भी है कि ये सब लोग मिलके, मतलब हम केवल अपने गवर्नमेंट बजट की या गवर्नमेंट जो हम एक्टिविटीज हैं उसकी बात ना करके, कि पूरे ट्राइबल एरियाज में ट्राइबल वेलफेयर की जो जो एक्टिविटीज हो रही हैं, हो सकती हैं, होने वाली हैं, उन सब को हम एक कंबाइंड रूप में देखें। और सरकार और बाहर के लोग, गवर्नमेंट एंड नॉन गवर्नमेंट बोथ, put together should go forward to ट्राइबल वेलफेयर एक्टिविटीज। और मुझे कहते बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि पिछले समय से मैंने जब से ये कोशिशें की हैं और माननीय मंत्री जी के गाइडेंस में ये चीज और हमें जो है उनका जो नॉलेज है, उनकी जो विजडम है ट्राइबल फिलॉसफी की, उन सब का फायदा लेते हुए हमें ऐसे ऐसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से बात करने का मौका मिला जो सालों साल से ट्राइबल वेलफेयर कर रहे हैं और हमें पता नहीं है और उन्हें पता नहीं है कि सरकार क्या कर रही है। मतलब हमारे दोनों के बीच में भी एक कम्युनिकेशन गैप है। तो मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूं कि इस आईटी का इस्तेमाल हम ये भी करें कि जितना भी कम्युनिकेशन गैप ट्राइबल वेलफेयर के वर्ल्ड में है वो खत्म हो और हम सब लोग मिलके साथ में आगे बढ़ के हम ये हमारी जो लगभग 10 करोड़ की जो देश की जनता है, जो मेरे ख्याल से सबसे कम लिटरेट है और इनकी और दीगर प्रॉब्लम्स भी ऐसी हैं कि जो हमारे पूरी कंट्री के जब हम हेल्थ या एजुकेशन या लाइवलीहुड के जो हम स्टैटिस्टिक्स को देखते हैं तो जहां हम कमी पाते हैं वो इलाके हैं। तो वो अगर हम कवर कर लेंगे तो निश्चित तौर पे ये पूरे हिंदुस्तान के लिए भी एक बहुत बड़ी कामयाबी की बात होगी। तो मैं ऑफर करना चाहूँगा आज डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से हमारे जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स आज सुन रहे हैं कि ट्राइबल वेलफेयर में आपका कोई भी अभी एक्टिविटी हो, कोई भी आइडिया हो, कोई भी आपका प्लान हो, we would like to welcome you for a participation. We are actively working with so many organizations now. We are already in that phase that we can say कि हमको हिंदुस्तान से जो भी हमें participants मिलेंगे, चाहे वो academics में हो, चाहे वो voluntary organizations हो, चाहे वो corporate सेक्टर में काम करने वाले लोग हों, कहीं से भी हमें अगर किसी भी तरह का ऑफर है, एंड पर्टिकुलरली ट्राइबल मेडिसिन के बारे में मैं जरूर कहूंगा कि ये एक ऐसा सेक्टर है जिसमें हमें बहुत जोर से एक्सप्लोर करने की जरूरत है।
इसमें मेरी अपनी बहुत गहरी रुचि है। मैं ऑर्गेनिक फार्मर हूँ, अपना खाना मैं खुद उगाता हूँ, गाय का गोबर मैं खुद उठाता हूँ, अपनी कंपोस्टिंग खुद करता हूँ। बट जो काफी उत्सुक हैं इस वक्त आपके साथ काम करने के लिए वो हमारे अगले वक्ता हैं। हमारी एक सीईओज एसोसिएशन फॉर इंक्लूसिव इंडिया है। हम कोई टैक्स ब्रेक नहीं मांगते, कुछ नहीं कहते। हम बोलते हैं कि जो इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ के लिए, समावेश के लिए इंडस्ट्री क्या कर सकती है। मेरी सिर्फ यही आस रहती है इंडस्ट्री। तो उसमें एक हमारे
मैं लूंगा केवल अपने विभाग की जो हमने हाल फिलहाल के अचीवमेंट्स हैं। जी सॉरी, आप कुछ कह रहे थे? हाँ,
ये कुछ आइडियाज हैं। वो एक मेंबर हैं, हम फ्यूचर ऑफ गवर्नेंस एनविजन कर रहे हैं। तो वो चाह रहे हैं कि उन्होंने कुछ देखा है आपका, तो राजऋषि आप थोड़ा अपना बताएं क्या ट्राइबल अफेयर्स के बारे में आपका विचार है।
धन्यवाद सर, बड़ा अच्छा लगा सर। मिस्टर मुंडा, आपको सुन के आपका नॉलेज इज वेरी नाइस। एंड समीर जी, जो आपने शेयर किया in terms of what you heard and what you saw out there is also very delightful per se, if I may say that. सर, मैंने इस मिनिस्ट्री को थोड़ा अभी जाना है, एंड समीर जी ने जो बोला that is absolutely correct. If somebody needs to look at what new things is happening in IT, maybe इस मिनिस्ट्री को कोई नहीं देखेगा. But then when we heard that in the last 1.5 years, you've had around 19 odd schemes launched, and they are on portal. The entire database is analyzed at this point of time. On top of it, DBT portal जो है, it is one of the best e-governance portal. And Niti Aayog has given some references of it. It is really different and refreshing to know, right? Also, जो हमने सुना कि आज के डेट में जो मुंडा सर बोल रहे थे कि education is so important, and till now we understand that 30 lakh students have availed online services in terms of education, application, various schemes, scholarships. That is very encouraging per se. But at the end of the day, हमें ये भी पता है कि वहाँ पे digitization is difficult, network है नहीं. तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं जिससे remote locations पे services मिल सके. तो आप अगर एक ऐप बना देंगे तो मे बी ए ट्राइबल पर्सन हु इज डिजिटली इलिटरेट, even if he has a मोबाइल फोन विच इज स्मार्टफोन, वो नहीं कर पाएगा कुछ। तो क्या हम उसको वॉइस सर्विसेज दे सकते हैं? क्या हम उसको बोल सकते हैं कि आप किसी में जाके रिकॉर्ड कर लीजिए, आपको सर्विस मिल जाएगा? So how to actually do things a bit differently, and then use multiple methods of new ways of doing things which is coming in. For example, IoT में बहुत कुछ आ रहा है जिससे हम फार्मिंग को बहुत स्ट्रीमलाइन कर सकते हैं। हम ये बोल सकते हैं कि आपके सॉइल में अगर इतना वाटर है या इतना मिनरल है तो आप इस सीजन में ये लगाइए तो बेटर हो सकता है। While it is apparent that many of those tribals will know it, intuitively, but if there's a method to do it better with science and technology, I'm sure it will be welcomed by everybody, right? तो डॉक्टर कपूर से काफी इंटीमेट डिस्कशन हो चुकी है हमारी। आई एम होपिंग दैट we can do something together which will at the end of the day add value to the nation as a whole, and we can see the ministry doing much better, and Sameer giving the same award to the ministry next year also. So back to you, Sameer.
थैंक यू वेरी मच। मुंडा जी, ये हमारी स्वदेशी कंपनी है टाटा कम्युनिकेशंस लिमिटेड, उसमें कार्यरत हैं। तो बड़ा अच्छा लगता है क्योंकि विदेशी कंपनियां तो CSR वगैरह करती रहती हैं, कोई इंडियन कंपनी, स्वदेशी कंपनी इतने प्यार से करना चाह रही है, तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है देख के। गुरशरण, कुछ मीडिया क्वेश्चन हो आपके पास?
हाँ, कुछ एक सवाल आए हैं हमारे पास। डॉक्टर कुलदीप सिंह हैं एम्स जोधपुर से, वो सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं मंत्री जी आपसे।
जी।
एम्स, कुलदीप सिंह जी।
I am Dr. Kuldeep Singh, Dean Academics, and also in charge of this Center of Excellence by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs at AIIMS Jodhpur. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Tribal Affairs for developing Health and Nutrition Portal. This is very helpful for getting all the schemes at one place, and also a portal for sickle cell disease. My question to you is that what is the future plan and vision for the tribal health, and what about the sickle cell disease in this region, sir?
देखिए, अभी इसका पूरा डेटाबेस बनाने के लिए हमारा प्रोग्राम चल रहा है और उसमें हम सबको सहयोगी बना रहे हैं, क्योंकि विदाउट डेटा लॉन्ग टर्म प्लान करना हमारे लिए या सबके लिए कठिनाई होगी। ये डिजीज़ के बारे में बहुत दिनों से हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री के साथ बातचीत करने के बाद में अब ये एक पोर्टल के माध्यम से सामने आ रहा है। लगभग 1 करोड़ से अधिक डेटा लगभग बन चुके हैं। तो इसमें हम लोग लॉन्ग टर्म एक अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम चलाना चाहते हैं कि इसको कैसे विदाउट मेडिसिन हम ठीक कर सकते हैं। तो अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कैसे बढ़ाएं, इस पोर्शन में थोड़ा सा चैलेंजेस है, लेकिन इस चैलेंज को मंत्रालय और कई ऐसे जो CSR हो या कई ऐसे NGOs हो या कई ऐसे और भी इंटरनेशनल पार्टनर, नेशनल पार्टनर जो भी हो सकता है, सबके साथ एक बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म में एक प्रोग्राम हम लोग लॉन्च करना चाहते हैं ताकि अवेयरनेस के माध्यम से ज़्यादा इसको टैकल कर सके। क्योंकि एक प्री है और एक पोस्ट है। जो आने वाले दिनों के लिए जो समस्या हो सकती है उसका निदान क्या होगा, और उसके साथ साथ में जो हो गया है उसका निदान क्या होगा। ये दोनों बातों को ध्यान में रख करके हम कार्य योजना को कार्य रूप देना चाहते हैं।
थैंक यू सर।
चलेगा तो, क्योंकि मेरे को भी तो
डॉक्टर रॉय पूछना चाहते हैं। डॉक्टर SB रॉय पूछना चाह रहे हैं कोई क्वेश्चन। डॉक्टर रॉय जुड़े हुए हैं?
जी हाँ। प्रणाम। आपको तो हम प्राय सुनते हैं, पाकुड़ में भी सुना था, जब आप कैसे मधुमक्खी से शहद कितना फर्क है, और प्राकृतिक संपदाओं के ऊपर में आप जिस तरह से समझाते हैं, हम लोग इकोलॉजिस्ट उतनी अच्छी तरह से भी नहीं समझ पाते हैं। तो सबसे पहले यह जो आधार है, जंगल, प्राकृतिक संपदा, ये रहेगी तो आदिवासी ही नहीं, हम भी रहेंगे। तो ये आदिवासी के लिए नहीं, हम सभी के लिए। अभी जो क्लाइमेट चेंज, बायोडाइवर्सिटी लॉस जो हो रहा है, उसके लिए हमें प्रकृति और आदिवासी इन दोनों में जो समन्वय है जो आप समझाते हैं, उसके लिए हमें जोर देना है। तो मेरा एक प्रश्न है, निवेदन है, अभी इतना बड़ा FRA का प्रोग्राम लॉन्च होगा, आप लोगों ने गाइडलाइन किया, ग्राम सभा स्तर पर अगर सक्षमता नहीं होगी, ग्राम पंचायत पर नहीं होगी, तो 14 साल क्या और 14 साल बीत जाएंगे जब तक हमारा ग्राम सभा और आदिवासी सशक्त नहीं होंगे। तो यह जो COE ट्राइबल रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट है, उनके माध्यम से डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी के आधार पर क्या हम एक आदिवासियों का आदिवासी वन बंधु एक कैडर तैयार कर सकते हैं, जैसे कि वन विभाग के फॉरेस्ट गार्ड होते हैं। तो इस तरह का जो कैडर होगा आदिवासी वन बंधु, जो डिजिटल ट्रेनिंग के माध्यम से सीखेगा और बायोडाइवर्सिटी एक्ट, FRA एक्ट, रिसोर्स का समन्वय बना करके ग्राम सभा को मैनेजमेंट करेगा। नहीं तो जब तक ग्राम सभा सशक्त नहीं हो पाएगा, हम चर्चा ही करते रह जाएंगे। तो एक निवेदन है आपसे, सुझाव कि क्या हम ग्राम सभा को सशक्त करने के लिए आदिवासी का एक कोई कैडर, जिसका हम लोग अभी देखिए आपके उत्साह से इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस बैंगलोर, IIT खड़गपुर, बिट्स पिलानी, इतने बड़े साइंटिस्ट जुड़ रहे हैं। यह सोच करके आपने एक वाक्य कहा, कितना पैसा हमने खर्चा किया वह महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है, आउटकम क्या है। मैं बताऊं, आपके मंत्रालय ने एक नया मिशन शुरू किया कि जो PhD कर रहे हैं उनकी क्वालिटी ऑफ रिसर्च क्या होगा। यह प्रश्न, एक चैलेंज सिर्फ आदिवासियों की नहीं, सभी रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट ऑल ओवर इंडिया ये सोचने लगे। तो आपने 3-4 मुद्दा जो उठाया, ये प्रकृति संरक्षण का, रिसर्च के क्वालिटी का, हेल्थ के साथ का, और आदिवासी के जीवन का, और जब एनवायरमेंट ठीक होगा तो क्लाइमेट ठीक होगा, तो आदिवासी नहीं पूरा लैंड।
अपना क्वेश्चन पूछ लें सर, क्वेश्चन प्लीज पूछें, क्वेश्चन पूछें।
जी, I think we'll have to now bring the session to a close. We are really out of time. तो मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ श्री अर्जुन मुंडा का, आपने इतना समय हमें दिया, आप आए और बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे मिलके, चाहे वर्चुअली ही सही। दीपक खांडेकर जी, बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे भी मिलके, और आपका एक बहुत अच्छा कार्यक्रम था मध्य प्रदेश में, कोदो कुटकी, पता नहीं शायद आप इन्वॉल्व थे कि नहीं, बट ट्राइबल्स का एक बहुत ही अच्छा ऑर्गेनिक फूड का, जहाँ पे हम अवसर मिला, हम गए, देखा हमने, बहुत अच्छा काम हो रहा है। तो ये सब और भी आगे बढ़ाना है। इसके साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नाउ आई आस्क रिक्वेस्ट गुरशरण टू टेक ओवर फॉर द ऑर्डर ऑफ मेरिट एंड फर्दर प्रोसीडिंग्स।
No, good evening, sir. I may just call in between. This is Payal from ASOCHAM in the capacity of director. I want to congratulate Honorable Minister for this very prestigious award. Also, I have one question, sir, which is like tribal areas have vast forests and minor forest resources.
Hello.
Am I audible, sir? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sir, I congratulate Ministry for this taking several initiatives for Atmanirbhar Bharat through TriFed, ASOCAM, FICCI, Art of Living Foundation, and Goal Program on Facebook. What further initiatives Ministry is planning, as ample amount of sources are available with line ministries and the STC? Thank you, sir.
You asking me?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, जी सर। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के बारे में
देखिए, हमारे जो कार्य योजना है उसके बारे में तो आपको पता है, और हम सबके साथ मिलकर के काम करते हैं पार्टनर्स के तौर पे। आत्मनिर्भर भारत की दृष्टि से रूरल एरिया में एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन के लिए बेहतर से बेहतर प्रभावी कार्यक्रम अन्य संगठनों के साथ में मिलकर के भी कैसे किया जा सके, इस कार्य योजना को आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य कोऑर्डिनेटेड वे में अभी हमारा जो एक बड़ा गवर्नमेंट का प्रोग्राम है जिसको STC बोलते हैं, यानी शेड्यूल ट्राइब कंपोनेंट का, जो लगभग 45,000 करोड़ उस मंत्रालय के माध्यम से, विभिन्न मंत्रालयों के माध्यम से ट्राइबल एरिया के और ट्राइबल के लिए और ट्राइबल बजट के मुताबिक उसको खर्च करने का प्रावधान है। उसको हम ट्राइफेड के साथ मिल करके या ऐसे संस्थाओं के साथ मिल करके, जिससे कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इनकम जनरेटिंग प्रोग्राम को हम इम्प्रूव कर सकें और पार्ट ऑफ गवर्नेंस बना सके। जैसे हम कोई भी कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं तो ये एक सरकार की योजना नहीं होना चाहिए, बल्कि एक सरकार की व्यवस्थित ढांचा खड़ा हो रही है। एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल डेवलपमेंट कैसे हो, साथ ही साथ जैसे पंचायतों की जो भूमिका है, ग्राम सभा की जो भूमिका है, या डिस्ट्रिक्ट काउंसिल की जो भूमिका है, खास करके शेड्यूल्ड एरिया में, जो शेड्यूल्ड 5 एरिया है, शेड्यूल्ड 6 एरिया है, जहाँ एक ऑटोनोमस सिस्टम भी है, एक गवर्नेंस सिस्टम भी है, उसको और कैसे इन्हांस करें। तो इस दृष्टि से हमारा कार्यक्रम आगे कैसे बढ़े, इसकी चिंता हम लगातार करते हैं।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मंत्री जी, आप रहा। उम्मीद करते हैं कि इसके आगे भी हम आपसे मुलाकात करें और इस जो आज हमने चर्चा की इसको आगे बढ़ाएं। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
जी धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद।
So ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our last round of the announcement of Scotch Order of Merit. I invite Ms. B. Rajakumari, Superintendent of Police, Vizianagaram District Police. Her safety is our responsibility.
Final words अभी final words मिलेंगे, कुछ आ रहा है।
Kochhar Bharat, Water Supply and Sanitation Department, Vizianagaram.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for announcing this Scotch semi-finals award.
Congratulations to you and the entire team, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Ananya Chakrabarti, Chairperson, West Bengal Commission for Protection of Child Rights for response to COVID.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you once again for Sahoj Path. This is the second project.
Thank you.
I now move on to invite Dr. Ruchi Barola, Scientist and Naval Officer from Wildlife Institute of India, Planning and Management of Aquatic Species Conservation. Bhumi Rashi Portal, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Mr. Amit Kumar Ghosh, Joint Secretary. Do we have Mr. Ghosh with us? Mr. Tej Pratap Singh, Deputy Commissioner Office, Barnala, Punjab, for Ujjwal Sitare, a school for the underprivileged. Integrated farming system and value addition under rainfed area development. Project Director, Directorate of Watershed Development. I now invite Mr. D.D. Pant, Chief Development Officer from Watershed Management Directorate, Bageshwar, livelihood generation by key production.
Good evening. First of all, let me thank Scotch Group for the recognition to the efforts of the poor farmers of Bagso district. While we started this, there was urgent need of such a crop which is not damaged by wild animals. Because in Uttarakhand, this is a very big problem. Due to this problem, farmers are leaving their land barren, and even there is a migration.
I think due to communication problem, we lost in there. But yes, indeed, a good development and a great achievement. Mr. A. Anbarasu, Development Commissioner and Chairman, Pondicherry Market Committee for ENAM. Mr. Ramasamy Srinivasan, Member Secretary, Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology. We have Pondicherry with us. Please unmute yourself. You're still muted. Well, it's good to see you there. I now invite the Directorate of Soil Conservation and Watershed Development.
Thank you, sir.
Check dam at Udaipur. Mr. Kumuda Patra, Project Director. Jayati Singh, Chief Executive Officer, Gwalior Smart City Development Corporation Limited, for role of Integrated Command and Control Center during COVID. Mr. Umesh D, Chief Officer, Town Municipal Council, Hosadurga, Swachh Bharat Mission and Solid Waste Management.
Good evening, sir. I hope audible to all panel members.
Yes.
First of all, I would like to thank for Scotch Group and all panel members for showcase our project. So this is one of the project is dream project of the Honorable Prime Minister. So I would like to thanks for recognizing our project. So it will keep our energy to increase the work towards work. So I thankful to all. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations. Dr. Lakshmi Priya, Deputy Commissioner from Bongaigaon, Project Mili Juli. Mr. B. Srinivas, Deputy Commissioner from Bathinda, Project PSR LM. Once again, Mr. Tej Pratap Singh, Deputy Commissioner, Barnala, response to COVID. Mr. Srinivas, Bathinda, please go ahead. Please unmute yourself. Mr. Umesh Joshi, Deputy Director, Department of Information Technology and Communications, Government of Rajasthan.
Thank you, sir.
Raj Kaushal.
Yeah, thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank Scotch Group for awarding this prestigious award. And this Raj Kaushal project is one of the very ambitious project of Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan, and it is a integrated master data for all the manpower available in Rajasthan. So it works as a very good initiative for the laborers and migrants to provide them with employment during this COVID pandemic. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations. Online License Services, Karnataka State Department of Agriculture. Ms. Upaja SM, Joint Director. Mona Patals made of tree leaves, Rural Development and Panchayati Raj Department from Himachal Pradesh. Mr. Lalit Jain.
Good evening. Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Hello, I'm audible.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir, for recognizing our project. I'm representing Mr. Lalit. On behalf of Mr. Lalit, thank you so much for recognizing our Duna Batul project. It's a very good project for the women empowerment as well as for the environment protection. Thank you for recognizing. Thank you so much.
Digitized transit pass, district administration, Purulia.
Sir, first of all, I would like to thank SKOCH Group for showcasing our little prayers, sir. It's actually the system promotes transparency, the system promotes efficiency, and the most of all, sir, what is important, the most corrupt practices we have nabbed it in the bud, sir. And another important outcome we have achieved, sir, the revenue generation. It increases like anything, sir. Even this year, during the COVID pandemic situation, our total revenue collection increases manifold, sir. And it also promotes sustainability in the mines affected areas, sir. And there we are people can participate in the DMF scheme selection process. So lots of things are there, sir. And many of the districts of our state, they are also, sir, following our footsteps only, sir. And thanks to SKOCH Award, sir, because a few years back, it was similar projects was showcased by SKOCH Award from Rajasthan, and we were inspired by the Rajasthan story, sir. And the entire team of the district administration and the persons, even the affected persons also, they are also, sir, very happy with the new system. The mine owners, the government agencies, and everybody, sir. So I think it will replicate in other businesses.
Thank you,
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Umesh Joshi, Deputy Director, Information Technology and Communications Department.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank SKOCH Group for awarding this Raj Sahkar project. So Raj Sahkar project is about providing citizen all kind of services related to cooperative department, and also enabling the departmental users to perform all kind of activities related to their department, like registration, approval, audit, election. So it is an end-to-end solution for the cooperative sector of government of Rajasthan. It take care all the processes of cooperative department along with all the citizen-centric services. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Srinivasulu, NKV, Project Director from District Rural Development Agency, Kurnool, for community-led dairy farming. SHG Women's Cotton Mask Stitching Work, Mukhyamantri Jeevan Shakti Yojana, ANULM, Municipal Council, Raghogarh. Mr. Satish Srivastava, City Mission Director, Mission Manager. Congratulations to you and the entire team. Seri Tourism, Department of Sericulture, Tamil Nadu, Dr. Vinay T. Director of Sericulture. Mr. Chandan Mankar, Chief Municipal Officer from Nagar Panchayat, Rajim, Project Godhan Nyay Yojana. So this brings us to the end of the announcement of SKOCH Order of Merit. And before we move on to the announcement of SKOCH Award for the year 2021, I request the host to run a small video. Ladies and gentlemen, a time and the moment that everyone has been very, very anxiously awaiting for. We are joined by our chairman, Scotch Group, Mr. Sameer Kochhar. And here we move on with the announcement of the Scotch Award. Agriculture, the first one, the silver category, goes to Mr. Gandham Chandrudu, Collector and District Magistrate, Anantapur District, for Kisan Rail.
वीडियो देंगे
Move on to the next silver in agriculture that goes to Directorate of Soil Conservation and Watershed Development.
Silver.
Odisha, for irrigation system. Bhavani Shankar Kalo, Project Director.
Here's the screen. In the screenshot, this
Everyone. Please mute all the participants. The next silver in agriculture goes to Pondicherry Market Committee for ENAM. Mr. A. Anbarasu, Development Commissioner and Chairman. You have to unmute yourself. Thank you very much. The next one in agriculture goes to Watershed Management Directorate, Bageshwar, for livelihood generation by TV production, TV Pant, Chief Development Officer. Do we have Mr. Pant with us? For education and skill development, silver goes to District Administration, Bathinda, for PSRLM, Mr. B. Srinivas, Deputy Commissioner. I move on to invite Vandana Bhatnagar, Chief Program Officer, National Skill Development Corporation. Category, Education and Skill Development, Silver Award goes to eSkill India.
Thank you so much, Scotch team. Ms. Vandana Bhatnagar could not join us today. This is Venkatesh Sarvasiddhi, Senior Head, National Skill Development Corporation, part of our team. And I dedicate this award to the entire training community, all my skill development ecosystem partners, because they played a major role in driving eSkill India, the one-stop portal for skilling, especially during the pandemic, with an ability to connect every person in the skill ecosystem and give them an opportunity to get skilled in absence of the physical lockdowns and other issues. So thank you so much, and really appreciate the committee for awarding us this. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Education and Skill Development, silver, goes to Rural Development and Panchayati Raj Department from Government of Himachal Pradesh for Gram Kaushal Yojana. So Lalit Jain. Next silver in the Education and Skill Development goes to Technical Education and Industrial Training Department, Punjab, for EST developing core competencies in synergy with industry. Mr. Anurag Verma, Principal Secretary. Cantonment Board, Dehradun, for Eco-Bricks, Environment and Sustainability. Silver goes to Tanu Jain, Chief Executive Officer. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for nominating us for this prestigious award. And we are so glad that our efforts have been recognized by your prestigious organization. We are really grateful, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. In the governance category, silver goes to M. Seva Punjab, Department of Governance Reforms and Public Grievances. Parminder Pal Singh Sandhu, Director cum Additional Secretary.
Thank you, sir, for recognizing the effort. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations, sir. The next silver goes to District Administration Ambedkar Nagar for mask manufacturing by self-help group. Ghanshyam Meena.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Sir, it's really a matter of proud for all of us that our project has been recognized by SKOCH team. Really a great thanks to whole SKOCH team. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. I now invite Mr. Manoj Pant, Principal Secretary, Land and Land Reforms in the Relief and Rehabilitation Department, Government of West Bengal, for Electronic Delivery Service System and Automated Communications. Silver.
Thank you so much. Really, we are very grateful to you for recognizing our project. It really inspires us and will continue to inspire us to improve our citizen-centric services. I would just recollect in the morning, Mr. Samir Kochhar was mentioning that what is required is the improvement in delivery of public services. We need big reforms in this sector. And that is what probably is our little effort in that direction in management of and administration of land, which is probably a critical need for all overall development. I mean, in the afternoon, I was listening to a panel discussion on ease of doing business. Probably there also, we find that if we can bring about some change, which can bring little bit of, ease of doing business in terms of land management and land administration, it can certainly be a big fillip for other rural development, other business and industrial development. So I'm really grateful to SKOCH Group and being part of this journey. I really appreciate the rigorousness of the entire program and the efforts that have gone behind this exercise for last 2 to 3 months. Thank you very much, Dr. Dhanjal and Mr. Kapoor, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. The next silver in governance goes to Tamil Nadu Corporation for Development of Women for Tamil Nadu State Rural Livelihood. Shakamuri, District Collector. Vizianagaram District Police, for her safety is our responsibility. P. Rajakumari, Superintendent of Police.
Thank you very much for nominating our project and announcing the prize for our project. Thank you very much, SKOCH Group.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Kirti Jali, Deputy Commissioner from Kochhar, for Project Astha, Silver in Health. Pankaj Kumar Pandey, Commissioner, Health and Family Welfare Services from Karnataka. Silver in Health for Project General Health Services during COVID. Response to COVID, silver goes to Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Gujarat. Mr. Ashok Sharma, Director ICDS for State Management Center.
Thank you very much, SKOCH team and my colleagues all around my country. I also express my congratulations to the winners of today. And seniors, I've learned a lot from this interaction as well. Thank you. Thank you.
I now invite Mr. S.J. Haider, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, GSRTC, response to COVID silver category. Pratibha Singh, Director, Integrated Child Development Services, Department of Women and Child Development, Rajasthan. Silver for response to COVID, early childhood education.
Good evening to all the panelists and participants. I'm grateful to SKOCH Group, its partners, for acknowledging our innovations in early childhood education. We are grateful to recognize our efforts, which all the team ICDS Rajasthan has done with the technical support of UNICEF. We would continue with our commitment for the children and other beneficiaries. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Silver in response to COVID goes to Electronic and Information Technology Department, Odisha, for COVID Odisha project. So Manoj Kumar Patnaik, Special Secretary.
Yeah. This is Sohan Hotel. On behalf of Odisha government, thanks to SKOCH Group for nominating in our project from Odisha on COVID. Thanks, thank you everyone, and congratulate all who have won the award as well. Thank you.
Mr. Vinayan J, Chief Commercial Manager from Southern Railway, for response to COVID, Silver.
Thank you so much. On behalf of 1 lakh employees of Southern Railway and our General Manager John Thomas, I humbly receive this award. It is a huge team effort, and you really inspire us to go ahead with this in case of further. And every day for us is a crisis management kind of work, and this is really inspiring for us. Thank you so much, SKOCH team.
You and the entire team. Next one goes to West Bengal Commission for Protection of Child Rights for response to COVID. Silver for Ananya Chakraborty.
Thank you so much. This is a recognition of the hard work put in by the entire Commission, all the staff members of West Bengal Commission for Protection of Child Rights during the extremely challenging COVID times, where they worked throughout the lockdown to reach out to the 1.5 crore children of West Bengal to ensure their safety and security and health. Thank you very much.
Excellent work. Congratulations. Karthik Jindal, Executive Engineer, Water Supply and Sanitation Department from Moga. Silver in Sanitation for Swachh Bharat.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Yeah, I, on behalf of Mr. Karthik Jindal, receiving this award, and thank you for recognizing our efforts in implementing Swachh Bharat missions.
Congratulations to Mr. Chahal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
In technology, Silver Award goes to Women and Child Development Department, Government of Maharashtra for MAVIM e-Business. I. Kundan, Secretary, Women and Child Development Department from Maharashtra.
Thank you very much, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Sir, this is Shraddha on behalf of Secretary Women and Child, Ijjas Kundan ma'am, and our team members who actually have developed this app, Varun and Karan, they are also present here. So we thank you for recognizing our efforts, and I feel that this e-business platform would surely be very helpful for the SHG movement for women empowerment. This has done wonders during our COVID times. So thank you very much. It is a great inspiration for all of us.
Congratulations to you and the entire team.
Thank you.
In technology, the Silver Award goes to District Administration Purulia for Digitized Transit Pass. Supriya Das, District Land and Land Reforms Officer. You are muted. Please unmute yourself. Yes.
Sir, I would like to thank from the District Administration Purulia to the entire SKOCH Group for selecting us for the Silver award, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. It will boost our morale and to upgrade the system later on, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Rajendra Jagtap, Chairman and Managing Director of Mahanagar and Mahamandal Limited, for aligning transit on all lines. Technology, silver category.
Hello, good evening. Thank you, Scotch team, for recognizing the efforts that we have taken in Pune in public municipal transport in a smart and better way. We have ensured that through Atal, a feeder network was established for the city of Pune at 5 rupees, 5 kilometers for every 5 kilometers. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you. In water, silver goes to Department of Water Supply and Sanitation, Punjab, for transforming.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Safe drinking water.
Good evening, sir. This is J.S. Chahal. Me and my entire team thank Scotch Foundation for recognizing our efforts in implementing transforming rural lives by way of providing clean water. This project will greatly reduce the disease burden, besides easing the life of rural women folk. This recognition will encourage and further motivate us in implementing Swachh Bharat mission as well as Jal Jeevan mission by implementing Har Ghar Jal launched by Government of India and Government of Punjab. Besides achieving sustainable development goal. I thank Scotch Foundation for conferring such a great honor on us. We graciously accept this award. Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations, Mr. Char.
Thank you.
The next one in water, silver category, goes to Directorate of Soil Conservation and Watershed Development, Nabrangpur, Odisha, for construction of water harvesting structure. Pradeep Kumar Nayar, Project Director. E-governance goes to Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Amit Kumar Ghosh, Joint Secretary. In education and skill development, gold goes to Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship for Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari, Additional Secretary.
Thank you, sir. Atul Kumar Tiwari, due to some technical glitches, could not be joined. But on the behalf of Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, I convey my sincere thanks to the entire SKOCH group for selecting this Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana for this award. And indeed, the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana is a great scheme for transforming the life of 1.12 crore people of the country under the short-term skilling framework. And the new version of the, sir, I'm really happy to inform that the new version of PMKVY 3.0 has launched yesterday, and indeed it was inbuilt on the framework of demand-driven schemes, and demand will be created from the district levels. It is a democratic decentralization, and also the digital-based schemes. I hope that these schemes will also transform the life of the peoples at the local levels. Thank you, sir. Thank you, your entire team. I'm extremely pleasing for this moment. I've received this minister's great award from your side, sir. Thank you, sir. Once again, thank you.
Education and skill development. Gold goes to Uttar Pradesh Skill Development Mission for Skill Initiatives. Mr. Kunal Silku, Mission Director.
Thank you so much, sir. It's been a great pleasure for receiving this award. Our entire team has worked very hard, and I once again thank sir for our efforts. Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations. Mr. Krishna Bajpai, Managing Director, Hubali Dharwad Bus Rapid Transit System Company. Hubali Dharwad Bus Rapid Transit System. Environment and Sustainability, Gold.
Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So thanks to the entire team, sir, Scotch team, and the honorable jury members for this recognition, first nomination, and secondly giving us the gold award in the environment and sustainability category. So under the able guidance of our third commissioner ma'am and the highly motivated our entire SDBRT's team, we have achieved this and made this project successful. It was a very long journey. It started around 8 years back in the year 2012, and after sustained effort and a lot of commitment, we have achieved this kind of model project in the field of urban transport. So a lot of new initiatives are planned in the field of urban transport, which we are doing incrementally and gradually. And sure, we want to make this SDBRTS project as a model project in the field of urban transportation. So thanks to the entire team, sir, SKOCH team once again for recognition and award. Thank you.
Next gold award for environment and sustainability goes to Ministry of Tribal Affairs for water management of tribal villages using ice stupa. Dr. Navaljeet Kapoor, Joint Secretary.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of Ministry of Tribal Affairs, I thank SKOCH jury and SKOCH team for giving us this opportunity. Ministry has partnered with reputed organization. In fact, this initiative is done by Ministry with the help of SECMOL. With me, Gitanjali has joined from USA. I'll request him to say a few words about this. Gitanjali.
Good morning, everybody. This is indeed heartening to be receiving, for the ministry to be receiving this award for the project that we are doing in Ladakh. And even as we speak in minus 20 degrees, our team of, we call them water warriors, are working in minus 20 degrees and setting up these ice stupas across more than 20 villages to solve the problems of water in Ladakh in spring. And it is indeed an honor to be recognized by you, and thank you, Navaljeet sir, for having pioneered and spearheaded this on our behalf. Thank you. And this will definitely help. Ice stupa, as everybody knows, is a water conservation technique which helps to all the.
We have deeply studied the project. It's only after
volume
interrupting you here. It's in the interest of time. We will not be able to go ahead with.
Yes. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Next one goes to Department of Self-Help Group and Self-Employment, Government of West Bengal for Project Jago. Gold in Governance, Roshni Sen, Principal Secretary.
Thank you, SKOCH Group, for recognizing the efforts of the self-help group women. In fact, these women are creating a socio-economic revolution silently at the grassroots. They, in fact, are a sort of link between the government and the community, delivering government services at the doorsteps of the community. I'm sure this award will boost the morals of these women and also of the officials who are working for them. Thank you.
Next gold in governance goes to Ministry of Panchayati Raj for Audit Online. I invite Pushpan Sethi, Joint Secretary.
Recognizing the contribution on behalf of Ministry of Panchayati Raj. I'm sure this will be a huge motivating force for our
Congratulations to you. Ministry of Rural Development for Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihoods Mission Governance. Gold category goes to Mr. Charanjit Singh, Joint Secretary.
Sir could not join this meeting. I accept the award on behalf of Day in Harlem. It is a recognition for 7 crore SHG women who are participating in this program. Thank you so much. and really, and there are so many people, so many CRPs, community resource person, and community people who have contributed to this program, and it has come to such a level. And thank you so much, Scott, for the award.
Congratulations, ma'am. National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency, Ministry of Rural Development for EMAG. Gold in Governance goes to Mr. Ashish Goyal, Joint Secretary. South Bengal State Transport Corporation for Integrated Traffic Management System. Gold in Governance, Kiran Kumar Godala, Managing Director.
Thank you so much, sir. This recognition will help us in improving our efficiency more, and this has happened because of all the hard work done by the officers and staff of South Bengal State Transport Corporation. And thank you once again for recognizing us.
Ministry of Tribal Affairs, once again, Gold in Technology for the Performance Dashboard, Dr. Navaljeet Kapoor.
This performance dashboard is basically developed with the help of Center of Excellence for Data Analytics, SEDA. With me is Ashutosh. He'll say a few words about this because we have developed this in partnership with SEDA. Ashutosh.
Good evening to all. Thanks a lot to Navaljeet sir and the Scotch team for recognition. Of course, recognition encourage us for the more activity. We will try to do a lots of with the ministry, travel ministry, for the such go ahead work. This is just an initial step for the analytics activity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you, Dr. Sab, and the entire team. The next gold in technology goes to National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency, Ministry of Rural Development for transformation of PMGSY3, Dr. Ashish Goyal, Joint Secretary. Response to COVID goes to Integrated Child Development Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, for virtual learning interventions pertaining to early childhood care. Kavita Ramu, Director cum Mission Director. Goal in response to COVID, South Bengal State Transport Corporation, Kiran Kumar Godala, Managing Director.
Thank you so much, sir. This is a recognition to all the drivers, conductors, and lower level staff and mechanical workers who did a great job during the lockdown time, who risked their lives and they have provided services. Thank you so much for recognizing their efforts.
Congratulations once again. Here we go. The third one goes to the Ministry of Tribal Affairs for Swasth Bharat project, Swasthya, Tribal Health and Nutrition Portal. Dr. Navaljeet Kapoor once again.
Thank you, sir. Once again, Health and Nutrition Portal Swasthya. This is a single point source for presenting the health and nutrition related data and information about tribal population in respect of 177 tribal dominated districts. This is developed with the help of Piramal team, Piramal Swasthya team. I congratulate and thank Piramal also and Scotch team for this award. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. And this brings us to the end of this round of the announcement of Scotch Awards for the current season. Just as we move on to our next program, which is a panel discussion, I may request all the awardees to kindly switch on your videos so that we can take a group photograph as we go. Kindly switch on your videos.
अंदर से वो ब्लू वाला कोट लेकर आना जल्दी। नहीं तुम बंद देखो, एक मिनट।
Are we ready to go? Let's capture all the images. It makes a beautiful memory of all the beacons of hope and our future champions together. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us on this show, wherein you have patiently participated since morning. May I request Mr. Kochhar to say a few words before the awardees, the formal conclusion of the award process as well as the award ceremony before we move on to our next panel. Mr. Kochhar. You are not audible. Mr. Kochhar, you are not audible.
I said, congratulations to you all. It's a story that it's an award you're all very worthy of, and the nation will be that much the richer if it's taken note of and replicated and scaled even within your own states. You will get hard copies of your awards very shortly, as is the wont. My request is do go and present it to your team and your ministers and your secretaries and the relevant people, and send us the photographs. We'll be very happy to publish them and carry them and promote them for you. God bless you all. See you next year.
Well, thank you very much. So with this, we move on to our next panel discussion, which is channeling research into public policy. My apologies that we are 10-15 minutes behind schedule. And with your due permission, we may extend it by maybe 10 minutes as we move along. So,
yes, please.
Rohan, can you take over and do the welcome, please?
Absolutely, Dr. Zanjal. Can I request the host to please pin us to the screen? Host Scotch, are we on?
Yes, we are good to go.
Right. At the very outset, I would like to thank the hundreds of live audience which has stayed with us with faith, patience, and rapt attention throughout the proceedings of the day. The second Public Policy Forum and the 70th SKOCH Summit, organized in collaboration with RIS, CUTS International, ICRIA, Jindal School of Government and Public Policy, as well as our academic partners, the Bharati Institute of Public Policy at the Indian School of Business, OP Jindal Global University, as well as the National Law School of India, University, Bangalore. This panel discussion comes to us in the spirit of bringing public policy to bear to address governance challenges as we have done throughout the day. The panel discussion on channeling research into public policy comes at a very relevant time when public discourse, and by extension, political opinions and attitudes towards policies are becoming increasingly polarized. This panel explores the role that policy can play in the lives of individuals and how academia, research institutions, and universities can help and contribute towards bolstering positive opinions and attitudes regarding policies. With no further ado, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Mike Seiferling, who joins us from University College London. Dr. Seiferling is MPA Program Director and Assistant Professor of Public Finance at the School of Public Policy, UCL. His research focuses on the links between macroeconomics, finance, accounting, and political science, specifically taxation, budgeting, fiscal performance, public sector accounting, and accountability. Dr. Seiferling has spent many years working with the IMF, the World Bank, and the United Nations in the past. Previously, Dr. Seiferling worked as an economist with the IMF, and he completed his PhD from the London School of Economics in 2012. Our moderator for the day, Professor R. Sudarshan, Dean of the Jindal School of Government and Public Policy at the OP Jindal Global University, has had distinguished careers in the domains of research, development, programming, and governance. After he obtained his master's degree in economics from the Delhi School of Economics, he went on a Rhodes Scholarship to study at Balliol College, University of Oxford, for his master's degree in politics. He was elected to a research fellowship at St. John's College, University of Cambridge, where he studied judicial review of economic legislation by the Supreme Court of India. We welcome you, Professor Sudarshan. Dr. Arushi Jain, Associate Director of the Bharati Institute of Public Policy, Indian School of Business, has wide experience and expertise in the public policy domain as a faculty administrator as well as project specialist. She is currently working as the Associate Director of the Bharati Institute of Public Policy, ISB. Professor Soni Pallissery of the National Law School of India, University, Bengaluru, is an associate professor for the Center of Study of Social Exclusion and Inclusive Policy, and he is a public policy specialist with special interest in distributive justice. He teaches the courses on Introduction to Public Policy and Analysis. After his doctoral studies from Oxford University, he held the position of associate professor at the Indian Institute of Rural Management, IRMA, Anand. In 2009, Professor Pallissery won the India Social Science Research Award for his academic contributions. Dr. Indraneel Mukhopadhyay is Associate Professor at Jindal Global University. He teaches public health, health economics, comparative health systems, and development economics at the School of Government and Public Policy. Professor Mukhopadhyay holds a PhD in public health and economics from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. With that, I would like to invite Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Managing Director and Editor, SKOCH Group, for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Rohan. I welcome all the policy professionals from the academic side to throw light on this very important topic, which is what has been under discussion since morning. You know, there's so much of public policy that we have discussed. What is the takeaway is something which is what, we would like to deliberate during this discussion. So there are two ways to policy making. One is experience, second is evidence. And either way, it is backed by policy research that ends up throwing problems and the possible solutions based on the ground research, which we call outcome-based policy making. So public policy research always has a very, very specific purpose and objective to influence the formal and informal policies formulated by policymakers. Thus, it is important to collect good information and present it in a compelling manner. So that is the role that research plays. The ideal is that your research will clearly show that the needs or problems you want to address are real and serious, and that the methods you recommend for addressing them have in fact been proven successful. You do conduct research that can often be used to gain the backing of public and / I would say, or policymakers for dealing with a particular issue. They may be surprised to learn how many people it affects or how common it is in their communities, or they may totally reject it. In many cases, policymakers can use your research to champion something they already favor but have no support for. So they look for that support in the research that comes from an institution like yours. Alternatively, you might be able to use your research to pressure policymakers to address an issue they would prefer to ignore. That's the flip side. So based on what we are going to be discussing, to support or discredit a specific method or practice, or to identify and advocate for appropriate policy in a given situation, is the very objective of policy research. So who should conduct research? Traditionally speaking, there are academics, research institutes, and think tanks which are not consulted. There are government agencies, either the ones promoted by the government or NGOs funded by the government, reaching at predetermined conclusions. Next in line are professional associations, which in pursuit to flatter, end up doing substandard research. Next, there are appointed commissions by the government, which are more recommendatory in nature. Whether or not their recommendations get implemented is a secondary question. Alternatively, there are watchdogs, whom you may call whistleblowers, followed by those organizations that actually work directly with people at the grassroots and are not influenced by anyone. That means to say they believe in speaking the truth. Most of such work, which qualifies as outcome-based analysis or impact assessment, is actually much in demand when it comes to the advanced countries. Unfortunately, this is not the case in India. It is rejected. Most of such work that remains pro bono also remains uninfluential. So if you are able to gain policy change, continued research will allow you to show policymakers they made the right decision. Research helps you to continue your policy inputs as conditions or the needs of the community change. Therefore, public policy research alternatively is also called advocacy research, that differs from scientific and other academic research in that it seeks to influence making of policy. It is a powerful tool for helping you to influence the information and modification of policy on your issue in your area of specialization. If you do understand how to use it, it can lead to better services, service delivery, and bring in a real social change. So with this, I hand over to Professor Sudarshan to moderate the panel. You have to unmute yourself.
That's the usual thing. I hope I'm audible now. I'm very grateful to you for inviting the General School of Government and Public Policy to be a knowledge partner in this event, along with other institutions whom we mentioned, including the Bharati Institute, and I see Dr. Arushi Jain is with us. I have to say that you've set out the challenges for policy research very well indeed, including identifying in detail the institutions that take up that research and the reasons why they don't have much impact or takers in the policy realm. I think one of the things that you have done through this foundation, the SKOCH Foundation, is you are a kind of a research entrepreneur. You're bringing to the platform different people, scholars who do research, people who make policy, people who implement policy. And I've been listening through the sessions all day long, and I find that you've got in these awards such a rich array of experience that we need to incorporate into our curriculum and teaching. We need to get our faculty and students to be able to write up case studies of many of these institutions that you have recognized for what they've actually achieved in terms of good public policy outcomes. So I want to record my gratitude to you, and I hope that this will be the beginning of a continual collaboration, not just an annual once-in-a-day summit, but through the times to come, that we'll work closely with my faculty and the research students and all of the institutions with whom you associate. Because one of the things that policy academics don't have is a network of contacts. You have an amazing network of people that you, from high-level decision makers, from the Prime Minister downwards. We just saw that video clip of people who make things happen in the country. And to get an inroad into some of these people so that they take cognizance of good research that would come from different institutions, that role is very, very significant. And we need to coin a term that defines that role. I don't know whether it's a policy research entrepreneur or what, but it's that intermediary role is seriously lacking in our country. And the SKOCH Foundation is a rare institution in that respect. I also wish to say that academics generally, tend to be somewhat, it's not for nothing that universities are described as ivory towers to kind of signify that they are kind of disconnected from the real world. Actually, they do a lot of interesting and important work based on field work, but there is the incentive structure in universities is not appropriate. In other words, they will ask us to publish in Scopus listed journals because the rating agencies of universities look at those publications, and that creates a kind of a an insular attitude. I think you used the phrase in describing the forum as an academic echo chamber in academic publishing, where, few people are talking to themselves. These academic articles in these journals are read by other academics and a handful of people. And there is no reward structure for research that has practical consequences and a social impact. So this is a challenge for universities, particularly for public policy education schools, to change the reward structure to say, do work that has an impact, that makes a difference to people, that can be measured, that can be described, whatever. So that's an important point I wanted to emphasize, and we'll need your help in developing some metrics for this, because anyone can claim that their work has had some impact, but we need to have some objective, systematic way by which we assess the value of public policy-oriented research. And so here is a research agenda that Dr. Danjal and I have to explore. But with those words, I'll invite our keynote speaker,
Professor Sudarshan. You have really done a fantastic context setting. I think it would be rather appropriate that we bring in Dr. Mike
yes.
at this moment and hear him speak first before we,
Very
that
good.
be an alternate, opinion which will come from across, and then we get on to the discussion. So may I hand over the mic to you, Dr. Mike.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, thank you for inviting me to speak today. Thanks to the organizers, to the sponsors. I'm really flattered to be invited to speak as a keynote speaker. And I'm happy to hear the words of my colleagues that preceded me, because I'm going to follow on a similar trajectory. So if possible, I'm going to share a screen with you. Can everybody see this?
Yes, we can, Dr. Saifullah.
Okay.
If you would like to go to full screen, if you would like to go to full screen on your PPT.
Good suggestion. Thank you. Okay, so I only have 10 minutes. I'm going to breeze through this fairly quickly, but I'm looking forward to having a conversation about the insight that I'm trying to offer in these first few slides. So when I was initially asked to speak today, there was 4 questions that were mentioned by my colleagues briefly, relating to the role of academia and what is their relationship with government or with government officials, and then can we move forward as academics in terms of getting out of the ivory tower and being a little bit more hands-on with real world experience. I can say that before I even start speaking, I was in academia, and then I left academia to go to the IMF, and then I came back to academia, and you see this very big difference between real world problems and academic problems. Some things that are just difficult to recognize, like the sheer volume of the public sector. For example, in India, between public corporations and government, it's a huge, huge volume of different interests that require a lot of different specialized attentions that academics themselves don't really have to worry about or deal with. So this is a little bit of the theme that I'm going to cover in this quick 10-minute rant. I'll cover the first 3 questions briefly, and I think implicitly it will answer the 4th question, and then we can have a discussion about the findings, let's say. So, is the onus of creating an informed civil society on academia? I would say no to this question, but there is some caveats, let's say, to that answer. First of all, there's a two-way street, and my colleagues mentioned in the opening address that we need to have more interaction between government and academics, because there is a mutually beneficial relationship to be had there, in terms of policymakers are meant to, they have a bigger mandate, they have a bigger audience. Academics have the time and the resources, and they're not biased in the sense that they're being financed by special interests to help create social welfare maximizing policies, which is what we really want in the end. So the idea that academics should be responsible, I don't think is the right way to put it, but there needs to be a better two-way street between government and academia. There needs to be better partnerships between academia and government, and academics themselves need to see that their input, their effort is actually being listened to and used by government, rather than, if academics are spending quite a bit of time writing papers, doing research, and then it's really interest groups or other parts of of society that are influencing policy outcomes, then academics can feel like it's not worth it to try to create impact because they're not being listened to enough. This also integrates into the idea that academia is not just an ivory tower. Academia is like government, filled with silos, filled with people that I'm an economist, I'm a political scientist, I'm a psychologist, and that's what I do, rather than thinking about what is the problem and how do we solve it, which usually requires multidisciplinary input. So from my experience working in India, the legal framework is a bit old and clunky, which prevents a lot of things from moving forward. Just general foundations within government, how government works, methodological guidelines, leadership. It's probably underutilized, or the message that's coming from that data is not being clearly communicated, let's say, to the general public. So the answer that I'm trying to give on this slide, or to the first question, is that this needs to be a two-way street where government and academia are working together until the policy outcome or the policy output can be seen, and then we have impact and we have advertisement and we can communicate those things, which I'm going to get into. Okay, moving to the second question, making specialized academic research more mainstream. One idea here that came out in the first with the first speaker was the communication with a heterogeneous population. So if we have in India many different types of people with different levels of education and different levels of knowledge and different levels of beliefs, and their upbringing and all the things that contribute to what they think is true or how they process truth. Academics are also not PR experts, which unfortunately some of them think they are, and they're not. We're generally not great at communicating what we do sometimes, or it can be so complex that we can't communicate it in a simple way. In this sense, I would advocate that we need to build better bridges. So we don't need to move academics away from some of the complicated things that they're doing, as long as we create those bridges so we have people in between that can communicate what is the main message, what are you doing to make society a better place, or to improve the welfare of the general population in your research, and then to be able to communicate that in very, very simple ways. This is something that surprised me in academia, is that often we strive to create big words to sound smart when there's a perfectly good small word already in place that everybody understands, but we don't want to use that because maybe it doesn't get published, or we don't sound smart, or whatever it may be. So we need to think about how we communicate, how government communicates, and who is the audience for communication. We need to tailor those messages. And I'm going to draw on some example from the central bank, or research into central banks, which generally have focused a lot more on how do we communicate, who do we communicate to with regards to monetary policy. So there's a quote from Shui in 1999. It's not enough to know. It's not enough that everyone knows about a revaluation. I have to know that you know it. You have to know that I know it. I have to know that you know it, and so on. So this is kind of the motivation that I want to drive home when it comes to fake news and myths in the media and all of the things that we're confronted with in the digital age. So what we need to create is common knowledge throughout societies. We need to have common knowledge in India about fundamental things, rather than having pockets of different ideas or myths or misconceptions about government failures, government strengths, government programs, so on and so forth. So the conclusion I would draw, before I mention that we're in a society, or India has a plethora of data, tons and tons of very interesting data. We have lots of information and we have very little knowledge, right? We're not using that information in ways that make society better off, and it could be partly because of the volume, which is the first point that I'm making in this slide. There's tons and tons of research papers, that relate to government policy or government outcomes, or how to do things better, how to make things more efficient. Within academia, within government, the policy papers are endless. You could live 200 years and you wouldn't be able to understand the activities of one ministry within government, or the tax code of India. Probably nobody in India understands that full tax code, only parts of it. So we need to simplify. We need to find knowledge. We need to say we're not just collecting all this data. We're using this data to create some knowledge out of it. And then we need to decide what is the true message. So one of my colleagues that preceded me said that we need to have more interaction between academia and government to create outcomes or to create impact. First, we need to decide who or how we siphon through all of this information, because yes, I think the government should listen to me, but there's 100 other Dr. Mike Seiferlings out there who are saying the same thing and probably have different ideas. So what is the true message, and how do we filter through all of everybody's contribution, which is generally very valuable, and find one synthesized message? Here's a quick example from the WHO that I came across recently, where communication with the public on some of the myths surrounding COVID is important, right? If you're a true believer that 5G is creating COVID, then you probably need some resources that will counter the arguments that you're reading on Twitter, or that you're reading on, your friend's blog or whatever. So the WHO has created this wonderful kind of platform where you can go into these myths and they're dispelled through scientific means. I think I'm almost out of time here, so I'm just going to breeze through these last few slides. Should academia break free from the echo chamber? I would argue yes and no. If you asked me 2 years ago, I would say yes, and now I'm a little bit of both. So we still need a little bit of the echo chamber in order to allow for deeper, more insightful, longer-term thought. In Canada, they used to call the Senate the sober second thought, so they could reflect a little bit more. They're not accountable to the public, so on and so forth. I think this role is still important, but there is a movement in the UK, and from what I heard in the opening remarks, a little bit in India, towards impact. So when we're thinking about promotions, when we're thinking about moving forward with a career in academia, the question of impact is often asked, and the methodology is often, give us a case study, show us a case study of not just the paper you wrote, but how that paper moved into the real world and created some kind of change that made the lives of people better off. The other point that I want to make is building on the communication point that I mentioned before. It always surprises me that you can, right now I could write a message on Twitter and you would have more people having read that message than it would take years to have an academic journal be read. It's very surprising to me that we have, average readership of academic journals of 4 or 5, maybe in a good journal, 4 or 5 people per year. So we need to think about more collaborative projects and ways of communicating research in a way that is still useful and is still based on research and still based on objective facts, but is also put in, given in a way that can be digested by the general public and not in fancy journals that take a lot of research and a lot of time to understand, and may not even be that big of a contribution, to be fair. So my closing thoughts. This is kind of what I'm envisioning in general in terms of how we're thinking about the social contract. And for me, this is the most important thing that we need to think about in the 21st century, is a question of what is the social contract and is it broken, and what role does everybody play in that contract? So we have citizens, corporations, interest groups all inputting into the preferences of their politicians. They're trying to influence politicians in order to get policy outcomes that are preferable or that are social welfare maximizing. Then we have the politicians and the bureaucrats interacting in order to produce those results, and then an action, and then we create value. If there's a break in any of these links in the chain, then there's a problem in society. And this is why we're now questioning whether there's a break in the social contract, or whether there's at least a fracture, is that some people in this process feel like that chain is broken, or that other parts of the chain are given more priority than them. So we need to think about what we're trying to achieve is the bottom. We want to create value. We want to be able to advertise that value and communicate that value, but it's at least the perception of society is that that's not happening. And if it is happening, we need to communicate it better. And if it's not happening, we need to find which chain is broken and explain why it's broken and fix it. And I think that would be the best means to creating impact. Sorry, I've gone 1 or 2 minutes over, but I'll conclude there and stop sharing this and open the floor to my esteemed colleagues.
Right. Thank you very much, Professor Sifaling. That was very, very useful. It reminded me that there was a professor of economics in Jaipur called Professor Raj Krishna, and he once used the phrase, he said the government of India, like just as a watch is waterproof, the government of India is knowledge proof. This was picked up by a political scientist called Rajini Kochhar, who was very fond of this. But I think that's beginning to change. That's changed a lot. We wouldn't have a school of public policy or institutions teaching that now. It's a very recent phenomenon. And that's happened because we believe that government in the states as well as in the union government are now more receptive to analysis and research inputs from outside. Before this, I mean, it was mentioned that I studied at Balliol. It had a master called Benjamin Jowett, and a quotation attributed to him is that I am Benjamin Jowett, I'm the master of this college, and what I don't know isn't knowledge. And a lot of our bureaucrats, sort of took that rather seriously. I'm talking about the past. I'm talking about a more optimistic future where it's possible, we hope, that we will have communication, that government will realize that it's impossible to run it through generalists, that the world has become complex. Complexity is what, and unpredictability, risk, uncertainty, these are what are the realities. And therefore, it's not possible for policymakers to be smug and confident that they know the answers, and they will have to reach out to a variety of people. The other point I wanted to make is with respect to academia. I mean, you made the point, yes and no, to that answer about journals. That's right, because you see, knowledge is cumulative and it builds on itself, and we need an avenue for knowledge to advance. So you work on what previously people have done, and you contribute to that for knowledge's sake. I mean, you don't have to defend that kind of work by some instrumental purpose or social impact. It's very important to have knowledge advanced for the sake of knowledge, because you never know when that knowledge will come and have a practical consequence. But it's equally important that the accumulated knowledge that we already have is used in a sensible way, that we look to what science knows about vaccines at this point in time, and have policymakers knowledgeable, or at least get a grasp of what that is in order to advance human well-being. So I think you set out the stage very clearly. We hope that there'll be many more institutions, research think tanks in the country. We are a handful of public policy educators now in India. And I wanted to turn to our first panelist, Dr. Arushi Jain. She's going to organize a big conference in March, partially face-to-face, partially online, as part of a group of institutions that are part of what's called the India Public Policy Network. So I'd like to ask her to talk about, what are the, are you optimistic that policy research can actually make a difference and influence policy?
Thank you so much, Dr. Sudarshan, for this kind introduction. Very good evening, everyone, and thanks to Mr. Sameer Kochhar, Mr. Rohan Kochhar, and Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal for organizing this very informative day-long, policy forum, where all of us got to know a lot about what is happening, and especially especially picking up from the conversation that Professor Sudarshan just had and talked about how we can develop case studies across the best practices that have been happening across the country. So I'm going to pick up from there and especially emphasize that this is something that is required when we are talking of policy research, because it is very important to understand whether these smaller interventions are scalable, replicable, and to also learn from these practices so that, the efforts are not duplicated after a few years and there is this continuity in research. So having said that, the topic that we are discussing, and I am definitely optimistic here, is channeling research into public policy. And interestingly, academics has been pitched as the fourth estate. So as the fourth estate, it is a very powerful role in influencing and shaping the political and the public spheres. So today, as there is an increased focus on evidence-informed policies, there has to be a mutual influence between the practitioners and academicians. The academics right now is not working in silos as it used to a few years ago. If we look at trends across the world, academicians are contributing effectively to policy formulation, be it the identification of problems for public interest or focusing on possible solutions through their research. So academic knowledge, evidence, and expertise can help in informing, designing, improving, and even testing the public policies. But this is only possible when we can develop a kind of an ecosystem for this engagement to nourish. So when we are talking of channeling research, it begins with the political context. There has to be credibility of evidence. There has to be a link between the institutions, the research institutions, as well as the link with the policy formulators here. And the role of the environment, I'm here referring to the external context, the socio-cultural milieu that we all live in is really important. So, long we have been talking about these complex adaptive systems that are existing and we all live in it. And policy is continuously evolving in this setup. And once research institutions start understanding the importance of this, this entire framework and how they can contribute into it, I think that would be the right time when we will be able to channelize a lot of research into policy. I was mentioning about the ecosystem. So here, partnerships between government, academia, private sector, civil society are really important, wherein research can be channelized to take informed policy decisions. This ecosystem has to be built on trust. The trust has to be true-faceted, and I think that is one of the biggest gap at this point of time. And institutions like SKOCH have a big role to play along with academics to be the intermediaries, as Dr. Sudarshan just referred to. I would, when we are talking of trust, it has to be quality of research, academic excellence, integrity in research when it comes to the side of the academics. But on the other side, when it comes to government, there has to be a partnership. The partnership can be multifaceted. However, one of the things that clearly comes to mind is the emphasis that we have been giving since morning on data. So credibility of data. There is a lot that data can do today, be it in terms of better governance, real-time data, high frequency, high resolution indicators. We are talking of predictive analytics. All that can help a lot, solve a lot of problems that the country is facing. But all we need here is credible data from the government sources. A lot of private institutions are working well in this regard, but if government can partner and can actually help the research community, it's going to work wonders. Another aspect that we have in this discussion is the mainstreaming of academic research. And, when I think about the gaps that are existing, I am reminded of a very nice paper that I read from Shapiro et al. That talks about two interesting types of gaps that exist in research. So the first is called as the research lost in translation gap, and the second is called as the research lost before translation gap. So the first one here is the research fails to reach the practitioners, and the second is that the results are unconnectable. So when we talk about the second part, it is basically the rigor relevance gap that the academicians have been talking in research for a long time. And that can be bridged by, understanding the problem statement better, collaborating with practitioners right from the beginning, and then understanding research question correctly and taking up relevant research. When it comes to the second one, the lost in translation, it is basically the gap, it's basically the gap that exists when we are unable to translate our research to the right forums. So academic research many times remains in the journals, and it is not translated to the people who can use it and apply it for policy formulation and dissemination. This can be done through organization of roundtables, seminars, panels, and the reference to IPPN just came. One of the forums that we want to organize and bring in practitioners and academicians to talk about and to think about this second aspect. So with this, I think it's a very hopeful time. The civil society is evolving. Academics is playing a very important role in evolving the civil society, and the multi-stakeholder synergy is visible at this time. However, I think there needs to be an effort of the universities in playing an important role in bringing out the socio-political, economic, and cultural transformation, and to have informed citizenry who can understand their rights and responsibilities and impact policies so that the lives and livelihoods of the citizens of the country are impacted and improved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Jain. I have to inform the audience that the Bharati Institute has a major project on data, and it's designed, the data is designed to be used by journalists, which means that there is a certain, a lot of attention has been paid to communicability, because the journalists are not expected to be experts in the domains that the data is informative about. So that's a very valuable service to the country, I would say. And we should encourage journalists and civil society activists to make use of that database, which is made available gratis. You don't have to pay huge amounts and so on. India is in a very rather special country. I don't know, there may be some others, but a lot of policy making in this country increasingly is happening in the courts. Soni Pellisseri is running a public policy school in what could be the foremost, the leading law school in the country. So he's continually surrounded by all these students eager about the law and the faculty about law. So I wanted to ask him, really about, when you're running a public policy school embedded, even in our university, the law school is rather dominant. But I'm wondering if there is a difference between how you communicate policy research to civil servants and ministers, and is there, Arushi referred to lost in translation. It seems to me that in our country there's a serious loss in translation between what the policymakers intend when they draft a law and what the courts understand it to be, because they were not part of the process by which the policy was formulated. They're sitting there looking at a piece of text and a constitution alongside, and feeling rather powerful that they may interpret the constitution. The constitution is what I say it is kind of attitude. So I wanted you to reflect a little bit of that, because, that's a very real issue. No policy in this country goes uncontested. in the Supreme Court on constitutional grounds. And so how do we have a pedagogy for public policy that kind of enables the research to be communicative to two different sets of constituencies who have a role in policy? Sony, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Sudarshan, for asking this very challenging question. I hope I will be able to respond it through my short intervention. Let me also thank Koch Group for having invited me to this prestigious event. This is really a wonderful time to be part of the Public Policy Forum in India, because this is the maturing space of policy studies in India. It is last 1 decade, and come another 2 decades, this space will be entirely different. And these will be shaped by forums such as these kind of debates. And therefore, I'm very grateful we have got an early lead to be part of this policy forum. Thank you, SKOCH Group. Let me connect the Professor Sudarshan's question with what I heard from Dr. Mike at the very beginning, the challenge of building common knowledge. And to respond, actually the question Professor Sudarshan asked is exactly that question of, do we have a common knowledge created? Are public policy schools playing the role of building a common knowledge? I have 2 responses to this, particularly being in this panel on channeling research into public policy. First response is about the nature of the state in India, and second response is nature of the research in India. And here on the nature of the state in India, I want to refer to Land Pritchard's wonderful phrase on, is Indian state failing? He is saying, no, Indian state is not a failing state. And he has an expression called, it's a flailing state. And he says, it's flailing state because its head has got wonderful decisions, flamboyant policy makers, English-speaking wonderful elites. But whatever they speak, the public don't understand what is going on. In other words, there is a huge disconnect between the beautiful executive head and the tail, which is completely disconnected. That's what he calls as the flailing state. And Indian state is exactly that. And it is in this context, this challenge of building common knowledge becomes the agenda for public policy schools, and what kind of a research is possible in such a scenario. Traditional discipline-oriented research, which creates evidence and leave it with the belief that the road from evidence or science to policy making is direct, is a problem. In other words, the road from evidence to policy making is a very murky road. There is no direct relationship between them. And therefore, if we believe that I create evidence and I leave it to policymaker to make a decision based on it, we are living in fool's paradise, especially in contexts such as ours, where there is a flailing state. So that is my first comment on what exactly is the problem of Indian state, where we need to reorient our public policy pedagogy. I'll come to that solution, which Dr. Sudarshan asked earlier, as to, is there a public policy pedagogy that is possible in India, which may be distinct from other schools in global north? The second point to which I want to come is, I want to touch on the foundational principles of science. And here I want to go back to a text which is 100 years old, that is Max Weber's Vocation to Science. And it's a classic one, especially when you do doctoral studies, you are made to read that, read Vocation to Science, and test for yourself, do you have a call to be a scientist? Do you have a call to be a researcher? Max Weber in that text, Vocation to Science, makes a very interesting proposition. What he says is, what is a researcher's call? What is a researcher made of? And he defines a key characteristics for a researcher. A scientist puts his whole life, day and night, he sits and works, puts all his time and energy to invent something, to come up with something very useful for the world, very useful for himself, very useful for the ideational world. The idea is after that. But having invented it, he is waiting in such a manner that another scientist will come and will destroy it. And if that openness is not there for the scientist, that is, let another person come and destroy it, you are not a core scientist. That's what Max Weber defines a scientist is. Basically, Max Weber is inviting us, a scientist need to have an attitude of building a progress in the world. And how will that happen? Max Weber gives solution. It is only through a debate, a openness for debate. A scientist who is ready to contest with others in whatever he produced. He doesn't believe what I produced is the end of it. Everybody should read it like a religious picture, a scripture. Let people come, let another scientist come and break it. And that exactly is the core principle of public policy. In other words, public policy is about valuation and debating about how our valuation is around any principle that we want to move on towards what we want to move on. So the whole question of public policy pedagogy as to how can we have a distinct public policy pedagogy, in some ways this affects law as well as also policy making, especially policy making when it is technocratic, when policy is seen as a technocratic solution to the world that we are dealing with. And here we need to engage in a public policy education in such a manner that we are able to connect them with the world. In other words, the flailing state situation of disconnect between head and tail, we should be able to bridge. And it is exactly in this sense, when we designed public policy program at National Law School, we said, we should not replicate what Professor Sudarshan said, that is, say, you are feeling that I interpret the Constitution, I decide everything. No, we need to create human beings who will be able to go to a remote part of the village, live with them for a month, and understand the logic, policy logic through their eyes and heart. So after 3 months of our students joining us, we send them to villages, tell them, you stay in a village, Indian village. If you survive with that Indian village talking to them, you will survive the policy world. But if you can deal with policy question only through computers and data science, you are only strengthening the flailing state of India. You are not bridging the gap between the head and the tail. And we need to move to that generating debate. And in my own view, each of the universities has to, public policy universities have to move towards being an engaged universities. I'm not talking we have to have an activist universities, but engaged universities where this kind of an experience of student able to incorporate these ideas or people's logic and trying to incorporate that into policy logic. So if we have the disconnect between people's logic and policy logic, then we will only be increasing the problem that we presently have. I'll stop there and over to.
Thank you very much, Professor Pelissari. That was very, very insightful. One of my colleagues, Shiv Vishwanathan, coined a phrase. He calls it cognitive justice, by which he means epistemologically, we shouldn't overvalue the knowledge that's published in academic journals, that we must value the knowledge that ordinary people have, about their lives, about things. We had the minister, Mr. Arjun Munda from Jharkhand, a tribal area, talking about, the vast resources of knowledge that tribal people have, that indigenous people have, which gets overlooked because it's not channeled into the usual universities and journals and publications. But we must encourage a new generation of students, particularly those studying public policy, to value that knowledge, to go and seek it out, to talk to them, and to have a certain humility that, because they've come to universities and they have been taught by professors with qualifications from famous universities, it doesn't mean that they are, superior and their education is better. That kind of, the attitude that, what I find and what I assert could be falsified by somebody else. An initial premise of humility is a requirement And I think, because, in the end, education is what remains with our students. And what remains with them are certain virtues that they can inculcate, certain attitudes, certain outlook. They may forget, Rostov's 4 stages of growth or whatever we may teach. So it's important that you stress that you send your students out for an immersion with ordinary people within a village and learn from them. And that inculcates more than just, analytical rigor in students. Now, I want to turn to my dear colleague, Indranil. He's a public health specialist. And I want to ask him a question about what we are currently concerned about. We are currently concerned about vaccines. The whole world is, in a way. There's a lot of worry about have the vaccines that have been approved, have they been prematurely approved? Have they been approved because somebody wants to score a political brownie point? President Trump was very keen that, it should happen sooner than later because it might have helped his electoral prospects. That's very real and true. I mean, you can't blame politicians for that. But it's a question about, how do we ensure that, how do we first judge what is good science in this context? And how do we evaluate policy decisions that's made when, knowledgeable people about public health would know this is the right thing to do. I'm very glad that Mike showed us that slide from WHO about all the myths that need to be debunked and which can be debunked because there's good scientific knowledge related to them. So Indranil, tell us about, what state are we in? I mean, with respect to the policy in tackling COVID-19, what's your assessment of how well we've done or how well we've not done?
Thank you, Professor Sudarshan. Thanks, SKOCH team. I'm one of the probably last speaker of a long day, which is almost going for 12 hours or so. So I'll try to be brief, but it's really exciting time. While I'll try to respond to the vaccine question briefly, but also to the large, I would also respond to the debate that some of my esteemed colleagues have brought in here very rightly. So if we look at the developments related to vaccine, what we are seeing is a wonderful example of how political will, scientific research, and then policy come together in the development of vaccines. The existing evidence on vaccines had been that it takes more than 5 years to, at least 5 years to come up with a vaccine when you have developed, say, a basic understanding about the virus. And what we saw in the case of COVID is the basic ingredient of making the vaccine, the gene mapping of the virus, was made publicly available. And then we saw researchers across the world coming together, collaborating together, and producing numerous vaccines in unprecedented time span. Many people challenged. We also thought it is going to be, it would be very rushed. It can't be done in such short period. But scientists have shown enormous will, and they have worked tiringly to produce the vaccines across the world. So that's a very encouraging story of improvement in science and technology, and how that can inform the policy makers. What we also see at the same time regarding the vaccines, particularly in the context of India and any other developed countries, we see that there is a vaccine has become a political issue of vaccine nationalism of some kind, where countries are trying to be the first one to introduce the vaccine. And in that process, we also see that some of the scientific elements of research, and particularly, say, clinical trial, are being neglected. On one hand, we see an excellent display of scientific advancement. On the other hand, we see that there is some way of undermining the scientific evidence in trying to propagate or in rushing towards something which is politically very important to do. So I think as a research community and scientific community, as academicians, we have a very critical role to play, and which is to be able to stand independent and raise the right questions. These questions are being already raised about how when there is, even under the expedited process of clinical trials, how the other vaccine that the country is trying to introduce, which has not gone through third phase of clinical trial, is being procured. So I think one of the lessons that we learn from this entire experience of vaccine is, on one hand, the collectiveness of scientific community in an unprecedented manner. At the other end, the need for independent research in shaping policies, in informing policies, and often that means standing against the political trend and being able to show the merit of independent research. It reminds me of one of the very fascinating examples of how independent research can shape public policy in the country. We can go back a decade, and there was a lot of debate about whether the economic reforms have been able to provide adequate gains to the millions of people. And there were the large section of academia and policy makers were boosting about the economic reform has led to enormous benefits for the people. And then there are some independent researchers, academicians who came out and said that the rural India is facing enormous distress. Millions of people being pushed to poverty, and we need to address that concern. And their independent research, which were not even getting published in the mainstream media at that point of time and vehemently rejected by the dominant political force at that time, actually stood the time. And when we saw political change, we saw that one of the most important policy in independent history coming into being. I'm referring to the Employment Guarantee Act. So there are, I think these are inspiring examples. Sometimes when, as independent researchers, we might have to go against the current political wisdom or the policy environment, and to be able to speak the truth to the power, about the power, and irrespective of whether power knows about truth or not. It is our responsibility. And I think someday or the other, that the value of independent research always shows up in making concrete changes to human life. I'll stop here. It was a fascinating
Thank you very much, Indranil. That was excellent. I don't know if we can get some questions. We have some time for that. It's been such
we certainly can, sir.
No, but you know, Rohan, Samir, and Gursharan have been, you know, on the ball from morning. So I'm concerned about, you know, the kind of energy levels that you have. I envy you. So if you've got some questions, we can raise them. Gurshan, can you help me with that?
I actually have a question. If I
you do. Oh, very good. Let's go on.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. I was listening with rapt attention to everything that the distinguished panelists said. I particularly enjoyed your comment about your master who said, what I don't know isn't knowledge. And I would also like to congratulate Dr. Arushi Jain on what I believe is a fantastic project on data that you're doing for journalists, madam. I think it's the need of the hour. My best wishes to you on this program. Professor Palisari, you mentioned that you're trying to you've created an institution and a program which prepares students to be able to live in India for 1 month. And that's a value and principle that we at SKOCH hold very dear to our hearts. In fact, everyone at SKOCH is mandated to spend a particular amount of time every year at the grassroots on field visits, studying what's happening on the ground. I have a question in general to the panel. Since Dr. Saifuddin also mentioned that, well, you know, academics are not PR experts, and often, like Dr. Arushi Jain, quoting Shapiro et al. Said, research is lost in translation or perhaps before translation. What is the importance of pertinent timely and effective issue framing in driving agenda setting for public policy discourse today in a world where debates are being extremely polarized. For instance, the farm law debates have been reduced to an argument between a singer and an actress on Twitter, right? How does research institutions, how does academia, how do universities effectively issue frame in advance for positive agenda setting for public policy discourse?
Well, who'll take this? The question is open.
I can start with a very general answer, but very quickly, because I'd rather open it up to my Indian colleagues than to give a generalist approach answer. But I feel like we're in a world where binary terms are very important. So you're a capitalist or you're a communist or it's globalization. And if you tear these words apart, these terms apart, then they're meaningless because they have too many meanings. Globalization isn't anything because it's everything. Communism and capitalism aren't anything because they're so diverse in terms of what components make up those things that they're not anything. And we live in a society where we want quick, fast, hard news, and we want to say, here's your allies, here's your enemies, go at them. And part of that is that we create these binary worlds where something is good and something is bad, and you need to pick your team and then move on with that. That it seems to be that that's what we want as a society. What the masses desire is to have a team and an enemy. But I don't know. So to answer your question, I think I'll turn it over to the colleagues. But I think that we need to move away from these big catch-all terms that have absolutely no meaning when you break them down scientifically.
Right. Each of you, I mean, Arushi, you want to have a comment on that question that Rohan raised?
Yeah. So Rohan, who drives that entire thing, I would like to suggest here, driving is a different issue, but I think what should be done is something that we need to deliberate going ahead and moving not just towards the controversy, but in general. One suggestion that I have is to equip, the bottom of the pyramid in this entire research framework. What I'm referring to here is, there is abundance of students, researchers, PhD scholars who are working in the field right now. They are moving in the rural areas, collecting primary data, and are somewhere, at link with the grassroots. So what needs to be done here is to have a standardized methodological approach, or else, organizing some kind of programs or a set of framework that can be given to them so that they are at the grassroots and they can help and see the entire policy from a monitoring evaluation lens. And if the bottom of the pyramid is strong, it's going to actually strengthen the entire ecosystem as such. So that is something I feel can be done moving ahead.
Right. Tony, you got a comment on that quickly?
Yes, quickly. I think for us, we have been a country of this kind of polarized debate. If we go back to our foundational experience of being an independent state, it is Gandhi's vision of to be one day village-based, and Nehru coming and saying, no, we want the industrial-based, Ambedkar saying, no, the village is a den of ignorance. So we have been a country of these kind of polarized debates. But what do public policy education, public policy emergence do to this kind of a scenario? And I think there is a role. The role is to create informed debate. Of course, in 1950s, what happened was we did not want an informed debate. That's why we wanted to solve it very technocratically. For example, Planning Commission was a very clear technocratic institution which will take the politics out of such debates and solve it technically. And yes, that is one solution. Do we want to do it? Or do we want to bring centrality of the politics and say that, no, we will debate it. We will have an informed debate. So can public policy schools create avenues for such informed debate, not ideological debates? And then we will have a meaningful exchange and the earlier idea what we talked, that is creation of the common knowledge.
Yeah, thank you, Soni. I mean, what this emphasizes is that in public policy, the process of formulating the policy is absolutely critical. The more consultations there are, the more people generally understand why a policy is formulated. So let's grant that, you know, the three farmers' laws will do a lot of good for our farmers. Let's concede that. But if you rush it through Parliament, you don't send it to a standing committee for discussion, you don't invite opinions from the farmers themselves, because the policy is meant to benefit them, then you run into the kind of impasse that we are currently facing. So one of the major lessons of public policy is it's not so important what the policy eventually is, but you reach to that policy outcome after consultations and debate and listening to different kinds of viewpoints. I mean, that's basically the core of any liberal democracy, that you value people's opinions, that you find avenues for that opinion to be expressed, and then you make a decision. So even if people are unhappy with the decision, they will be glad that they were involved and consulted and participated in the decision-making process, even if the outcome is not palatable to them. So this habit of, you know, consultation, listening to people, creating avenues for discussion, you know, which you know, you referred to, you know, what Weber referred to, which is, you know, your view should be always contestable. Allow for that contestation. And so I think that's very important lesson. And so we need to teach and inculcate this. But I want Indranil to also have a quick word on this question.
So I think one of the tasks that we have as academicians or as teachers is to be able to at least put it into perspective that there are many views. Whether a policy is beneficial or not is, it depends on where do you stand. And that's where probably as the political economy of policies become very, very crucial. And it is our task as academicians, as independent researchers, or as teachers to be able to expose students to the realities of the world and to help them understand the world better, and also put that upfront. I think that's it. I'll close it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll now turn to any other view of questions. Samir, Gursharan.
No, in fact, you know, when we talk in terms of public policy, the biggest practitioner of public policy having the farthest reaching impact anywhere, the only one name that I can think of was Mahatma Gandhi. The reason was very simple, that he accumulated the knowledge and spent years and years together trying to understand the pain what people suffer with, which was the outcome orientation. So felt needs into policy. Of course, he accumulated knowledge first, then it became the applied knowledge. The simple reason for that was that the length and the breadth, communities after communities, whether tribals or non-tribals or Hindus or the Sikhs or Muslims or whatever it is, you know, cross country, and the international exposure and experience that was brought to bear. So that's exactly where lies the answer as to, you know, in case we have to be the good practitioners of public policy, meaning to say, you have to have your linkage with the grassroots. And that is about the only thing that you can do the service to the nation in a manner which is desirable.
Right. You know, Gushan, I once heard Ashish Nandi tell me that Gandhi touched the hearts of people and swayed them, you know, whereas Nehru, educated at Harrow and Cambridge, although he said the right things, simply didn't have quite that kind of, you know, emotional connect. So you see, emotions are also very important in formulation of public policy. So I think, we need to get our students to understand a little bit of psychology and how emotions play a part, behavioral economics, nudge, all that sort of thing. So it's, and here we have in our country this example of someone, who Gandhiji will just touch the hearts and minds of so many people. And even though Prime Minister Nehru said many things that are absolutely correct and, quite didn't have that emotional contact. And I think that's a big difference. And so what you're emphasizing is really that there should be a certain element of passion in communication that kind of, seeks out, so that you're not making public policy only from the head, but there's the heart that's brought into this, and that's a big challenge. But I think we need to address that because, we are all our public policy schools are very new, and we are, building the ship as we are sailing it. And this kind of a forum, advice from, people like Mike and others is immensely valuable. So I just want to say I'm very, very grateful to the SKOCH Foundation, to Sameer, to you, Kochhar and Rohan, for enabling us to have this conversation and to bring this wonderful public policy forum to a conclusion. So I just have to record my gratitude in those words.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Sudarshan. It was wonderful listening to all your academics. I never had the privilege of higher education. I had to start working straight away after school, and I did my graduation by correspondence. So I think I missed out something in life. One anecdote that I like to say is that, like you said, heart is required. What we call heart is actually felt needs. And that is where I think perhaps SKOCH is the only organization in India who's been trying to bridge that gap for 20 years, where, we evaluate so much, we talk to people so much, we travel so much, and we try to bring the sense of the people, like a sense of the house, to the policy makers, saying that this is what is going on. I also believe that, this engagement that we have with policy schools should not be episodal, it should be ongoing. We get so much of data, we get so much of information, we get so many nominations of real projects that are happening. Why can't students work on sorting those out, reading them, asking us what questions to ask, doing some secondary research? Now, this is live project, and it goes straight into policy, and you see it goes to the topmost echelons of policy. And I'm sure that between Rohan and Kochhar, they would be happy to engage with you and do that. And we could also get them to do some actual policy research on some burning issues that we're already dealing with. And, we're doing, because we are into public policy advocacy. We don't do anything sponsored. There's no industry, there's no big bag money behind us. We do everything on our time and effort basis. So then why not come and partner with us, because we need as many hands and brains as we can get. The joke I was wanting to share with you was that about our approach was that, we do this grassroots research, and our approach is very Gandhian. So we go to a village, we'll talk to the Pradhan, or we'll sit under a tree, get a focus group going of 10, 15 people and ask them, what's going on. There is no methodology really. So one very, very senior economist, who is currently a very senior economist in the government, at those days he wasn't, he told us that, since you're doing the effort, why don't you make a questionnaire? And I said, "ठीक है boss, हमको क्या है, हम कैसे बनाते हैं questionnaire?" So we made a questionnaire. So we were going to do an evaluation of Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. And we asked, we did this village group thing, and we went to a village which has been connected with a Pradhan Mantri road, another one which was not connected with it, and we did our survey. So, and we came back and we presenting the findings. So this economist asked me, so how many people think that the road is useful? I said, all of them, including the people whose land has been taken over to build the damn road. He says, how many people disagree with it? I said, none. He says, then your survey is not statistically valid, because someone has to disagree with it. And I said, sorry, I know, thank God, our villages are neither statisticians nor stupid. So they know a good thing and appreciate it when they get it. So I think this is where the policy making lacks.
Right.
So with that, on that note, thank you very much. We look forward to engaging with you. Hopefully, Mike, maybe UCL can be an academic partner next time on.
Yes, we have to get Mike out to India.
I would be honored. I've actually worked with several provincial governments for the IMF in India, and I've been extremely surprised by the friendliness and professionalism of Indian authorities, which you usually get one or the other, but in India you get both friendly and
know
professional.
about your India work. I've read your Bangladesh work. Yeah.
Yes, I've also engaged with the government of Bangladesh. I was in Chennai and Bangalore 2 years ago, working with the state governments there, but exceptional talent in government in India.
So thank you very much, Dr. Arushi Jain, Dr. Indraneel, Professor Soni. We also have, by the way, national discourse on national health coming up. So
right. No, yes, that's right.
So
we are keen on it. Yeah.
All right.
Thank
so
you.
With that, we close this session. The only thing I want to point out is that we started at 8 a.m. in the morning, and we've consistently had 800 people. Now it's 12 and a half hours. We still have 97 delegates in the room. So
that's fantastic. Yes, amazing.
Hats off. Let's be kind to them.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the live audience that is with us at 8:30 p.m. on a Saturday evening. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Sir.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah. Thank you, Indraneel. Thank you, Soni. Thank you, Arushi. And thank you, Mike.